Chapter 1, What technique is this? Across the 9 provinces of the realm, mighty figures rise like forests. Humankind cultivates qi and refines martial arts. I find myself in the divine martial sect of the wild frontier in Spirit Province. Presently, within the training grounds, 1,000 martial artists engage in combat practice, fists and feet crashing together as qi currents crisscross and gale winds swirl. Off to one side of the arena, a gathering of disciples has drawn a crowd. I collapse to the ground, my eyes rolling back as my body convulsed, a wisp of white smoke escaping my lips. The broad-shouldered brute on the fighting platform flicked his fingernails and sneered contemptuously, daring to covet brother Liao Jianua's woman? Trash like you has a death wish. Did you really think someone like you could dream of Miss Chinger? Just then, an emotionless electronic voice sounded, pulling me back to consciousness. What's happening? A tearing pain erupted in my chest. I was covered in blood, several ribs already broken. I opened my eyes as a torrent of memories flooded my mind, bringing instant enlightenment. Turns out I had crossed over into a fantasy world where humans cultivated qi. I'd become Lin Chen, an outer sect disciple of the divine martial sect. The original owner of this body was also named Lin Chen. Since childhood, he'd grown up inseparable with Su Qinger, the steward's adopted daughter. But after entering the outer sect, Su Qinger began avoiding and despising him, choosing instead to become the concubine of Liao Jianua, an elite inner sect disciple. Liao Jianua's status was exalted, crushing the original owner would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Hot-blooded and righteous, the protagonist confronted him for justice, only to be intercepted by Xuehu, an outer sect disciple serving Liao Jianua. Seeing an opportunity, Xuehu even attempted to kill him under the guise of a sparring match. Bro, a simp ends up with nothing in the end, you're too naive. Fine then, since we're both named Lin Chen, I'll avenge you. An icy sneer curled across my pallid face. Hey, looks like this kid's still breathing, came the murmurs from the watching disciples. I ignored the stares around me and noticed the translucent attribute orbs of various sizes, some blue, red, green, were scattered at the feet of the surrounding disciples. Every time the disciples fought, a varying number of attribute orbs would drop. What are these things? I curiously grabbed the 3 red orbs floating beside me. With a shimmer of light, they merged into my body. A soothing warmth swirled in my chest, and miraculously, my injuries healed. Then a screen flashed in his mind, obtained 7 qi blood energy points. Injuries healed. Host, Lin Chen, cultivation level, body refinement 3rd layer. Vital energy, 7 points, peak strength, 4,000 kilograms, approximately 1 tiger power, technique essence, 0 points, mental energy, 0 points, elemental essence, 0 points. That red orb I just picked up actually healed my injuries and enhanced my physical strength. My eyes gleamed with excitement as I sprang up like a carp leaping from water, immediately grabbing a green glowing orb and a white one beside me. Obtained yellow tier intermediate movement skill, Lightfoot Dust Step. Acquired 25 technique essence points. Can be used to cultivate combat skills or mental cultivation manuals. I grew even more excited, completely ignoring the surprised and puzzled looks from those around me as I frantically scooped up the orbs from the ground. From everyone's reactions, I realized these miraculous glowing orbs were visible only to me. Acquired 23 points of qi blood energy, automatically absorbing and tempering the body. Acquired 25 points of fire essence. Host obtained yellow rank advanced combat skill, Gale Sundering Leg. Seeing me frantically bending over and groping around like a madman, the burly man narrowed his eyes, murderous intent flashing in them. His orders were simple, kill Lin Chen. Whether I was feigning madness or truly insane, my fate was sealed today. Lin Chen, since you're unharmed, our duel continues. He lunged suddenly, his fist descending like a mountain-splitting hammer toward my back, the collapsing air currents exploding with thunderous cracks. I whirled around abruptly, my leg sweeping out like a horizontal whip. One kick shattered his elbow with a crisp snap. The disciples shuddered at the crisp sound of snapping bone. No way. Lin Chen's kick seems to have exceeded the strength of 3 tigers. I remember he's only at the 3rd level of body tempering realm. How does his physical body possess such terrifying strength? Several disciples gasped in astonishment. It's worth noting that 1 tiger strength equals 4,500 kilograms. 3 tiger strengths should only be attainable by 5th level body tempering cultivators. When his elbow snapped, a red orb dropped from the burly man's elbow. I caught and absorbed it immediately. You have obtained 100 points of qi and blood energy. Ha! The attribute orbs dropped from beating people give much higher stats. I licked my lips, absorbing 100 points of qi blood energy. My strength surged wildly, and my cultivation level had already reached tempered body's 5th stage. Xuehu, I haven't settled the score with you yet, and here you are rushing to your doom. My shoulders trembled as my bones crackled throughout my body, unleashing a shockwave of scorching energy. I flashed a cold smile at Xuehu, revealing my killing intent. His body trembled as if facing the oppressive aura of a humanoid beast. Damn it, is this kid hiding his true strength? Xuehu cursed inwardly, sensing danger. The moment my foot shifted, a shockwave rippled beneath me as I lunged toward him like a leopard. With a fist clenched and power gathered, I unleashed a devastating punch, its force exceeding 4 tigers' might. The overwhelming strike sent Xuehu reeling in panic. He swung his right arm to block while staggering backwards under my relentless barrage of punches. With every punch I threw, Xuehu dropped attribute orbs, which I promptly scooped up without exception. System: I want to learn Gale-splitting leg technique. 120 points of martial essence consumed, initiating host's inheritance of Gale-splitting leg technique. A surge of new memories flooded my mind. In an instant, I assimilated them completely. Channeling all my inner energy, my leg transformed into a blade's edge as I executed a sweeping kick. Whistling wind roared in its wake. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. The force behind my kick skyrocketed to the strength of 8 tigers, shattering Xuehu's ribs head-on. He was sent flying over a dozen meters like an arrow loosed from its bow, his body mangled and lifeless upon impact. Killing Xuehu filled me with exhilaration and satisfaction. My soul had merged with the sensory memories of Lin Chen's original body. In this world where vengeance brings joy, weakness only leads to slaughter. The deceased Xuehu scattered over a dozen attribute orbs. I strode swiftly to collect them all. Xuehu, who was at the 5th level of body tempering, actually died. That move just now looked like the outer sect's secret technique, Gale-splitting kick. His strength has already reached 8 tiger power, but since he provoked Liao Jianhua, he's definitely doomed. Some spectators stepped back, not daring to approach me as my killing intent first emerged. I frantically grabbed around, absorbing the attribute orbs, causing my strength and cultivation to surge rapidly. Obtained 110 points of chi and blood energy, currently absorbing. Watching me wildly grope and claw at the training ground, my body tempering realm growing increasingly powerful until I was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level of body tempering, countless outer sect disciples stood dumbstruck, their scalps tingling as if they'd seen a ghost. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Sudden enlightenment breakthroughs, absorbing rare treasures to break through, even self-destructive cultivation methods I've heard of, but I've never seen someone wildly groping at thin air to advance their cultivation realm. Chapter 2, Treasure Inside. The disciples couldn't comprehend what technique this was at all. Even if I had secrets, since I'd offended Liao Jianhua, no one dared approach me. Ignoring the astonished stares around me, I continued collecting colorful attribute orbs throughout the outer sect's training grounds. I obtained 40 points of cultivation essence, 20 points of fire energy, 14 points of spiritual power, 61 points of vitality energy, and even acquired the top-tier yellow-rank combat skill Spark Spear technique. Holding this bountiful string of attribute orbs while absorbing them, I couldn't help but tilt my head back and laugh wildly at the sky, such exhilarating joy. Seeing my mad laughter, those disciples twitched their mouths, probably cursing in their hearts that I had lost my mind. After all, I had just killed the subordinates of a true disciple yet dared to laugh so arrogantly. Someone even shouted, killing people yet acting so cocky, what nerve? No one who offends senior brother Jianhua has ever come to a good end. You insolent upstart, today will be your last day. The setting sun dyed the training grounds on the mountainside of Shenwu sect crimson. At that moment, 2 figures in cyan robes strode forth from the training field, each step exuding the ferocity of a dragon and tiger, radiating violent killing intent. They cut off my retreat from both sides, drawing gasps from many disciples. It's Yulang and Xiafei, ranked among the top 100 outer sect disciples. They say their cultivation has reached the 8th realm, with 18 or 19 tigers' strength, capable of capturing leopards barehanded and tearing tigers apart. Fists that can split mountains, utterly domineering and fierce. The knife-browed man Yuling said darkly, this brat has some eerie tricks up his sleeve, even I can't probe his depths. Come at me together, don't make junior sister Su Qing'er angry. Xiafei crouched low like a lean hunting leopard ready to pounce. Humph. Little do they know my physical body has already reached the 8th level of tempering realm. Practitioners of the same rank might not even discern my true cultivation level. Heh, do you think having 2 people means you can win? I sneered, taking a light step forward, leaving behind a blur of afterimages. Yuling gasped inwardly, such speed. Could this brat have cultivated movement techniques while still in the body tempering realm? But I had already launched myself at Xiafei. Yuling warned, a feint? Fei, he's coming for you. Xiafei scoffed with disdain, overestimating yourself. A bit of speed and you think you can look down on everyone? With that, his palm curved like an eagle's talon, emanating waves of bloody chi as it shot forth like lightning. Blood eagle talon. Bang! Fist and claw collided, leaving several bloody scratches on my knuckles, but the sheer force of the impact still sent Xiafei staggering back several steps. 2 red orbs dropped, which I discreetly caught, ending the exchange on equal footing. I gained 83 points of chi blood energy, blazing with excitement. Meanwhile, Xiafei's face stiffened with shock, clearly unprepared for my raw strength of 22 tiger forces, which allowed me to trade blows with him head-on, even without combat techniques. Whoosh! My footwork shifted again, my figure slicing through the air like a gale, now twice as fast. Before Xiafei could finish speaking, my wind-splitting kick swept across, snapping his neck in a grotesque twist, his dead eyes wide with disbelief. 2 moves. That's all it took to kill one of the outer sect's top 100 elite disciples. The scene left the remaining disciples pale with horror. From Xiafei's corpse dropped 4 attribute orbs and a purple treasure chest. Without hesitation, I snatched them up, obtaining the violet wood chest. No time to inspect the chest's contents, my body blurred into a gust of wind as I streaked toward Yulang's location. Killing one is the same as killing 2. Since the enemy is ruthless, why should I hold back? I unleashed an overwhelming, dominating aura of slaughter and charged relentlessly towards Yulang. Yulang broke into a cold sweat, terrified. Damn it, this bastard's been hiding his strength. I'm no match for him. Yet, as one of the top 100 disciples, he didn't flee in panic. Instead, he gathered his momentum and threw a punch. Meteor strike. 19 Huli's strength could lift 1,000 Jun, his fist momentum transforming like a falling meteor, clashing head-on with my wind-splitting kick. Boom! The shockwave from the collision stirred up a fierce wind, and a severed arm flew through the air, dripping with blood, before crashing to the ground. I staggered back several steps. By the time I steadied myself, Yulang was already clutching his broken arm, using the momentum from my blow to swiftly flee into the distance. Ran away, huh? Not that it matters, my gains today are more than enough. There's plenty of time ahead. In less than a month, this young master will storm back to the divine martial sect and crush that scoundrel Liao Jianwo myself. I picked up the attribute orb dropped by that severed arm and a cyanwood treasure chest, then sprinted away at full speed. With no one daring to stop me, I left the training grounds alone. If word of me killing an outer sect disciple reaches Liao Jianwo's ears, ending my life would be as simple as him uttering a single command. Staying within divine martial sect now is unwise. I must choose another, faster and more extreme path to grow stronger. The divine martial sect is located within the Qingxia mountain range. Once I dive into those mountains, no one will be able to find me. By nightfall, I reached Crimson Peak Forest in the Qingxia mountains. Perched on the branch of an ancient pine tree, I connected with my system and opened the previously obtained treasure chest. Opening the purple wooden treasure chest, I obtained a first-tier low-grade weapon, the silver thread roaming dragon spear. The spear shimmered with a silvery glow, measuring over half a zheng in length, its twin-edged tip radiating a chilling gleam. Perfect. System, learn the spark spear technique. I spent 230 points of technique essence and mastered the spark spear technique in less than 10 breaths. With practiced ease, I twirled the spear, conjuring a deadly blossom of swirling steel, its edge razor-sharp. Next, I opened the second treasure chest and acquired the semi-finished treasure artifact Galewind shoes, which could boost movement speed by 30%, suitable for those below the 3rd level of Qi refining realm. My eyes gleaming with excitement, after absorbing over 2,000 points of Qi blood energy, I stepped into the 9th level of body tempering realm, reaching a maximum strength of 40 tiger forces. With the windwalk boots, I gain another means of self-preservation in these perilous mountain ranges. After equipping the windwalk boots, I stood up and gazed at a slope dozens of yards away, where a faint red orb flickered. Gripping my silver thread wandering dragon spear, I leaped toward it and carefully collected the dark red orb, gaining 80 points of beast vitality energy. The dark red orbs are dropped by savage beasts. Scanning my surroundings, I noticed many more dark red orbs scattered about, along with numerous attribute orbs littered across the area. I was overjoyed and collected them all along the way, gaining abundant blood chi energy, cultivation technique essences, wood element energy, fire element energy, and more. Upon first arriving at Crimson Peak Forest, I immediately picked up 17 dark red orbs, obtaining 970 points of blood chi energy. Following the trail of dark red orbs, I unexpectedly discovered a mysterious cave beneath a cliff. The cave entrance was choked with overgrown weeds, completely concealed from ordinary sight. Had I not been able to perceive the glow of attribute orbs, I would never have noticed this eerie passageway. As I approached the cliff edge, the cave exuded an ancient and ferocious aura, as if some primordial beast lurked within. At the same time, it radiated a dazzling azure glow identical to the attribute orbs I'd collected earlier, except this light shone dozens of times more intensely. There's a priceless treasure inside. I rubbed my hands together in excitement. The terrifying, ferocious aura emanating from the cave couldn't scare me. My instincts told me the opportunities hidden within were unimaginable. Fortune favors the bold. I flipped my palm and gripped a few shards of gravel. Gathering my energy, I hurled the fragments violently, but nothing stirred as the stones vanished into the cave steps. No beasts in the cave? Right, spring is coming. It's mating season again. With a nimble leap, I entered the cavern. The cave was illuminated by cascading waterfalls, its vast interior bathed in an ethereal cyan glow emanating from behind the falling water. Darting through the water curtain, I discovered a goose-egg-sized cyan attribute orb pulsating with energy, within which coiled the faint translucent silhouette of a dragon-like azure phantom. As I picked up the cyan orb, a holographic screen materialized before my eyes with a system notification. Congratulations, host. Obtain 10 units of ancient azure dragon bloodline energy. Azure Dragon Bloodline. My lips parted in amazement as I watched the cyan orb tremble before dissolving into my left arm. Instantly, faint blue scale patterns emerged on my left arm. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming aura of slaughter, like the roar of a primordial beast, erupted from within my left arm. The blood and chi energy stored in my arm also surged dramatically. This Azure Dragon Bloodline can temporarily enhance my strength? My heart leaped with joy. Merely channeling a trace of the Azure Dragon Bloodline in my arm unleashed an inexhaustible torrent of power. At that moment, violent tremors shook the surroundings. I startled. Had the beast guarding this lair returned? I activated the breeze treading technique and rushed out of the cave, sensing the shockwaves of battle coming from the lake beyond Crimson Peak Forest. Let's check it out. Narrowing my eyes, I dashed forward like the wind, covering dozens of yards in just a few flashes. Arriving at Silent Lake, I saw a giant python with a cyan unicorn horn engaged in fierce combat with 7 shadowy figures. Energy waves exploded, sending ripples and splashes across the lake's surface. Streaks of martial energy flashed as continuous blade lights slashed against the serpent's scales, drawing spurts of azure blood and provoking enraged roars from the creature. Its massive tail swung violently in retaliation. Watch out! Junior Sister Inger, be careful, the white-robed youth battling the green python shouted in alarm. The enraged python struck with terrifying speed toward a young woman. Caught completely off guard, her beautiful eyes widened in fright as the massive tail descended. She seemed to foresee her impending demise. Whoosh! The colossal tail slammed down, churning the lake waters. Just as Yu Ying's delicate frame shuddered and she closed her eyes awaiting death, I caught her in my arms. But I had no time for romantic gestures. With both hands, I hurled her unceremoniously into the lake. Everyone was stunned. Yu Ying was a genius within the divine martial sect's inner circle, one of the sect masters' personally selected candidates for direct discipleship. My act of rescuing someone only to immediately discard them left everyone's jaws on the floor. The white-robed youth exclaimed in even greater shock, "Only body-tempering realm?" The speed I just displayed surpassed even many chi refining experts, leaving them probably wondering when such a genius had emerged in the inner sect. I landed with flair, casually scooping up 2 blue orbs for absorption. The system notification chimed, acquired 150 points of water essence and 80 points of combat chi concentrate. My gaze fell upon the towering green python, and I smirked playfully. This savage creature was none other than the master of the cave, the demonic green python. This fearsome beast possessed a wisp of extremely diluted ancient azure dragon bloodline, far surpassing other beasts of its tier. Despite being only at the first rank cultivation, it could hold its own against 7 chi refining realm inner sect disciples. I was in no hurry to join the battle. The area was littered with numerous attribute orbs dropped by the 7 inner sect disciples during their fight. I needed to collect them all first. 150 points of chi blood energy, 120 points of battle chi essence, 155 points of water attribute energy, 142 points of cultivation technique spirit, 12 points of mental power. Yu Ying leaped out of the lake, her delicate face flushed with anger. When she saw me darting about collecting attribute orbs, she was utterly dumbfounded. He actually threw me into the lake just now to pick up rocks? Shui Yan's fair face turned scarlet, her pearly teeth clenched tight. She was probably thinking, could it be that stones were more appealing than her? The nearby attribute orbs were of exceptionally high quality. With such a bounty, I had no worries about being unable to break through to the chi refining realm in a short time. The crowd paused, but the savage beast did not. Boom! With relentless ferocity, the demonic black python charged toward the inner sect disciples. A burly man clad in black armor, wielding an enormous dark steel hammer, swung it down through the air, clashing head-on with the demonic python. The impact sent his arms numb, forcing him to stagger back repeatedly. Stop worrying about that outer sect disciple. This demonic python must have its limits. Yu Ying, let's attack it together again. Everyone, hold your ground. The white-robed youth shouted sternly at Yu Ying. They clearly didn't regard a chi-refining realm fighter like me as a threat, focusing solely on dealing with the demonic python. My speed was only at the body-refining realm, but that didn't stop me from collecting attribute orbs. I'd already gathered over 100 attribute orbs. My gains were explosive, and my raw strength had surpassed 90 Tiger Force. Finally reached the peak of the 9th level in body refining. Time to take down this big guy and seize more Azure Dragon bloodline. With a violent aura, I glared at the demon green python, my eyes burning with ruthless determination. The demonic green python possesses intelligence far beyond ordinary fierce beasts. If I join the battle and reveal combat strength threatening to it, it might abandon the fight and flee. I must deliver a lethal blow, leaving it no chance to escape. Though formidable, if I activate the Azure Dragon bloodline in my left arm and combine it with a spear strike, the opportunity remains. I'll risk it. Suppressing my aura to the extreme, I concealed myself in the jungle, observing the battle between the 7 warriors and the python. Like a lone wolf lurking in shadows, I prepared for a decisive strike. What's that? A sharp glint flashed in my eyes as they locked onto a faint crack beneath the python's skull. Scales faintly cracked, revealing streaks of torn flesh within the fissures, wounds left by the previous battle with the 7 fighters, though none had noticed them. Right there! I shouted, gripping my silver thread coiling dragon spear as I spun it upside down in a dance, its motion hissing like a coiled dragon. Roar! The demonic azure python surged from the lake once more, its massive tail sweeping out with brutal, tyrannical force, repelling 2 inner sect disciples. It bared its bloodthirsty maw, lunging to devour the white-robed youth and Yuing. Just as the 2 gritted their teeth for a desperate counterattack, I swept past like a shadow cleaving through wind, suddenly leaping into the air. Dragon bloodline, possess me! My hands tightened around the spear shaft as the verdant dragon tattoo on my left arm erupted with an eerie emerald glow. A ferocious, overwhelming aura surged forth from my left arm. The power in my left arm surged exponentially: 150 tiger strength, 200 tiger strength, 300 tiger strength. The demon green python instantly sensed the lethal threat. Just as it raised its head, I descended like a falling meteor. Starlight Spear Technique, Meteor Fall. The tyrannical concentration of 300 tiger strength coalesced into a single point. The silver thread roving dragon spear transformed into a streaking meteor as it plunged downward. 300 tiger strength, in pure destructive power, it's no less than the full force strikes of a 4th or 5th level chi refining cultivator. Squelch! The sharp spear tip pierced through the demonic green python's skull, tearing through scales and flesh, bursting forth a shower of blood that bloomed in midair like a crimson flower. The massive head of the demonic green python was split apart by my strike, crashing heavily to the ground. I landed, spear held firmly in one hand, my entire body drenched in the python's blood. An aura of icy ferocity and killing intent emanated from my brow, making the 7 inner sect disciples shiver involuntarily. I, an outer sect disciple, defeated a demon green python that could rival 7 inner sect disciples with a single move. The boiling chi and blood within me left my face ghastly pale. The azure dragon bloodline placed tremendous strain on my body. I hadn't yet reached the stage where I could wield it freely. Seems this move can only be used as a trump card, I mused. If I were to use it a second time, I might collapse from chi and blood exhaustion. Clutching my chest, I let out a bitter laugh internally. The 7 inner sect disciples stood frozen in shock. Yuing covered her crimson lips with delicate fingers, utterly speechless from the spectacle. That outer sect disciple actually killed the demon green python with just a single strike. He's at the body tempering realm, right? That attack just now must have exceeded 300 tiger forces of power. What kind of monster is he? Good heavens! When I broke through to the 9th level of body tempering, I could only muster 55 tiger forces at most. This kid is terrifying. Broken fragments of the demon green python's head rolled out numerous dark red orbs, along with 3 shadowy cyan attribute spheres, and from its fallen corpse emerged an iron treasure chest shimmering with flowing radiance. I eagerly scooped up all the attribute orbs as a notification flashed across the screen. Obtained 35 points of Azure Dragon Bloodline, 55 points of Mental Energy, 6,959 points of Chi Blood Energy, 1,632 points of Water Elemental Energy. As I crouched down and frantically groped around the demonic serpent's corpse on the ground, thoroughly enjoying myself, the 7 inner sect disciples watched in utter bewilderment. Every part of this demonic black python was valuable. They must have wondered why I wasn't collecting materials, opting instead to wildly grab at thin air in the corpse. At this moment, a system notification sounded, opened the mystic iron treasure chest and obtained the special secret technique True Water Origin Return Art. This water attribute technique requires chi refining realm to use and can consume battle chi to rapidly heal injuries. My mouth slightly fell open in astonishment. A secret technique. This was truly stumbling upon a treasure. While I was still immersed in wild joy, the short-haired woman with the waist sword spoke up. I'm Cheng Yen. May I ask your name, junior brother? Her tone was gentle and respectful, suggesting she didn't regard me as merely an ordinary outer sect disciple. I casually cupped my hands and said, Outer sect disciple Lin Chen, while secretly absorbing the attribute orbs to restore my body, feeling my strength rise once more. The armored man grinned broadly and said, Not bad, kid. You've got some skills. To think you could slay a demonic green python above your level. We have a rule among us, whoever lands the final strike gets first pick of the corpse materials. Go ahead and choose first. But someone behind him objected. The white-robed youth stepped forward with a scornful look, tilting his chin arrogantly as he blocked my path. Know your place, brat. You're just an outer sect disciple. Even if you got lucky killing the demonic green python, you're still just trash at the body tempering realm. He thinks my killing of the demon green python was just a fluke and believes he can finish me off with a mere flick of his hand. He even barks, get out of the way. Considering you barely saved junior sister Inger, I'll let this slide. Senior brother won't bother with you. Then, a pair of twin inner sect disciples also stepped forward, casting me a disdainful glance. What right does a trash outer sect disciple at the body tempering realm have to share treasures from a rare beast like the demon green python with us? Seeing the white-robed youth behave so aggressively, Yu Ying's delicate face darkened. The corners of my lips curled into a savage smirk as I said, "So, an inner sect senior brother at the chi refining realm, how domineering. With your build, it's a shame you're not playing basketball." Initially, I hadn't planned on sharing anything with the demonic green python, but now I've changed my mind. Are inner sect disciples really that strong? Still putting on airs. Like lightning, I raised my silver thread coiling dragon spear and hurled it furiously, its tip streaking forward like a bolt. Everyone was startled. The white-robed youth never expected me to strike first and shouted, "You're courting death. Triple blossom sword art." He drew his sword, silver-white blossoms swirling at its tip as he deflected my coiling dragon spear. The moment the flying dragon spear was deflected, a terrifying aura rushed toward him, turning his face deathly pale in an instant. I raised my left arm high and roared, "Azure Dragon Bloodline, unleash!" A few pale blue scales emerged on my wrist as veins bulged violently, transforming my arm into that of a dragon's limb. My fist descended like a mountain-splitting hammer, crashing against his chest with a thunderous sonic boom. This strike was utterly comparable to attacks from high-level chi condensation cultivators. Though he desperately blocked with his sword, my punch still sent him flying like a severed kite. The crisp sound of bones snapping reached my ears with perfect clarity as he hit the ground. Phew! After absorbing the newly acquired Azure Dragon Bloodline, I can roughly control the intensity of power output when activating my bloodline. My arm shows signs of transforming into a dragon's limb. If I could obtain more Azure Dragon Bloodline, I wonder if I'd eventually turn into a humanoid dragon. I shook my hand, my eyes brimming with bloodthirsty excitement. Stepping forward, I picked up the 5 attribute orbs dropped by the white-clothed youth. System notification: obtain 200 points of battle chi essence, 41 points of mental energy, 704 points of vital energy, 277 points of cultivation method spirit, and 79 points of metal element energy. I patted my shoulder and coldly declared with an imposing aura, "If anyone else disagrees, step forward now." The 6 inner sect disciples stood frozen in shock. The gap between the body-tempering realm and chi-refining realm was vast. They never expected an outer sect disciple like me to possess such formidable combat power and boldness, striking without hesitation. Turning to the twin inner sect disciples, I narrowed my eyes and sneered, "You two have objections?" Though seething with anger, they dared not speak, intimidated by my ruthless decisiveness. Calculating that the inner sect ranking competition was just days away, they saw no reason to provoke me and cautiously retreated to the sidelines. The black-armored brute hastily helped the white-robed youth up, whose agonized and contorted face was filled with terror. I gave him a cold glance and said, "This delicate-skinned senior brother, there won't be a next time. Killing him here would cause trouble." That punch was enough to keep him bedridden for over 2 months, with his cultivation progress stalled indefinitely. With that, I turned to retrieve my silver serpent lance, peeled off a layer of scales from the demon azure python's head, slung it over my shoulder, and left. The blood and chi energy obtained from slaying the demon green python continuously enhances my physical strength, and I've already gained the qualifications to attempt a breakthrough to the chi refining realm. Ewing watched my departing figure with unspoken words, while Chang'an's beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment, silently marveling that if I were to become an inner sect disciple, I would inevitably become a dominant force. The body-tempering realm only lays the foundation. The chi refining realm marks the true beginning of cultivation for humans. Only by tempering the physical body to sufficient strength can one perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, channel it into the dantian, and cultivate it into battle chi. The more solid the foundation of the body-tempering realm, the higher the chance of breaking through to the chi-refining realm. Among the tens of thousands of outer sect disciples in the divine martial sect, only a few hundred truly advance to become inner sect disciples. If the physical strength of the body-tempering realm is insufficient and one misses the optimal age for cultivating battle chi, they will remain an ordinary mortal for life. I've already collected over 900 points of battle chi essence, and my physical strength continues to rise. It's time to find a secluded place to go into closed-door cultivation and charge toward the chi-refining realm. Wearing the washed scaleskin of the emerald marsh viper, I collected scattered attribute orbs along the mountain range. The scales of this demonic viper were extraordinarily tough, offering excellent defense. Suddenly, a piercing roar-like sound waves came rolling through, accompanied by a wave of hot blood and violent tremors in the ground, steady tremors unlike any ordinary earthquake. A massive creature, dozens of feet tall, appeared several miles away. At the sight of it, I gasped, sucking in cold air. Could that be a treasure mountain elephant? The treasure mountain elephant was an extremely rare ferocious beast, though calling it ferocious was hardly accurate. It was more like a treasure beast. It had a gentle temperament, formidable defensive and physical advantages, and even possessed the ability to detect treasures with its heightened senses. It only consumes premium herbs and rare heavenly treasures, inherently possessing the ability to sense valuable artifacts. There might be one or two in each mountain range, their entire bodies being treasure troves, but they're incredibly difficult to kill, with both defensive and offensive capabilities being overwhelmingly strong. The one before me is at least at the peak of second rank, with cultivation reaching the 9th layer of the spirit connection realm. Martial artists of the same level can't even break through its defense. This giant beast is entirely bronze-colored, emanating a primitive and ancient oppressive aura. Wherever it passes, forests are flattened and trees toppled, while the earth's crust fissures beneath its weight. I couldn't afford to hesitate, hastily retreating to the side. Even if it wasn't raging and ferocious, a casual swipe of its tail could crush me to pieces. The earth trembled as I hid behind a towering mountain ridge, only letting out a sigh of relief after the 30-jang-tall mountain treasure elephant had passed into the distance. What a pity! If I were strong enough, perhaps I could have followed this mountain treasure elephant to hunt for rare treasures and make a fortune. Shaking my head in regret, I realized I'm still far too weak as I am now. My strength had already reached 117 tiger power, surpassing the limits of the body refinement realm long ago. Just as I was about to find a secluded place to retreat and break through to the chi refining realm, I suddenly froze. Not far away, a dazzling array of attribute lights blossomed, nearly blinding me. The radiance emanating from these attribute orbs was even more refined than those dropped by inner sect disciples. Are those from the treasure mountain mammoth? I exclaimed in exhilaration, leaping up excitedly. Activating my wind-kissed steps technique, I transformed into a blur as I dashed toward them. As I approached the source of the attribute orbs, I couldn't help but twitch at the corners of my mouth. Those dazzling attribute orbs were actually piled on top of lumps of dark green feces. The treasures consumed by the treasure mountain giant elephant were all top-tier spiritual materials. Even its excrement contained residual energy from numerous rare treasures, forming attribute orbs of unexpectedly high quality. Damn it, I'll tough it out. Every powerful cultivator walks the razor's edge, compared to those who've survived life and death battles. What's a little hardship like this? Gritting my teeth, I pinched my nose and bent down to pick up these exceptionally high-quality attribute orbs. Obtained 894 points of chi and blood energy, 465 points of wood element energy, 289 points of combat technique essence. At first, I was somewhat hesitant, but soon I was overwhelmed by immense excitement. Chi and blood energy isn't limited to the body tempering realm. After the chi refining realm, human cultivators focus on training battle chi as the true path. But the stronger one's chi and blood, the greater their physical refinement, with no upper limit. The treasures left behind by the treasure mountain colossus weren't just one pile of dung. Right now, I'm practically begging for it to poop a few more each glowing attribute orb on them as a treasure trove. That scared me to death. I never expected to run into the treasure mountain colossus of the Azure Mist mountain range. Just then, several figures gradually emerged from within the Crimson Peak forest, none other than the 7 inner sect disciples from earlier. Their faces still bore traces of lingering fear as they looked ahead, freezing in place. They saw me frantically grabbing and pawing at pile after pile of treasure mountain mammoth dung. Holy shit, this guy's hardcore, actually touching feces? Could it be that junior brother Lin Chen tempered himself silly during his body refinement stage training? Maybe there's nothing wrong with his cultivation, just something wrong with his brain. Why would he touch those feces? Cheng Yan frowned as she spoke. I had no time to worry about them, shamelessly collecting attribute orbs when I even stumbled upon an obsidian treasure chest. Opened the treasure chest and obtained the green tier intermediate alchemy hand seal. Heavenly Spirit Pill Refining Technique. An alchemy hand seal? Pills are precious cultivation resources for humans across the 9 provinces continent. Only those born with extraordinary spiritual power who can master the extremely difficult alchemy hand seals qualify to become alchemists. Every volume of alchemy hand seals is incomparably precious, equivalent to the lifeblood of an alchemist, their most prized skill, infinitely more valuable than pill formulas of the same rank. Ah ha ha ha, bliss. Pure bliss. I threw my head back and laughed wildly. These green tier alchemy hand seals hold value comparable to that of an entire major city. Even the greatest alchemy hand seals recorded in the Divine Martial sect only reach the peak of yellow tier. A supreme treasure like green tier hand seals? Not even the sect sovereign could afford to obtain a single volume. My maniacal laughter left several inner sect disciples utterly bewildered, exchanging baffled glances. They probably thought I'd lost my mind, cackling with such joy while clutching what appeared to be a lump of excrement, repeatedly yelling about bliss. Clearly, my madness runs deep. Once I break through the chi refining realm, I can become an alchemist. How awesome is that? Suppressing the wild joy in my heart, I picked up every glowing orb I saw, leaving not a single one behind. Crazy, absolutely crazy. We'd better not provoke this madman. The inner sect ranking competition is just days away, and I don't want to catch that lunatic's attention. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything. The massive black-armored man carrying the white-robed youth wiped his sweat and muttered. Yewing covered her face, unable to bear the sight. Her prior impression of my heroic prowess must have plummeted drastically. What a pity, such a promising young genius, yet he's gone mad, Chunyan lamented with a sigh. After collecting all the attribute orbs, I retraced my steps, took a quick bath along the way, and returned to the Black Python's lair. In this perilous Jingsha mountain range, this was the only place suitable for me to seclude myself and attempt a breakthrough to the chi refining realm. Inside the cave, I sat cross-legged on a dry green stone and opened the system interface. Host, Lin Chen Cultivation, 9th layer extreme realm of body tempering. Peak strength, 185 Tiger Force, vital energy, 12,561 points. Skill essence, 1,992 points. Mental energy, 172 points. Cultivation technique, none treasures possessed. Gale striding boots, heavenly spirit pill refinement art, true water origin reversion art. Battle essence, 1,228 points. Bloodline, azure dragon, 45 points. Elemental energies, fire 785 points, water 1,545 points, metal 1,027 points, wood 1,452 points, earth 1,041 points. I immersed myself in cultivation, my physical body entering a peculiar state of vibrational resonance, as if connected to heaven and earth. Faintly, I perceived ethereal white mists drifting around me, which my dantian instinctively craved. This is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing it into my body. With a surge of momentum, my entire frame erupted with muffled cracking sounds like thunderous bone explosions. My fleshly shell became like a whirlpool with overwhelming suction, drawing all the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy into my dantian. As the spiritual energy entered my body, all the power within my fleshly shell erupted like synchronized volcanoes. I forcibly channeled it into my dantian, refining it into dantian chi. The stronger the foundation laid in the body tempering realm, the easier breaking through to the chi refining realm becomes. Since the 9th level of body tempering realm, I'd built a foundation of 185 Tiger Forces, a foundation that wouldn't just stand out in divine martial sect, but could rival the geniuses of even some ancient sects. Under my control, the assimilated spiritual energy obediently condensed into radiant auras, flowing through my meridians before being stored within the dantian. The moment I began refining primal battle chi, the 1,279 points of battle chi essence within the system automatically transformed into my cultivation strength, propelling my breakthrough speed to unprecedented heights. 2 hours later, as I sat cross-legged on the bluestone, my eyes abruptly snapped open. SZZZT. 2 luminous auras erupted from my pupils, sweeping outward to pierce through a section of the cave wall, leaving half-meter-long fissures in their wake. A white sea of chi now hovered within my dantian, circulating endlessly. My aura had grown at least 5 times more formidable than before. By absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth to convert into combat chi for body tempering, my pure physical strength now surpassed 925 Tiger Forces. No matter how strong a tempered body practitioner might be, they're merely brutes. But by cultivating combat chi for body refinement in the chi refinement realm, one's physical power alone can overwhelm tempered body practitioners, not to mention the ability to wield combat chi in battle. A warrior's comprehensive capabilities undergo qualitative evolution. Chi refinement achieved. Now to practice alchemy hand seals. Host practicing celestial spirit pill transformation art, consuming 1,000 points of technique essence, initiating fusion process for host. Host cultivates the true water origin technique, consuming 992 points of technique essence. For 3 consecutive days, I devoted myself to mastering alchemy hand seals. The demonic cyan python's nest contained an abundance of low-grade medicinal herbs for me to squander, allowing me to practice alchemy to my heart's content. On the 9 continents continent, alchemy hand seals and combat techniques are divided into 6 tiers and 4 ranks, with yellow being the lowest and orange the strongest. The complexity of green tier alchemy hand seals is such that without the system's assistance, given my innate talent, I might never have become an alchemist in this lifetime. I didn't end this seclusion until all the medicinal herbs in the dark green python's lair were exhausted. Tomorrow is the ranking competition for inner sect disciples. Liao Jianhua is bound to attend. It's time to settle accounts with him, principle and interest together. A cold glint flashed through my eyes as I darted out of the cave like a swift hunting leopard. Chapter 6. I'll beat you so bad your mother won't recognize you. The divine martial sect's inner court was enveloped in mist-shrouded peaks, resembling a celestial paradise. Within lay a carved-out valley, its slopes densely packed with seated disciples of the divine martial sect. Today is the biennial ranking competition for inner sect disciples, the grandest event of the inner sect. Dozens of young men and women with imposing auras entered the arena one by one. It's the top 50 of the inner sect. Senior brother Zhang Yunhai has held the top spot for 2 years now. I wonder if any inner sect disciple can threaten his position. Senior brother Tang Feng's talent is monstrous. Last time, he broke into the top 10 in his first ranking tournament. I think he can make it to the top 3 this time. When it comes to sword arts, I have higher hopes for Liao Jianhua. Though arrogant and unruly, his innate gifts are truly heaven-defying. Half a year ago, he could already exchange dozens of moves with an elder without defeat, genuine top 5 true inheritance material in the inner sect. They say he even has the rare talent to become an honorable alchemist. What a freak of nature. Comparing yourself to someone like that would only make you die of envy. The outer sect disciples watching from both sides were buzzing with excited discussions. At the very front, the inner sect disciples participating in the ranking competition sat in their designated seats. Boom! At the entrance, a gust of wind swirled as a young man around 20 years of age made his grand appearance. Dressed in white with a sword at his waist, his sharp eyebrows and starlit eyes exuded an air of cold arrogance. As if riding the wind itself, his steps were weightless and graceful, eliciting screams from the female disciples. Janua, you've arrived. A young woman seated in a designated spot joyfully rose to her feet. Her fair cheeks were charming, her lovely eyes limpid as water, with a seductive allure subtly hidden beneath her gentle appearance. Xinger, thank you for gathering those herbs for me this time. They've allowed my cultivation to advance further. Liao Jianhuo arrived at his designated seat, pulled Su Qinger into his embrace, and began boldly kneading her curvaceous figure without restraint, as if no one else was present, while smirking wickedly. Ha, Liao Jianhuo, I heard your little beauty here is actually an outer sect disciple and the old flame of Lin Chen. That Lin Chen isn't someone to mess with now. He severely injured Sun Changyan with a single punch. You might have just brought yourself some serious trouble. The black-armored burly man behind Liao Jianhuo's seat let out a creepy chuckle. Su Qinger laughed dismissively with a tinkling giggle. That Lin Chen is nothing more than an abandoned child my uncle adopted, a complete commoner through and through. Even if he's had some peculiar encounters, how could he ever compare to my Jianhuo? Covering her mouth with a delicate laugh, Su Qinger made no effort to hide the disgust in her voice when speaking of Lin Chen. Just a lucky piece of trash. If he dares show up, it'll only take me a single sword stroke. The top spot in the inner sect is mine this time, Liao Jianhuo said with casual disdain. So that's Liao Jianhuo. In the back rows of spectators, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of killing intent passing through them. He glanced around and noticed that apart from the chi-refining realm disciples, no attribute orbs appeared near those in the body-tempering realm. It seems that those significantly weaker or stronger than me won't drop attribute orbs under normal circumstances. Observing the absence of attribute orbs near the elders and sect master on the high platform, Lin Chen understood the situation. Lin Chen remained calm and collected, leisurely gathering the attribute orbs from the spectator seats as he waited for the perfect moment to strike. Is this the Liao Jianhuo that Elder Qi has painstakingly nurtured? Superior footwork and razor-sharp sword intent, a promising sprout indeed. At the seating platform halfway up the mountain at the end of the canyon, a man in blue robes nodded approvingly. Hee, sect master, Jianhuo might just bring you an unexpected surprise this time. The gray-haired elder beside him stroked his beard and smiled proudly. Then let the sect master see what other cards this young lad has up his sleeve. The sect master of Shenwu sect chuckled lightly and shook his head as he stood up. The inner sect ranking tournament now officially begins. This sect master won't waste words. All inner sect disciples draw lots for matches, and every disciple gets one chance to challenge ranked inner sect disciples. The entire arena erupted with excitement as inner sect disciples rolled up their sleeves, their battle spirit blazing. The top 50 inner sect disciples stepped forward to draw lots. The elder slowly stepped forward holding the lottery box and announced in a clear voice. All 50 inner sect disciples stepped forward together, drew lots one by one, and then stood before the arena number they had drawn. Splash! The entire crowd erupted in an uproar. A silver-robed youth stood on arena number 7, a single saber strapped to his back with piercing tiger-like eyes and knife-sharp brows, exuding an icy, domineering aura. The number 1 in the inner sect, Zheng Yunhai. His opponent turned out to be none other than the unexpectedly emerging Liao Jianhuo, the ultimate dark horse versus the strongest of the inner sect. Two of the most anticipated inner sect core disciples actually crossed paths in the very first round. Senior brother Zheng Yunhai has already reached the 8th level of chi refinement. Shouldn't Liao Jianhuo, who's only at the 5th level, be no match for him? Many inner sect disciples gulped nervously. Zheng Yunhai leaped onto the arena platform while Liao Jianhuo soared through the air. Both entered the stage together. No matter what kind of top-ranking genius you are, this young master will cut through all techniques with a single sword strike. Liao Jianhuo held his sword, speaking calmly against the wind. Let our skills speak for themselves. Zhang Yunhai responded indifferently, suddenly drawing his blade. Even the elders paid close attention to this battle. It was practically an early showdown between the top 10 inner sect disciples. The blade flashed, its daylight-bright edge crisscrossing the arena. Zhang Yunhai gripped his blade with both hands, his technique surging like a raging tidal wave, stirring the entire arena into a frenzy. Tidal Fury Execution Slash. The rolling wave of his strike cleaved through the air, leaving a blinding white arc dozens of feet long, its killing aura piercing the heavens. Lin Chen was astonished. This blade strike could potentially repel even the dark green serpent he had slain before. Right from the start, it was a killing move. Zhang Yunhai didn't underestimate Liao Jianhua in the slightest. Cloud Thunder Sword Technique. The sword surged forth like a dragon, its battle chi and blade radiance piercing through the hidden razor-sharp white aura beneath Zhang Yunhai's saber strike. Liao Jianhua's movements were like a raging whirlwind, instantly clashing with Zhang Yunhai in battle. Green rank combat techniques. Both of them started with green rank techniques right away. The group of unranked inner sect disciples shouted with frenzied excitement. Blades flashed and swords clashed in relentless chaos. Their moves were cunning and vicious eyes, necks, parts. Every collision of their weapons was filled with lethal intent, making the gathered inner sect disciples watch with bated breath. Shadows crisscrossed as two figures darted with movements ranking among the pinnacle within the inner sect. Save for a select few, most disciples could only glimpse two blurs whistling past. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. After absorbing those spirit-type attribute orbs, his perception far surpassed his peers, allowing him to clearly track every movement of Liao Jianhua. His swordsmanship is formidable, but that doesn't mean I have no chance of defeating him. A confident smile curled at the corner of his lips. While all eyes were glued to the duel, Lin Chen had already slipped unnoticed into the inner sect disciples area, scooping up a trove of attribute orbs. Arena number 7. Thunderfall / 3000 Ocean Blades. As the battle reached its climax, countless blade shadows clashed violently with lightning-like sword radiance resembling a rainbow. The arena trembled violently. The lightning-clad sword tip, seemingly poised for a long while, appeared to slacken yet concealed its deadly edge. The blade suddenly quivered, releasing 3 streaks of electric radiance sweeping toward Zhang Yunhai. What? Zhang Yunhai's expression shifted slightly as he twisted midair, barely evading this follow-up strike. Liao Jianhua's sword aura pressed its advantage, surging forth like a storm of pear blossoms in full fury. The whistle of slicing wind tore through the air as Zhang Yunhai's body blossomed with bloody wounds. Boom! The sword light twisted, unleashing an overwhelming force from its blade that smashed into Zhang Yunhai with devastating power. Put! Blood painted the sky as Zhang Yunhai was sent flying by a sword strike, falling like a broken kite to the ground, his chest drenched in crimson. Numerous outer sect disciples rose to their feet in astonishment. Could today truly witness such an upset? Your swordsmanship has actually reached the realm of perfection? Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Zhang Yunhai uttered in disbelief. The transformation realm represents the pinnacle of martial skill cultivation. At this level, combat techniques flow with intention, responding to the heart's command with instinctual precision. This state of perfect unity between man and nature remains unattainable even for most elders. You're nothing but the extended shadow of a mere mortal, whereas I am a true genius. I'll give you one chance, scram off this stage yourself, or I'll cripple you right here and now. Liao Jianhua pointed his sword at Zhang Yunhai from a distance, his brows radiating terrifying confidence and disdain, as if Zhang Yunhai weren't even worth his notice. I surrender. Zhang Yunhai clenched his teeth fiercely, bowing his head in extreme reluctance. In terms of combat skills, he believed he could hold his own against Liao Jianhua. But if swordsmanship reached the realm of perfection, then he stood no chance of victory. Senior brother Zhang Yunhai actually lost? The entire group of inner sect disciples was stunned. Their strongest member had actually been defeated. Ha ha ha, excellent. Mastery realm swordsmanship. In over 40 generations of divine martial sect disciples, none have comprehended mastery realm swordsmanship at just 20 years of age. This Liao Jianhua is truly the sect's #1 genius. The sect master laughed heartily, thoroughly impressed with Liao Jianhua, while the elders immediately rushed to offer their sycophantic congratulations. Clap clap clap. While everyone was still immersed in shock, crisp and leisurely applause resounded throughout the arena. What exquisite swordsmanship! Might I interest the gifted Liao in a match with me? All eyes turned toward the source, a black-robed youth strolling leisurely from the spectator stands, composed and unhurried, a roguish smile playing at his lips. Little fellow, who might you be? The elder asked doubtfully, as he didn't recall any inner sect disciple by that name. Outer sect disciple, Lin Chen. Lin Chen neither belittled himself nor overpraised others, cupping his hands with a confident chuckle. An outer sect disciple? Not only the judging elder, but even the tens of thousands of assembled disciples were momentarily stunned. Lin Chen, it's really him, and he's broken through to the chi-refining realm? Su Qinger's delicate frame trembled slightly as she gazed at his retreating figure with a mix of astonishment and doubt. An outer sect disciple, challenging Liao Jianhua who just defeated the strongest inner sect member? Lin Chen, are you serious about this? The elder in charge of judging questioned skeptically. Although it didn't violate the rules, such behavior was no different from courting death. Is he that Lin Chen? Ha ha ha, I remember this guy now. When Su Qinger went to find Liao Jianhua, he actually chased after them into the inner sect with tears and sweat rolling down his face. It's so damn hilarious. I remember that time. If senior brother Liao Jianhua hadn't been away in seclusion, he could have slapped him dead with one strike. He must have decided to throw caution to the wind like an egg striking a rock, utterly ridiculous. The outer sect disciples outside the arena burst into raucous laughter. Liao Jianhua shook his head with an exasperated smile. I wonder if you've lost your mind. You're not even worthy of touching the heels of my boots. Or perhaps this woman truly means that much to you. Liao Jianhua raised an eyebrow, looking mockingly at Su Qing'er and then at Lin Chen. How about you kneel down now and call me grandpa? Maybe I'll take pity and tell you what she tastes like in bed. Ha! Liao Jianhua overflowed with arrogance, laughing wildly at the sky. Lin Chen remained unperturbed, leisurely smiling in response. Times have changed. These punks aren't even worthy of tying my shoelaces now. And that includes you, Liao Jianhua. Beneath his youthful face bloomed a chilling murderous intent. I'll beat you so badly your own mother won't recognize you. Chapter 7, Swordplay? I happen to know a thing or two. Liao Jianhua let out a furious laugh. A stray dog who came into this halfway, looking to die? I'll grant your wish. Come here and meet your end. Boom! Sword energy crisscrossed the air as Liao Jianhua drew his blade, pointing it straight at Lin Chen. Seeing both fighters had resolved to kill, the presiding elder understood their intentions and loudly declared, Outer sect disciple Lin Chen challenges inner sect disciple Liao Jianhua. Both parties have consented, let fate decide life and death in this duel. The referee elder showed favoritism toward Liao Jianhua, secretly changing the rules to a deathmatch. With a push of his feet, Lin Chen leapt onto the arena platform, his entire body's blood boiling like flames. It was as if his very flesh cried out in instinctive fury, this man must be slain. He could disregard anyone, but Liao Jianhua alone was the source of resentment and hatred embedded in Lin Chen's original body, the one he absolutely must kill. How intriguing. Let's observe this Lin Chen further. He might just become another prodigy of our divine martial sect. The sect master of the divine martial sect stood atop the high platform, studying Lin Chen with keen interest. You flatter him, sect master. He's merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Elder Qi, who had personally trained Liao Jianhua, curled his lips in disdain. On the arena platform, Lin Chen grasped his spear while Liao Jianhua stood poised with his sword. Let this stray dog witness my true power. The sword cleaved wind like a splintering gale. As Liao Jianhua unleashed his strike, the blade's edge whirled into motion, its flashing light transforming into the illusory silhouette of a monstrous dragon that coiled to dominate the entire dueling platform. Die! Evil dragon sword technique. The blade thrust forward, the wicked dragon roared. Liao Jianhua unleashed a sword technique far more terrifying than anything Zhang Yunhai had displayed in battle. The gale howled, whipping his robes into a frenzy. Lin Chen's entire body surged with vitality as he abruptly raised his spear, condensing it into a point of starlight that transformed into a falling meteor, colliding head-on with the calamitous dragon of swordlight. Boom! Hiss! Ferocious and overwhelming power clashed through the spear tip and swordlight against the serpent dragon, causing the arena to crack inch by inch from the shockwaves. This stray dog actually blocked my serpent dragon sword art. Liao Jianhua couldn't believe his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, his 3-foot green blade lashed like a serpent dragon's tail, the assault suddenly shifting as he counterattacked Lin Chen's left flank. Lin Chen wielded his dancing dragon spear, leaping into the air with a spinning motion, driving the spearhead downward in a furious strike. The green dragon tattoo on his left arm flickered faintly, amplifying his strength yet again. Boom! The spear's edge crushed the wicked dragon, forcing both combatants back 3 steps, but Liao Jianhua's retreat was noticeably heavier. Having previously gathered all the attribute orbs dropped by the inner sect disciples, Lin Chen's pure physical strength now hovered around 1032 Tiger Force. With pure strength alone, he could easily crush 4th and 5th level Qi condensation cultivators. Although stepping into the Qi condensation realm allows battle Qi to temper a warrior's body, it typically only increases their strength by 1 to 200 Tiger units. Someone like Lin Chen, boasting over 1,000 Tiger units of strength, was practically a human-shaped ferocious beast. What incredible pure strength. He's several times stronger now than when he slew the demon green python. Chang Yen, who was watching from the sidelines, gasped in surprise, her beautiful eyes brimming with curiosity. This stray dog has some skills after all. I mustn't capsize in a ditch. The winds shifted abruptly as Liao Jianhua moved with lightning speed, flashing past like a streak of light. Clang! The spear coiled like a wandering dragon as Lin Chen vaulted midair and thrust backward, startling Liao Jianhua into hastily raising his sword to block only for the impact to numb his entire arm. A glowing attribute orb tumbled from his left arm. Lin Chen caught it single-handedly and absorbed it into his body. Obtained 588 points of cultivation essence. This guy's practically dripping with treasures. Lin Chen, his battle spirit ablaze, activated wind treading on dust with his gale shoes, pushing his speed to the limit. He saw through my movements? Without even a moment to catch his breath, Liao Jianhua reversed his grip on the sword and instantly clashed fiercely with Lin Chen. Their clash far surpassed the intensity of Zhang Yunhai's previous battle. The arena was riddled with cracks as battle auras exploded one after another, dazzling all the disciples. This was their first glimpse of Liao Jianhua's true strength. So he was holding back before. If he had gone all out earlier, I would have definitely lost within 20 rounds. Zhang Yunhai shook his head with a bitter smile, while the surrounding intersect disciples were even more shocked. Because Lin Chen, despite being only at the first level of Qi refining, was actually evenly matched with Liao Jianhua. The most astonished one was undoubtedly Su Qing'er. She should have known precisely how capable Lin Chen was. Covering her rosy lips in shock, Su Qing'er murmured, "Just what has happened to him during this time?" Acquired 766 points of qi and blood energy, 334 points of cultivation method essence, 172 points of metal element energy. Absorbing all the attribute orbs dropped by Liao Jianhua, Lin Chen grew ever more formidable in battle, becoming an unstoppable force. He moved with the momentum of a wild beast. Whenever Liao Jianhua attempted to shake him off, he seemed to predict the movements in advance, cutting off all escape routes and forcing Liao into close-quarters combat. Hand-to-hand combat was Lin Chen's strongest suit, given his robust physical prowess, leaving Liao Jianhua utterly frustrated enough to make him want to vomit blood. Suppressed in close combat, he found it difficult to deploy his many advanced sword techniques, making him feel as though he had strength but no way to unleash it. Bang! The white-hot battle came to an abrupt halt with an explosion. Lin Chen's silver-thread coiling dragon spear was severed by Liao Jianhua's ruthless sword strike. With a cunning follow-up, the second slash arced toward Lin Chen's shoulder. The violent and ferocious power surged through his left arm. The moment his shoulder was severed, Lin Chen abruptly unleashed a palm strike, smashing it ruthlessly into Liao Jianhua's chest. Put! Liao Jianhua spat blood while Lin Chen's shoulder gushed crimson. Both were sent staggering back over a dozen paces. The demonic serpent scales protected Lin Chen, sustaining only a flesh wound from the sword strike, but Liao Jianhua fared far worse, likely breaking several ribs in the impact. When striking down Liao Jianhua, a pale green attribute treasure chest dropped, which Lin Chen decisively caught and opened. Opened the mysterious iron treasure chest, obtained the green tier advanced sword technique, Myriad Thunderweight Sword. A green tier advanced combat skill. The rank of this sword technique made Lin Chen take notice. System, learn this sword technique. Host learns 10,000 thunder swords, consuming 2,585 points of cultivation essence. The advanced green tier swordsmanship consumed all of his martial essence orbs in one go, flooding Lin Chen's mind with a torrent of fresh memories. Now that you've lost your weapon, let's see how this stray dog blocks my ultimate sword technique. Liao Jianhua spat out a mouthful of blood, his face twisting into a savage, cruel grin as he raised his sword high. The blade crackled with lightning formed from condensed battle energy. Boom! The lightning strike tore through the entire sparring platform with such terrifying force that even the elders looked on in shock and disbelief. This must be at least a green rank high-grade sword technique. It seems Liao Jianhua has encountered extraordinary fortune. Our divine martial sect possesses only 2 battle skills of such grade. Not only does he possess one, but he's also mastered it to perfection, truly a once-in-a-generation genius. The sect master of divine martial sect marveled, as the outcome of this battle remained undecided. But what happened next left them utterly dumbfounded. When Lin Chen opened his eyes, he smirked playfully. Swordsmanship? I know it too. Sword, come. With a beckoning gesture, the sword at the waist of a disciple outside the arena flew uncontrollably toward Lin Chen and landed squarely in his grasp. With a sword in his hand, Lin Chen stood like a peerless swordsman atop the summit, aloof and solitary. With a verdant blade in hand, swirling arcs of dazzling lightning danced along its edge, splitting the heavens with electric radiance. His swordsmanship was identical to Liao Jianhua's, and likewise, cultivated to the transcendence level. At this moment, the expressions of everyone present were utterly priceless. Chapter 8, Alchemy? I can do that too. A scene that defied all expectations. A perfected sword technique clashing against another perfected technique, both sides wielding the exact same sword art. How is this possible? My 10,000 Thunderblades technique was obtained from the remains of a deceased swordsman. Even Elder Qi doesn't know about it. How could he have acquired it? Liao Jianhua's mind reeled with shock. An instinctive sense of danger whispered to him. Lin Chen carried tremendous secrets within him. He must die. Though I don't know where this stray dog learned his sword techniques, with your measly first layer Qi refining realm cultivation and no mental cultivation method whatsoever, daring to clash sword skills with me? You're asking for death. Killing intent erupted instantly. With a cold shout, Liao Jianhua slashed diagonally, unleashing a thunderous sword beam thick as a pillar, its 10-zhang-long arc raging toward its target. The battle energy in his dantian rapidly depleted as Lin Chen exhausted every last drop to deliver a single sword strike. 2 streaks of lightning sword radiance collided head-on, erupting into a dazzling burst of blinding thunderous light. Crack hiss. The sword radiance shattered. Lin Chen's battle chi cultivation was ultimately a few notches inferior after all. It merely weakened half of Liao Jianhua's power before being defeated. Yet instead of retreating, Lin Chen charged forward. He rushed straight toward the impending 10,000 lightning sword. Azure Dragon Bloodline, 50% power, merge with me. The left arm flickered with azure light as dragon scales roiled, its low growl shattering the ancient dragon race's roar. Tiger strength soared beyond 3,000 units. Lin Chen raised his left arm and struck out at the lightning-imbued sword beams with a single palm. Boom! A terrifying, world-shaking force erupted into sky-shattering shockwaves, obliterating the incoming sword beams head-on. What? He broke through a green-ranked advanced sword technique with just one hand? Numerous elders abruptly stood up, staring at Lin Chen's figure as if they'd seen a ghost. He actually broke through my myriad thunder sword technique. Liao Jianhua's face turned deathly pale, his expression utterly ashen. Lin Chen turned into a blur, shattering the sword beam in an instant as he charged towards Liao Jianhua. With a clawing motion of his 5 fingers, Lin Chen grabbed Liao Jianhua's face and slammed his head straight toward the ground. Some inner sect disciples' faces turned pale with shock. They never expected Lin Chen to resort to lethal measures. If this strike landed squarely, Liao Jianhua's head would likely explode on the spot. At the critical moment, a ghost-like figure seized Lin Chen's arm and Liao Jianhua's shoulder, forcibly separating the two. Enough, the outcome is decided. Cease your fighting. The one who intervened was none other than the sect master of the divine martial sect. Lin Chen frowned. He had intended to kill Liao Jianhua, yet was interrupted. The sect master of divine martial sect is at least at the war soul realm level. Even if I unleashed the full power of my azure dragon arm, killing Liao Jianhua right before his eyes would be impossible. Forget it. I'll wait for another opportunity. His eyes flickering, Lin Chen quickly suppressed his killing intent, making the sect master glance at him sideways. This young man, at such a tender age, can control his murderous intent with such ease. Such individuals often become terrifying existences in the future. Before the numerous disciples could recover from their shock, an outer sect disciple had not only defeated Liao Jianhua, the strongest inner sect disciple, but had also forced the sect master himself to intervene. What a monstrous genius! The lad acts without restraint. To secure victory, one must give their all. I beg the sect master's forgiveness. Lin Chen bowed respectfully to the sect master, his expression serene. Sect master, this boy cannot be spared. He clearly intended to kill Jianhua just now. Let this old man personally execute him. Liao Jianhua's master, Elder Qi, arrived riding the wind, his icy glare fixed coldly on Lin Chen. If I had taken that sword strike earlier, I'd surely be dead too. It's only fair that he can kill me, but I can't kill him. How very just of you, Elder Qi. Lin Chen sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Absurd! Do you have any idea how exceptional Jianhua's innate talent is? How could a mere outer sect disciple like you, who only possesses brute strength, possibly compare? Elder Qi helped Liao Jianhua to his feet, fixing him with a cold stare. Talents? In this world, there are only winners and losers. If not for the sect master, he'd be nothing more than a pulp of flesh right now. Lin Chen boldly confronted Elder Qi head-on, leaving the inner sect disciples in a cold sweat. Elder Qi was about to explode in anger when Liao Jianhua, who had just been helped up, spoke with a venomous and hoarse voice. Lin Chen, you're just a brute with some strength. Apart from swordsmanship, I'm also a distinguished alchemist. How dare you play an equal footing with me? Sect master, this man has evil intentions. I beg you to deal with him. The sect master of the divine martial sect merely glanced at him and replied indifferently, Liao Jianhua, how this sect conducts its affairs is not for you to dictate. Liao Jianhua froze, forcibly suppressing his murderous fury, though a fleeting impulse to kill the sect master flashed through his mind. Ha ha ha, so you're an alchemist, are you? What's so great about that? Just refining potions, I can do that too. Lin Chen's shocking declaration sent waves through the crowd. He was actually an alchemist too? You know how to refine potions? The sect master looked at Lin Chen in astonishment, who nodded calmly in response. Alchemists, the rarest and most revered profession across the 9 provinces continent. With naturally exceptional spiritual power coupled with the scarcity of alchemical hand seals, finding one qualified alchemist among 10,000 is a challenge. After centuries of accumulation, the divine martial sect currently possesses merely 2 alchemists, counting Liao Jianhua would make 3. Nowadays, every Tom, Dick and Harry dares to call themselves an alchemist. Elder Qi sneered, clearly not taking Lin Chen seriously. If you're not convinced, let's proceed with the second round. Let our alchemy skills decide. However, this match will be a life or death duel. The loser has no right to live. Do you dare accept? Lin Chen's cold expression stunned all the disciples. Su Qin'er exclaimed in disbelief. How could he possibly know alchemy? That's impossible. He's barely had any exposure to rare treasures since childhood. There's no way he could refine pills. Humph. Do you think I'd be afraid of a stray dog like you? Just because you've got some brute strength doesn't make you special. Alchemy and martial arts are entirely different matters. Liao Jianhua sneered and casually brushed the dust off his shoulder, as if reclaiming his dominance. He gazed at Lin Chen with undisguised disdain. Since we're competing, then let it be settled. 2 days from now, a pill refining contest will be held here, presided over and witnessed by the sect master himself. Lin Chen versus Liao Jianhua. For the alchemy duel, the pill formulas and medicinal ingredients will be decided by the sect. The one who refines the highest quality pill shall be declared the victor. Life and death stakes, the loser's life shall belong to the winner. Elder Qi spoke before the sect leader could, then turned his gaze towards Lin Chen. How about it? No problems, right? This old codger is definitely up to something. But why should I fear him? "No problem at all. I just hope you won't go back on your word when the time comes." As these words fell, the entire hall was struck with astonishment. Some unknown outer sect disciple had not only defeated Liao Jianhua, the strongest among the newly promoted inner sect disciples, but now wanted to compete in alchemy as well? Lin Chen leaped off the arena without so much as a backward glance. As he headed towards the rest corridor, he happened to see Su Qinger standing motionless in that direction. Su Qinger shuddered as she met his sharp, knife-cold gaze, her heart stinging with pain. The old him would never have treated himself this way. It was as if the Lin Chen before his eyes was an entirely different stranger, someone unrecognizable. As the two passed by each other, Lin Chen's indifferent murmur drifted into Su Qinger's ears. "That so-called genius you chose, I'll keep trampling him underfoot like I just did. As for you, you're merely a pitiful woman not worth mentioning. This time, out of respect for Uncle Su who once took me in, I won't even stoop to take your life." Lin Chen never once looked directly at Su Qinger, leaving coldly without a glance. Her lovely face turned deathly pale, lips pressed lightly together as a wave of bitter sorrow rose in her heart. Chapter 9, Still Want to Mess With Me? The inner sect ranking competition wouldn't conclude until the next day. With Lin Chen's outstanding performance setting the standard, other geniuses paled in comparison. What more people looked forward to was the unprecedented alchemy duel in the divine martial sect's history. At the outer sect residence, Lin Chen sat cross-legged and activated his system. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, Qi Refining Realm First Layer. Peak Strength, 1253 Tiger Force, Vital Energy, 55,884 points. Cultivation Essence, 552 points. Battle Qi Essence, 15,465 points. Spiritual Energy, 1,799 points. Meditation Techniques, none. Mastered Techniques, 10,000 Thunder Swords, Celestial Spirit Alchemy Sutra, True Water Origin Return Technique, 10%. After confirming he wasn't being watched, Lin Chen swallowed a Qi restoration pill and activated the True Water Origin Return Technique. His injuries healed rapidly. This True Water Origin Return Technique has miraculous healing properties. It might even be more valuable than the Celestial Spirit Alchemy hand seals. His injuries were mostly healed in the blink of an eye. The True Water Origin Return Technique's restorative effects were extraordinary. Lin Chen had never used such a miraculous secret technique in battle before. Wealth unseen is wealth well kept, fortune favors discretion. The battle essence harvested from this fight should be enough for another breakthrough. Time to cultivate. Lin Chen took a deep breath and began refining the Yi battle essence attribute. His Dantian's energy sea suddenly quivered, gradually manifesting signs of splitting into a second layer. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen had forcefully broken through to the second level of the Qi refining realm. He had even refined his True Water Origin Return Technique. Early morning, inside the inner sect canyon. The arena was packed with disciples of the divine martial sect. No one wanted to miss this alchemy duel. Today, between the two heaven-defying geniuses who had risen to prominence within the sect, one would fall right here. 2 jade platforms were laden with 7 or 8 rare medicinal herbs, a bronze alchemy cauldron, and a pill recipe scroll sealed with azure jade. Liao Jianhua stood tall and proud against the wind, his unyielding demeanor exuding an air of supreme arrogance as if he gazed down upon the world with utter disdain. His talent in alchemy even surpassed his innate gift for swordsmanship. Lin Chen stepped calmly onto the arena, his composure unshaken. This competition requires refining the sect's inherited Tier 2 low-grade pill, the Ethereal Spirit Pill. Both sides will be given 3 sets of ingredients. Failure is declared if one exhausts their materials without producing a pill. If both succeed, the quality shall be compared. If quality is equal, victory is determined by speed. Time limit for alchemy, 3 days. Elder Qi presided over this competition, standing at the center of the arena to address the entire venue. Let the match begin. The mention of the Void Spirit Pill immediately sparked fervent discussions among the disciples. Even the elders' expressions changed slightly. Pills were extremely precious resources. Even the lowest grade Tier 1 pills required at least Qi condensation realm cultivation before being safe to consume. The body tempering realm is incapable of refining the energy contained within a single pill. Outer sect disciples are only fit to cultivate using dregs of medicinal residue. Second-grade pills belong to the domain demanded by those in the ethereal spirit realm. This is clearly setting Lin Chen up to lose. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. His spiritual perception was exceptionally keen. Judging by the scent and energy of the medicinal ingredients, every item prepared for him in this competition was nothing but subpar. That old dog is trying to screw me over, giving me subpar ingredients to refine a second-grade pill. This is a blatant setup. Seeing through Elder Qi's true scheme, Lin Chen curled his lips into a cold smirk. Liao Jianhua picked up the pill formula and channeled his spiritual energy to examine it. His spirit was vigorous, his demeanor radiant. Clearly, he had taken some temporary spirit-boosting elixir. Without any backing, he was targeted at every turn. If that's the case, then the alchemy furnace probably can't be used either. I only have 3 sets of medicinal ingredients. I can't afford to take reckless risks. Lin Chen glanced at the alchemy furnace, no longer harboring any expectations for it. At this point, he could only rely on his proficiency to refine pills barehanded. Unfurling the pill recipe, Lin Chen channeled his spiritual energy into the scroll, carefully studying its contents. In less than a quarter hour, Liao Jianhua had already finished reading the Void Spirit pill formula, his expression clearly indicating he'd known the competition contents beforehand. With practiced ease, Liao Jianhua picked up a handful of medicinal ingredients and began his refinement. His face was cold and arrogant, composed as if standing on Mount Tai, obviously putting on the airs of a master. As he joined 4 fingers together and activated the alchemy hand seals, he drew numerous gazes towards him. As he tossed a strand of green spirit jade vine into the alchemy furnace, his 8 fingers swiftly transformed the hand seals. Liao Jianhua meticulously controlled the refinement of the vine. Yellow rank high-grade alchemy hand seal 8-segment brocade hands. How incredibly fast! Isn't this the finest alchemy hand seal our divine martial sect has to offer? Senior brother Liao Jianhua is only in his early 20s, yet he possesses such remarkable talent already comparable to even the 2 pill refining elders. Witnessing Liao Jianhua's mastery of pill refining hand seals, many disciples could only gaze in awe. Meanwhile, Lin Chen took twice as long as Liao Jianhua to read through the entire pill recipe. After confirming the recipe hadn't been tampered with, he picked up the first medicinal herb, verdant jade vine. Interlacing his fingers into seals, he channeled a stream of pure white battle chi along with his spiritual energy, enveloping the vine. This sight left countless disciples utterly stunned. What's Lin Chen up to? He's forming alchemy hand seals without even using a cauldron? Su Qinger stared fixedly at Lin Chen. She absolutely refused to believe that a mere mortal could suddenly transform into a revered alchemist. His fingers moved rapidly as Lin Chen's hand seals and spiritual power shifted, beginning the initial purification of the impurities within the verdant spirit jade vine. Unfazed by the surrounding gazes, Lin Chen immersed himself fully in the alchemy process, his focus unwavering. This is impossible. This boy is actually an alchemist, and he doesn't look like a novice at all. The pill refining hand seals he's using aren't any of the ones taught within our sect. Several elders nodded approvingly at Lin Chen with newfound respect, while Elder Chi's expression darkened. For this very day, he had specially taken out a supreme-grade pill he'd treasured for years, one that could temporarily amplify spiritual power, and given it to Liao Jianhua to use. In less than an hour, both competitors almost simultaneously added the second medicinal ingredient. The disciples were astonished. The time taken was identical. That outer sect disciple Lin Chen actually kept up with senior brother Liao Jianhua. Stop calling him an outer sect disciple already. He's already surpassed Liao Jianhua in combat prowess. Strictly speaking, Lin Chen is now the strongest in the sect. To match Liao Jianhua's speed without using an alchemy furnace, this young man's alchemy hand seals must be at least top-tier yellow grade. No one dared to underestimate Lin Chen's strength and potential after witnessing this scene. Anyone could see that Lin Chen was clearly more outstanding. He didn't even use a pill furnace, yet he managed to keep pace with Liao Jianhua under such circumstances. His alchemy hand seals and innate alchemy talent were absolutely no weaker than Liao Jianhua's. The reality was even worse because the medicinal ingredients prepared for Lin Chen were more than twice as crude as those given to Liao Jianhua. By the 4th hour, both Lin Chen and Liao Jianhua had failed during the refinement of the 4th medicinal herb. The first batch of ingredients was spoiled. Liao Jianhua's success rate for refining Zuling pills was less than 40%. Even after consuming premium-grade pills to temporarily boost his mental power, his maximum success rate wouldn't exceed 70%. Resetting his focus, Liao Jianhua invested another priceless spiritual herb and began the refinement process anew. Lin Chen discovered the difficulty of this elixir, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Compared to Liao Jianhua, who had prepared in advance, this was Lin Chen's first exposure to a second-grade pill formulation, making the challenge far more daunting. Compounded by his inability to use a pill furnace, his mental energy depletion became even more severe. Just as Lin Chen hesitated, his eyes suddenly lit up when he glanced at Liao Jianhua. To his astonishment, the ground around Liao Jianhua was completely covered with attribute orbs. These glowing orbs, they're all spiritual power attribute orbs. Just when all hope seemed lost, a breakthrough appeared from nowhere. At the very moment Lin Chen was about to stake everything on one final gamble, he suddenly saw the ground littered with spiritual power attribute orbs. Holy shit, this is beyond awesome. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement as he stopped and moved toward Liao Jianhua. What is he trying to do? Did he fail once at pill refining, and now he's throwing all caution to the wind? The crowd was bewildered. Elder Chi was about to reprimand Lin Chen when the sect leader raised a hand to stop him. This young man bears no murderous intent. He likely doesn't intend to break the rules. Let's observe for now. All eyes followed Lin Chen as he approached Liao Jianhua. Even Liao Jianhua himself grew wary and shouted at him, "What business do you have approaching me? Trying to break the rules?" Lin Chen merely chuckled, "You refine your pills, I take my stroll. I'm not breaking any rules." After speaking, Lin Chen bent down to pick up a mental attribute orb, obtained 93 mental points. Lin Chen collected the attribute orbs near Liao Jianhua, 6 in total, gaining 673 mental points at once. Not only was the mental fatigue from earlier alchemy completely restored, but his mental strength had even reached new heights. Wow, so pharmacists drop so many spiritual energy attribute points when refining pills. Lin Chen simply sat cross-legged on the ground, grinning at Liao Jianhua like an eager fool waiting for dinner. What's he doing? The elders and observing disciples were utterly baffled. Was this kid giving up on himself? But Lin Chen's face was beaming like a blooming rose. He didn't look the least bit like someone who had given up on himself. Chapter 10, Keeping an Ace Up His Sleeve. Is Lin Chen a little touched in the head? Come to think of it, he was laughing so happily that day when he touched elephant dung. Does he want to steal Liao Jianhua's alchemy techniques? Impossible. Controlling spiritual energy during alchemy is completely different. How could anyone steal that knowledge? The two alchemy elders couldn't see through Lin Chen either. Though Liao Jianhua felt displeased having Lin Chen by his side, wasting time would only increase his own chances of victory. Elder Qi signaled with his eyes, and two 9th level Qi refinement elders moved closer. Should Lin Chen make any unusual or rule-breaking moves, they would instantly intervene. Why's everyone staring at me? Can't help it if I'm this handsome, I'm a good kid at heart, alright? Lin Chen stood about 10 feet away from Liao Jianhua, occasionally grabbing at thin air. Otherwise, there wasn't a single rule-breaking act to be found. This inexplicable scene made Cheng Yan, Yuing, and every outer sect disciple who'd witnessed Lin Chen that day at the training grounds recall all his peculiar behaviors with spine-tingling clarity. After a full day and night, and 2 failed attempts, Liao Jianhua finally succeeded in forging the embryonic pill on his 3rd try. Less than 1 day remained before the conclusion. Just as everyone seemed to foresee the outcome, Lin Chen finally rose to his feet and returned to his alchemy station. So the lad's finally going to start refining his pill. But his time no longer allows for any mistakes. A single failure would surely hand Liao Jianhua the victory. The two alchemist elders narrowed their eyes slightly. Grabbing the first medicinal herb, a confident smile appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's lips. A total of 1,369 points of spiritual energy attributes. My day and night of camping here wasn't in vain. With fingers interlaced, Lin Chen formed a hand seal as his surging spiritual energy merged with the swirling battle qi, thoroughly enveloping the first medicinal herb. Lin Chen grabbed another handful of mystic jade marrow and fused it together. The impurities from both medicinal materials transformed into a stream of grey qi, purified simultaneously. His alchemy speed had more than doubled compared to before. With Lin Chen's spiritual power breakthrough, his mastery of the green tier intermediate alchemy seals had become even more effortless. He's actually refining 2 types of medicinal herbs simultaneously without a pill furnace. The green rank alchemy hand seals. That boy is definitely using green rank alchemy hand seals. The two alchemy elders exclaimed in shock, their fervent eyes betraying a trace of greed. Damn it, has this guy been looking down on me all these days? Only starting the refinement now. Liao Jianhua's eyes flashed with jealousy and resentment. Lin Chen paid no heed to the surrounding gazes, his fingertips swiftly rotating as he manipulated wisps of battle energy to pierce the second-tier medicinal herb sunspirit grass like needlepoints, directly cutting away and decisively discarding a portion of it. Discarding part of the herb itself would cause insufficient energy and lead to pill refinement failure. The sect master noticed this detail of Lin Chen's actions, feeling puzzled. Bang! With one hand cradling the extracted essence liquid of the medicinal herb, Lin Chen slapped the alchemy table and threw another sunspirit grass into the refining process. This time, just like before, Lin Chen still removed a portion of the sunspirit grass, merging the refined energy of 2 portions of medicinal herbs into one. The competition's pill recipe couldn't be falsified, but the medicinal materials could be tampered with. To ensure Liao Jianhua maintained absolute advantage, Elder Qi had provided Lin Chen with nothing but inferior quality herbs. Even if he succeeded in refining, the pill's quality would definitely pale in comparison to Liao Jianhua's. He's actually using 2 portions of medicinal herbs to refine this void spirit pill. The two alchemy elders exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Yet using 2 sets of medicinal ingredients to refine a single pill required exceptionally precise control during the fusion step. Only those with extraordinary spiritual power could achieve it. Witnessing Lin Chen use all the ingredients in one go, even disciples without expertise could tell what he was attempting. The outer sect disciples stood up in excitement, cheering wildly. If Lin Chen surpassed Liao Jianhua in alchemy, it would symbolize the outer sect disciples rising above the true inheritor disciples. This thrilling prospect burned in the hearts of all outer sect disciples, their gazes blazing with fervor. Time passed as sweat rolled down Lin Chen's forehead, his entire focus devoted to controlling the fusion of all energies. Boom! A refreshing gust of wind carrying thick medicinal fragrance swept through the arena. Both of them had simultaneously perfected their pill concoction. Dream on if you think defeating this young master will be easy. Liao Jianhua's face brimmed with unruly confidence. Two pale cyan elixirs hovered into form, their energy fluctuations perfectly matched. Even the sect master of divine martial sect couldn't discern any difference. Lin Chen had to fuse 2 portions of medicinal ingredients to match Liao Jianhua's single batch. Clearly, the materials he used weren't subpar, but rather the finest among premium quality. He actually succeeded in refining it. Still, at least this isn't the worst outcome. My disciple Jianhua has at least achieved a draw. Elder Chi's gaze flickered with a hint of killing intent as it fell upon Lin Chen. Seems like a draw? Fine then. Both are peerless geniuses of our divine martial sect. Losing either would be a tremendous loss. A draw is acceptable. Before the crowd could discern the victor, Lin Chen clutched the pale green ethereal spirit pill, his laughter reverberating across the entire arena. The real show is just beginning. Lin Chen spread his palm open as a cyan glow erupted, triggering a violent surge of energy. What? Liao Jianhua and Elder Chi gasped in shock. Chapter 11, the sect leader position? Keep it to breed heirs. The most crucial difference between green rank alchemy hand seals and yellow rank ones lies beyond just the speed of pill refinement. Each green rank alchemy hand seal can impart unique medicinal effects during the refining process. Lin Chen's heavenly spirit pill transformation art could extract a wisp of natural spiritual energy to fuse with the pill during refinement, thereby stimulating the herb's spirituality and latent potential, boosting their energy output by over 40% beyond the original material's capacity. At this moment, the entire venue erupted in uproar. A dramatic reversal unfolded. Lin Chen's void spirit pill far surpassed Liao Jianhua's in quality. Lin Chen! Lin Chen! Lin Chen! All outer sect disciples in the arena roared Lin Chen's name. Today was the moment when the outer sect representatives completely surpassed the inner sect disciples. How is this possible? Master said I was a 1 in 10,000 alchemy prodigy. How could I lose to this stray dog that crawled up from the outer sect? Liao Jianhua's face turned deathly pale, his spirit utterly broken. When the very foundation of someone's pride is shattered, they become frighteningly fragile. Su Qinger gazed at Lin Chen, who stood amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd. The young man appeared composed and at ease, without a trace of arrogance, exuding tranquility and mystery. If only I hadn't been tempted by Liao Jianhua's potential back then. Su Qinger, feeling a sharp pain in her heart, couldn't hold back her quiet sobs any longer. Lin Chen, who was currently basking in the attention of all onlookers, showed no signs of smugness. The moment he revealed the quality of the void spirit pill, killing intent suddenly flared. Azure Dragon Bloodline unlocked 70% of its power. The entire arena was instantly filled with the piercing roar of an Azure Dragon. Lin Chen transformed into a blurred shadow, his left arm covered in faint cyan dragon scales as he ruthlessly struck out with a palm strike, crushing the air and causing explosions. No one had anticipated Lin Chen's sudden attack. Before anyone could react, he was already just 3 steps away from Liao Jianhua. Even Elder Chi couldn't intervene in time. On the verge of collapse, Liao Jianhua barely reacted in time as the cyan-scaled palm carrying over 4,000 Tiger Force struck ruthlessly toward his crown. Bang! Lin Chen slammed his palm down, shattering Liao Jianhua's body into a bloody pulp. Without even a death rattle, the man was crushed into a crimson smear upon the ground. When Liao Jianhua died, Lin Chen's body trembled slightly, as if certain shackles and emotional knots had been untied, making his spirit feel more complete. The deceased Liao Jianhua dropped 6 attribute orbs and a pale cyan treasure chest, acquired 5442 points of chi blood energy, 584 points of mental power, 2344 points of battle chi essence, 3,044 points of technique spirit, and 1 black iron treasure chest. Host opened the black iron treasure chest and obtained the green rank intermediate movement battle skill Wind Thunderfire Step. After eliminating Liao Jianhua, Lin Chen immediately refined his attribute orbs. Surging energy roared through his body as the battle chi si within his dantian split apart, breaking through to the second level of the chi refining realm. Lin Chen stood ready, absorbing the acquired blood and chi energy to strengthen the power of his Azure Dragon arm while remaining vigilant against Elder Chi's counterattack. The cheers abruptly ceased as the disciples were intimidated by Lin Chen's ruthless and decisive aura. A heart-rending roar pierced through the air. Bastard! How dare you kill Jianhua? I'll slaughter you! Elder Chi fell into a frenzy, his battle chi surging wildly as he prepared to strike Lin Chen with killing intent until a hand landed on his shoulder. Elder Chi, do you presume to disregard this sect leader's command? The sect leader's words snapped Elder Chi out of his madness, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Sect leader, Jianhua was our sect's foremost genius. The sect has given you a chance, hasn't it? Now we have a better genius than Liao Jianhua, don't we? The sect master's mention of opportunity carried an implicit meaning, his calm voice radiating indisputable authority. Then everything shall be decided by the sect master. Elder Qi gritted his teeth, shot Lin Chen a venomous glare, then turned away with an angry swish of his sleeves. Elder Qi held a high position, but the sect master was the only War Soul Realm expert in the divine martial sect, making his authority countless times greater than anyone else's. Lin Chen killing Liao Jianhua was the result of a pill-refining wager. By my decree, Lin Chen is hereby promoted from an outer sect disciple to the top-ranked inner sect disciple. As the sect master waved his hand and announced the outcome, Lin Chen remained vigilant in his heart. To fulfill his revenge today, Lin Chen had revealed far too many of his trump cards. The sect master didn't even bat an eye at Liao Jianhua's death, revealing the ruthless nature of a true overlord. A leader who covets no petty gains must have grander schemes afoot. With an amused tone, the sect master said, Lin Chen, accompany this master to the Azure Cloud Hall. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Lin Chen's heart tightened, but he nodded impassively. As you command, master. Everyone envied Lin Chen for earning the sect leader's favor. His future was sure to soar to great heights. Xingyun Hall. All the elders withdrew, leaving only Lin Chen and the sect leader. Lin Chen, follow me. The sect leader led Lin Chen up towards the mountain peak. His heart leaped into his throat as Lin Chen followed the sect master step by step. As the two proceeded forward, Lin Chen sensed a mysterious force emanating from the mountain peak, imposing restrictions on both his movements and those of the sect leader. Each step became increasingly arduous, as if carrying a weight of hundreds of thousands of pounds beneath his feet. An invisible force obstructed Lin Chen's advance. Were it not for his physical resilience far surpassing that of ordinary men, he would likely have needed to channel combat aura merely to tread upon this place. The sect leader led Lin Chen to the foot of a 500-step altar. At the sight of the altar, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Each layer of the altar's steps was piled with countless attribute orbs. A quick estimate showed there must be hundreds. There were even 3 treasure chests. So many attribute orbs. If I collect them all, my strength could double again. Lin Chen was ecstatic inside. The sect master smiled kindly. This altar was left by our sect's ancestors. Only young disciples can proceed. Old folks like us cannot enter. For dozens of generations, no disciple has reached its summit. As the most outstanding disciple in our sect today, I want you to attempt it. Don't worry, your life won't be in danger. Lin Chen nearly cursed out loud. Do you think I'm blind? Those dozen skeleton corpses in authentic disciple robes atop the altar could pile up into a burial mound. Lin Chen forced a dry laugh. Sect leader, those skeletons up there. The sect leader said impassively, Lin Chen, if you obtain the great opportunity for our sect, this position of sect leader will undoubtedly be yours years from now. Even if you cannot ascend, our sect will nurture you carefully. Techniques and elixirs will never be lacking. Lin Chen, I believe you're an intelligent man. Sect leader position? Save it for breeding pigs. Cultivating the martial path consists of Qi refining realm, soul communion realm, and battle spirit realm. If the enemy was at the soul communion realm, Lin Chen could go all out with his Azure Dragon bloodline to stand a chance. But the sect master was at the War Soul realm, 2 whole tiers above Lin Chen. If they turned against each other, Lin Chen stood no chance of winning. Lin Chen made up his mind and said, then I'll give it a try. The sect leader beamed with delight and said, such fighting spirit is what makes youth so admirable. My judgment of you has indeed been correct. If I could beat you, I'd fight you to the death, you sneaky bastard. Whether there's any miraculous opportunity at the peak or not, just the sheer number of attribute orbs alone makes it worth Lin Chen risking everything to make this journey. To hell with it. Chapter 12, Supreme Treasure, Trait Runes. Having made up his mind, Lin Chen stepped onto the first tier of the altar. Boom! A raging pressure assaulted every pore of his body. But with over 1,000 tiger strengths at his disposal, Lin Chen handled it with ease. Putting on a show of puffing up his face in exertion, he actually bent down to collect over a dozen attribute orbs. 2nd tier, 3rd tier, 4th tier. Lin Chen played his role to perfection, gathering attributes while pretending to struggle mightily with each ascending step. Acquired 5422 points of Qi blood energy, 754 points of water attribute energy, 578 points of battle Qi essence, 972 points of cultivation technique soul, 355 points of mental energy. Opened the mysterious iron treasure chest and obtained green tier top battle skill for demon monarch seals. Pure bliss. If the sect leader weren't present, Lin Chen's grin might have split his face clean in two. Lin Chen kept up his act while collecting, each time feigning the appearance of pushing himself to the absolute limit. 80 steps, 100 steps, 150 steps, higher and higher he climbed. How is this boy's strength soaring so rapidly? None of the disciples throughout the generations have shown such signs before. The sect master watched in astonishment as his power skyrocketed endlessly. Boom! Both his physical brute strength and combat Qi cultivation broke through simultaneously. Lin Chen's combat Qi cultivation stepped into the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm, while his raw physical strength surpassed 1900 tiger strength. Lin Chen rushed all the way to the 400th step and seized another cyan mystic iron treasure chest. Opened the mystic iron treasure chest, obtained a 3rd-tier intermediate-grade battle spear 7-star soul-snatching spear, accompanied by a top-tier green-grade soul-snatching spear manual. A 3rd-tier weapon, what a treasure! Lin Chen was ecstatic in his heart, though he didn't show it outwardly. By the time he reached the 460th step, the oppressive aura from the altar had grown overwhelmingly intense. Even Lin Chen began to struggle, as countless disciples of past generations had perished here. He barely managed to seize the final attribute treasure chest. The attribute chest was jet black throughout, simple and unadorned, exuding an aura of primordial antiquity. What a marvelous treasure chest! I wonder what kind of treasure lies inside. Opening the ancient treasure chest, obtained a fragment of the ancient heart technique, green tier intermediate, chaos 5 elements art. Green rank intermediate level, and it's the rarest and most precious mind cultivation technique. Holy Mother of God, I've really struck gold this time. Lin Chen's heart trembled with excitement as he took another laborious step toward the mountaintop altar. At the 493rd step, he'd collected all the attribute orbs, and the pressure bearing down on Lin Chen had reached a terrifying intensity. This won't get me to the summit. Unleash the Azure Dragon bloodline, 70% of its power. Boom! Azure Dragon energy surged through Lin Chen's left arm. Gripping the 497th step with his draconic limb, he vaulted 3 steps in one bound. The peak emanated its eternal aura as Lin Chen collapsed breathlessly onto the ground. At the center of the altar floated an unprecedented attribute orb. It was the size of a fist, a twisting attribute orb inscribed with ancient tadpole-like talismans, emitting a glow only Lin Chen could perceive. The source of the altar's overwhelming gravity emanated from this very attribute orb, an attribute color I've never seen before. Lin Chen was astonished. It seemed as unique as the Qinglong bloodline attribute. After resting for a moment, Lin Chen struggled to get up. Though he moved slowly, he could manage to walk. He inched closer to that attribute orb and finally grabbed it. Acquired slow trait rune. Rune level 1. Trait runes are one of the host's abilities, possessing unique and exclusive effects. They can be attached to the host's attacks or used independently. Slow rune, when activated, it can cause individual strong opponents or designated areas to enter a slowed state. Lin Chen's jaw dropped. The power of these attribute runes is terrifyingly strong. Launching a slowing attack at critical moments can completely turn the tides of battle. Hell yeah! These gains have multiplied my combat strength several times over. Lin Chen began his cultivation. Time is of the essence. With the sect leader's threat clinging to me like a persistent maggot, the top priority is to convert the acquired attribute points into combat power. Chapter 13, Cultivating the Heart Technique, Power Soaring. System, I want to cultivate the 5 elements chaos art. Cultivating the 5 spirits of chaos technique consumes 13,000 points of martial essence. The enlightening cultivation memories poured into Lin Chen's mind, causing the energy sea in his dantian to churn and transform, rapidly expanding until it became several times larger than before. Finally, all elemental energies condensed within the dantian, transforming it into a dazzling kaleidoscope of colors. Chaos 5 Elements Art cultivates 5 types of battle chi: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The more elemental energy absorbed, the stronger the battle chi attributes become. My battle aura has gained elemental attributes, increasing the power of corresponding elemental battle techniques several-fold. Combined with my recent breakthrough to 2,200 tiger strength and physical power, my combat effectiveness has improved beyond measure. The strongest cultivation technique in the Divine Martial Sect was only at the peak of green tier, yet Lin Chen obtained the Chaos 5 Elements Art, a mid-level blue tier technique. The transformation brought by a blue tier technique was absolutely terrifying. Without even using any battle techniques, Lin Chen's pure battle aura attacks now matched the full power of his former ultimate move, 10,000 Thunderbolts Sword. This profound inner energy technique, if infused into a top-tier green-grade battle skill several times stronger than a high-grade one, could multiply Lin Chen's Qi Refinement combat power by more than tenfold. With only the 3rd level of Qi Refinement realm cultivation, Lin Chen was confident he could contend against a Soul Awakening realm opponent using this inner energy foundation. Not to mention he still possessed the Deceleration Rune technique and the Azure Dragon Arm. The stronger his physical foundation, the more terrifying his Azure Dragon Arm became. If launching a surprise attack, he might even stand a chance against a War Soul realm expert. Lin Chen raced against time. As the effects of the slow runes faded, the pressure from the altar began to dissipate. Soon, even the sect leader would be able to ascend. System, I want to cultivate the Soul-Stealing Spear technique, Demon-Slaying 4 King's Seal, and Stormfire Steps. Warning, host, insufficient cultivation essence. Unable to master all 3 designated battle arts, either the Soul-Stealing Spear manual or the 4 Demon King's Seal will remain incomplete. Please choose. Not enough skill essences? Then prioritize mastering the Soul-Seizing Spear manual first. Obtained a 3rd-tier spear artifact. It delivers the most powerful attacks when paired with spear techniques. Could there be danger up there? Did something happen to that kid? Lin Chen had not appeared for a long time. As the sect master frowned, he noticed the oppressive pressure from the altar was gradually diminishing. The restraints on the altar are gradually dissolving. The sect master, seeing this, was just about to wait for the altar's restraints to lift completely before attempting to dash up and inspect the situation when Lin Chen appeared. With a single leap through the air, swift as the wind, he appeared before the sect master in the blink of an eye. So, did you discover anything or any treasures up there? The sect master asked with rare excitement. Lin Chen shook his head and cupped his fists respectfully. Reporting to the sect master, the altar was completely empty. When I stepped onto it, the pressure rendered me immobile. Then, for some reason, the pressure suddenly vanished, so I came down. Empty? How could that be? The sect master's gaze instantly turned razor-sharp, as if trying to pierce through Lin Chen and uncover all his secrets. Lin Chen was stripped bare, with no place to hide anything. It was obvious at a glance. Given his previous status as an outer sect disciple, he clearly hadn't reached the level of possessing a spirit storage ring. System space cannot store external objects, but can store attribute-based treasures and cultivation techniques gathered by the host. Lin Chen's gains at the altar were all attribute treasures. Once stored in his system space, even the sect master couldn't touch him. Strictly speaking, there was indeed nothing on the altar. Those attribute runes were only visible and obtainable to Lin Chen alone. Under the sect master's gaze, Lin Chen remained composed, even exuding an air of complete fearlessness toward the other party. This brat actually maintains his composure under my gaze. Unlike before, he's undergone another transformation. The sect master was inwardly astonished. This youth must have encountered some extraordinary fortune. The sect leader asked solemnly, "When you ascended, why did your physical strength continuously break through?" Lin Chen replied, "This disciple doesn't know either. I only felt a burst of energy flowing into my body, guiding me to climb the altar. But when I reached the top, there was nothing there." After giving Lin Chen a deep look, the sect leader resumed his usual composed demeanor and nodded. "Good, this master believes you. Perhaps you share destiny with our divine martial sect, and our ancestors guided this opportunity to you. Keep it well then." Changing the subject, the sect master continued, "Lin Chen, how do you feel our divine martial sect has treated you?" Lin Chen replied with affected seriousness. This disciple was an abandoned infant adopted by outer sect manager Su. Having trained within the sect for many years, the divine martial sect feels like one big family to me. All my senior brothers and sisters are talented individuals who speak so pleasantly. I absolutely adore being here. The sect leader said amiably, "Your devotion pleases this sect. I've treated you well, bringing you here to inherit the legacy of our ancestors. Shouldn't you contribute your part to the sect in return? The opportunity you gave me? If I weren't capable enough, I'd have been crushed to death beneath that thing." This sect leader's shamelessness is truly something else. Lin Chen fixed his gaze on the sect leader. "If you could transcribe a copy of your green rank alchemy hand seals for the divine martial sect, your contribution to our sect's reformation would be unprecedented. Share your alchemy techniques, and this sect will reward you with a spirit storage ring along with any rare treasures from our vault that you wish to take. What do you say?" Sure enough, this old fox was coveting his heavenly spirit pill refining scripture. What does a mid-level green tier pill refining hand seal signify? To put it simply, even exchanging the entire divine martial sect wouldn't be enough to match the value of a single green tier pill refining hand seal scroll. The sect master took advantage of Lin Chen's youth and worldly inexperience, attempting to trick him. Pill refining hand seals aren't like low-level combat techniques that can be recorded with ink and brush. They require mental energy to engrave every detail of the hand seals, without a single mistake permissible. With Lin Chen's spiritual power, transcribing one copy of Heavenly Spirit Alchemy formula would take at least 5 years. If he agreed, 5 years would be spent confined indoors every day, solely engraving alchemy hand seals, effectively house arrest. Lin Chen clenched his fists, his heart on high alert. Should he tear off all pretenses with him? Start a fight? Better to play along first? Chapter 14, Fighting Out of Divine Martial Sect. Excellent. Being able to contribute to the Divine Martial Sect has always been this disciple's heartfelt wish. Lin Chen patted his chest, putting on an act of taking on an unquestionable duty. Starting a conflict now would do me more harm than good. The sect master smiled meaningfully and said, "Good, good. Indeed, I didn't misjudge you. You're a fine disciple. Take this spirit storage ring first. If you wish to select any cultivation techniques, combat skills, or medicinal herbs from the sect, just inform me." Sect master, there's no time like the present. I'd like to go now. Oh, ha, so eager are we? Very well, I'll take you to the sect's treasure pavilion immediately. Thank you, sect master. The big fox and little fox exchanged knowing smiles, exchanging polite words while secretly making their little calculations. 2 days later, in a secret chamber outside the Qingyun Hall, Lin Chen pretended to be engraving alchemical hand seals while secretly cultivating in earnest. You dare to house arrest me? You really take me for a fool. Lin Chen sneered inwardly. He had no intention of sitting idle. As he absorbed the last batch of battle chi essence, the chi si in his dantian began to split, and the fourth chi si started to emerge. Using the sect leader's name, Lin Chen took away a large amount of medicinal herbs and even obtained numerous attribute orbs from the treasure vault, making his cultivation progress by leaps and bounds. In no time at all, Lin Chen officially stepped into the 4th level of the Qi Refining Realm. Host, Lin Chen Cultivation, 4th level of Qi Refining Realm. Peak Strength, 2509 Tiger Power, Vital Energy, 135,884 points. Battle Essence, 54,253 points. Spiritual Energy, 4,854 points. Technique Essence, 3,153 points. Cultivation Method, 5 Spirits Chaos Art, 8%. Mastered Techniques, 10,000 Thundersword Technique, Celestial Alchemy Scripture, True Water Origin Scripture, 10%, Soul Stealing Spear Manual, for Demon King Seal, 60%. Bloodline Possessed, Azure Dragon Bloodline, 45 points. Trait Rune, Slow Rune Level 1, Rune Energy 500 points. Elemental Attributes, Fire 12,451 points, Earth 11,771 points, Wood 10,225 points, Metal 10,489 points, Water 10,568 points. The more elemental energy orbs I collect, the stronger my combat aura becomes. It's time to leave the Divine Martial Sect. Lin Chen summoned the 7-star soul-stealing spear from his system, its elongated shaft adorned with 7 radiant star jades fore and aft, the spearhead gleaming with an eerie cyan hue. Apart from treasures obtained from attribute chests, Lin Chen's system couldn't store external items. Lin Chen pushed open the chamber door to find 2 soul manifestation realm elders guarding the entrance. Oh, Lin Chen, what brings you out here? The 2 elders looked puzzled as Lin Chen approached them with an innocent smile. You've worked hard, elders. I'd like to give you both a gift. Oh, what kind of gift? This gift is the liberation of the Azure Dragon Bloodline. Bang bang! 2 explosions tore through the air, dyeing the sky with a thick scent of blood as slaughter began to permeate the entire Divine Martial Sect. Lin Chen has escaped. What? Didn't the sect master intend to nurture him? Why would he run away? The sect master has ordered that Lin Chen be captured alive and brought back. On the mountainside, numerous Divine Martial Sect disciples watched as a large number of elders mobilized, filled with bewildered shock. Just what in the world was happening? Swish! A shadowy figure rushed down the mountainside as 3 sword beams pierced through the air, intercepting and slashing toward the silhouette. The figure halted mid-stride, leaped into the air, and upon landing, every nearby disciple recognized him clearly. Lin Chen. Traitor Lin Chen, how dare you attack the guardian elder? Is this how you repay the sect master's nurturing? 3 spirit manifestation realm elders activated their movement techniques as they charged forth, their furious shouts echoing harshly. Train my ass. You're just after my alchemy hand seals, you shameless old bastards. Anyone who stands in my way will die. With palms pressed together, a scorching and violent energy crystal handprint erupted in radiant light. Lin Chen struck out with a palm strike aimed at the 3 soul manifestation realm elders. Flame King Seal of Demon Slaying. A colossal energy palm imprint spanning over 10 feet, carrying rolling waves of scorching heat, came crushing towards them. The 3 elders were utterly astounded. How could this brat unleash such a terrifying battle skill? Bang! The energy palm imprint exploded into a massive crater spanning several zhang, with charred black soil raining down as 3 elders were sent flying by the blast. All the disciples stared in stunned silence. 3 elders at the 2nd level of the soul manifestation realm had actually been repelled head-on by Lin Chen. Several high-quality attribute orbs flew out from the elders' bodies. Lin Chen leaped into the air, catching them in one swift motion, and was about to make his escape. Lin Chen, this sect originally thought you were an intelligent man. A ghostly figure materialized atop the pavilion halfway up the mountain. The sovereign of the Divine Martial Sect had arrived in person. He looked down at Lin Chen from his commanding position, his expression brimming with the icy arrogance of one who held absolute control. Leader, spare us the bullshit, we're all men here. Lin here only speaks with his pants down and his heart on his sleeve. If you want my alchemy hand seals, come and take them yourself. Lin Chen raised a middle finger with a sly grin while secretly activating his Azure Dragon Bloodline. The War Soul realm was incomparable to the spiritual awakening realm. Though Lin Chen's strength had skyrocketed, Any attack he could muster now was still insufficient to confront a War Soul Realm expert head-on. The only chance was to strike unexpectedly. Demon Flame King Seal. With all his might, Lin Chen unleashed another palm strike, its momentum even fiercer, sending a crimson energy handprint hurtling forth like 10,000 galloping steeds. This move must at least be a top-tier green-rank combat skill. Such an exceptional secret manual isn't even possessed by my sect. It seems you acquired many secrets that day. Stay here, Lin Chen. The sect master gave a cold laugh, flicking his sleeve casually. Several streaks of white chi sliced through the air like blades, instantly obliterating an attack capable of shaking the 5th level of the Spirit Awakening realm. At that very moment, slow rune activated, remaining rune energy, 450 units. A pale gray talisman materialized out of thin air, erupting with ancient, esoteric runes that enveloped several meters of space around the martial sovereign sect leader. His attacks, even his movements, slowed to an excruciating crawl. What is this? For the first time, the perpetually composed martial sovereign sect leader wore an expression of shock and terror. Rai-ipe. The wind howled as Lin Chen's figure streaked forward like wildfire. Before his opponent could react, his left arm became covered in pale cyan dragon scales, his fingertips transforming into draconic claws. Dragon bloodline unsealed, full power unleashed. Get lost. Every single scale radiated with the primal brilliance of ancient dragon kind. The ferocious and violent power roared like an enraged WIRM as Lin Chen delivered a palm strike straight to the sect master's chest. Boom! A hurricane-force gale erupted, sweeping across the entire mountainside as shockwaves exploded through the air. Put! The sect master of the divine martial sect coughed blood while being violently repelled, his chest emitting the sound of cracking bones as his body was blasted away like a cannonball for nearly a kilometer. Lin Chen's palm strike had actually unleashed a force of 18,000 tiger power. Even a powerhouse at the early stage War Soul realm would suffer severe injuries if caught without defensive measures against this level of force. With a single palm strike that sent the sect leader flying, 2 attribute orbs actually dropped from his body, which Lin Chen casually caught. Acquired 13,235 points of battle essence, 968 points of spiritual energy. After landing, Lin Chen's face turned as pale as paper. He hastily shoved several Yuan restoration pills into his mouth, activated the True Water Return Origin technique, then turned and dashed away with wind thunderflame steps, each step blazing like fire, swift as wind and thunder, rapidly fleeing down the mountain. Not a single disciple or elder present dared to block his path. Over 1,000 disciples stood frozen in shock on the spot. Su Qingfeng, the 25th generation sect leader of the Divine Martial Sect, a grandmaster at the War Soul realm, was actually forced back by Lin Chen's single move. From the crowd came stunned murmurs of disbelief. Is this guy even human? Chapter 15. I'll take them alone, you all do as you please. Lin Chen dashed wildly all the way, charging into the Qingxia mountain range. Once within the mountain range, it became Lin Chen's domain. Like a dragon returning to the vast sea, the mountain range was filled with numerous chi and blood attribute orbs, perfect for recovering injuries and boosting combat power. Once I leave this time, if I encounter the Divine Martial Sect again, I'll be able to crush them with a flip of my hand, nothing to worry about. After picking up another attribute orb, Lin Chen sneered inwardly. Without strength, one is nothing but a lamb waiting to be slaughtered anywhere in this world. Mindlessly scrambling around to gather orbs isn't the way. I should head where the strong gather to collect better attribute orbs. With his mind made up, Lin Chen hurried along his path, casually scooping up the scattered attribute orbs as he went. The day after Lin Chen departed from the Divine Martial Sect, Qingyun Hall, 2 women abruptly entered the hall. One, dressed in cyan, had eyes like autumn water, her snow-white delicate skin peeking beneath green earrings. Her oval face bore a beauty that could shame fish and fell geese, while the corners of her crescent moon lips curved upward with a mischievous, sprite-like smile. The other had waist-length black hair and mesmerizing amethyst eyes that sparkled with an ethereal elegance beyond mortal realms. A purple veil obscured her true features, yet her near-perfect proportions hinted at an otherworldly grace, her untouched beauty beyond imagination. The mysterious woman exuded an air of supreme nobility, not something contrived, but as if innate from birth. What do you two mean by this? Why are you destroying our sect? Sect Master Su Qingfeng clutched his bloodied abdomen, roaring with bitter resentment. He had actually been crippled by these 2 young women in a single move. You, the Divine Martial Sect, under the pretense of protection, have wantonly oppressed commoners and raised levies, plunging the people within thousands of miles into misery. The cyan-clad young woman said cheerfully, "This is called delivering heavenly justice, do you understand now?" The woman behind the purple veil declared, "Dissolve your sect within a day. Otherwise, every elder in your sect will meet the same fate as you." Su Qingfeng's eyes nearly burst from fury. Lin Chen, if it weren't for you damned brat injuring me, I could still have escaped. He raised his head and howled at the sky in anguish, then slapped his palm against his own forehead. Su Qingfeng's cultivation had been crippled by the 2 women. Facing enemies in this state would be a fate worse than death. Better to end it himself. Sis, did he just kill himself? The young woman in blue looked at the elegant lady with confusion. Those who commit many injustices will inevitably meet their downfall. Having oppressed countless commoners, they deserve this retribution. However, within the grand hall, a woman's ethereal murmurs echoed softly. Who is Lin Chen? 5 days later, Lin Chen stepped into the Qingyang mountain range. The Qingyang mountain range harbored far more ferocious beasts than the Qingxia mountain range. Outside the mountains stood an ancient city thousands of years old, inhabited by countless cultists, making the Qingyang range even more perilous. For Lin Chen, however, this place became a goldmine. He collected an abundance of attribute orbs, and the accumulated blood chi energy boosted his physical strength to a pure force of 3,600 tiger strength. With 3,600 tiger strength and raw power alone, Lin Chen could now rival a spirit awakening realm cultivator. His battle aura cultivation advanced with miraculous speed, reaching the 5th layer, just one step away from the 6th layer of chi refinement. Under the cool moonlight, Lin Chen carried the corpse of a second-tier shadow flame leopard as he just finished setting up a campfire. If you hurt my senior sister again, I'll call for help. Ha, go ahead, call them. If you're seeking thrills, let's take it all the way. A girl's scream and lewd laughter echoed from the distance. Your sect leader is too strong for me to handle, but a toad can still hump an old goose, second best will do. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in admiration. What a phrase, a toad humping an old goose. Quite the talent. Lin Chen had no interest in meddling. With his current strength, self-preservation was already a challenge. Lin Chen, who was just preparing to roast the leopard meat, suddenly had his eyes light up. At the source of the sound earlier, there was the glow of attribute orbs. There's a treasure. Lin Chen leaped up and dashed toward the source of the glow. In the mountain gorge, under the moonlight, a group of blood-robed figures surrounded 4 graceful and alluring women. The leading woman in a long dress had a cold yet strikingly beautiful face, her snow-white legs lightly wrapped in delicate jade silk now stained with blood. Her aura was feeble, clearly suffering from severe injuries. Lin Chen caught sight of the pendant on that aloof beauty's chest, shimmering with a snow-white attribute glow. The 3 young girls behind him trembled like frightened little white rabbits. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. So pure white. That pendant contains a top-tier attribute orb. At that moment, a red-robed youth stepped forward from the blood-clad crowd, his pupils brimming with bloodlust as he leered. A man who isn't romantic wastes his youth. A spear unused gathers rust at its tip. This little lady here is truly exquisite. A white-clad girl rushed out from behind the long-skirted woman, her eyes glistening with tears as she bit her pearly teeth. If you dare lay a single finger on Senior Han, our sect master will make sure you pay dearly for it. The red-clad youth eyed her with a lecherous grin. I like feisty little sisters, I'll show you proper affection later. The long-skirted woman faced death with equanimity, her voice icy cold. Xing Yun, I'll cover you, take little sister and flee when the time comes. The expressions of the 2 women behind shifted slightly, but senior sister Han Yen, if so, you'll. I can't worry about this anymore. If I hesitate any longer, everyone will die. As the woman in the long skirt, Han Yen, was about to fight desperately, a mocking laughter rang out. 1 mountain, 2 ridges, 3 gorges, behold 4 helpless women. Observe the vile curs daring to yap and snarl. With but 5 swords and 6 blades, 7 men encircle 8 sides and 9 places, utterly despicable. A carefree young figure sauntered down the slope. The 4 women froze. The long-skirted woman stared at his silhouette, finding herself unable to discern this youth's cultivation level. The red-robed youth scoffed derisively. This young master is some petty scoundrel? Where did this wild brat crawl from? Did your eyes grow out your ass? I'll give you 2 choices. First, cripple your own arms and kneel to apologize. Or second, this young master will. Lin Chen grinned mischievously. Save your breath. I choose option 3, I'll fight solo. You all come at me however you like. The 2 soul manifestation realm elders beside the red-robed youth coldly snorted. Looking for death. Boom, boom, boom. 10 more crimson-clad martial artists emerged from the mountain gorge. It was an ambush party lying in wait. How dare anyone cause trouble for our blood sect within the Green Sun mountain range? Seek death. Kill this brat first. The red-robed youth laughed in extreme fury as 15 crimson-robed practitioners surged forward, surrounding Lin Chen with menacing momentum. Hurry up and go. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was focused on Lin Chen, Han Yan suddenly let out a sharp cry. With a single palm strike, she sent her junior sister and 2 other sect sisters to safety, then stood back-to-back with Lin Chen. Young hero, this life-saving grace will never be forgotten. You should leave quickly too, I'll cover your retreat. Before the woman could finish speaking, a flash of starlight and cold brilliance appeared as Lin Chen grasped the 7-star soul-snatching spear. The air hummed with the faint thunder of wind and lightning. Like a flickering phantom of flames, Lin Chen charged forward alone, his terrifying speed stunning all the martial artists present. Rain of spears steals souls. The 7-star soul-reaping spear unleashed a dazzling series of afterimages from Lin Chen's hands. A skyward blossoming of endless cyan starlight spear shadows swept forth like a sudden tempest, piercing through every charging blood-robed figure in an instant. Every defensive battle aura of the blood-robed warriors was instantly shattered, their dead eyes still wide with disbelief. Piles of attribute orbs fell from the sky, scattering across the ground. What? Han Yanqian's eyes trembled slightly, her coldly beautiful face displaying astonishment. 15 elite assassins, each at the 8th level of Qi refinement or higher, had actually been defeated by this youth in a single move. Chapter 16, remember, numbers matter. Damnation! This brat's playing the wolf in sheep's clothing. Young master, retreat at once. The flax-robed elder beside the scarlet-clad youth abruptly changed expression, dragging his charge away in a flash. Thinking of fleeing? Not so easy. With Death Snare spear whirling back, Lin Chen unleashed 30% of his Azure Dragon bloodline. His left arm hurled the spear with furious might, a bowstring released arrow streaking through the air. Whoosh! The spear tip fell like a shooting star, flashing past in an instant. The hemp-robed elder forced the red-clad youth back with a shove, swiftly twisting midair as pale green battle energy swirled with tremendous force, deflecting Lin Chen's soul-snatching spear. Young master, run! I'll hold this brat off. Trails of fiery phantom steps flickered as Lin Chen's silhouette materialized like a vengeful wraith before the elder, his palm alight with scorching battle energy so dense it neared solid form. Battle Demon Fire King Seal. The vast and majestic battle chi surged forth like raging waves, startling the coarse-robed elder. How could a youth of such cultivation level unleash such terrifying battle techniques one after another? Thousand-layer wind-splitting palm. You dare compare battle techniques with me? Battle Demon Earth Overturning Seal. This, sir, spare my ass, golden meteor seal of the demon fighter. The hemp-robed elder was smashed into pulp by Lin Chen's 3 consecutive strikes of the Four-King seal of the demon fighter. A dignified expert of the 4th level of the Tonling realm couldn't even finish begging for mercy before dying at Lin Chen's hands. When Han Yan witnessed Lin Chen capturing the young master of the blood sect and his Tonling realm servant alive, her red lips couldn't help parting slightly in shock. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the crystal pendant hanging before Han Yan's chest, and he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. So enormous! Han Yan stiffened momentarily, her cheeks flushing scarlet as she instinctively shielded her voluptuous curves. Haven't you stared enough? She spat in bashful fury. Watching the beauty's embarrassed anger, Lin Chen chuckled and shook his head, pointing at the pendant with an apologetic smile. My apologies, miss. I was referring to this pendant you're wearing, he added silently in his heart, though other places were indeed quite sizable too. Han Yan finally snapped out of her misunderstanding, her cold elegance flushing into tipsy crimson as she unfastened the crystal pendant from her chest. This was left to me by my late mother. If the young hero desires it, Han Yan would gladly gift it to you. The debt of saving my life shall never be forgotten. Lin Chen accepted the pendant. Only he could see it. Within the blue crystal orb, an attribute light sphere was slowly rotating. Pressing his palm against the pendant's crystal, Lin Chen absorbed the attribute orbs within. Host has obtained 1,000 points of runic energy. The attribute orbs inside this crystal pendant could actually replenish the runic energy of Lin Chen's special runes. Doesn't this mean I can freely use the slow runes without restraint now? Hee, not bad at all. Lin Chen secretly rejoiced as he handed the crystal pendant back to Han Yan, putting on a virtuous face as he declared, Miss must be joking, how could I possibly take another's heirloom? Please take it back. I simply have a passion for peace and cannot bear to see anyone suffer injustice. The 2 bound men nearby twitched their lips. How could someone be so shameless? A passion for peace? This brat didn't even blink when slaughtering our blood sect members earlier. My benefactor is truly a model for our generation. Han Yan is in awe. May I ask your honorable name? Just an unknown nobody, Lin Chen. While picking up the attribute orbs scattered on the ground, Lin Chen waved his hand nonchalantly and replied. The moment Lin Chen finished collecting all the attribute orbs, his cultivation base firmly stepped into the peak of the 6th level of Qi refining realm. The pure physical strength gained from absorbing the blood Qi energy had even broken through to 3,955 tiger forces. After slaying the blood sect spirit perception realm elder, a purple profound iron treasure chest dropped. Lin Chen picked it up and curiously opened it. Obtained 1 fragment of the mysterious technique primordial scripture. Note: the system cannot determine its specific grade. This is a mental/spiritual cultivation manual. Host must collect 4 other fragments of the primordial scripture to begin cultivation. Lin Chen was utterly baffled. This was actually a mental/spiritual cultivation manual, and one whose grade even the system couldn't identify? Young hero Lin Chen, what should we do with these 2? Han Yan pressed her sword against the throat of the blood-robed youth, asking through gritted teeth. If you dare touch a single hair on young Master Qin's head, the entire blood sect from Blood Sun City will mobilize and hunt you down for eternity. The old servant of the blood-robed youth snarled with a twisted expression, invoking their faction's influence to intimidate Lin Chen. Oh, the entire blood sect would come after me? Lin Chen's eyes lit up with interest. Seeing his reaction to the mention of his sect, young Master Qin regained his arrogance and sneered coldly. If anything happens to me, the entire blood sect, from my father to the 4 great elders, will mobilize. We have 2 or soul realm powerhouses in our ranks. If you know what's good for you, release us now. Young hero Lin Chen, perhaps we should let them go. The blood sect's influence is formidable, and this Qingyang mountain range is their favored hunting ground for misdeeds. We're no match for them. Holding her wand, Han Yan moved closer to Lin Chen and whispered her warning. Little did they know, Lin Chen walked toward the pair with a smile as bright as a monthly rose. He placed a hand on young Master Qin's shoulder and said with profound sincerity, "Young Master Qin, really now? I'm an honest man, you wouldn't be fooling me, would you?" Young Master Qin replied haughtily, "Absolutely. There's still time for you to apologize. I'll grant you one last chance to rephrase yourself." Snicker. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen struck young Master Qin's dantian with his palm, shattering his qi and sending him writhing in agony on the spot until he passed out from the pain. Han Yan was so startled that her flowery visage paled with fright. You crippled young Master Qin." The old servant stared at Lin Chen in disbelief, grinning as he spoke. "Hurry back and call for reinforcements. Be sure to summon every last member of the blood sect. Remember, the more the better. I want to take on your entire blood sect single-handedly. If you bring too few people, that'll be on you." The old servant's jaw dropped so wide it could fit an egg as he stared at the smiling teenager. Madness, sheer madness. A mere chi-refining runt, daring to challenge the entire blood sect alone? Chapter 17, Lest You Say I Bullied You. Lin Chen released their restraints. Without hesitation, the old servant hoisted young Master Qin onto his shoulder and fled with the bucket in hand. Seeing this, Han Yan wanted to chase them down and finish them off to eliminate future troubles, but her injuries were too severe to muster any movement techniques. "Miss, don't move recklessly with those injuries. Open your mouth." Lin Chen, as calm as the clouds and breeze, handed a pill to Han Yan and even channeled a wisp of his true water rejuvenation art into her body to help her heal. "Young hero Lin Chen, why did you have to cripple that young Master Qin? You'll bring deadly trouble upon yourself." No, I must quickly contact my junior sisters and have our sect." "Huh? Young hero Lin Chen, what are you doing?" Han Yan watched as Lin Chen casually set up a bonfire without a care in the world. He chuckled lightly and waved his hand. "Keeping such pests around only spells trouble. Doesn't matter how many come, I'll wipe them all out. If you're scared, feel free to run. I don't mind." Han Yan was about to speak again when a group of slender, graceful figures emerged from the valley. "Han Yan, are you alright?" Senior sister Han Yan sobs, "I thought we'd lost you." Han Yan was overjoyed when her fellow disciples from Yanxia sect arrived. Blood Sun City, headquarters of the Blood Sect. Today marked a grand occasion for the Blood Sect's expansion and alliance with numerous heretical factions. The Black Demon Sect and the Shadow Soul Sect, the 2 major powers, gathered at the Blood Sect's headquarters to discuss alliance matters. Headquarters, within the Grand Hall sat numerous figures exuding powerful auras. Sect Master, something has happened to the young master. A terrible incident. While the experts of the 3 major factions were still discussing matters of alliance, an elderly servant rushed into the hall in panic, panting heavily. Is that you, Yang Lao? Can't you see I'm conversing with representatives from 2 major sects? What's the meaning of this intrusion? What has that troublesome boy done this time?" The Blood Sect's patriarch, a middle-aged man in his 40s with piercing hawk-like eyes and the formidable bearing of an owl-faced ruler, sat at the head of the Grand Hall as he calmly inquired. "Young master has been crippled, along with over a dozen of our Blood Sect's assassins and even Elder Tongxian, all slaughtered." Boom! A monstrous hurricane of blood chi erupted as the sect patriarch shattered the floor beneath him, sending spiderweb cracks radiating outward. "My son was crippled? What the hell happened? Someone in Blood Sun City dares to lay hands on my Qinsha's son?" "Sect Master, it's a young man at the 5th level of chi refinement. His origins are unknown, but his strength is extraordinary. Even Elder Tongxian fell to him within a few rounds." The old servant briefly recounted the situation, and the expressions of the 3 major cult factions present were particularly priceless. "Damn! One guy dares to challenge our entire blood sect alone. Is this brat trying to turn the heavens upside down or what? Leader, be wary of treachery." Bullshit. With so many experts gathered here today, if I dare not avenge my son being crippled, what fucking dignity is left for the sect? His facial muscles twitched slightly as the blood sect leader said coldly, "Gentlemen, something unexpected has come up today. We'll discuss the alliance matter another day. First, allow this sect to teach that insolent, nameless junior a proper lesson. This is going to be interesting. Let's follow and take a look." The sect master of the Dark Soul sect, a silver-robed old man, let out a sinister chuckle. Perhaps some young disciple from a major sect has come out to temper himself, too ignorant to know his limits. Picking a fight with the blood sect will bring him no good end. The leader of the Black Demon Gate, a wicked-looking man who appeared to be in his 30s, licked his lips. Assemble all members of my blood sect above the chi refining realm. We march into the Azure Sun Mountains together. Let this patriarch see what reckless fool dares court death. The entire Blood Sun city was instantly swept up in a storm of chaos. What? He crippled the blood sect's young sect master and actually let him go back? Half Moon Valley. Over 20 female disciples of the Yenxia sect watched in astonishment as Lin Chen devoured roasted meat with ravenous hunger. The Blood sect master and Grand Elder were both War Soul Realm experts, with several Soul Connection Realm elders possessing formidable strength. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, no single force could independently oppose the Blood sect. Even a true disciple of a major sect wouldn't stand a chance against the Blood sect alone. Young hero Lin Chen, I'm deeply grateful you saved Hanyan and the others, but now is not the time for eating. Xiaoning Yue, sect master of Yenxia sect and a beautiful woman in her 30s dressed in green robes, spoke with sincere urgency. I never act without confidence, so don't worry, I'll be fine. Indifference to life and death is my philosophy. To act against defiance, that's my performance art. After wiping his mouth haphazardly, Lin Chen grinned and chuckled carefreely, even humming a tune. This, sect master, what should we do? Han Yen, her injuries half healed, urged anxiously. Although my Yenxia sect is an obscure minor sect, we repay a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude. Let alone a life-saving grace, let's stay and assist young hero Lin Chen. Xiaoning Yue's gaze was resolute, and the female disciples exchanged glances, conveying unwavering determination. Suddenly, a foul wind swept through the entire Crescent Moon Valley. You cripple my eldest son, kill my elders, and humiliate my blood sect, yet here you are enjoying roasted meat and humming songs. What a fine courtesy you show my blood sect. Hundreds of figures emerged from all directions, their murderous gazes fixed menacingly upon Lin Chen trapped within the valley. You flatter me too much. My former teachers always said I was an unpredictably handsome devil. This is just standard procedure, no need to get excited. Lin Chen wiped his hands leisurely, then rose and deftly flicked his foot, sending the 7-star soul-snatching spear spinning into his grasp. A formidable aura capable of sweeping across the 8 directions enveloped Half Moon Valley. The female disciples of Misty Dawn sect instantly huddled together in defensive formation. Oh no! It's not just the Blood sect, the 2 sinister sects of Blood Sun City have come too. Dark Soul sect and Black Demon Gate. Xia Ningyue's delicate face paled. With all 3 sinister sects gathered here, even as a War Soul realm cultivator, she found it impossible to break through the encirclement. There are dozens of young girls here, we'll share them amongst ourselves later. I want the youngest one, just looking at her makes my mouth water. Ha ha ha, she's perfect, absolutely perfect. I'll take that sect leader, in her 30s, elegant and poised. I wonder how delectable her blood will taste when I drink it. Countless obscene and blasphemous words, like demonic whispers, echoed throughout the Half Moon Valley. Xiaoning Yue gritted her silver teeth. If Yenxia sect fell into the hands of the 3 evil sects today, its members would truly suffer a fate worse than death. Riding clouds and mists? Might as well take a detour to the underworld first. Lin Chen sneered, his pupils fatally reflecting the shattering roar of a dragon, while a green light flickered on his left arm. I truly thought you were challenging the entire blood sect with your boasts, imagining you had some ambush prepared. Never expected you'd come alone, just a bunch of little girls, how audacious. Under the moonlight, the figures of the blood sect members leaped into Half Moon Valley. At the forefront, Blood sect's leader Qin Sha grew furious upon seeing Lin Chen's composed demeanor. His palm churned with overwhelming bloody energy as he suddenly thrust it toward Lin Chen. Withering demon hand. The wails and shrieks of countless spirits echoed through Crescent Moon Valley as a massive black demonic hand, spanning several zhang, descended upon Lin Chen. Boom! The withered demonic hand tore through Lin Chen's afterimage, crushing the airflow yet finding no trace of its target. A 6th-layer chi condensation cultivator dodged this sovereign's attack? There's something eerie about this. Qin Sha was stunned, his gaze snapping to Lin Chen who stood over 200 meters away, a mocking grin on his face. Just as Qin Sha prepared to strike again, Lin Chen suddenly raised his hand. Wait a second. Seeing him raise his hand, the evil sect experts on the scene froze in surprise. Was this kid about to surrender? Seems he was all bark and no bite. When I fight, Lin Chen declared, I've always believed in fairness, and goddamn fairness. But what you're doing right now, this is goddamn unfair to me. Lin Chen pointed at all the blood sect members, enunciating each word with deliberate emphasis. Ha? Fairness? Ah ha ha ha. Do you really expect each of us to take turns fighting you one by one in some honorable duel? Don't be like that. I'm a genius, raised on fairness since childhood. so of course the fight has to be fair too. That kid must be a damn moron, haha. Are the youngsters nowadays all so naive? Some demonic sect martial artists roared with laughter. Fairness with the demonic sect? It's like a naked young girl trying to reason with a lecher who hasn't touched a woman in 10 years while sitting on a bed. Only a fucking idiot whose brain is waterlogged would even mention those two words. Xianing Yue's palms grew slick with sweat. Didn't this young man realize the gravity of their situation? Xinsha laughed in rage, bellowing, very well. This venerable elder shall witness what kind of fairness you demand today. Lin Chen declared with solemn dignity. I, Lin Chen, am a man of unwavering principles. As previously stated, my challenge extends to the entire blood sect, down to the last disciple. Word says your sect boasts 2 War Soul Realm experts, yet only one stands before me. I'll wait for the other to arrive before making my move. It wouldn't do for rumors to spread that I broke my word to bully your pathetic sect. The valley suddenly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A chi condensation cultivator wants to take on the entire blood sect single-handedly, and insists on waiting until everyone's gathered before fighting? Even says he's worried people might accuse him of bullying the blood sect? Damn it, who's bullying who here? Chapter 18, every year has its oddballs, but this year takes the cake. Did this guy fry his brain during cultivation? How amusing, ha ha ha. In all my years at this sect, this is the first time I've seen such a spectacularly bizarre specimen. Considering how he dodged Xinsha's attack, he's actually got some skills. Cut the nonsense, agility and combat strength are 2 different things. Today the blood sect has mobilized its entire force. Do you really think this kid can grow wings and fly away? The gathered experts from the unorthodox sects broke into incredulous laughter. Every year produces its oddities, but this year's batch is particularly outstanding. Lin Chen turned and gave final instructions to the female disciples of Mist Veil sect. Ladies, when they all arrive, you must not intervene. Remember, I'm a man who demands absolute fairness. If any of you interfere, I'll be seriously offended. Seeing Lin Chen's reckless confidence and swaggering demeanor, the young women's delicate faces turned slightly pale. This is it. Young Master Lin Chen must have lost his mind. What admirable fairness. This old man will see what tricks you can pull off today, boy. Xinsha sneered coldly and asked the elder beside him, has the Grand Elder set off yet? Reporting to the sect master, the Grand Elder is following closely behind us and will arrive within moments. The elder looked at Lin Chen with nothing but mockery and derision in his eyes, as if observing the desperate struggle of a clownish fool. As soon as those words were spoken, a ghostly silhouette flickered through Half Moon Valley like a specter, darting into the blood sect's ranks within the span of 10 breaths. Sect Master. The approaching figure had silver-white hair and a fierce visage with tiger-like eyes, exuding a sharp aura of murderous intent. It was the Grand Elder of the blood sect, a cultivator at the Battle Soul Realm. Elder, you've arrived at just the right time. Sheenclap patted the Grand Elder's shoulder and said, this brat's movement technique is a bit tricky. You and I will attack from both sides alive. I want to make him suffer worse than death before my son's eyes, to mold him into a blood slave. Xinsha instructed, and the elder coldly nodded. Well, how about it, fair young man? Everyone's here. Isn't it time for us to witness your one-on-one duel? Someone outside Half Moon Valley scoffed provocatively. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Good. The 3 great elders of the blood sect have all arrived. Excellent. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen pushed out with both hands. A gray-white talisman descended from the sky, unleashing an ancient divine might capable of suppressing all ages. Even space itself seemed to freeze. Host activates slow rune, consuming 275 energy points. The crowd's expression shifted slightly. The sudden turn of events stunned all the demonic sect warriors. The dozens of elite assassins and elders of the blood sect were utterly terrified. They discovered their movements, even the circulation of their battle chi had slowed to a tortoise's pace, more than 10 times slower than normal. Azure Dragon Bloodline released 90% of its power. Lin Chen's murderous intent flared as his Azure Dragon arm unleashed its might. Beams of ancient dragon breath radiated from the dragon scales, and his raw strength surged beyond 20,000 tiger forces. That's exactly what I demanded, fair as fucking fair can be. Pushing Gale Thunderfire stepped to its limit, Lin Chen's figure transformed into a streak of fire entwined with storm and lightning as he launched a lightning-fast assault. Lin Chen charged into the crowd of blood sect disciples in a sudden assault, wreaking havoc with frenzied strikes. His Azure Dragon arm resembled an unrivaled ferocious dragon, its earth-shattering force capable of toppling mountains and crushing stars, obliterating everything in all directions. Bang! 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 Every swing of the Azure Dragon arm claimed several lives, all happening within just 1 or 2 breaths. Xinsha and the Grand Elder, both at the War Soul Realm's second and first stages respectively, barely had time to react. Struck with terror, they tried to retreat and galvanized their battle energy to defend themselves, only to be smashed atop their skulls by Lin Chen's fist, instantly exploding into dust. Acquired 9,577 points of Qi blood energy, 5,883 points of technique essence. Acquired 16,754 points of battle energy essence, 1,969 points of wood energy, 8,445 points of earth energy, 5,521 points of metal energy. Received bronze treasure chest, received violet iron treasure chest. Open the violet light mystic iron treasure chest and obtain fragment of the primordial holy scripture part 2. Countless attribute orbs scattered in all directions. Lin Chen's aura surged through the heavens as he swept across the realm. The gale howled through the valley, leaving only a vast pool of crimson in its wake. All the demonic sect cultivators stood frozen in shock. Dead? The entire blood sect annihilated? Without leaving a single intact corpse? Not just a one-sided fight but an instant annihilation? A Qi condensation cultivator instantly slaughtered 10 ethereal spirit cultivators, 2 war soul cultivators, plus dozens of elite Qi condensation assassins? All the female disciples of the Yanxia sect trembled with teeth chattering, lightly covering their lips. Xia Ningyue's beautiful eyes sparkled as she murmured with a trembling figure, "Was that a spatial confinement technique just now? Is young hero Lin Chen actually a heaven tribulation realm expert? How old is he?" Under the moonlight, Lin Chen stood bathed in blood, the corners of his lips curling into a confident smile, exuding an aura of sinister dominance. At this moment, instead of turning to collect the remaining abundance of attribute orbs, he suddenly fixed his gaze upon all the sinister sect experts outside Half Moon Valley. Those who met his gaze felt as if they'd been plunged into an icy abyss, with cold sharpness piercing their bones. "I'm being perfectly fair. If anyone else wants to fight, I'll take you all on one at a time or together, your choice." Lin Chen's casually uttered words struck terror into the hearts of the demonic sect's experts. "This is terrifying." He annihilated the entire blood sect's elite with a single move. "Run! Split up! What the hell kind of fair one-on-one is this? Pretending, really good at pretending. Playing dumb to devour the tiger, damn it. This kid is way more cunning than I was back in the day." The members of the 2 sinister sects outside the Half Moon Valley fled madly as if they wished their parents had given them 2 more legs. The female disciples of Yanxia sect stared at the young man's retreating figure, their beautiful eyes shimmering with wonder. With one move, he annihilated an entire evil sect. With one command, he repelled the evil sect's mighty experts who had dominated Blood Sun City for centuries. Such peerless grace, who else could match it? Chapter 19, The Heartthrob Arsonist. As all the evil sect's powerhouses fled, Lin Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. "I've overused the slowing rune this time and need to wait another quarter hour before it can be activated again. If those demonic sect members swarm me all at once, the outcome would be hard to predict." He bent down to gather the abundant attribute orbs scattered across the ground. The female disciples of Yanxia sect watched in bewilderment. Why was young hero Lin Chen randomly grasping at empty air? This young hero Lin Chen's behavior is truly peculiar and unfathomable. Giggle, isn't it said that extraordinary people always stand out from the crowd? I think young hero Lin Chen is exactly such a person. Little lasses, have you all been struck by spring fever? Pfft, senior sister, weren't you just staring with your eyes glued to him too? After surviving the calamity, the girls chattered and teased each other like a flock of singing orioles and swallows. Breakthrough to Qi refining realm's 7th layer, 8th layer. This harvest allowed Lin Chen to break through 2 realms consecutively. Logically speaking, eliminating 2 Battle Soul realm experts and 10 Spirit Awakening realm masters should have provided enough attributes for Lin Chen to advance directly to the Spirit Awakening realm, nothing unusual about that. However, the Chaos 5 Elements art Lin Chen practiced was a blue rank cultivation method. The stronger its foundation, the greater his combat power, but it also demanded far more accumulated resources. Host has collected all fragments of the primordial sacred scripture and may begin cultivation at any time. Lin Chen picked up all the attribute orbs, and a luminous screen popped up before his eyes. Young hero Lin Chen, who would have thought your origins and strength would be so extraordinary? Ningyue has truly broadened her horizons today. Might I ask which esteemed master or sect you hail from? Xia Ningyue stepped forward with graceful deference, her tone now filled with reverence, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. "Ha, I have neither master nor sect, just drifting with the wind, living freely all my life. All I aspire to be is an unruly heart-stealer, setting passions ablaze without restraint." Lin Chen gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, melancholy yet dashing. "Ha, an arsonist? It means setting fires. I'll recklessly ignite the flames of my dashing charm among young maidens worldwide. Look, it's already burning quite fiercely over there." Lin Chen winked at the female disciples, making them blush coyly, while a few bold ones even flirted back with bewitching glances. Xia Ningyue was left speechless. One moment the young man was carrying himself like an eminent master, the next he had turned into an arsonist? How deeply cunning. "Sect leader, why don't we invite brother Lin Chen to join us? After all, he doesn't belong to any sect." The youngest junior sister tugged at Xia Ningyue's sleeve, pleading with puppy dog eyes. Absolutely not. The founding principle of Yanxia sect was to unite female martial artists as an independent force, free from becoming appendages of men. Allowing young Master Lin Chen to join would make a mockery of our values. Xia Ningyue reprimanded sternly, and the girl in white immediately shrank back to her senior sister's side. Little sister, I won't be joining any sect. Besides, I deeply admire sect leader Xia's aspiration. Since ancient times, who says women are inferior to men? Women hold up half the sky too. Lin Chen smiled freely. Xia Ningyue's eyes flickered slightly, growing even brighter as she murmured to herself, women hold up half the sky. Speaking of which, the blood sect's treasury should be quite substantial. If your Yanxia sect has no objections, I could lead you all to raid their stronghold as well. Lin Chen's proposal made the women's eyes light up. Blood Sun City descended into unprecedented chaos as the blood sect, its ruling hegemon, collapsed, shattering all order. At the blood sect headquarters stood a vast, sprawling manor. Grab it! This is a green tier secret manual. This silver dragon halberd is mine now. Ha! Numerous demonic sect members were slaughtering each other in fierce combat, their war cries shaking the heavens as they plundered the blood sect's remaining treasures and assets at their headquarters. Boom! The walls were shattered by combat energy palm strikes as a group of graceful figures and a silver-robed youth suddenly appeared within the mansion. Don't move, this is a robbery. Men stand on the left, women on the right. Those dressed as women stand in the middle, and anyone uglier than me lies face down at the back. Lin Chen intimidated all the rogue sect warriors who were fighting for loot, with many recognizing him at first glance. It's him, that youth who single-handedly challenged a rogue sect. My heavens, with his wealth, could he possibly still care about these trivial items from the blood sect? Some wicked sect members, seeing the situation turn unfavorable, tried to flee, but Lin Chen decisively struck them with a palm strike, leaving them half dead. Don't you understand human language? This is a robbery. Spit out everything you've stolen. Lin Chen clapped his hands lightly. Many onlookers, witnessing him rendering two profound soul realm experts half dead with a single palm strike, broke into cold sweat and immediately chose to hand over their loot to save themselves. Bang! The ground shook as another group stormed the blood sect's headquarters, with two leaders at the forefront shouting arrogantly, Black Demon Sect clearing the area. All trash scramblers better crawl away. How dare you touch the blood sect's treasures? Those who don't flee will have their guts ripped out on the spot to refine demon crystals. Let's see which bastard dares to compete with our Black Demon Sect. Ha, bro, what a coincidence. When the two 7th level soul manifestation leaders spotted Lin Chen, they looked as if they'd seen a ghost, their legs instantly weakened, and their teeth chattered. Lin Chen smiled with an utterly harmless expression, turning around as he cheerfully said, Elder brother, what was that you just said? The wind was too loud, I didn't quite catch it. How about I give you another chance to reconsider your words? Damn it! Why did I have to run into this jinx? The sight of Lin Chen annihilating the blood sect with a single move was still fresh in their minds. Having witnessed his terrifying methods, the warriors of the Dark Demon sect were so frightened they could barely move. The chill in the young man's smile sent shivers down their spines. One of them immediately dropped to his knees, wailing and begging for mercy. Esteemed young hero, noble lord, most handsome sir, my filthy mouth spoke out of turn just now. We're nothing but dogs. Please be merciful, just let us stray mutts go free. How dare you insult them like this? What wrong has man's best friend ever done to deserve such slander? The women. Lin Chen smiled with harmless innocence. Vermin who casually disembowel living beings like you'll stay right where you are. Lin Chen struck back with a single palm, crushing both men instantly, terrifying everyone present. Witnessing Lin Chen's bloodshed, the Black Demon sect members scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. Suddenly gripping his spear, Lin Chen unleashed his movement technique. Blood sprayed across 100 paces as he showed no mercy to any. Chapter 20, Living Life Full of Swagger. The martial artists of the demon sect practiced extremely cruel and sinister techniques, where killing one person could equate to saving hundreds or even thousands. Lin Chen felt no psychological burden as he unleashed his spear techniques with full force. The demonic sect warriors, seeing Lin Chen's swift and decisive actions, dared not confront his overwhelming presence and obediently handed over their possessions to save their own lives. The cultivation techniques, rare treasures, and precious artifacts surrendered by the demonic sect warriors delighted the female disciples of Misty Dawn sect beyond measure. With this batch of resources, their Misty Dawn sect would develop even faster. Upon hearing of Lin Chen's arrival in Scarlet Sun City, the Dark Soul sect assumed he intended to eliminate them root and branch, fleeing overnight and leaving only a handful of gatekeeping disciples behind. Lin Chen donated the majority of the blood sect's resources to the Yanxia sect, as he had already obtained the most crucial items, the runic energy within the cold mist pendant and the special technique dropped by the blood sect, the primordial Bible. At dawn, by the city gates, Big Brother Lin Chen, are you really not coming with us? The little girl in white clung to Lin Chen's leg, her bright, shimmering eyes filled with reluctance. Little rower, your brother has something far more important to do. This is something only I can accomplish. Lin Chen ruffled her silky hair and chuckled softly. What is it? Can you tell, rower? The innocent little girl asked earnestly, while our dear Lin tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, feigning melancholy. There are countless displaced maidens in this world waiting for me to rescue them. As the saying goes, if I don't enter hell, who will? If handsomeness were a sin, then I'd already be beyond redemption. Before Lin Chen could finish, a cascade of bell-like laughter erupted beside him as the female disciples of Yanxia sect swayed with mirth. Little rower, only half comprehending, waved her tiny pink fists and cheered with childish sincerity. Then brother Lin Chen must definitely do his best. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. This little girl was truly adorable. To meet young hero Lin Chen is truly an honor for our Yanxia sect. May our paths cross like rivers under heaven. Xia Ningyue clasped her hands in solemn salute. Lin Chen mounted the scaled stallion seized from the blood sect, laughing with heroic exuberance. Battling heaven brings endless joy. How few in 10,000 ages have known such mirth. The young man galloped away on his horse, leaving a silhouette that made the women linger for a long time, reluctant to leave. 2 days later, in Blood Sun City, only after receiving news of Lin Chen's departure did the sect leaders of the Black Demon sect and Dark Soul sect dare to return to Blood Sun City. At the city gates, the high-ranking members of the two major factions, Dark Soul sect and Black Demon sect, had just returned. Damn it, that plague god is finally gone. Thank goodness we ran fast enough. From now on, every single one of you better stay sharp. If our Black Demon sect ever provokes a young man like that, 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Just as the two sect leaders were lecturing and scolding their subordinates, their followers' eyes suddenly filled with terror. Say, sect leader, behind you, what's the matter? Is there a ghost behind our sect that scared you into acting like a complete fool? Put. The sword energy pierced through the two sinister sect leaders, forcing them to their knees as most of their refined battle essence was shattered by the blade's force. They couldn't even muster the slightest resistance. So you're the three evil sects, the Dark Soul sect, Blood sect, and Black Demon Gate, specializing in extracting organs, blood cultivation, and breeding blood slaves, right? How convenient to have you all gathered here. Every last one of you vermin who plague the common people has assembled. A pair of stunning figures, one in violet and the other in azure, descended like celestial beings at the gates of Blood Sun City. Be Battle Soul Realm? The two sect masters cried out in agonized horror. Who were these two young mistresses? Battle Soul Realm cultivators at such a tender age? What monstrous, heaven-defying talent was this? Great ladies, who exactly are you two? You're not worthy to know our identities. Die! The green-robed woman's slender fingers transformed into blade-like sharpness. Wherever her jade-white fingers pointed, a group of wicked sect members fell in pools of blood. Seeing this scene, the rogue cultivators of evil sects near the city gates trembled with terror and immediately turned tail to flee. What's wrong with the youngsters these days? How come they're all monstrously strong? Don't they know how to let others live? A quarter of an hour later, all the evil sects in Blood Sun City were completely purged. The ruins of the Blood sect headquarters within the city. Two mysterious women gazed at a conspicuous banner amidst the wreckage, revealing surprise for the first time. The most handsome bastard under heaven and on earth, Lin here specializes in curing all sorts of defiance, soaring through skies and tunneling through earth without lifting a finger. A lifetime of wandering relying solely on swagger. The bewildered pair of women grabbed a rogue cultivator and demanded, "What's going on over there? Please don't kill me. It was left behind by young Master Lin Chen 2 days ago." The frightened rogue cultivator panicked and begged for mercy. Lin Chen? The mysterious woman draped in purple gauze frowned slightly. The name seemed vaguely familiar to her. Why has the blood sect disappeared? Tell me the whole story, and I might just spare you. The blue-robed maiden put on a fiercely menacing expression, charming and mischievous, but in the eyes of the wandering martial artist, it seemed like a demon's threat. The man showed a fearful expression as he recalled the events. That happened 2 days ago. The rogue cultivator recounted everything about a certain young man. The two women exchanged glances, curious for the first time. The mysterious woman said, a chi refinement cultivator instantly killed 2 battle soul cultivators from the blood sect, 10 spirit awakening cultivators, and dozens of chi refinement cultivators with a single move. Interesting. I'd like to meet him. The woman in blue suddenly realized, oh, I understand now. Sister wants to see just how unruly he is? The mysterious woman said, I just wanted to see how strong he was. The woman in green curled her lip and said, strong? So he killed a few war spirit realm cultivators, big deal. Any of those obnoxious men in the family can do that. There's no shortage of them who can fight one against many. The mysterious woman said, that's different. Her jewel-like, breathtakingly beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as the mysterious woman said, if he truly is Lin Chen who escaped from the divine martial sect, his growth speed is frighteningly fast. The young woman in green asked curiously, at 16 years old without even reaching the soul awakening realm, by our standards, his growth is rather slow. Why would you say that, sister? If he had possessed such combat power earlier, Why would he have needed to flee the divine martial sect? This proves that during the time after his escape, he gained the strength to instantly kill 2 War Soul Realm experts. The young woman in green abruptly awoke to the truth like one shaking off a dream. The mysterious woman chuckled, her laughter as pleasant as silver bells. Perhaps this is an unrivaled genius who has risen against the heavens. Chapter 21. I am the divine calculator Lin Chen, known in the circles as having lost one's mind. Lin Chen departed from Blood Sun City 5 days ago, journeying 10,000 miles each day with his dragon horse companion. The setting sun bled crimson across the horizon as Lin Chen galloped down the broad road atop his scaled steed, eyes closed in meditation while letting the dragon horse run freely. He accessed his system interface. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation Realm, Chi Refinement 8th Layer. Peak Strength, 4957 Tiger Force, Vital Energy, 264,594 points. Battle Essence, 144,593 points. Spiritual Power, 11,588 points. Cultivation Technique Essence, 0 points. Heart Secret Art, Primordial 5 Elements Sutra, 14%. Acquired Technique, Primordial Scripture, 1%. Special Rune, Slow Rune Level 1, Rune Energy, 1175 points. Elemental Energy, Fire 24,481 points, Earth 25,752 points, Wood 28,215 points, Metal 27,825 points, Water 35,248 points. The primordial sacred scripture is truly formidable. Just 4 days of cultivation, and my spirit attribute has skyrocketed by over 1,000 points. Absolutely outrageous. Mental attributes were the hardest for Lin Chen to improve, so obtaining this mysterious technique specializing in spiritual power felt like finding a priceless treasure. Lin Chen also felt slightly troubled. The amount of technique essence required to study the primordial sacred scripture was staggeringly vast. The 40,000 plus technique essence he had accumulated earlier was entirely spent on the primordial sacred scripture, yet it only raised his proficiency by 1%. This indirectly demonstrated the extraordinary grade of this technique, so high that even the system couldn't detect its tier among all the techniques Lin Chen currently possessed. The boat will straighten itself when it reaches the dock. I'll settle down in Wanling City first and find more cultivation essence orbs to master this technique. When Lin Chen reached his destination, his eyes were met with a dozen towering city gates standing side by side, flanked by walls hundreds of meters high, coiled like a massive dragon, a sight of awe-inspiring grandeur. They say Wanling City has cultivators at the earthly fiend realm level, and even legendary figures at the heavenly might realm have appeared here. The rumors don't lie. Clicking his tongue in amazement, Lin Chen rode through the city gates on horseback. Let's find a good spot first. As night fell, Lin Chen galloped through the streets on horseback, searching for an inn to rest. Suddenly, he noticed a violet gold beam of light shooting straight into the sky from the western part of the city, solid and unwavering. The violet gold pillar was invisible to everyone else in the city. It was a unique attribute glow visible only to Lin Chen. Damn! What kind of attribute orb could possibly shine so brightly? Lin Chen sucked in a cold breath, ignoring his growling stomach as he turned his steed and sped toward the source of the glow. Half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived before a mansion of noble grandeur. The estate was heavily guarded, with even the entrance patrolled by experts at the spiritual awakening realm. With such extravagance, this could only be an ancient noble family. Damn it all, I must get my hands on that treasure attribute orb no matter what. Lin Chen hardened his resolve, eyes narrowing. As long as he could infiltrate this mansion, obtaining the attribute orb wouldn't be too difficult. Lin Chen changed into a brand new green robe, hung a compass wheel at his waist, and held a banner in his hand, the very picture of a charlatan. Lin Chen waited patiently like a farmer by a tree stump for rabbits until a carriage passed by the mansion's gate. His eyes gleaming brightly, his chance had arrived. A woman descended from the white carriage, draped in a resplendent and delicate goose-yellow gown, her skin fair as congealed fat, eyes bright as starjade. She bore the poise of a noble lady, yet carried an innate elegance within her bones. Most wondrous of all were her enchanting eyes, bright as jade with pupils edged by a swirling trace of violet gold, utterly mystical. Percent. Oh dear, young lady, I see ominous black mist swirling around your forehead. This humble diviner has deduced that both you and your family are plagued by different calamities and tribulations. Lin Chen leaned on his banner while muttering mysteriously as he approached the woman. Kid, stay away from the young mistress. 2 towering bodyguards at the 9th level of the soul manifestation realm blocked Lin Chen's path, their voices icy as they barked the warning. Lin Chen marveled at how Wanling City was teeming with powerhouses. Even 9th level soul awakening cultivators only served as bodyguards here. One could only imagine just how formidable the martial arts in this place were. Easy there, no need for violence. I happen to be a diviner, the illustrious divine calculator Lin Chen. Show some respect among fellow Taoists, nicknamed Shirliji on the streets. Side hustle, professional ladies arsonist. Lin Chen chuckled and pointed at his banner. Diviners were an exceptionally rare profession across the 9 provinces continent, scarce even compared to alchemists. A diviner, guided by their inner practice and fate tools, can observe geomancy, calculate destinies, traverse yin and yang, and glimpse divine secrets. The most formidable diviners, exceedingly rare, can even deduce the tides of fate itself. The young miss from a wealthy family, Shangwan Bihan, slightly furrowed her willow leaf brows. She glanced at Lin Chen's banner, where the words Divine Calculator, Heartbreaker, and Solo King's designation were boldly written, and couldn't help but smile. This might yet again be some charlatan who caught wind of the Shangwan family's misfortune and came pretending to offer help. Please escort him out, but do him no harm. As for you, my friend, I hope you'll refrain from impersonating a diviner in the future. Bihan has never seen a diviner as young as you. With that, Shangwan Bihan turned away without a glance and strode gracefully toward the mansion with light, measured steps. Miss Shangwan, have you recently felt that your cultivation progress has come to a complete standstill? Lin Chen suddenly spoke, stopping Shangwan Bihan in her tracks. She had never mentioned to anyone that she recently hit a bottleneck in her cultivation technique, not even the elders in her clan were aware. How did you know? Shangwan Bihan's beautiful eyes flickered with a strange purple gold light, as if trying to see through Lin Chen completely. Lin Chen remained unruffled under her probing gaze, exuding an air of profound mystery, and continued speaking. If this master doesn't intervene, you'll perish within half a month. If you don't believe me, try channeling your battle chi and press your finger against your meridian acupoint to see for yourself. Shangwan Bihan was half convinced as she guided a wisp of pale blue battle chi with her fingertip, pressing it against the meridian acupoint behind her elegant shoulder. Shangwan Bihan suddenly felt a savage surge of blood chi assault her heart. She withdrew her jade-like finger in horror, her heart still pounding with lingering fear. Just now, if I had pressed further, the frenzied vital energy and blood might have even endangered my life. The city's top 4th-rank alchemy master even mentioned that my bone structure and innate physique are excellent. How could there be a life-threatening flaw hidden within me? Shangwan Bihan's beautiful eyes filled with shock and bewilderment as she glanced at Lin Chen once more. This time, she saw Lin swaying his head, sighing intermittently, occasionally gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, looking every bit the part of a grandmaster. The world is going to the dogs, and even handsome fellows find no help. A kind heart is taken for donkey liver and lungs, truly pitiable, bringing trouble upon oneself. Having said that, Mr. Lin pretended to turn and leave. Grandmaster Shiletsi, please wait. Shangwan Bihan hastily stopped him, and Mr. Lin immediately turned back, straightened his collar slightly, and gave a light cough. So, the young lady is willing to believe this swindler now? You jest, master. It was Bihan who failed to recognize a true master before her eyes. Shangwan Bihan bowed gracefully, even adopting a reverent tone. Precious few in all of Wanling City ever received such treatment. Goo goo goo. Lin Chen was about to spout a few more deliberately mysterious remarks to elevate his prestige when his stomach betrayed him with an undignified wolf-like growl. Shangwan Bihan covered her mouth with a light chuckle, saying with an amused tone, "It seems even the master can't escape mortal needs. Would you care to visit the manor? Then I'll trouble Miss Shangwan to lead the way." Clearing his throat shamelessly, Lin Chen pretended to let her guide him while actually taking the lead and striding in first. Chapter 22. Tonight's matter, I'll keep it secret. At the Shangwan mansion, in the courtyard. Inside one of the finest rooms, delicacies were served one after another. Lin Chen wolfed them down as if possessed by a starving ghost, displaying none of a master's dignified demeanor. Satisfied, he patted his belly, picked his teeth while lazily stretching with his legs casually crossed. Shangwan Bihan displayed remarkable patience, waiting until Lin Chen had eaten and drunk his fill before making her polite inquiry. Master Shiletsi, what must I do to resolve my condition? Which medicinal pill should I take for the cure? Lin Chen waved his hand lazily in response. Just extend your hand, and let this master examine it by touch. The solution shall reveal itself naturally. Hearing this, Shangwan Bihan's expression slightly changed. Raised under strict family discipline, she had scarcely ever met male peers, let alone allowed a young man to touch her. Even bringing Lin Chen into the mansion this time had been done secretly through the estate's hidden passageways. Master, might we try another method? This approach is rather inconvenient for Bihan. Shangwan Bihan hesitated uncertainly, she said with difficulty. Oh, I don't have any other solutions. If you're not willing, then find someone else. It's not a problem with the elixirs, otherwise, how could the alchemists around you have failed to recognize it? Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders and was about to stand up. Shangwan Bihan hesitated with visible conflict. If I were to overstep any boundaries with you, the elderly gentleman behind the window would surely intervene. Lin Chen cast a glance toward a certain curtain, speaking with effortless charm. From the moment he arrived, Lin Chen had sensed a formidable aura secretly guarding Shangwan Bihan, far more powerful than those 2 9th-level Spirit Awakening Realm bodyguards. If you're unwilling, I'll take my leave. Though the food here is delicious, and freeloading does bring me joy. Seeing the beauty hesitate, Lin Chen added fuel to the fire, urging her to make a decision quickly. Sure enough, as Lin Chen stood up, Shangwan Bihan bit her red lips and said, "Then, can the master guarantee today's matter won't be spread? Otherwise, it could affect Bihan's reputation. Just look at my handsome face, you can tell I'm the type who keeps secrets tight. No more talking, let's get down to business. Hold out your hand." Lin Chen chuckled while Shangwan Bihan trembled slightly, rolling up her long sleeve to reveal her snow-white arm. Raising his palm, Lin Chen wrapped his fingers around the delicate and tender hand of the beauty, who trembled slightly as if electrified. TSK, this Miss Shangwan Bihan is truly made of water. Lin Chen marveled inwardly, sensing a subtle but deadly intent locking onto him. Any inappropriate move would likely instantly provoke the hidden powerhouse lurking in the shadows. Closing his eyes, Lin Chen activated his mental energy, and within his vision, thumb-sized attribute orbs rapidly merged into his body. Acquired 1578 points, 3,498 points, 9,487 points of water elemental energy. After extracting the attribute orbs from Shangwan Bihan's body, Lin Chen immediately released his grip within 2 breaths. Phew, it's done. From now on, by repeating today's procedure a few more times and having you disperse a portion of your cultivation energy, we can avert the future lethal crisis. Lin Chen deliberately feigned an appearance of extreme exhaustion. Shangwan Bihan lightly pressed the acupoint at her wrist pulse, discovering that most of the pain had subsided. With a mix of puzzlement and concern in her voice, she inquired, "Why are you dissipating your qi?" Dispersing the battle energy cultivated through heart techniques would lead to a regression in one's cultivation base, a price few could endure. If I'm not mistaken, you must be a special bloodline bearer. The blood flowing through your veins carries the ancestral abilities and traits, isn't that right? Yes, indeed. Our Shangwan family has inherited ancestral bloodline pupil techniques. Shangwan Bihan nodded in acknowledgement, as this wasn't any great secret. Exactly. The potential within your bloodline will reach new heights in the near future. Coincidentally, the cultivation technique you practice is also a high-level technique. The higher your mastery of it becomes, the more it will alter your physique, bone structure, and even your bloodline. The conflict between these two would have had unimaginable consequences, had you not met me, Shirluji. Lin Chen's explanation left Shangwan Bihan both startled and bewildered. Anxiously, she pressed for clarification. But my ancestors in the Shangwan family once cultivated this technique to extremely high realms, and it never threatened their lives? Because their bloodline was far inferior to yours, so this situation never occurred. Lin Chen's words awakened the dreamer, even drawing out the hidden powerhouse behind the scenes. So that's how it is. This old man finally understands. Bihan, what the master is referring to is the unprecedented second awakening of the bloodline within the Shangwan family. Our clan hasn't witnessed a second bloodline awakening in 1,000 years. Truly a godsend. The grey-clad old servant congratulated Shangwan Bihan and dropped his guard against Lin Chen. This old man begs the master's forgiveness for my earlier actions. Lin Chen smiled indifferently. After all, she's your family's priceless treasure. I completely understand being overprotective. I can actually awaken my bloodline a second time? Shangwan Bihan's delicate face flushed with excitement. If this were the case, the cost of dissipating one's cultivation base was negligible. In the Shangwan clan where resources were abundantly plentiful, lost cultivation could be restored within a short period. Lin Chen could see the attribute orbs scattered around. Earlier, he had resolved the issue of Shangwan Bihan's cultivation technique going out of control from overaccumulation. If he hadn't intervened at that moment, perhaps no one in this city of 10,000 spirits could have saved her afterward. Lin Chen stood up and couldn't resist picking up the attribute orbs scattered across the grand hall any longer. The two watched in bewilderment as this grandmaster suddenly began wildly grasping at thin air. Master Shirliji, what are you doing? This master is generously conducting a free feng shui examination on behalf of your Shangwan family. Your geomancy fortune truly leaves much to be desired. Lin Chen spoke utter nonsense with complete sincerity. Master can perceive even such things? The grey-clad old servant asked with rare excitement. More or less, I can see a little. My master said the handsomer one is, the more humble one should be. Lin Chen replied modestly. In truth, it was all nonsense, he just coveted the other's attribute orbs. The Shangwan residence is filled with countless experts and who knows how many attribute treasures. No, I must thoroughly explore every corner of it. Lin Chen decided to first scour the entire Shangwan residence before heading to the location of the attribute pillar to investigate what treasure lay there, killing two birds with one stone. Just as Shangwan Bihan and the grey-clad old servant exchanged excited glances, about to speak, a voice came from outside the door. Bihan, are you in there? Aunt Lu told me you brought someone back, where are they? The visitor pushed open the door, a young nobleman dressed in white, holding a white-feathered fan, handsome in appearance, around 24 or 25 years old, accompanied by two guards. The white-clad youth glared furiously upon seeing Lin Chen and rebuked sharply. Where did this wild brat come from? How dare you appear in Bihan's loft? Cousin Xingyu, you must not disrespect the Grandmaster. Shangguan Bihan stepped in front of Lin Chen, shouting sharply at the white-robed youth. The young man's expression darkened slightly. Since he had entered the Shangguan residence, his cousin had never reprimanded him with such an attitude. What kind of bullshit master is this? Bihan, don't let yourself be fooled. Have you ever seen a master who's just some inexperienced brat who hasn't even grown his damn eyebrows properly? Seeing her shield Lin Chen, the young man in white burned with jealousy and shouted angrily, "My fur's all grown in now, don't believe me? Look, thick and lush, black as ink, pure alpha male at first glance." Lin Chen deliberately edged closer to Shangguan Bihan's elegant back, tugging at his hair with a mischievous grin. The accompanying guards twitched at the corners of their mouths. This brat was supposed to be a master? He's even a few years younger than Lady Shangguan. Cousin Xingyu, Master Shirliji is a guest diviner I personally invited. If you can't show proper respect, I'll have to bring this up with the Grand Elder, Shangguan Bihan retorted. The usually elegant and refined Shangguan Bihan unexpectedly took an extremely resolute stance this time, confronting the white-robed young man. If he's considered a seer, then I must be the God Almighty. The youth ground his teeth in jealousy. This kid actually had the nerve to flaunt his closeness with Bihan right before his eyes. TSK, don't believe me? Young master, I'd advise against overindulging in worldly pleasures. From what I see, your yang energy has almost been drained dry by women. If you don't believe me, try channeling your battle chi to your Shinshu acupoint. Lin Chen chuckled darkly, just as the white-robed young man was about to retort. Young Master Qingyu, why not follow the master's suggestion and try it out? If he truly is the diviner invited by Miss Bihan, you can't afford to offend him. The gray-robed old servant spoke impassively. The white-robed youth gave him a wary glance, then scoffed. Then this young master shall see what manner of master this really is. The white-clad youth slightly closed his eyes, letting his battle aura flow instinctively, immediately locating the Shinshu acupoint. The moment the battle energy surged into the acupoint, the white-robed young man's facial muscles twisted in agony. He rolled on the ground, howling, "Arg, it hurts so much, my kidneys." This spectacle startled even the two accompanying guards. What in the world was happening? Now you understand the master's power. Alright then, Shangguan Bihan said impassively. It's getting late. I know you have matters to discuss with me today, but this master has expended too much energy during cultivation and needs proper rest. Lin Chen coughed lightly a few times, prompting Shangguan Bihan to quickly respond. I'll arrange accommodations for the master immediately. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep tonight's matter between the two of us secret for you. Lin Chen let out a flirtatious whistle. With crimson cheeks burning, Shangguan Bihan let out a soft with her delicate face flushed red. Then I thank you, master. What? A matter between two people tonight? The white-robed youth clutching his kidney burned with raging jealousy upon seeing Shangguan Bihan's shy demeanor. The white-robed youth shouted angrily, "What have you done?" Lin Chen smirked mischievously. Of course it's a secret between two people, day after day, one day at a time, one time a day. Chapter 23, Must Be Wild. By the time the guards helped the white-robed youth up, Lin Chen and Shangguan Bihan had already gone far away. As his pain gradually subsided, he stared at Lin Chen's retreating figure, grinding his teeth in fury. Dare to touch my woman, Wanfu Qingyu? Watch how I fucking destroy you. Shangguan Bihan personally arranged Lin Chen's accommodation. As they strolled through the courtyard, Lin Chen noticed numerous attribute orbs, but he wasn't in a hurry to collect them. He knew he had successfully infiltrated as a seer. These attribute orbs were already as good as his. The real challenge was figuring out how to approach that violet golden pillar of light. In a fine guest room, the air was filled with the fragrance of red sandalwood. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, forming mystical hand seals as he entered a meditative state. The cultivation speed of this primordial scripture is truly terrifying. If I continue at this rate, just one more month of practice, and my mental power will advance to the spirit realm. On the 9 provinces continent, mental power cultivation was divided into several realms: Void Realm, Spirit Realm, Ethereal Spirit Realm, and Dharma Idol Realm. The Void Realm represents the spiritual power at the mortal level, where except for those with innate exceptional talent, mortal spiritual power is generally weak. The Spirit Realm signifies when one's spirit can interact with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing spiritual perception and developing certain attack ranges and methods. At the Soul Manifestation Realm, spiritual power begins to merge with heaven and earth, granting large-scale spiritual sensing and offensive capabilities. In the Dharmakaya realm, spiritual power condenses into a spiritual Dharma form, aligning with the laws of heaven and earth. The spirit can separate from the body, wandering freely through the 9 heavens, where so long as the spirit remains unextinguished, the original consciousness will never perish. If Lin Chen could break through to the spirit realm, he would gain another layer of foundation and means. All night long, Lin Chen immersed himself in relentless cultivation, forgetting sleep and food. The incident that occurred in the Shangguan family last night shocked all the higher-ups, even drawing out the elders who were in seclusion. The possibility that Shangguan Bihan might become the second person in the Shangguan family's millennia-long history to awaken bloodline power twice invigorated countless elders. Moreover, this information was uncovered from interrogation with a young astrologer. If not for him, the Shangguan clan might have lost their rising hope altogether. Many of the upper echelons and elders of the Shangguan family harbored doubts. What if this so-called master was just a charlatan who stumbled upon luck? Wouldn't that mean the entire family was being made fools of? In the main hall of the Shangguan residence, all the high-ranking members and elders of the Shangguan family had gathered. Not a single one below the War Soul realm, with a few even far surpassing that level of cultivation. Master Shirliji, this way, please. Shangguan Bihan, clad in an elegant snow-white gown, personally led Lin Chen into the grand hall. Boom! Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure assailed Lin Chen, as countless sword-sharp gazes pierced through him, as if trying to uncover all his secrets. Sensing this pressure, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Nearly everyone in the hall had cultivation levels at or above the 9th tier of the Battle Soul realm. Damn it, these old fogies are clearly trying to intimidate me. But the tougher they push, the less I can afford to back down. Facing these gazes, Lin Chen remained serenely indifferent. He stepped inside without a word and casually took a seat beside them, propping his feet up on the table with legs crossed in an utterly audacious manner. What's the matter, everyone? Did you find anything special about this master? Lin Chen smirked mischievously, drawing startled exclamations from the numerous elders and family elites. This kid looks so young, barely even 18. Physical cultivation passable, cultivation base decent, mental resilience strong. His temperament isn't weak either, but that's about all there is to him. Hey, somehow I feel we've been intimidated by this brat. I've met several real arithmeticians in my time, none were like him. Huangfu Qingyu from last night was also present, holding his fan with a cold smile as he looked down at Lin Chen with contempt, as if having seen through his trickster ways. He clasped his fists towards several clan elders and said with a laugh, "Honored elders, I've always suspected this youngster was a charlatan. Bihan is young and inexperienced, she was momentarily intimidated earlier. I implore the elders to suppress this impostor, lest he make fools of the Shangguan family." The handsome middle-aged man sitting at the head of the main hall glanced at him indifferently and said, "Whether he's real or fake, we'll determine that ourselves." Lin Chen sneered mockingly, "Lord Kidney Deficiency, that trick of killing with a borrowed knife didn't quite work out for you, did it? How about I teach you the real masterstroke, pulling the firewood from under the cauldron instead?" Repeated setbacks sparked a hidden flicker of murderous intent in Huangfu Qingyu's eyes. "Young calculator friend, I am Shangguan Yunfan, the current head of the Shangguan family. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate your abilities for everyone present?" Shangguan Yunfan smiled gracefully, not putting on airs or using the tone of an elder to pressure Lin Chen. Little did he know, Lin Chen, who was biting into a fragrant fruit, swiftly raised his hand in refusal. "No way. What? Damn it. What kind of place do you take our Shangguan family for?" A hot-tempered elder suddenly stood up, radiating an overwhelming aura, his eyes gleaming with malice. Bang! To everyone's surprise, Lin Chen kicked over the table in front of him, sending tea splattering across the floor. He flipped the bird and unleashed a torrent of curses. "Fuck! Who the hell do you think I am? The fucking fortune teller Shirliji? Divining fate and peering into the heavens' secrets comes at a great cost. You think this is some goddamn street performance? You snap your fingers and expect me to dance? Who the fuck do you think you are?" The guards stationed outside the hall watched this scene unfold with their hearts pounding in their throats, utterly dumbstruck. These are all high-ranking members of the Shangguan Manor. Among them, those at the 8th or 9th level of the War Soul realm are commonplace, and there are even several legendary Earth Fiend realm powerhouses present. Any one of these individuals would be considered a truly eminent figure in the outside world, not to mention the Shangguan clan's special status as the treasure appraisal family. In the entire history of 10,000 Spirit City, no one has ever dared to speak such harsh words directly before the entire upper echelon of the Shangguan clan. Even Shangguan Yunfan was momentarily stunned. Who in the heavens is this bold soul? Not even the chief alchemist of 10,000 Spirit City would dare utter such arrogant words before these people. Lin Chen knows his own business, he is a weird fortune teller. If I were to actually demonstrate it, who knows what flaws might be exposed in front of these old monsters. So next, he needed to put on a bold front act. He had to go wild, utterly and unapologetically wild, with absolute confidence, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Chapter 24, Stone-Losing Wisdom Grandmaster, a night of frantic touching. "Master, please calm your anger. My father and the elders meant no harm, they were merely curious to witness your abilities." Shangguan Bihan soothed Lin Chen's temper, while the hot-headed elder was given a meaningful look by another elder and reluctantly resumed his seat. Lin Chen leisurely sat back down. "If you seek help, you should maintain proper courtesy. Don't act as though I came begging for your attention." Several of the elder council members frowned, their tempers flaring, but Shangwan Yunfan raised a hand to stop them. He could sense that this young man was no ordinary mortal, there was an unfathomable mystery about him. Moreover, a sinister aura lurked within him, one that made him vaguely apprehensive. Our earlier actions were disrespectful to you. On behalf of the Shangwan family, I offer my apologies, young friend. Shangwan Yunfan said solemnly. Our family practices secret techniques passed down through our ancestors' bloodline, cultivating unique abilities, the amethyst gold eyes. The amethyst gold eyes can discern hidden treasures or concealed energy fluctuations, a distinctive skill of our lineage. Yet over the past century, our cultivation of this power has steadily declined. The ancestral altar that sustains our bloodline training has gradually lost its potency, bringing our secret techniques to near stagnation. Even basic cultivation for newborn descendants has become difficult to maintain. Shangwan Yunfan sighed. If the ancestral altar were to completely lose its power one day, it would mark the countdown to their family's ruin. Because of this matter, we've paid a heavy price to invite a diviner to perform divinations on our ancestral altar, yet to no avail. If you, young friend, can resolve this, no, even if you can merely identify the reason for our altar's decline, we will surely reward you with priceless treasures. A white-haired elder took over the conversation. He was the second elder of the Shangwan family, a figure of immense stature. They were truly at their wits' end, resorting to desperate measures. Otherwise, given their pride, how could they possibly place their trust in Lin Chen, still little more than a greenhorn? Lin Chen's heart trembled. Could it be that attribute orb? Alright, I've got the gist of it. In that case, let's get started. Lin Chen's spirits soared as he rolled up his sleeves and sprang to his feet, agreeing with such astonishing speed it bordered on the inconceivable. This, Master Shi, aren't you going to discuss the reward first? Shan Yunfan was astonished. Was there truly such a fortune teller? Taking action without even discussing payment first? When the root of the problem is identified, the matter of compensation will naturally be addressed. Those with true capability never worry about payment. My competence is directly proportional to my dashing looks. With skills like mine, do you think I'd fear the Shangwan family shortchanging me? Lin Chen bent down to pick up an attribute orb, flashing a carefree smile. Shangwan Yunfan laughed heartily. Ha, Master Shiletsi, you truly are a man of remarkable wit. No more idle talk, none of you move. This master needs to carefully examine the feng shui fortunes of you all. Lin Chen strolled through the hall, gathering frantically. The attribute orbs dropped by the upper court were of exceptional quality, and there were plenty of them. As Lin Chen's strength grew, attribute orbs would drop from even the Warsoul realm experts, regardless of whether he attacked them or not. This bounty left him overflowing with gains. Acquired 6,849 points of wood energy, 5,899 points of fire energy, 8,922 points of cultivation essence, 531 points of mental energy, 13,781 points of vital energy. With his attributes skyrocketing in a straight line, the curve of Lin Chen's grin gradually grew downright maniacal. His actions left the higher-ups of the Shangwan family scratching their heads. What on earth is this kid doing? He claimed he'd help them identify the ancestral altars issue, but now he's just grabbing at thin air? Is this how fortune tellers calculate celestial cycles and deduce fate? This looks nothing like a fortune teller's divination. I'd say it more resembles a rabid dog lunging at food. Lin Chen finished collecting the haul and continued picking up items outside. The crowd hurriedly followed, eager to figure out what Master Shi Liji, the legendary divine strategist, was actually plotting. Acquired 359 spirit power points, 4,195 cultivation essence points, 3,125 fire energy points, 9,274 vital energy points. Even the guards in the Shangwan Manor were at least at the soul awakening realm, and the attribute orbs they dropped during cultivation were of exceptionally high quality. Lin Chen could barely contain his laughter. Damn it, the entire Shangwan estate was basically a massive treasure trove. The Shangwan residence was incredibly vast. Lin Chen couldn't even complete a full lap at full sprint in less than half a watch. This combination of jogging and gathering kept him occupied till nightfall without finishing. What's this guy touching everything for? He's been feeling up half the Shangwan Manor today. Didn't you know? He's the fortune teller Miss Shangwan Bihan invited back. Haha, put. I'd believe he's a beggar randomly groping the ground like that. Even I can do that. Keep your voice down. That's someone even Elder Chen holds in high regard. A chi refining realm nobody? Even our servants start at chi refining. Where did this freak come from? The young clansman of the Shangwan family watched Lin Chen fumbling around and couldn't help but sneer and mock him endlessly. Huang Fuqing you watched with a cold sneer, waiting to see Lin Chen's downfall. Lin Chen transformed into the one-night wild groping. The next day, an agile figure leaped and dashed magically from the backyard to the courtyard, arriving at a pavilion. Following closely behind Lin Chen, Shangwan Bihan hurriedly shouted, Master Shiletsi, that's the women's bathhouse of the Shangwan estate. Ah, the women's bathhouse? That's exactly what I'm looking for. Oh no, I mean your ancestral altar. What? Today, the Shangwan family welcomes a distinguished guest of great importance. Members of the city lord's mansion, as well as a renowned diviner hired at great expense to unravel the mysteries of fate. Brother Yunfan, this is the diviner I specially invited for you, Master Yan from the 24 Stars Divination Society of Nanlong City in the Wild Territories. Countless factions have flourished under his guidance, and this time I spared no expense to bring him here. In the conference hall, a portly man in a yellow robe enthusiastically made introductions with animated expressions. Seated across from them were an elder with transcendent demeanor and a white-browed old man wearing an arrogant expression. Oh, greetings, Master Yan. I am Shangwan Yunfan, the head of the Shangwan family. Shangwan Yunfan politely cupped his hands in salute. The white-browed elder responded with a haughty nod, his attitude dripping with arrogance. I'm aware of your situation. Matters concerning the rise and fall of an entire family's fortune are significant. To glimpse into the trajectory of such immense destiny, this master would expend considerable vital energy. Grandmaster Yan's tone shifted, causing Shangwan Yunfan to subtly tighten his palms. Although there was already a fortune teller residing at the Shangwan estate, since he had personally requested this esteemed guest's presence, it was only proper to treat him with due respect. Moreover, Master Shirluji might not be able to resolve the issue. If he fails, having Grandmaster Yen attempt the reading would be a worthwhile alternative. Shangwan Yunfan then smiled and said, of course, if it weren't something important, we wouldn't have sought out Master Yen. As long as the problem is resolved, rest assured that the compensation will not disappoint the master. Heh, this old man can guarantee it. Master Yen, the Shangwan family has sufficient resources. Please feel free to employ your skills without reservation. The sage-like old man chuckled lightly. He was Xing Wanhe, the chief alchemist of Wanling City. Shangwan Yunfan continued, as for the compensation, we'll proceed according to the original agreement. Master Yen said indifferently, my fees are quite steep. Seeing the other party trying to hike the price, Shangwan Yunfan frowned. How steep exactly? Master Yen replied calmly, about as tall as a few dozen skyscrapers stacked together. Shangwan Yunfan suppressed his rising temper and was about to negotiate again. House leader, great news. The two personal bodyguards burst in, offering continuous congratulations, while Shangwan Yunfan and the other three cast puzzled and peculiar glances their way. Master Shirluji has entered the ancestral altar alone. The two guards reported excitedly. What good news is it that he entered the ancestral altar? Who took him in? Shangwan Yunfan frowned. No one took him. He found a secret passage from inside the women's bathhouse and went in by himself. What? Shangwan Yunfan's expression changed drastically. The location of the ancestral altar is extremely well hidden. Even those at the Earth Fiend realm would struggle to find its exact location without guidance from a core member of the family. Master Shirluji requests your presence to discuss the reward. He says he's found the root cause of the ancestral altar's dwindling energy. The two guards couldn't hide their intense admiration and amazement. They'd just witnessed the miraculous methods of a divination master. Master Shirluji is freaking incredible. Who would have thought his random groping around actually uncovered the secret passage to the ancestral altar from within the women's bathhouse? This passage isn't even known to members of their own Shangwan household. It was left behind by ancestors long ago. Shangwan Yunfan leaped up in pleasant surprise, his frustration over temporary price hikes instantly vanishing as he roared with laughter. Well done, Stone Happy Mind, ha! Chapter 25, Senior Wave, please begin your performance. Oh, a Grand Master? Negotiating rewards? Master Yen keenly caught these words and narrowed his eyes slightly. Really? Everyone, if you could kindly take a few steps, I'll lead you to my family's ancestral altar. We can talk more on the way. Shangwan Yunfan was visibly excited and immediately set off. The other distinguished guests exchanged tacit glances and followed step by step. Beneath the rear courtyard lay a vast excavated space, housing a towering stone platform and ancient altar spanning several dozen zhang in magnitude. A group of the Shangwan family members stood behind Lin Chen in front of the ancient altar, numbering in the hundreds elders, young prodigies, loyal guards, and more. Everyone stared at Lin Chen's back in astonishment. This guy had randomly groped around and actually found a hidden passage even their own Shangwan family members didn't know about, leading straight into the ancestral altar. In Lin Chen's eyes, at the very center of the ancient altar, hovered a violet gold attribute orb, as large as a fist. So that's it, the energy of this ancient altar has been completely drained by this attribute orb, which is why only the faintest traces remain. Lin Chen turned his gaze to the base of the ancient altar and spotted something unusual. The altar hadn't lost its potency, there was another reason altogether. Master Shiletzi, can you truly resolve the ancestral altar issue of my Shangwan family? Across from Lin Chen, several figures emerged from the passage on the other side of the ancient altar. It was Shangwan Yunfan and his distinguished guests. Seeing Shangwan Yunfan approaching excitedly with quick steps, Lin Chen flashed a confident smile. Indeed, I think we can now discuss the matter of compensation first. So, kid, are you also a fortune teller? To everyone's surprise, Grandmaster Yen was the first to step forward, standing before Lin Chen with an arrogant and dismissive demeanor. "Yunfan, who is this?" Elder Shangguan, who had been following Lin Chen all along, asked in confusion. "Elder, this is the renowned divination master we previously entrusted Xiahong to find for us, Master Yin of the 24 stars of the Barren Lands." Elder Second's expression turned grave upon hearing Shangguan Yunfan's introduction. The 24-star calculators, this was a mysterious organization of diviners from the Barren Lands, neither wholly dark nor entirely righteous. Their origins were formidable, and their ranks consisted solely of diviners. Master Yin coughed lightly in perfect cooperation, and everyone except Lin Chen instantly grew solemn with reverence. Yet another truly heavyweight figure had arrived. "It turns out to be Master Yin of the 24 stars calculations. My aged eyes failed to recognize you. We originally invited you here to help our Shangguan family determine why our ancestral altar lost its power. However, my daughter recently encountered a benefactor who has already identified the source of our problem. Master Yin may rest assured the agreed fee for your consultation will be paid in full without missing a single coin." The second elder spoke with polite deference, causing Master Yin to raise an eyebrow as he glanced at Lin Chen. "Your esteemed guest, this greenhorn? What kind of talentless runt is he supposed to be? Another calculation master? Boy, who's your teacher? Which organization do you belong to?" Master Yan's tone dripped with disdain, instantly adopting the condescending manner of an elder interrogating an insignificant junior. If word got out that Yan Jiwen had his reputation tarnished by some wet-behind-the-ears brat, how could he ever maintain his standing in the wild territories? "I am Lin Chen, the divine calculator, known among peers as Shi Liji. My side gigs include womanizing, arson, alchemy, and flaunting. Divination is just my hobby, showing off is my life's true vocation. As for my master, sorry, you're not worthy of knowing." Lin Chen's opening rant was complete nonsense, but everyone found it oddly impressive despite not understanding half of it. Especially that last part, how could divination merely be his side hobby? Nonsense! I've never heard of any divine calculator Shi Liji. If you claim you can solve the Shangguan family's problems, then show us some real skills. Master Yan flicked his sleeve and sneered coldly. Since Master Yan doesn't believe you, why don't you show him what you've got? If you're feeling brave, let's make a bet. Whoever solves the mystery of this ancient altar has to perform a belly dance in the most crowded place of 10,000 Spirit City. How about that? Lin Chen's easygoing and carefree demeanor made Master Yan grind his teeth in frustration. Belly dance? It's fine if you can't dance, as long as you can strip. The portly man in yellow robes exchanged a glance with Xing Wanha, intrigued, before stepping aside to observe quietly from the sidelines. "Humph, if you insist on a wager, then so be it. But let me make one thing clear, if neither of us can completely resolve the issue here, priority will be given to whoever delivers the best result, whether it's identifying the root of the problem or proposing a solution." Master Yan laughed in extreme fury. If he didn't take action and suppress this brat today, the little troublemaker would truly flip the heavens. Great, let's see Master Yin show us his skills. Bench chairs, small sunglasses, with plates of melon seeds and fruit. Lin Chen had somehow hauled out a lounger, lying back munching on melon seeds and sipping liquor, looking every bit the popcorn-munching spectator who couldn't care less about keeping trouble at bay. Seeing his cocky, cheeky attitude, Master Yan's face twitched violently as he sneered. Truly, each new generation surpasses the last. Surpasses in cheekiness, right, and I'm the cheekiest of all. Don't worry about me, old master, please, begin your performance. Lin Chen whistled lazily, crossing his legs as he finished the phrase for the old guard. Beside him, Shangguan Bihan couldn't hold back her laughter, covering her mouth delicately with her slender hand while smiling with suppressed mirth. "Let's see how long you can keep this arrogance up." Master Yan snorted coldly, kicked off the ground, and soared into the ancient altar with a leap. With a swift motion across his waist, he drew out a starjade compass which he now firmly grasped in hand. This is the life artifact of a seer, a unique tool belonging solely to the seer themselves, used to glimpse heavenly secrets and deduce fate. No one but its owner can wield it. Heaven and Earth Infinite Star Calculation Sanctum. Master Yen dripped a drop of his essence blood into the compass, causing its needle to spin. Dragon Pass opposes the Ma, Yin and Yang cleave apart. The aged palm suddenly scattered a multitude of ancient talismans, which burst into flames mid-air, forming a fiery path that pointed in a specific direction. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The direction indicated by the flames was precisely where that attribute orb lay. This effortless and fluid method of deduction was a sight to behold, drawing even Lin Chen's attention. This was his first time witnessing a true diviner in action. With a violent surge of spiritual power, Grandmaster Yin channeled his energy into a seal. The flames burning in mid-air infused the pointer within the star jade compass. The needle trembled wildly before suddenly freezing in place within an instant. A brilliant light flashed in Elder Yan's eyes as his gaze pierced through the starry void, observing the motionless pointer as if perceiving an entirely different realm within it. Many people shuddered involuntarily, goosebumps rising across their skin, with most not daring to meet Elder Yan's penetrating stare. Numerous attendees sensed the lingering presence of some hidden energy within the world's fabric, and this Elder Yan was tracing the vestiges of that very power. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and Grandmaster Yen nearly spat out blood. His cultivation hadn't reached that level yet, and attempting to pry into too many mysteries nearly caused his own techniques to backlash upon him.
Grandmaster Yen, are you alright? Shangguan Yunfan asked with concern.
Inside the ancient altar, Grandmaster Yen raised a hand.
The dragon pass is blocked, accumulating fortune without release.
All energy is being seized by the dragon pass and scattered throughout the heavens. Your ancestral altar hasn't lost its power, it's being obstructed or absorbed by something, causing the current situation.
Master Yen shook his head.
Only after making his move did he realize the severity of the problem. It was 10 times worse than he'd ever imagined. His cultivation level had not yet reached the required realm, allowing him only to faintly detect the presence of the Dragon Gate.
Yet he couldn't even begin to grasp its precise location. His divinations yielded nothing but empty space. Then how do I find or open this Dragon Pass?
And the elder in Shangguan Yunfan anxiously asked in unison.
This is beyond my capabilities.
To my knowledge, within the 24-star calculation organization, only the venerable leader himself could possibly deduce the Dragon Pass's location. He appears and vanishes like a divine dragon, not someone you can simply summon.
Master Yen wiped his sweat and stepped down from the ancient altar. Shangguan Yunfan and the others instantly turned pale-faced.
Judging by this response, the situation was extremely dire. Master Yen is already at the level of a regional grandmaster, yet even he openly admitted that only a 24-star calculation team leader would stand a chance of resolving it. A figure like the star calculation team leader, someone even legendary Tiangang realm experts would struggle to meet. He's already far beyond the level that the Shangguan family could possibly invite. If that's the case, then all hope rests solely on Master Shi Lizhi. Shang Yunfan's breathing trembled slightly. It wasn't that he distrusted him, but Shi Lizhi was simply too young. Several years younger than his daughter Shangguan Bihan. How could someone of that age possibly rival someone like the head of the Star Calculation Division?
Could it be that heaven truly intends to destroy our Shangguan family? Shangguan Yunfan sighed deeply in his heart. Chapter 26. That's it? Not even worthy. It's alright, Master Yen, I believe you can do it. Shangguan Bihan cheered for Lin Chen. Now it's your turn, youngster. At the very least, I've deduced the crux of the problem. If you can't surpass my achievement, then I win by default. After all, you can't possibly just rephrase the results of my deductions. Master Yan looked at Lin Chen with a haughty expression. The art of calculation was profound and abstruse. He didn't believe any junior could reach, let alone surpass, his level of mastery. Master Qian Lang, is this it? Doesn't seem very useful. Without a solution, isn't all this just wasted effort? Lin Chen stretched lazily, got up with a pout, and clicked his tongue while shaking his head. Damn it, if you can't produce any results later, just wait and see how I deal with you. Master Yen was visibly angry, while Huang Fuqingyu fanned himself with a cold smile, promptly echoing the sentiment. Lin Chen, what kind of trash are you? You just stumbled upon a secret passage by chance. How dare you speak to Master Yen like that? If you don't kneel and apologize to everyone later, I, Huang Fuqingyu, will be the first one to make you pay for it. Lin Chen gave the guy a glance, too lazy to bother with this noisy nuisance. Leaping into the air, Lin Chen landed in the ancient altar. The crowd held their breath, while Shangguan Bihan nervously clenched her jade-like hands. The future of the Shangguan family rests on him. Grandmaster Yin sneered, Kid, show us your arithmetician's life artifact. Enough with the pretentious act. Among arithmeticians, one can roughly gauge another's skill level by observing their opponent's life artifact. Lin Chen mocked, that's it? You're not even worthy of me summoning my arithmetician's life artifact. Bullshit, can't you stop bragging for one damn second? Grandmaster Yen was so infuriated he laughed instead, glancing at the Shangguan family elders and sneering. Where did you dig up this bizarre specimen? Shangguan Yunfan broke into a cold sweat. This, Master Shi Lizhi. It's true that a diviner doesn't necessarily need to use destiny artifacts for geomancy and fate calculations, but the prerequisite is having sufficiently profound cultivation. Even the 24-star calculation squad leader might not be able to solve this problem, and now some junior claims he can handle it without a calculator's life artifact? Pure nonsense. Don't worry, I've got this covered. Lin Chen stood with his arms crossed, declaring loudly. The endless Yangtze rolls eastward, its waves sweeping away all heroes. Success or failure, all turns to naught. Green mountains still remain steadfast. How many crimson sunsets have passed? Master Yen narrowed his eyes. Life-forgetting mnemonic verse? Could he truly be? No. His mental energy shows no fluctuation. What is he doing then? Reciting poetry? Lin Chen proclaimed loudly. White-haired fisher and woodsman on the river isle, accustomed to autumn moons and spring breeze while, over a jar of turbid wine we meet with smile. Lin Chen waved his hand grandly, laughing boldly. How many tales of past and present have become mere anecdotes and laughter? Silence, the ancient altar remained utterly still. The elders kept glancing around, their faces gradually turning ashen with despair. Master Yen sneered contemptuously, all that bluster, and turns out it's just empty showmanship. Ha ha ha, I always knew this fellow was a complete fraud.
and now he's finally shown his true colors. Let this young master personally capture this deceitful scoundrel. Huangfu Qingyu laughed wildly and unscrupulously, his eyes swirling with savage killing intent.
Just as he was about to strike and capture Lin Chen, boom, boom, boom.
Before the others could voice their doubts, the underground world began to tremble violently.
Why is there an earthquake? What's happening? Everyone, remain calm. The ancestral altar space has been reinforced by successive family heads. No earthquake could possibly affect it. The elders soothed the panicking younger generation.
The second elder in Shangguan Yunfan stared fixedly at the ancestral altar as a torrent of familiar, nostalgic energy surged forth.
Boom!
1,000 streaks of violet golden light soared into the air, transforming into golden waves that churned across the sky. The radiant golden light, warm and brimming with formidable energy, poured into every member of the Shangguan clan. Some of their pupils gradually turned violet gold, becoming as translucent and flawless as gems.
It's revived. The ancestral altar has been revived once more. All members of the Shangguan family were awestruck, gazing at the youth on the ancient altar with near fanatical admiration.
The silver-robed youth bathed in golden radiance appeared extraordinarily dazzling, his brilliance almost blinding. Master Yan's expression was particularly grim as he kept muttering phrases like, "How is this possible?" And he didn't even use any diviner's artifacts or, "Are all youngsters nowadays monsters?"
Shangguan Bihan watched the golden illuminated figure with shimmering, brilliant eyes.
Huangfu Qingyu's face darkened further, as if forced to swallow a live fly, his murderous intent toward Lin Chen growing even fiercer.
The second elder exclaimed in admiration, "What a magnificent line! The mighty Yangtze flows eastward, washing away countless heroes with its waves. If not for this young man, the Shangguan family would have dwindled to a single lineage until extinction. Truly a resurrection from certain death." The crowd murmured in awe. Acquired 10,000 points of violet golden eye bloodline energy. Lin Chen hadn't actually done anything special, he had merely picked up the largest attribute orb. This ancient altar wasn't ineffective, it was more like a blocked river channel, and these attribute orbs were the sluice gates controlling its flow. Just taking them did the trick. As for his sudden burst of poetry recitation, it was purely meant to grab others' attention, mimicking the way a fortune-teller chants incantations. Each age breeds its own heroes. This young man is truly a hidden dragon, even my eyes failed to discern his depth. The fat man in the yellow robe gave Lin Chen a profound look, his astonishment evident. This young man's spiritual energy is remarkably strong, faintly carrying a trace of the spiritual realm's essence. His potential is extraordinary.
Xing Wanha, as an alchemist, also praised with appreciation.
How can such a young brat possess such extraordinary divination skills? This kid must be hiding a big secret. It seems I need to report this to the organization.
As Grandmaster Yen watched Lin Chen, a concealed killing intent flashed through his eyes.
Chapter 27. Are your daughters the same person?
When Grandmaster Yen scrutinized Lin Chen again, Lin Chen also looked at him and responded with a mocking smile.
Next, we'll have the pleasure of watching Master Yen perform his belly dance.
Master Yen froze, having nearly forgotten their earlier wager. From the very beginning, he'd never imagined he could lose to this brat. Master Shirliji, I hope you'll do me this small favor regarding this matter.
The second elder stepped forward with an ingratiating smile. Give you face?
Lin Chen's expression turned stern. If you dare utter one more word of nonsense, I can immediately return your ancestral altar to its previous unusable state. These words instantly snapped the second elder and Shangguan Yunfan out of their ecstatic state.
Could this young man truly hold the lifeblood of our ancestral altar? Enough, enough. Our Shangguan clan shall remain neutral in this matter.
Having witnessed Master Shirliji's miraculous skills, perhaps he truly could do it. The Shangguan family couldn't afford to gamble anymore.
You little brat. Shut your trap. Don't tell me you're thinking of backing out?
So the renowned 24-star diviner is nothing but a liar who breaks his promises. Lin Chen deliberately raised his voice, drawing the gazes of the entire Shangguan family toward Master Yen.
Even with Master Yan's extensive connections, the Wanling City Lord's Manor representative present today, along with the revitalized ancestral altar's Shangguan family, are no pushovers. Under the scorching gaze of doubt and mockery, Master Yen gritted his teeth in irritation. It's just stripping. This old man was doing such things when you brat weren't even born. With that, he flicked his sleeves and stormed off. Lin Chen jumped down from the ancestral altar with an amused expression, following closely behind to watch the show. Seeing this, the crowd immediately followed suit, leaving only the guarding elders stationed at the ancestral altar. Shangguan Bihan closely followed Lin Chen, her usually serene and lotus-like demeanor giving way to her first intrigue towards a male peer. Wanling City, Shangguan Plaza.
This was a square constructed by the Shangguan estate, bustling with activity and capable of accommodating millions.
An exceptionally dignified procession emerged from the plaza. Ordinary onlookers recognized them instantly as the noble scions of the Shangguan family. Isn't this the Shangguan family? Why are so many of them coming out at once? Even the current family head and the eldest daughter Shangguan Bihan have appeared.
along with Lord Huangyu from the City Lord's Mansion and Master Xingwanhe.
Are they about to announce some important event? I've heard the Shangwan Manor's situation hasn't been optimistic for decades. Could they be preparing to reveal the truth? The Shangwan family's prestige was so great that the crowd immediately cleared a path for them, while various factions began speculating about the family's intentions. The group from the Shangwan family arrived at the high platform on the western side of the square. Standing atop the platform were four figures: Lin Chen, Master Yen, the obese man in a yellow robe, and Shangwan Yunfan. Master Yen took a deep breath. After all, he was a diviner of no small repute, having witnessed many grand occasions. This situation alone couldn't intimidate him. He spoke in a clear, resonant voice. I am Yen Jiwen, a diviner of the 24-star divination sect. Having lost today's wager against my esteemed colleague, the divine oracle Shirliji, I hereby fulfill the terms of our bet. When Yen Jiwen revealed his identity, the gathered crowd of 100,000 people on the western plaza erupted in an uproar. The rarity and nobility of arithmeticians surpass even that of alchemists. The 24 stars calculation sect stands as the greatest arithmetician organization in the desolate region. How could they suffer defeat today at the hands of a fellow arithmetician? And what exactly was that wager about? Under the gaze of countless curious and suspicious onlookers, Yen Jiwen shockingly tore open his upper robes, eliciting waves of astonished gasps. His corpulent belly began to tremble as his entire waist twisted like a water snake. The entire crowd of 100,000 people stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. If this belly dance were performed by a voluptuous beauty, it would undoubtedly be a feast for the eyes. But when danced by a greasy, middle-aged man with a beer belly edging into old age, the spectacle was absolutely explosive. Some audience members in the front rows reacted even more violently. I'm gonna puke. Blah. The bet was actually about this. Put. Did you just laugh? If you laughed, that means you've offended Master Fortuneteller. I didn't. I was just thinking about something happy. My daughter who's been away for years is coming home these days. Put. What are you laughing at now? I also think of my daughter, she's preparing to come home too. Your daughter, is the same one? Right. You two grown men share the same daughter. After a belly dance performance, with 100,000 spectators present, the scene was utterly chaotic, some rolling on the ground laughing, others vomiting uncontrollably, a truly spectacular sight. Old man Yen Jiwen's face instantly turned deathly pale, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto Lin Chen with the furious remnants of his battle aura surging around him. With his 9th level War Soul realm strength, crushing a mere kid who hadn't even reached the Spirit Awakening realm should be as easy as pie, shouldn't it? Shangwan Yunfan immediately stood in front of Lin Chen, and with a wave of his hand, he dispelled the oppressive fighting spirit that was almost transformed into a ray of light. No matter what, today Lin Chen was the savior of their Shangwan family. Even if it meant offending this 24-star diviner, they had to take his side immediately. Oh, Master Yen, there's no need to fuss over a mere youngster, right? By the way, I haven't had the chance to treat you to our Wanling City's specialty, sunflower spirit wine, since inviting you this time. Come, let me host you properly at the city lord's residence. The yellow-robed fat man immediately stepped in to smooth things over, his face wreathed in smiles. Only then did Yen Jiwen's expression soften slightly as he donned his robes and left. Heh, brother Yunfan, you've really struck gold with this young man this time. I'll go ahead and calm down the old folks first. We can chat more when I'm free. The yellow-robed fatty secretly transmitted his voice to Shangwan Yunfan. As old friends for many years, a single glance between them conveyed perfect understanding. After the two left, Shangwan Yunfan turned to Lin Chen with a smile. Master Shirliji, are you satisfied with this outcome? Just a so. I could have handled him myself, but if you hadn't stepped forward just now, your Shangwan family's ancestral altar would have instantly reverted to its original state. A dangerous smirk played at the corners of Lin Chen's lips, making Shangwan Yunfan feel even more mystified by this young man's origins. Without even reaching connected spirit realm cultivation, how dare he claim he could defeat a 9th layer War Soul realm opponent? If anyone said this boy didn't have some hidden cards up his sleeve, even ghosts wouldn't believe it. Master Shirliji need not worry. We will naturally remember your kindness to our Shangwan family. We are not the type who forget our debts of gratitude. Shangwan Yunfan's tone was sincere, but to others, the scene appeared entirely different. The head of the Shangwan family was treating a young man with such courtesy. Could this youth be the mysterious individual who had just caused Elder Yen to lose his wager? Cut the fancy talk. We got interrupted earlier, but now let's get down to discussing payment. If I'm shorted even a single coin, your ancestral altar may reopen today, but it'll be shut right back down the same day. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, while Shangwan Yunfan wiped the sweat from his brow. This kid, sly as a fox, doesn't seem like a teenager at all.
Master, this way please.
Let's return to the manor to discuss the matter of remuneration in detail. Shangguan Yunfan led the group away.
At the Shangguan Manor's grand hall, an oppressive atmosphere hung heavy as numerous elders gathered within.
What? His demand for payment is our Shangguan clan's secret manual for cultivating purple gold eyes? Impossible. This is our ancestral heritage, passed down only to our descendants for cultivation.
It must never be shared with outsiders.
But why would he want this cultivation manual? Without the bloodline of our Shangguan family, he couldn't possibly practice it.
After returning to the Shangguan Manor, Lin Chen immediately secluded himself in a private chamber for closed-door cultivation.
His requested compensation was surprisingly simple: the complete purple golden eyes cultivation manual of the Shangguan family.
Beyond that, he only asked for some medicinal herbs needed for alchemy, mere trifles to the Shangguan household.
Disregarding ancestral teachings makes us betrayers of our forefathers.
But this youth is unfathomable. If he shuts down our ancestral altar again, then let's go all the way, offer him compensation first.
If he refuses to cooperate, we'll eliminate him. Absolutely not. Our Shangguan manor would never stoop to such bandit behavior. Moreover, this youth hasn't even revealed his full capabilities.
Engaging him might cost us dearly, perhaps more than we can bear. We must never cast aside our ancestral teachings.
Would you rather cling to obsolete rules and abandon our entire clan? As the elders argued vehemently, Shangguan Yunfan finally spoke.
Honorable elders, cease this debate. We shall uphold our ancestors' precepts, yet we must also repay our debts of gratitude. I shall devise a perfect solution that preserves the greatest interests for both parties.
At these words, all the elders looked at Shangguan Yunfan in surprise. Was there really a win-win solution in such a situation?
When this matter concludes, I will speak with Master Shi tonight.
With that, Shangguan Yunfan left the council hall, though only second elder's eyes flashed with insight, already gleaming with amusement.
So that's how it is. Indeed, there exists a way for both sides to win.
The Shangguan residence, back courtyard, a secret attic chamber. Father and daughter stood there together, Shangguan Yunfan and Shangguan Bihan.
Father, why did you suddenly summon me to elder brother Lin Chen's place?
Shangguan Bihan inquired curiously, to which Shangguan Yunfan responded with a faint smile.
Oh, calling me big brother so soon?
Shangguan Bihan's delicate face flushed crimson as she cooed, Dad.
Shangguan Yunfan said seriously, Bihan, tell me honestly, what do you think of this young man?
Chapter 28, Buy one, get one free?
When father inquired about Lin Chen, Shangguan Bihan was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks faintly flushed as she smiled radiantly. He's extraordinary, unlike any man I've ever met. Though his ways are unpredictable, they're uniquely his own. Since you don't have a poor impression of this lad, I've decided to betroth you to him and make him part of our Shangguan household. What do you say? As Shangguan Yunfan tested his daughter's reaction, her expression changed abruptly.
With a mix of reproach and anger, she retorted, Father, how could you do this? What if you caused trouble for brother Lin Chen? Besides, you didn't even consult me. How can you decide this so arbitrarily?
Bihan, your father finds himself between a rock and a hard place. That young man openly demanded the cultivation manual for the violet gold eyes. You know as well as I do our ancestral decree, this treasure is our lifeblood, never to be passed on even if our family faces extinction.
Shangguan Yunfan let out a sigh, while Shangguan Bihan's delicate face flushed scarlet as she stamped her feet in anger. But you can't use Bihan's lifelong happiness as a bargaining chip. Father, I'm really angry now. Shangguan Bihan turned and left. Shangguan Yunfan didn't stop her, only sighing heavily.
Inside the secluded meditation chamber,
boom!
A five-colored combat aura surged mightily from Lin Chen's body, powerful enough to overturn mountains and seas, shaking the secret chamber until it trembled before finally converging back into him. Who would have thought that the attribute orb I picked up at the Shangguan mansion would allow me to break through to the soul connection realm in one go?
His eyes snapped open, flashing with dazzling brilliance.
Soul connection realm, where combat aura gains sentience, enabling martial artists to inspect their internal organs, and where aura can manifest into tangible forms, merging offense and defense into one. Lin Chen opened the system, and a status information panel popped up before his eyes.
Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, first level of the Wanling realm.
Maximum strength, 10,641 tiger power. Vital energy, 751,734 points. Battle chi essence, 293,592 points. Spiritual power, 13,158 points.
Cultivation technique essence, 10,458 points. Inner method, Chaos 5 Spirits Art, 16%.
Mastered techniques, 10,000 Thunder Sword Art, Heavenly Spirit Alchemy Formula, True Water Origin Return Formula, 15%, Soul Snatching Spear Manual, Battle Demon 4 King's Seal, Primordial Sacred Scripture, 2%.
Possession, Manual 7 Stars Soul Seizing Spear.
Possesses Bloodline Energy, Azure Dragon Bloodline, 45 points, Violet Gold Eye Bloodline, 10,000 points. Attribute Rune, Slow Rune Level 1, Rune Energy 1175 points. Elemental Energies, Fire 41,581 points, Earth 48,212 points, Wood 46,715 points, Metal 47,872 points, Water 52,188 points. The more elemental energy attributes I collect, the greater the amplification the Chaos 5 Elements technique provides to my cultivation method. My pure strength has already reached 10,000 Tiger Forces. Even if I encounter a Battle Soul Realm opponent, I can hold my own without using the slow rune. Lin Chen cycled his cultivation technique through one complete cycle and discovered that his battle chi recovery speed had increased by more than 70% compared to before. Just as Lin Chen was feeling satisfied with his recent breakthrough, a knock came from outside the secret chamber. Stone Master, we've reached a conclusion regarding the compensation matter.
Would now be a convenient time? Oh, is that Shangguan Yunfan? Lin Chen retracted his aura and calmly opened the chamber door, smiling as he said, "Of course it's convenient.
Please come in, family head Yunfan."
The two sat inside the secluded meditation chamber. After a moment of silent contemplation, Shangguan Yunfan finally spoke.
Master Shirliji, after our family's discussions, the elders would rather see the ancestral altar close once more than hand over the secret manual for cultivating the violet gold eyes. The moment Shangguan Yunfan spoke up, Lin Chen's expression instantly turned icy as he replied indifferently, "So you're suggesting we go our separate ways, is that it?" "No, there's another way to solve this."
Shangguan Yunfan's gaze suddenly became much more sincere as he spoke each word with deliberation.
"Master Shir, no, I mean Brother Lin Chen, I beg you to enter into a betrothal with my daughter. In doing so, you would be considered half a member of our Shangguan family. Only then could I pass on the secret cultivation manual of the violet gold eyes to you without any objections from our clan."
This sudden request completely dumbfounded Lin Chen. Ha, arranged marriage? What kind of nonsense is this? I have to marry that Shangguan Bihan to obtain the secret cultivation manual for purple gold eyes? Does this kind of good fortune even exist in this world? A buy one get one free deal?
Shangguan Bihan is a peerless beauty in every aspect: looks, temperament, figure, upbringing, temperament, and talent.
Not even 20 years old, she's already reached the 8th level of the ethereal soul realm.
If this were in the outside world, forget about adding the purple gold eyes cultivation manual, just this innate talent alone would make countless young prodigies clamor to offer themselves up.
Without the bloodline of the Shangguan family, one cannot cultivate the purple gold eyes, and thus the manual must never be leaked.
For if certain powerful individuals were to obtain it, even if they couldn't cultivate it themselves, they might still uncover some of the secrets of the purple gold eyes from the manual. This would pose an unimaginable threat and loss to the Shangguan family, which is why they are adamant about keeping it strictly within their clan.
No way.
While I, Lin Chen, do appreciate beautiful women, becoming your Shangguan family's son-in-law is out of the question.
I'd rather forego this opportunity. I'm a man who cherishes freedom above all and won't tolerate any shackles. If you insist on withholding it without this condition, then we'll simply part ways here.
Lin Chen decisively shook his head and stood up, his expression turning frosty.
Wait, Master Shir, you've misunderstood me. The engagement I mentioned was merely a pretense. Shangguan Yunfan hastily revealed his true intentions. The engagement is just a pretext to give us a legitimate reason to obtain the violet gold eye cultivation manual.
On the very day of the engagement, I, Shangguan Yunfan, swear you'll receive the letter of divorce that same night.
After you've truly been away from my Shangguan family for a few years, I'll publicly announce the divorce letter.
By then, the secret manual will already be in your hands, and the elders won't be able to do anything about it.
Shangguan Yunfan's plan indeed stirred some interest in Lin Chen. Wouldn't this have too great an impact on Miss Shangguan Bihan's reputation?
Lin Chen hesitated slightly.
Though the impact on reputation is unavoidable, this is the only way left under the circumstances. Shangguan Yunfan put on a sorrowful sigh, while inwardly adding, "If only you become my son-in-law, then it wouldn't matter." Truth be told, his earlier words were sincere. To Shangguan Yunfan, such a son-in-law would be absolutely impeccable.
The only pity was that his modest temple might not be spacious enough to accommodate this future dragon.
If they couldn't become family, the least they could do was avoid animosity.
To make an enemy of this young man would be equivalent to offending a future supreme powerhouse, one potentially capable of annihilating the entire Shangguan family. I agree to this method, but I hope the Shangguan family will honor their promise. If any further incidents arise after the betrothal is settled, both sides will inevitably meet mutual destruction.
Lin Chen's tone was soft yet firm. Absolutely, absolutely. Shangguan Yunfan nodded earnestly.
Also, I want 2 copies of the divorce letter.
Who knows if you'll go back on your word.
Leaving a second copy with me as insurance would solve that.
The secret chamber beneath the ancestral altar in the Shangguan residence.
With the marriage agreement settled and a preemptive divorce document signed and stamped with the Shangguan family's ancestral seal, Lin Chen had no fear of them reneging this time.
This is the secret cultivation manual for the Shangwan family's violet gold eyes.
You'll need to use your spiritual sense to read it and obtain the cultivation method. From 5 dust-covered counters, Shangwan Yunfan solemnly retrieved 5 pitch-black metal plates and handed them to Lin Chen.
Host has obtained the secret manual, Purple Golden Eyes. System has recorded it.
To initiate cultivation of Purple Golden Eyes, 10,000 points of technique essence and 500 points of Purple Golden Eyes bloodline power are required to reach beginner level. The moment Lin Chen received the 5 pitch-black metal plates, the system interface immediately popped up. Young friend Lin Chen, since you are ostensibly half a member of the Shangwan family, I must trouble you to accompany me to a grand event 3 days later, the Treasure Appraisal Conference of 10,000 Spirit City.
After the exchange between both parties was completed, Shangwan Yunfan's tone noticeably softened, and he laughed brightly. Oh, a treasure appraisal convention? Lin Chen showed curiosity.
The Treasure Appraisal Convention is a grand event hosted by appraisers in our field. Since ancient times, martial arts history has endured without fading. Between heaven and earth, too many mysterious and profound objects have been conceived, things that ordinary people and common experts cannot fully discern. This requires individuals with special means to appraise these rare artifacts, he explained. Over time, this evolved into the profession of treasure appraisers. At this point, a trace of innate pride flashed across Shangwan Yunfan's brow as he smiled. Our Shangwan clan is the largest and most prestigious treasure appraisal family in Wanling City.
Even across the entire desolate lands, we rank among the foremost.
Lin Chen suddenly understood. No wonder the Shangwan clan was so wealthy and powerful with elites gathered like clouds.
So this was their foundational heritage. It seems this treasure appraisal convention is something I must attend without fail.
A faint smile tugged at the corners of Lin Chen's lips. After briefly explaining the rules and origins of the Treasure Appraisal Conference to Lin Chen once more, the two parted ways within the ancestral altar's secret chamber. The next day, Shangwan Yunfan publicly announced the engagement between Lin Chen and Shangwan Bihan, stirring up an unprecedented storm throughout the city of 10,000 spirits.
As for Lin Chen's betrothal, the elders had nothing to say against it.
This youngster displayed extraordinary potential. If he could become a member of their Shangwan family, it would be a joyous occasion, strengthening both ties and favors. In that case, entrusting him with the cultivation manual of the Purple Gold Eyes wasn't such a bad idea after all. At the center of attention, Lin Chen was completely immersed in secluded cultivation. This time, he was training in the newly acquired violet gold eyes. Inside the secret chamber, Lin Chen withdrew his spiritual energy, having just absorbed all the cultivation techniques and records within Purple Gold Eyes. The Purple Gold Eyes are divided into 6 major realms: insight into the subtle, pupils like observing fire, gazing at chi to create dew, summoning purple lightning from thin air, transforming nothingness into existence, and twin golden pupils. This was Lin Chen's first time encountering an appraisal-type secret technique, and moreover, a high-level one at that. He couldn't help but marvel at the numerous wonders of the amethyst golden eyes.
I've completed the introductory cultivation. System, absorb 1,000 points of bloodline for me now.
The system has injected 1,000 points of purple gold eye bloodline into the host. A surge of icy energy poured down from the crown of his head, coursing through Lin Chen's entire bloodstream. He shuddered violently, immediately focusing the bloodline's power according to the meridian pathways and incantation methods recorded in the purple gold eye technique. This infusion of bloodline energy was meant for Lin Chen to absorb its power, not to replace his blood, following the same principle as when he previously absorbed the Azure Dragon bloodline. Otherwise, possessing 2 different bloodlines would have long since caused his body to explode from the conflict. After the amethyst pupil bloodline fully assimilated into his body, energy began condensing within Lin Chen's eyes, coating his pupils with a faint violet radiance. With these amethyst pupils, Lin Chen would henceforth possess the capabilities of a master-grade treasure appraiser. This ability would make exploring mysteries and uncovering secrets as effortless as adding wings to a tiger. Lin Chen smirked mischievously. I wonder if this treasure appraisal technique could also be used to appraise gold diggers.
Chapter 29, Engagement? Oh, is that Shangwan Yunfan? Lin Chen retracted his aura and calmly opened the chamber door, smiling as he said, "Of course it's convenient.
Please come in, family head Yunfan." The two sat inside the secluded cultivation chamber.
After pondering for a moment, Shangwan Yunfan finally spoke.
Grandmaster Shiletsi, after our family's deliberation, the elders would rather seal the ancestral altar once more than hand over the cultivation manual for the violet gold eyes. As soon as Shangwan Yunfan spoke up, Lin Chen's expression instantly turned icy. His tone was neither warm nor cold as he replied, "So what you're saying is we're parting ways, no hard feelings, is that it?" "No, there's another way to solve this."
Shangwan Yunfan's gaze suddenly became much more sincere as he spoke word by word.
"Master Stone, known young warrior Lin Chen, I implore you to enter into a betrothal with my daughter. This way, you would be considered half a member of our Shangwan family, and if I were to pass down the secret cultivation manual of the violet gold eyes, no one in the clan would object." This sudden proposal caught Lin Chen completely off guard.
Ha, betrothal? What kind of bizarre scheme is this? Do I have to marry that Shangwan Bihan to obtain the Violet Gold Eyes cultivation manual? Does such a good deal really exist in this world? Buy one, get one free?
Shangwan Bihan was peerless in every aspect. Her appearance, demeanor, figure, cultivation, temperament, and talent all ranked among the top tier, making her a truly breathtaking beauty. Before even reaching 20 years of age, she had already attained the 8th level of the ethereal awakening realm. If such a woman existed in the outside world, forget about the additional allure of the Violet Gold Eye cultivation manual. Countless young prodigies would be lining up to court her without hesitation. Without the bloodline of the Shangwan clan, it was impossible to cultivate the Violet Gold Eye. Nevertheless, the manual must never be leaked outside. If certain powerful figures were to obtain it, even if they couldn't practice it themselves, they might deduce some of the Violet Gold Eye's secrets from the manual, posing unimaginable threats and losses to the Shangwan clan. No, though Lin Chen here appreciates beautiful women, I refuse to become your Shangwan family's son-in-law in this manner.
I'd rather not have it. I'm a man who values freedom above all and detests any form of bondage. If you insist on withholding it, then we'll have no choice but to part ways.
Lin Chen decisively shook his head and stood up, his expression turning progressively icy.
Wait, Master Stone, you've misunderstood my intention. The arranged marriage is merely a pretext. Shangwan Yunfan hastily revealed his true purpose. The engagement is only to give us a legitimate reason to obtain the Violet Gold Pupil Cultivation Manual. On the very day of the engagement, I, Shangwan Yunfan, guarantee will immediately prepare your divorce letter. After you've truly left our Shangwan family for a few years, I'll then publicly announce the divorce. By that time, the manual will already be in your hands, and the elders won't be able to say anything about it. Shangwan Yunfan's plan had genuinely stirred some interest in Lin Chen's heart, but wouldn't this compromise Miss Shangwan Bihan's reputation too much?
Lin Chen hesitated slightly.
Alas, though the impact on reputation is inevitable, this is the only recourse we have.
Shangwan Yunfan deliberately sighed with exaggerated sorrow, while inwardly adding, if you just become my son-in-law, there'd be no reputation issues at all. I agree to this arrangement, said Lin Chen, his tone soft yet steely, but I expect the Shangwan family to honor its word. Should any further complications arise after the betrothal, both sides will surely meet mutual destruction.
Absolutely, absolutely. Shangwan Yunfan nodded earnestly. And also, I want the divorce papers in duplicate. Who knows if you might go back on your word. Keeping the second copy with me would just be extra security. The Shangwan Manor, a secret chamber beneath the ancestral shrine.
Since both parties have agreed to the marriage and signed the separation contract in advance with the official seal of the Shangwan family, Lin Chen wasn't worried about them going back on their word this time.
This is the secret cultivation manual of the Shangwan family's Violet Gold Eyes.
You'll need to use your spiritual power to read it and obtain the cultivation method.
From 5 dust-covered cabinets, Shangwan Yunfan solemnly retrieved 5 pitch-black iron plates and handed them to Lin Chen.
Host has acquired the Violet Gold Eyes manual.
System has recorded it.
To initiate cultivation of Violet Gold Eyes, 10,000 points of technique essence and 500 points of Violet Gold Eye bloodline power are required to reach entry level. The moment Lin Chen obtained the 5 pitch-black iron fragments, a system screen promptly popped up. Young friend Lin Chen, since you're ostensibly half a member of the Shangwan family in name, I must trouble you to accompany me to a grand event in 3 days, the Treasure Appraisal Convention in 10,000 Spirits City. After both parties completed their exchange transaction, Shangwan Yunfan's tone softened considerably as he spoke with hearty laughter.
Oh, the Treasure Appraisal Convention? Lin Chen showed curiosity.
The Treasure Appraisal Grand Assembly is a grand event hosted by appraisers in our field. Across history, martial arts have endured through time, and this world has nurtured countless strange and profound artifacts that ordinary people or typical experts cannot fully discern. This requires specialists with unique methods to appraise these wondrous items, leading to the emergence of the profession of treasure appraisers. At this point, Shangwan Yunfan's brows carried a hint of innate pride as he smiled and said, our Shangwan family is the largest and most elite treasure appraisal clan in Wanling City, and even within the entire barren region, we rank among the foremost. Suddenly enlightened, Lin Chen thought, no wonder the Shangwan family was so wealthy and teeming with powerful figures. They had this kind of heritage behind them.
It seems I absolutely must attend this treasure appraisal conference.
A faint smile tugged at Lin Chen's lips. After briefly explaining the rules and origins of the treasure appraisal conference once more, the two parted ways within the ancestral altar's secret chamber.
The next day, Shangwan Yunfan publicly announced Lin Chen's engagement to Shangwan Bihan, sending unprecedented shockwaves throughout 10,000 Spirit City. Regarding Lin Chen's betrothal, the elders had no objections.
This young man possessed extraordinary potential, and if he could become part of the Shangwan family, it would be a joyous occasion, strengthening both gratitude and kinship ties. In light of this, granting him the cultivation manual for the purple gold eyes was no bad decision.
Lin Chen, the center of attention, was wholly absorbed in secluded cultivation.
This time, he was focused on practicing the newly acquired purple gold eyes. Inside the secret chamber, Lin Chen withdrew his spiritual energy, having just finished reviewing all the techniques and records of the purple gold eyes. The purple gold eyes are divided into 6 major realms: insight into the minutiae, eyes like observing fire, aura seeing dew, born from purple lightning, creation from nothingness, and twin golden pupils. This being Lin Chen's first exposure to treasure appraisal techniques, and a high-tier one at that, he couldn't help but marvel at the myriad wonders of these violet gold eyes.
I've completed the introductory cultivation. System, absorb 1000 bloodline points first. System injecting host with 1000 points of violet gold eyes bloodline.
A surge of icy energy poured down from the crown of his head, coursing through Lin Chen's entire bloodstream. He shuddered sharply before immediately focusing on gathering the power of his bloodline according to the meridian pathways and incantation methods recorded in his violet gold eyes. This infusion of bloodline energy allowed Lin Chen to directly absorb the power of the bloodline rather than undergo a blood exchange, following the same principle as when he previously absorbed the Azure Dragon bloodline. Otherwise, with 2 different bloodlines coexisting in his body, he would have long since ruptured and perished. After the violet gold pupil bloodline fully integrated into his body, the energy began to concentrate within Lin Chen's eyes, coating his pupils with a faint violet radiance.
Chapter 30, the Treasure Appraisal Conference begins. Through pupils shimmering with faint violet light, the world Lin Chen saw became utterly transformed. Every tiny speck of dust in the seal chamber became astonishingly vivid, and even the stitching seams of my clothing appeared as clear as the lines on my palm. This must be the first stage, insight into the subtle. System, again absorb all my bloodline power at once. Lin Chen shut himself in, devoting all his energy to the cultivation of the violet gold eyes. After consuming the martial essence, the system had already directly imprinted all the cultivation secrets into his mind. Now he only needed to absorb the bloodline energy to proceed. That afternoon, Lin Chen saw the numerous strands of spiritual energy permeating the world. In the past, his cultivation had relied solely on combat aura to sense the ambient spiritual energy, but now, he could directly see them. This is the second realm, eyes like flames. At noon on the second day, the observable spiritual energy threads expanded again, transforming into rows of undulating dewdrops. The third realm, dew-bearing vision. Late at night on the third day, the dark void became crisscrossed with purple light in Lin Chen's eyes, faintly revealing certain spatial patterns of heaven and earth. The fourth realm, violet lightning manifest. After absorbing 10,000 points of bloodline energy, Lin Chen advanced to the fourth realm. Even with his green-ranked cultivation method, activating the fourth realm's violet lightning manifest technique strained Lin Chen immensely. This ability couldn't be used frequently as it would excessively deplete his combat energy, a potentially fatal disadvantage during battle. In truth, the bloodline energy could only carry one's cultivation to the fourth realm. The fifth realm's creation from nothingness and sixth realm's twin golden pupils required personal enlightenment and dedicated cultivation. On the dawn of the fourth day, the very day the Treasure Appraisal Convention was to be held, the entire Shangguan estate was bustling with excitement and activity. For any appraiser, the Treasure Appraisal Convention was a grand feast of extraordinary significance, akin to an alchemy assembly among alchemists. Little friend Lin Chen, you finally arrived. In the main hall, Shangguan Yunfan beamed with vitality upon seeing Lin Chen's arrival and laughed heartily. Lin Chen glanced around. Today, every member of the Shangguan household appeared refined and formidable. After several decades, the Shangguan family had regained access to their ancestral altar, allowing them to resume cultivating the purple gold pupils, resulting in noticeable advancements in their cultivation realms. After mastering the purple gold pupils, Lin Chen could immediately discern Shangguan Yunfan's approximate cultivation level, Earth Fiend realm, at a single glance, though the specific tier was concealed by Yunfan himself. As the fiancé of Shangguan Bihan, Lin Chen found himself the target of envious, resentful gazes from numerous young members of the Shangguan family. After exchanging pleasantries with Shangguan Yunfan and a few elders, Lin Chen spotted Shangguan Bihan in a quiet corner of the crowd, along with the grey-robed old servant who guarded her closely. Lin Chen rubbed his nose and walked over. After all, they were technically engaged now, for appearance's sake, at least in the eyes of outsiders. Seating himself beside Shangguan Bihan, he was met with her quiet smile as she whispered, "Brother Lin Chen, there's no need to be so reserved. I already understand the whole situation." Lin Chen hesitated, then nodded apologetically. "I'm sorry, this arrangement was made with your father without consulting you first. Miss Shangguan Bihan, rest assured, I won't use our engagement as an excuse to act improperly toward you. No, I understand my father's decision.
He's always doted on me since childhood, but as the head of the entire Shangguan family, he can't sacrifice the clan's interests for personal reasons. Shangguan Bihan was not only exceptionally intelligent but also deeply principled, and she seemed to let the matter drop without further entanglement. Seeing Lin Chen and Shangguan Bihan getting along so harmoniously, the elders who had been secretly observing couldn't help but nod in approval. This time, the Shangguan family had carefully selected over 100 outstanding young talents to attend the event as observers, along with 5 elders and the current family head. The group set out for the treasure appraisal convention at Guanyang Hall in Wanling City, located not far from the city lord's residence. Lin Chen and his group had just arrived when a large crowd of people started streaming through the venue's entrance.
Several factions had arrived even earlier than the Shangguan family.
Brother Yunfan, long time no see. I've missed you terribly. Who would have thought your little girl would bring back a gold brick? Among the crowd still waiting at the entrance, several leading figures stepped forward to clasp their fists at Shangguan Yunfan, their smiles not reaching their eyes.
Well now, Brother Ning, it's been too long. Shangguan Yunfan gave a bitter smile and cupped his hands in salute.
It's the Huangfu family. Previously, when the family ancestral altar's restoration seemed hopeless, both families were always trying to arrange for me to marry my cousin Xingyu. It seems they bore a grudge against father over the betrothal matter.
Shangguan Bihan's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered to Lin Chen, making him suddenly understand, thinking back to the earlier Huangfu Xingyu.
So it was his betrothal that had snatched away what was originally their happy arrangement. Just as the situation between the two families reached a delicate turning point, another group of people arrived.
Ha ha ha. Brother Yunfan, with the restoration of your Shangguan family's ancestral altar this time, I fear you'll dominate all rivals. Boisterous laughter rang out in all directions. It was someone from the city lord's manor. Xing Wanhe and that yellow-robed fatso from earlier were there too.
The obese man in yellow robes approached, beaming as he spoke to Lin Chen. Master sure truly surpasses his master. After this treasure appraisal convention concludes, I sincerely invite you to visit the city lord's manor. This is our city lord's personal invitation. Please do come. The yellow-robed fatty's single remark sent waves of disbelief and shock through every faction present. That reclusive city lord who appears like a divine dragon, seen only at its head but never its tail, would actually take the initiative to invite someone as a guest? He's that renowned divine calculator Shirluji who's been the talk of the town lately. Even the city lord of 10,000 souls has been stirred by this. Just how much weight does this kid carry? Everyone marked Lin Chen in their minds. Oh, alright, I'll go. Lin Chen was utterly baffled by the shocked gazes directed at him. Was it really that rare for the city lord to invite a handsome devil like him? They're all looking at me like they've discovered a new continent. Heh, I heard the Nangong family has arrived too. Seems today's treasure appraisal conference will be quite a show. Brother Yunfan, I'll head in first. There are plenty of old friends inside. The yellow-robed fat man cast a deep glance at Lin Chen before beckoning to Shangguan Yunfan and striding straight into the venue. Why are they so surprised? Lin Chen tilted his head toward Shangguan Bihan and asked curiously, You don't know, young master Lin Chen? The city lord of Wanling City is a peerless beauty whose charm could topple cities. Rumor has it that anyone who has witnessed her beauty is awestruck, saying her celestial looks resemble a fairy descending to the mortal realm. Shangguan Bihan patiently explained, her beautiful eyes glimmering like emerald waves while subtly observing Lin Chen's expression. So she's actually a stunning beauty. Lin Chen's interest surged intensely. Shangguan Bihan lightly bit her pearly white teeth, her pretty eyes flickering with emotion. Who would have thought young friend Lin Chen would earn the city lord's favor? TSK, let's head inside too. Shangguan Yunfan marveled in amazement before leading the entire Shangguan family in single file through the entrance. After Lin Chen and his group entered, several silver-robed figures who had been secretly observing them also slipped in. Their leader was none other than Grandmaster Yan, who had previously suffered defeat at Lin Chen's hands. Boy, this time I must uncover the secret of your calculator bloodline at all costs. The venue was divided into 3 tiers, with seating arranged in a fan shape that could accommodate over 10,000 people. Both sides were guarded by experts at the Battle Soul Realm. Stepping into the venue, Shangguan Bihan introduced Lin Chen to the various influential factions present one by one. There was the Nandong clan of the Barren Lands, whose treasure appraisal heritage was on par with the Shangguan clan. The freelance treasure appraisal organization from Green Moon City, the senior appraisers of the Earth Spirit sect from the Barren Lands, all were prominent figures within the region. Even those permitted entry were either exceedingly wealthy or of noble status. Alternatively, anyone able to attend this treasure appraisal convention had to be a figure of some renown within the Barren Lands. Attending the treasure appraisal conference for the first time, Lin Chen listened with great interest. Such a grand event was completely beyond what his previous sect, the Divine Martial Sect, could ever hope to access.
Chapter 31, The Southern Palace Family.
Seated in the top-tier VIP section, Lin Chen watched with keen interest as an elderly man on stage unveiled a crystal display counter over 10 meters tall. Inside, a dozen irregularly shaped translucent blue crystal ores were neatly arranged.
This is the treasure for the first round of appraisal, Shen Water Essence, Oregon.
The entrusting sect wishes to acquire the highest quality portion of this batch to forge 10 third-tier weapons, requiring only 7 zhang in size. The remaining Shen Water Essence ore will belong to the appraiser.
We invite all present to begin your evaluations. Treasures entrusted for appraisal are partially claimed by the appraisers themselves, an unspoken rule in this field. Of course, alternative generous compensations may be offered instead. Each appraiser may represent a different faction, their intricate connections intertwining.
To secure the rewards from the entrusting clients, they typically identify the finest aspects of the treasure.
Because no appraiser can ever be absolutely certain that they alone have discerned the highest quality.
It's akin to this: between two rival factions of appraisers, one might recognize the treasure's supreme quality yet deliberately withhold this knowledge from the client, presenting instead a less optimal evaluation. In that case, competitors might also discern the supreme quality of the treasure and present answers surpassing the previous one, then the reward shall belong to the latter.
This is the true purpose of the Treasure Appraisal Convention. To prevent the appraiser's faction from monopolizing profits by exclusively discerning treasure's quality, multiple appraisal sects or factions will participate.
As the old man's words fell, two young men immediately raised their hands.
Lot number 13 Mystic Water Essence or possesses the highest quality. Number 15 Mystic Water Crystal or has the finest quality. The two young appraisal masters gave different answers respectively. The old man smiled faintly in response.
Well then, let's invite both appraisal masters to come on stage and conduct the enlightenment ritual for these two crystal specimens.
Please perform the enlightenment without damaging the appraisal crystals.
Each appraiser gets one chance to perform enlightenment to unveil the mysterious veil shrouding the treasures they're authenticating. The two appraisers each showcased their unique skills. One activated water-based spiritual techniques, while the other chanted treasure-identifying mantras, using their mental energy to draw out the essence of the mystic water crystal ore.
Boom!
Two towering pillars of light erupted, saturating the entire platform with intense water element energy as two pieces of profound water essence ore revealed their latent potential. But evidently, the aquatic energy radiating from number 13's dark water essence ore was clearly superior. The technique of artifact activation is a core skill for any treasure appraiser. Due to the unique nature of treasure appraisal conventions, no one can verify an appraiser's judgment accuracy. While capable of discerning the hidden qualities and opportunities within various rare treasures, one must also possess the means to unleash their latent power.
This is what we call treasure activation.
This scene made Lin Chen's eyes widen in astonishment. After the mystic water essence ore was activated, it released a series of blue orbs, all of which contained pure water attribute energy. What a shame I can't rush forward to collect these attribute orbs right now. Otherwise, my true water origin technique could advance even further. Lin Chen secretly lamented and continued observing the treasure appraisal convention. Subsequently, several more appraisers took the stage to awaken other profound water essence ores. Though the unleashed energy surpassed that of the previous number 15 ore, it still fell slightly short of number 13. In the end, the young appraiser who identified the number 13 profound water essence ore emerged victorious. As for this outcome, the illustrious figures on the platform remained utterly indifferent. Some even continued chatting and laughing, treating the entire spectacle as utterly inconsequential. This is merely the warm-up act where the youths test their skills. The main event of the Treasure Appraisal Conference is yet to come. These are 5 fragmented weapons recently unearthed from the newly emerged ruins of destruction. Some are suspected to possess 4th-tier quality. We invite all master appraisers to identify the fragments most likely to be restored. Reward: 3 top-grade 3rd-tier elixirs. The younger generation dove into fierce competition over artifact appraisal, demonstrating their potential to the seasoned elders present.
These are the 7 ancient fragmentary cultivation manuals unearthed from antiquity.
It is said that only one among them contains a viable cultivation method.
We invite all present to appraise these illuminated fragmentary manuals and discern their hidden cultivation secrets.
Reward: 2 top-tier 3rd-grade pills capable of restoring spiritual power, and 1 green-tier supreme combat technique. As the Treasure Appraisal Conference progressed towards its later stages, Lin Chen watched with keen interest. Just as he couldn't resist itching to test his newly cultivated purple-gold eyes, a girl's cool voice suddenly resonated throughout the entire venue.
Fragment number 2 records a cultivatable heart technique. Everyone froze and turned to look. The voice had come from the VIP seats, which belonged to the Nangong family. The rumor spoke of another great appraisal family considered equal to the Shangguan clan in ancient times, though that ranking was from 50 years ago. Now that the Shangguan clan has rebuilt their ancestral altar, it remains uncertain which family currently holds superiority.
As soon as the words fell, a wisp of spiritual light shot out from the VIP chamber and enveloped the second of 7 incomplete ancient books displayed on the crystal counter. In an instant, rows of domineering characters shimmered into existence. Dragon Battle Cannon, low-grade Cyan cultivation technique, refines combat chi to nurture draconic momentum. A single strike erupts like a battle dragon soaring through the heavens. Hiss! Gasps of astonishment rippled repeatedly through the crowd. To identify a Cyan tier basic cultivation technique at first glance, the Nangong clan truly lived up to their fearsome reputation. This cultivation manual is incomplete, falling short of a true Cyan rank manual, but this act alone is enough to show that the Nangong family has begun to provoke us. Shangguan Yunfan narrowed his eyes. Since the opponent had already made their move, they had no choice but to respond. All eyes were eagerly watching, anticipating the first direct confrontation between the two great families in decades. These are the remains of 3 savage beasts that the client risked life and limb to retrieve from the most dangerous region of the desolate lands, the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, several days ago. The client wishes to determine which of these beast carcasses would be most suitable for refining bone forging and vitality nurturing pills. If a flawless appraisal is provided, the client will gift one of the beast remains to the appraiser. On the elevated platform, 3 massive beast carcasses, each dozens of zhang in size, appeared. The elder decisively turned his gaze toward the highest tier VIP section. These 3 beast remains belonged to creatures that had broken through the 4th rank, equivalent in strength to Earth Fiend realm experts. Only the most elite treasure appraisal families were qualified to participate in an appraisal battle of this level. Bihan, it's your turn now. Shangguan Yunfan gave his daughter a meaningful glance. Shangguan Bihan nodded and stood up, her gem-like pupils shimmering with a violet gold hue. It's the second realm, eyes like burning flame. Lin Chen recognized Shangguan Bihan's cultivation level and marveled in secret. Despite being only 20 years of age, Shangguan Bihan had achieved the eyes like observing fire realm largely through her own efforts and innate talent, especially remarkable given that her family's ancestral altar had already been nearing its closure when she was born. The remains of the 3rd-ranked ferocious beast possessed the unique ability to preserve their own chi and blood over extended periods, making them exceptionally valuable for alchemy. When refining its bloodline essence, one can extract over 80% of its original potency, making it ideal for crafting high-tier marrow replenishing and bone-mending elixirs. Such remedies prove invaluable in life-or-death situations. Shangguan Bihan's ethereal and elegant voice resonated through the venue like celestial music. As her voice faded, a hazy violet light shimmered into existence, seeping into the remains of the 3rd ferocious beast. The corpse immediately pulsed with tidal harmonies as vast waves of vigorous chi and blood energy erupted through the space like roaring storm surges. Chapter 32, 4 Hidden Treasures. The tsunami-like fluctuations of chi and blood energy, carrying with them a savage primordial aura, swept through the entire venue. Many spectators were terrified, some even feared the brutal beast upon the platform had returned to life. What overwhelming blood energy fluctuations! Who could have imagined a dead ferocious beast could retain such terrifying energy? Previously, with our methods, we couldn't detect the slightest trace. The Shangguan family truly lives up to being the premier treasure appraisal family in Wanling City. Many factions marveled in admiration. Even some veteran appraisers had failed to notice anything unusual about this number 3 ferocious beast carcass, leaving them both astonished and full of praise for Shangguan Bihan's performance. It seems the Shangguan family's foundations remain unshaken. There were rumors in recent years that the Shangguan clan had encountered cultivation bottlenecks. Turns out it was all just gossip. Miss Shangguan Bihan is already at such an impressive level at such a young age, she might even surpass the family heads of recent generations. The myriad rumors circulating outside instantly crumbled on the spot. The disciples of the Shangguan family were brimming with unprecedented excitement. Without the ancestral altar's aid, reaching the 1st realm had always been the limit for their generation. You've mastered the 2nd level with remarkable precision. I suspect you'll break through to the 3rd tier very soon. Lin Chen silently critiqued the scene when sudden upheaval erupted within the venue. Is this the level of the Shangguan family's peers? I've given you the chance to strike first, but you're just this weak. The girl's aloof and arrogant demeanor drew all eyes in the arena as 2 icy blue light streaks crossed in the air. Stepping out from the VIP chamber, she descended into the field with the grace of a dragonfly skimming water. With waist-length hair and the appearance of a 20-year-old, her mesmerizing ice-blue eyes commanded awe. She exuded cold elegance and pride, her brows arched like inked spring mountains, her skin smooth as fine jade, the very image of an untouchable ice queen. Could this young lady be the legendary once-in-a-millennium genius of the Nangong family, Nangong Yuyan? The beauty's appearance sparked countless waves of curiosity and astonishment. With lotus-like steps, she glided forward and pressed her slender jade fingers against the remains of beast number 1, beginning the consecration ritual for the carcass. This serpent-shaped beast's remains appeared inferior to Shangguan Bihan's chosen specimen in terms of preservation and energy levels. With jade-like fingers dancing, Over a dozen strands of mental energy permeated the beast's remains like imperceptible threads, quietly summoning forth a torrential surge of vibrant life force.
Life force? Some young appraisers in the venue showed astonishment. How could the corpse of a slain beast radiate such exuberant vitality? This is the remains of a yin-yang profound devil python. Its bloodline was extraordinarily domineering during life.
If refined into medicinal pills, consuming them would grant the python's astonishing regenerative effects.
Even severed limbs could rapidly heal, ensuring optimal therapeutic results.
Her fingers withdrew, extracting a small portion of the refined profound devil python bloodline, which condensed into a fist-sized crimson blood orb pulsating atop the beauty's fingertips.
Each throb of the blood radiated waves of potent life force.
Though its energy fluctuations were nearly identical to those of the savage beast carcass appraised by Shangguan Bihan, the discerning eyes of experts could immediately discern the profound devil python's superior vitality. A warrior from the War Soul realm stepped onto the stage, whispered a few words into the white-haired elder's ear, then promptly retreated.
The white-haired elder immediately announced with a beaming smile,
"After deliberation among our stakeholders, we unanimously choose the remains of the number one fierce beast."
Whoosh! The venue erupted in an uproar. The Shangguan family had suffered their first defeat.
They lost their initial confrontation with the Nangong family.
Bihan, don't be discouraged. You've done very well indeed. Shangguan Yunfan comforted his daughter, watching as she bit her pearly white teeth in quiet frustration. In terms of innate talent, she was certainly no less gifted than Nangong Yuyan. Fascinating.
Lin Chen stared excitedly at the elevated stage. After the initial batch of rare treasures had been authenticated and empowered by the appraisers, these treasures themselves had dropped an astonishing number of attribute orbs. If the grand event hadn't still been ongoing, Lin Chen would have rushed forward to scoop them all up in a frenzy. His attributes would have skyrocketed yet again.
Since they've made their move, we can't let others laugh at our expense.
Shangguan Yunfan rose to his feet and stepped to the front of the VIP booth, the violet glint in his pupils flickering unpredictably. Taking matters into his own hands, Shangguan Yunfan immediately evened the score during the second round of treasure appraisal. But soon after, other factions at the treasure appraisal assembly began making their moves. Like the Huangfu family and the Earth Spirit sect, established powerhouse factions made the head-to-head competition between the two prestigious appraisal families even fiercer, with both sides trading victories and defeats.
Half a day passed, and the appraisal grand conference was nearing its conclusion.
The confrontation between the Shangguan family and the Nangong family was exceptionally intense, as reputation in this field held paramount importance.
The top-tier appraiser factions would attract more formidable experts, accumulating unimaginable foundations for their influence.
Thus, while compromise might be possible in any other situation, the prestige of the appraisal grand conference was absolutely non-negotiable.
What a terrifying competition! I hadn't even gotten a clear look at the legendary treasure on stage before both factions finished appraising it already. It's already tied 7-7 between both sides, right? This is truly a deadlock where neither gives an inch.
Outside the high platform, the young appraisers gulped nervously, secretly wiping cold sweat from their palms.
Inside the VIP chamber, they seemed to know the weakness of our violet gold eyes.
The elders panted exhaustedly. Their excessive use of the violet gold eyes had drained them tremendously. They exchanged looks of shock and disbelief. It took all of us working together just to barely keep up with them. They must still have strength to spare, and they clearly understand the shortcomings of our violet gold eyes.
Are we being targeted? There shouldn't be any traitors in our Shangguan family, unless...
Just as Shangguan Yunfan was pondering this, Lin Chen beside him bit into a piece of fruit and chimed in.
It must have been that bastard Huang Puqingyu's doing. Shangguan Yunfan could only offer a bitter smile.
It seemed he had unwittingly invited a wolf into his home. Never did he imagine this young man had infiltrated their Shangguan family with such cunning intentions. At this moment, the white-haired old man atop the high platform spoke loudly. The final round of today's treasure appraisal event will begin shortly.
Please wait a moment. Boom!
A violent hurricane surged forth as a dozen figures mysteriously materialized around the raised platform, standing guard on all sides to prevent any interference.
Every single one of them was a peak 9th level War Soul realm expert.
Then, a crystal counter descended out of thin air, displaying 4 strange and mysterious treasures inside. The first was an incomplete ancient saber, its blade curved like the moon, the hilt a pale purple, with 9 violet glowing gems embedded along the blade.
The second was a dust-covered ancient tome, rust-stained and tattered beyond ordinary wear.
The third, surprisingly, was the forearm bone of a human arm, translucent as jade, free of even a speck of dust, displayed like an artwork within the counter. The fourth item was a fist-sized azure orb that emitted faint, elusive glow, yet revealed nothing particularly remarkable at first glance. The young appraisers seated in the front rows of the auction hall examined these 4 peculiar treasures, yet couldn't discern any of their secrets. In fact, had these items been scattered by the roadside, none would have recognized them as treasures. Yet the appearance of these 4 objects brought utter silence over everyone in the VIP chamber. Even Lin Chen, upon seeing those 4 rare treasures, beheld a completely different sight than everyone else.
Chapter 33, The Eternal Flame Seal. I invite all present appraisers to identify which of these 4 treasures is the most precious and consecrate them. As for the remuneration, it cannot be disclosed publicly. Those interested may come forward one by one. I will discuss the rewards privately. The white-haired elder on the high platform stroked his beard with a smile, his gaze sweeping across the private chambers. This time was unlike usual, as numerous treasure appraisal factions collectively fell into silence. If no one else is coming, then let this old man make the first move. In less than 10 breaths, an azure-robed elder from the Earth Spirit sect stepped out of the VIP chamber onto the high platform, smiling with serene composure. The moment this elder appeared, he immediately stirred waves of astonished exclamations. "Oh, the chief appraiser of the Earth Spirit sect, Elder Zhao. I hadn't expected you to make a move as well." The white-haired elder gestured politely. Elder Zhao smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth and said, "This old man is just here to try his luck. Please don't laugh at me." Elder Zhao stepped onto the high platform, approached, and fixed his gaze on the third of the 4 extraordinary treasures. The most precious treasure should be this one. Old Zhao pointed towards that severed human arm bone, chanting an incantation under his breath. Observe the celestial cycles, guide the spirits of all directions. For phenomena of the 8 wildernesses, bridge the realms of essence and form, manifest before this elder. Bringing his palms together, old Zhao's head instantly became crowned by a massive constellation diagram spanning dozens of feet, absorbing starlight and containing the essence of countless rivers. So this is the constellation observation diagram of the Earth Spirit sect. What magnificent grandeur! Countless treasure appraisers craned their necks, eagerly staring at that segment of human arm bone. The crystalline forearm bone, translucent as jade, hovered in midair. After a slight tremor, the starlight shining through the constellation array scattered its restrained might. An unprecedentedly fierce battle aura erupted from the forearm bone, shaking the high platform to its foundations. This combat energy far surpassed mere Warsoul realm, even Earthfiend realm, reaching an entirely new level. The arm bone of a celestial guardian realm expert? The experts from numerous treasure appraisal forces were all astonished. The level of battle energy emanating from this item already carried the might of the heavenly aura realm. As this relic was left behind by a heavenly aura realm expert, its skeletal energy remains intact, with the marrow preserving its essence. If successfully assimilated into one's body, one's battle energy cultivation could soar rapidly. It might even provide insight into the secrets of the heavenly aura realm. Old Zhao, with rare excitement and fervor, explained to the crowd. As a treasure appraiser, being able to consecrate such a rare and extraordinary treasure was a crowning achievement in his life. In Lin Chen's eyes, after the consecration of the heavenly aura realm arm bone, a brilliant bronze treasure chest radiated in the void, hovering amid a dazzling halo. These appraisal masters can invoke the properties or hidden treasures within these artifacts through their consecration rituals. I've hit the jackpot. Lin Chen's heart swelled with euphoria. He remained motionless, quietly observing the unfolding events. Because next, there's an even better show coming up. Although the arm bone of a heavenly gang realm expert is precious, it still can't compare to this item. The hoary voice drew all gazes once more. Another veteran appraiser had taken the stage, the chief appraiser of Blue Moon City. Leaning on his cane like a frail old man, he slowly ascended the platform. His withered palm traced mysterious battle chi patterns that connected to the obsidian cane in his hand. He then lightly tapped the cyan-colored orb with the cane, causing faint azure mist to slowly engulf the entire platform. Roar! A ferocious and savage dragon's roar erupted from the cyan orb, shaking the minds of weaker appraisers in the hall, their faces paling with terror as if confronting an ancient primordial beast. Lin Chen's eyes shone with excitement. The moment the cyan orb was activated, 3 radiant cyan attribute orbs rolled out. Moreover, this familiar aura and oppressive sensation, Lin Chen knew it all too well. Heaven and earth nurture all things, with the dragon race standing supreme above all creatures. This pearl contains dragon's breath within, its draconic aura restrained. It is a genuine dragon pearl derived from ancient dragons, possessing the might of true dragons. Using it to cultivate dragon-related supreme martial techniques will yield twice the result with half the effort, progressing 1,000 miles in a single day. The appraiser from Azure Moon City smiled with an immortal's demeanor, causing the entire hall to erupt in gasps of disbelief. It was actually a bona fide dragon pearl from ancient times. By coincidence, I once had the fortune to travel alongside a true supreme master years ago and witnessed an authentic dragon. Otherwise, I might not have been able to activate the energy within this dragon pearl and consecrate it. What luck, what fortune. Ha ha ha. The elderly man gave a carefree smile, while numerous powerhouses cast fervent gazes upon that azure dragon pearl. This ancient dragon pearl is a priceless treasure that one may encounter by chance but cannot purposely seek, perhaps even surpassing that celestial bone arm relic. The arm relic only proves effective for those below the celestial realm, and even then requires immense risks to assimilate its value. Whereas, the ancient dragon pearl remains potent even for celestial realm experts. The disparity in their preciousness becomes immediately apparent. It seems our Shangwan clan shouldn't fall behind either.
At this moment, Shangguan Yunfan stepped onto the platform with effortless grace, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
Every spectator's breath involuntarily hitched. Today's confrontation between these two great families would culminate in their final collision. Would the Shangguan clan prove superior? Or would the Nangong aristocratic family overtake them from behind? Or perhaps both sides would maintain their dual dominance?
I personally believe that this secret manual is the most precious treasure of all.
Shangguan Yunfan smiled freely, his pupils transforming into a violet gold hue.
In one swift motion, he picked up the tattered ancient book and channeled his battle aura to conjure clusters of flames, setting the ancient text ablaze in an instant.
What's Shangguan Yunfan doing? Is he destroying the relic entrusted to him? The crowd of treasure appraisers was thrown into shock. If not for the steady composure and vast experience of the elder presiding over the platform, who had weathered countless storms, the scene would have already descended into chaos. Behold, as the ancient texts burned, specks of starlight drifted from the flames. These luminous particles floated down like dust, and Shangguan Yunfan caught them all upon a jade plate. These shimmering fragments, like stardust scattered across the heavens, condensed into thumb-sized orbs after the ancient tome burned to ashes. Shangguan Yunfan exhaled lightly, stirring the dust into the air and condensing it into a fist-sized luminous orb of spiritual energy, emanating waves of psychic vibrations. Simultaneously, rows of radiant celestial characters swiftly materialized in the void. Longevity True Fire Seal, a top-tier green-grade alchemy hand seal. These two short lines sent the entire audience into a state of stunned silence. To think it's actually a top-tier green-grade alchemy hand seal. Never did I expect to witness such a peerless treasure emerge in my lifetime. The appraisers exclaimed incessantly, while a minority could barely restrain their impulses. Few could maintain absolute composure before a top-tier green-grade alchemy hand seal. Across the entire desolate region, with its population exceeding 10 billion across numerous martial arts factions, the number of powers capable of possessing alchemy hand seals of this caliber could be counted on one hand. All 9th-level War Soul Realm experts immediately stepped forward, their presence alone sufficient to intimidate everyone present. Top-grade green tier, the precious value of alchemy hand seals at this grade speaks for itself. Gentlemen, this is the foundational asset essential for establishing a sect and founding an everlasting legacy. Chapter 34, The Main Event. Another treasure chest appears. Lin Shen spotted an ancient bronze treasure chest hovering above the glowing starry characters when the 10,000 lifespans true flame seal manifested. Shangguan Yunfan smiled with elegant poise, the waves of intense envy surged within his heart. Their Shangguan family had exhausted half a lifetime's accumulated resources just to obtain a mid-tier green rank alchemy hand seal to sustain their clan's development. High-tier green rank seals were practically priceless and unobtainable in the market, let alone peak-tier green rank seals. Only a fool would casually sell such treasures. A top-tier green-grade hand seal. Xingwan has sat in the VIP chamber of the city lord's residence, his hands trembling violently before finally lowering them as he let out a deep sigh. As the chief alchemist of Wanling City, no one present understood its value better than him. A mid-tier green-grade alchemy hand seal had already elevated him to the revered status of a 4th-rank alchemist. With a top-tier green-grade 1, his alchemy skills could reach even greater heights. At my age, such excitement before my eyes isn't good for me. Xingwan has seemed to have aged several years as he muttered to himself with deep regret. Heh, old he, don't get too worked up. If you cause trouble here, even a fatso like me won't be able to save you. The yellow-robed fat man took a bite of an apple and chuckled darkly. On the high platform, despite the presence of numerous powerful individuals, the agitation was eventually suppressed. Considering the circumstances, the 10,000 lifespan true fire seal was deemed the most valuable treasure. It seems the Shangguan family still falls slightly short in comparison. A group of figures strode through the passage of the VIP chamber. It was the people of the Nangong noble clan. The middle-aged man in a blue robe leading the group chuckled lightly, with the Wanfu family members following closely behind them. I've uncovered the secrets within this ancient manual. It's a shame, really. Had there been anyone in your family who'd cultivated their violet gold eyes to the 4th realm, today's outcome might have been entirely different. The blue-robed man smiled mockingly at Shangguan Yunfan, who swept his gaze over the members of both families present. It seems someone did indeed inform your clan about our internal affairs. The Huangfu family members looked at Shangguan Yunfan with mocking eyes, as if they already foresaw the outcome of the battle. Yu Yan, go up there and show them what truly counts as precious. The middle-aged man in the blue robe glanced toward the high platform. Nangong Yuyan nodded coldly and ascended the steps with graceful, measured steps. Her delicate jade-like hands pressed together lightly as Nangong Yuyan gently caressed the ancient, broken blade from counter number 1. The 9 gemstones embedded in the blade began to shimmer,
gradually radiating brilliance. Does this girl not realize that what lies within this blade is the core of a fourth-tier ferocious beast?
Shangguan Yunfan frowned slightly.
He had already activated his violet gold pupils repeatedly to confirm that the only valuable thing on this ancient blade was the fourth-tier ferocious beast core embedded within the weapon. While precious, this object couldn't compare to the 10,000 lives true fire seal. Could it be? Lin Chen activated his violet gold pupils again. In the purple lightning crisscrossed world of his vision, he observed another wonder hidden inside the ancient blade.
The moment her jade-like fingertip touched the blade, Nangong Yuyan pricked her finger and let a drop of vital blood fall. The entire ancient sword began surging with a rolling tide of baleful energy.
9 jewel-like fiend beast cores started radiating astonishing ferocious majesty, forcing numerous powerful figures in the venue to deploy combat chi defenses to shield the crowd. 9 violet light pillars erupted violently, 3 of which manifested terrifying phantom images of fiend beasts that roared incessantly.
And this is? Shangguan Yunfan's expression abruptly changed dramatically. Father. Shangguan Bihan gazed anxiously at the high platform. This final treasure appraisal segment had been nothing short of tumultuous. These are 9 beast cores from ancient Trueflame Purple Phoenix's 8 or 4th tier, and 1 bear's 5th tier quality. Nangong Yuyan's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Even the renowned treasure appraisers present from across the wildlands couldn't help but change expressions. The Trueflame Purple Phoenix possessed pure ancient phoenix bloodline. The value of its beast core exceeded that of ordinary same-tier cores by at least tenfold. Moreover, one of these beast cores had actually reached 5th tier quality. 5th tier, which means it's equivalent to a Heavenly Gang Realm expert. A single Heavenly Gang Realm expert could dominate the lives of everyone in 10,000 Spirit City. The number of Heavenly Gang Realm experts in the entire desolate region can be counted on one's fingers, let alone killing one. To slay a Trueflame Purple Phoenix comparable to a Heavenly Gang Realm cultivator, such difficulty is beyond imagination for anyone present. The top-tier green-grade alchemy hand seals, though precious, are indeed not on the same level as 9 Trueflame Purple Phoenix beast cores when compared. Defeated after all, the Shangguan clan has ultimately lost to the Nangong aristocratic family.
Whispers had already begun below the high platform, while others marveled that such an ancient mystical beast comparable to the celestial realm could be slain and forged into an archaic weapon. Shangguan Yunfan gritted his teeth fiercely. He had previously discovered the existence of these 9 beast cores, but due to their antiquity and their embedding within the weapon, he hadn't realized their true grade.
The members of the Shangguan family all clenched their teeth in anger.
Some lowered their heads and sighed in resignation, while others burned with silent resentment, unwilling yet unable to voice their outrage.
It seems the Shangguan family could use a period of recuperation now. The decades-long closure of the ancestral altar has indeed weakened our foundation after all.
Shangguan Yunfan heaved a sigh in his heart, while the people of the Nangong family burst into unbridled laughter. It seems that when it comes to treasure appraisal in the Barren Lands, our Nangong family still reigns supreme. The pupil has surpassed the master, and now it's the era of the younger generation.
Yu Yan, well done. Shangguan Yunfan, how does it feel to witness your family's downfall with your own eyes? Ha ha ha, look at yourself, just like a beaten dog.
The Huangfu family members laughed arrogantly with undisguised contempt.
After today's events spread from Wanling City, the entire barren wasteland would know that the Shangguan family was no match for the Nangong clan, and the Nangong clan would reach even greater heights.
In the field of treasure appraisal, the experts attracted by first and second place are entirely on different levels, and the Huangfu family from the Nangong clan will likewise soar to new heights. The members of the Shangguan clan rose angrily, with some hot-blooded younger members flushing crimson with rage.
Right as tensions were mounting dangerously on sight, the young man's leisurely and hearty chuckle infused the entire Shangguan clan with fresh vitality.
The true treasure is indeed within that ancient blade. This contest of victory has yet to be decided. Everyone turned to look as over 10,000 appraisers simultaneously shifted their gaze toward the VIP lounge corridor. An elegant and graceful beautiful figure ascended unhurriedly.
It was Shangguan Bihan. Behind Shangguan Bihan walked a youth with straight-backed posture and steady gait.
His hands were tucked in his pockets, his expression relaxed and carefree. His boyish face bore a hint of confidence, a smile that was self-assured yet not the least bit arrogant.
It's Miss Shangguan Bihan. Speaking of which, who's that person behind Miss Shangguan? It's him.
I heard he's the diviner who helped the Shangguan family restore their ancestral altar. I recognize him. He's the young man who made Master Yen from the 24 Stars Divination Organization dance the belly dance.
But this is an appraisal convention. What does some diviner have to do with it?
Yen Jiwen, hidden in the shadows, grew livid upon hearing the surrounding whispers, his veins bulging and teeth grinding. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered to himself in a low voice.
Could this brat actually appraise treasures too? Impossible. How could some young whelp dabble in so many fields at his age? Hearing the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, Nangong Yuyan displayed a rare ripple of emotion. Her cold, deep blue eyes fixed upon Shangwan Bihan as her crisp yet frosty voice slowly rang out. Your previous claim carries the same weight as my appraisal results, utterly unconvincing. Chapter 35, 9 Yang Violet Essence. No, though our targets may be identical, the outcomes differ. Your cultivation remains inadequate as well, Miss Nangong Yuyan. Shangwan Bihan gracefully ascended the platform, standing toe-to-toe with Nangong Yuyan in open confrontation.
Before stepping onto the platform, Lin Chen casually crouched to pick up over a dozen attribute orbs, leaving the crowd utterly bewildered. What in the world was this kid scavenging for?
Do you claim my cultivation is insufficient? Nangong Yuyan let slip a hint of disdain as she interrogated with frosty arrogance. Then show me something more precious than a true flame purple phoenix beast core. But don't forget who just lost to me. Shangwan Bihan smiled elegantly with perfect poise as she walked to the ancient blade's display counter. Ordinary weapons only require 1 or 2 beast cores.
Over-infusing and forcibly harnessing the energy of beast cores would backfire, making it difficult for true divine weapons to take form or endure.
Yet this ancient blade can withstand 9 beast cores. How could its forging material possibly become an iron?
Shangwan Bihan's remark was an enlightenment to many, causing several appraisers to nod repeatedly in strong agreement. They had always relied on their treasure appraisal methods, yet this very approach had led them to a significant deviation in judgment. Many examined the ancient blade's quality again, but apart from its tattered and broken state, they couldn't detect the slightest fluctuation of energy. Little girl, if mere speculation could make one a treasure appraiser, this field wouldn't be so sparsely populated. The Nangong family patriarch shook his head with a mocking laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm, his implication crystal clear. You'd need to show real skill to convince the crowd.
I wouldn't have come up here without confidence in my ability. With a precise flick of Shangwan Bihan's jade-like fingers against the counter, the ancient broken blade leapt into the air.
Her fingertips danced, cleanly severing the connection between hilt and blade. She then tossed the hilt toward the white-haired auctioneer with a graceful flourish, dipping into a courteous bow as she said, among all fire cultivation practitioners present, Senior MO possesses the most formidable skills.
Would you kindly apply gentle flame to this hilt? The secret will reveal itself when heated.
The white-haired presiding elder cast a surprised glance at Shangwan Bihan.
Could this lass have discerned both my cultivation level and technique with just one look?
When did she reach such profound insight? In that case, this old man shall make a fool of himself. The white-haired elder spread his palm, suddenly channeling his battle chi. Layers of combat energy transformed into radiant auras, coalescing into raging orange flames that abruptly engulfed the broken saber hilt.
The elderly man's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Earth Fiend realm.
By channeling his battle chi, he could burn the entire platform to ashes. Thus, the other senior experts each activated their own battle chi defenses to shield themselves from the flame's power. Even so, the young people below the platform could still feel the extraordinary heat, breaking out in profuse sweat within moments. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was hopping and jumping around, sweeping up all the attribute orbs scattered on the ground or suspended in the air near the platform surrounding the entire venue.
Some spectators were utterly baffled, wondering, what in the world is this young arithmetician up to?
He was groping around, but there was nothing there except air. If it weren't for the sake of the Shangwan family's reputation, he would have been kicked out long ago. Only the members of the Shangwan family exchanged glances, their faces flushed with excitement. Because 2 days ago, when Master Shiletsi repaired their ancestral altar for the Shangwan family, he had acted just as incomprehensibly.
But the Shangwan clan knew true masters are unfathomable.
Ignoring all the astonished gazes around him, Lin Chen leaped into the air with a powerful push of his foot and snatched the treasure chest floating in midair, one of the 3 chests that appeared just moments ago when the 4 extraordinary treasures were activated.
Host opened the cyan light bronze treasure chest, obtained 100 points of Azure Dragon bloodline.
Host opened the violet light bronze treasure chest, obtained the True Flame Violet Phoenix Wings. Host opened the violet light bronze treasure chest, obtained the green tier low-grade alchemy hand seal, Profound Flames of the 8 Directions. Lin Chen grabbed all the treasure chests, and the system screen promptly popped up. The richness of his haul left his mouth agape on the spot.
A cyan tier alchemy hand seal, Azure Dragon bloodline, plus the legendary wings of an ancient mystical beast, the True Flame Purple Phoenix Wings? I hit the jackpot this time, haha.
Though ecstatic in his heart, Lin Chen maintained an unruffled exterior. Lin Chen had just opened the treasure chest for a few breaths when uncertain murmurs of surprise arose around him.
What is this?
The crafting material of this hilt is extraordinary. Under the ignition aura of the white-haired elder, the hilt gradually revealed a faint, enchanting radiance as if drawing in starlight while containing the cosmos within. Yet even as the white-haired elder channeled his full power into burning it with his combat aura, he could only slowly char away its outermost dust. The quality of the hilt's forging material was utterly unimaginable. A quarter of an hour passed, then half an hour. Everyone in the venue had their eyes fixed on that ancient hilt. Just as the white-haired elder's battle aura was nearly exhausted, the hilt finally shed all the historical dust veiling it, bursting once more with divine radiance from the ancient era. The hilt was deep purple throughout, cruciform in shape, flaring like a fish's tail at the base.
It was interwoven with pale gray runes, resembling an exquisitely carved artwork. What kind of rare and marvelous or could this possibly be made of? The crowd stared curiously at the entirely new hilt, yet none of the treasure appraisers present could discern its grade. Shangwan Bihan took the hilt and raised it, declaring,
"This material is 9 young purple radiance essence, a genuine 6th tier rare or utterly indestructible. It can withstand the ravages of sun, moon, and mountains, and when forging weapons, adding even a small amount can transform an entire treasure weapon into a divine artifact. Of course, this assumes one possesses sufficient skill to forge it. A 6th tier rare or?" Upon hearing this rank, Shangwan Yunfan's lips trembled slightly. Such a level existed far beyond the desolate realm. That was an extraordinary treasure even Heaven's Pride realm experts could scarcely find, and even if discovered, one might not live to claim it. The rarer and more precious the exotic ore, the more likely it was born in treacherous and terrifying environments, places even Heaven's Pride realm experts might not qualify to enter. Without a doubt, a genuine 6th rank exotic ore was far more valuable than 9 True Flame Violet Phoenix Demon Cores. Is this really a 6th grade rare ore? The presiding elder Mo trembled with excitement, while Shangwan Bihan nodded with a faint smile. "Esteemed elder, you could have the assignee find a more formidable appraiser to examine this treasure.
If it turns out not to be a 6th tier artifact, both I personally and the entire Shangwan family will bear full responsibility."
Many veteran appraisers on the scene were astonished. They were already 80% certain this item ranked above 5th tier, and wouldn't be surprised if it proved to be 6th tier. This gathering has assembled the most outstanding antique appraisal organizations and experts from across the entire Barren Lands. If 1 or 2 veteran appraisers fail to identify something, discrepancies might still occur. But when absolutely no one can authenticate it, there's only one explanation: this item exists beyond their level of comprehension. "It appears your Nangong family's cultivation still hasn't reached the required standard." Shangwan Bihan threw these exact words back at both the Nangong and Huangfu families, making their members gnash their teeth in fury. The elders of the Shangwan family and the representatives from the city lord's manor exchanged glances, their faces brimming with shock and ecstasy. At the critical final moment, the Shangwan family had turned the tables once more, overtaking the Nangong family. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Shangwan Bihan cast a grateful and admiring glance toward Lin Chen. The outcome of this treasure appraisal had been foretold to her by Lin Chen in advance. Chapter 36, The City Lord's Invitation. This can't be. The Shangwan family couldn't possibly have reached such a level of treasure appraisal. The members of the Huangfu family were shocked and bewildered.
Huangfu Qingyu had infiltrated the Shangwan family for many years and had long since grasped their approximate capabilities.
Their treasure appraisal skills clearly haven't surpassed the Nangong families by such a wide margin.
A glint of sharp light flashed in the eyes of the Nangong family head.
The members of the Shangwan family also revealed varying degrees of surprise and astonishment in their eyes. Even their own clansmen were unaware this situation could arise. This suggests a powerful expert must have intervened. From the very first confrontation, it was apparent that Shangwan Bihan's artifact appraisal skills fell short of Nangong Yuyan's.
A helping hand from an expert?
The members of both families cautiously surveyed the scene, yet all faces from the Shangwan clan were familiar ones, their purple gold-eye cultivation realms hardly impressive at all. At that moment, only Nangong Yuyan's icy gaze remained fixed on Lin Chen on the stage.
Could it be this kid? Isn't he supposed to be a diviner?
Seeing his daughter's gaze, the head of the Nangong family narrowed his eyes at Lin Chen.
At this moment, Shangwan Yunfan made a rare display of mock humility with a hearty laugh. Many thanks to the Nangong family for yielding to us. Then, Shangwan Yunfan cheerfully patted Lin Chen's shoulder and whispered meaningfully,
"Young friend Lin Chen, I owe you another favor now." Seeing the grateful exchange between Shangwan Yunfan and Lin Chen, the head of the Nangong family instantly understood.
"We won, we've won." The entire Shangwan family erupted into ecstatic cheers.
Recently, their clan's morale had soared with one fortunate event following another.
"Damn it, we've been utterly scammed. This kid is actually an appraiser too. He's been hiding his true abilities this deep?" The Nangong family head's face darkened with uncertainty.
This time, their Nangong family had been completely played by Lin Chen. Not only had they lost their advantage, but they'd also forfeited their title as the top power in the Barren Lands to the Shangwan family.
The Nangong family members stormed off in fury.
The outcome was already decided. Staying would only bring further humiliation. Only Nangong Yuyan gazed at Lin Chen for a long while before lightly shifting her lotus steps. Her usually icy voice carried a trace of curiosity and interest.
"Shangwan Bihan wasn't my opponent, it was you who intervened, am I right? What's your name?"
Lin Chen swept a glance at her, then turned away without so much as acknowledging her presence.
For the first time, Nangong Yuyan was left standing there in stunned silence.
With her peerless talent and beauty, wherever she went, she was always surrounded by outstanding young talents who treated her like the moon among stars. This was the first time she'd encountered a male peer who completely disregarded her, and to think she had even initiated the conversation.
Trying to play the aloof card? Have you even looked at who you're dealing with? Brother Chen isn't buying your act.
When dealing with so-called aloof people, Lin Chen's consistent approach was to give them a taste of their own medicine.
Humph, you refuse a favor when offered one. Nangon Yuyan's cheeks flushed red with shame for the first time.
With an angry humph, her icy blue eyes shot daggers at Lin Chen as if she wanted to flay him alive before turning on her heel and leaving.
Little friend Lin Chen, I truly must thank you this time.
Shangguan Yunfan quietly expressed his gratitude to Lin Chen. He knew his own family's circumstances well. Lin Chen was the only one present who could turn the tide for their Shangguan family.
Lin Chen's intervention this time not only preserved the Shangguan family's reputation but even elevated it a notch.
His contribution was no less significant than when he helped them restore their ancestral altar earlier.
Ha, it's nothing, just a small effort.
Lin Chen waved his hand with utter nonchalance, not even mentioning any reward. This carefree attitude only deepened Shangguan Yunfan's admiration. This young man was no ordinary pond fish, but a dragon waiting for the right winds and clouds to soar. A select few who observed Shangguan Yunfan's demeanor toward Lin Chen grasped the implications almost immediately. After the first round's appraisal contest, discerning observers could clearly see that Shangguan Bihan's artifact identification skills were inferior to Nangon Yuyan's. Yet today she can identify treasures that even Nangon Yuyan failed to detect. Such rapid progress clearly couldn't have been achieved in such a short time. Everyone from the Shangguan family present today were familiar faces, and not a single one could surpass Shangguan Yunfan, let alone Nangon Yuyan. In that case, she must have received help from a master,
and that person was most likely the young man by Shangguan Yunfan's side.
The older generation of powerhouses now viewed Lin Chen's potential and impression with unprecedented esteem. If it were said that at such a young age he had already surpassed the accomplished diviner Yan Jiwen, then one could call him a heaven-sent prodigy. Yet if he were not just a diviner but also possessed appraisal abilities, moreover, surpassing all other appraisers present, then he would undoubtedly rank first in the barren lands. His potential would be so immense that even calling him divinely talented would fall short.
What a terrifying young man. Many elder generation experts couldn't help but exclaim in awe.
If the Shangguan clan gained such a talent, one who excelled in both divination and appraisal, it would be like a dragon plunging into the ocean, unstoppable and invincible. The conclusion of the treasure appraisal event had nothing to do with Lin Chen now. Collecting rewards in such matters were left for the upper echelons of the Shangguan family to handle.
Though many factions sought to curry favor with both the Shangguan family and Lin Chen, he turned them all away, leaving Shangguan Yunfan to deal with them.
While the 6th-ranked 9-yang purple radiance essence was incredibly precious, it held scant practical value for Lin Chen at his current stage. Even if he obtained this treasure, he couldn't forge divine weapons with it. Instead, it would only invite calamity upon himself. Without the cultivation of the heavenly radiance realm or the backing of a major faction, touching that thing would be sheer suicide. Moreover, Lin Chen had already become the biggest winner of this treasure appraisal event. The True Flame Violet Phoenix Wings and the Azure Grade Alchemy hand seals he obtained were each worth no less than a 6th-tier mystic ore. Right now, he only wanted to find a secluded place to cultivate, absorbing all the attribute orbs he collected during the appraisal event. After all, only one's own strength could serve as a solid foundation for survival. Seeing Lin Chen leave, Yan Jiwen, hidden in the shadows, narrowed his eyes with a sharp glint as a trace of murderous intent flashed through them.
That boy must be eliminated. Otherwise, he will bring endless trouble.
Lin Chen walked straight out of the venue, but as soon as he reached the outside, 5 figures blocked his path. Heh, we've been waiting for you for quite some time, young friend. Who would have thought that aside from your skills in divination, you're also well-versed in treasure appraisal?
Truly an eye-opener for someone like me. I wonder if you have time now.
The city lord has instructed us to bring you to her as quickly as possible. The one blocking their way was none other than the yellow-robed overweight man from the city lord's mansion, along with the alchemist, Xing Wanha, and 3 attendants.
In that case, let's go.
Lin Chen pondered briefly before nodding with a smile. The city lord's mansion was located in the center of Wanling City. Most day-to-day affairs were handled by Huang Yuntian, the overweight middle-aged man who had received Lin Chen.
In the absence of the city lord, he essentially exercised the lord's authority, and every faction had to show him due deference. Night, the city lord's manor.
In a pavilion garden blooming with 100 flowers, Lin Chen was placed there. For miles around, the area was deserted, leaving him completely alone. According to Huang Yuntian's explanation, the ruler of Wanling City seemed to dislike letting others see her true appearance, nor would she tolerate having bystanders present during conversations. Lin Chen was content to enjoy the peace, activating his violet gold eyes to scan the surroundings. Seeing no one around, he finally couldn't resist standing up. The garden surrounding the pavilion was filled with attribute orbs glowing in hues of yellow, blue, purple, and green, all of exceptionally high quality. Host has obtained 19,000 points of vital energy, 13,000 points of battle chi essence, 1,589 points of mental energy, and 31,000 points of technique spirit. Lin Chen went on a frenzied collecting spree, and in less than 5 minutes, he had gathered every single attribute orb in the garden. Huang Yuntian was right, you truly are an unpredictable young man. The ethereal voice, delicate and melodious like celestial music, came without warning from the air above. Lin Chen was startled. By the time he turned around, a graceful figure in white had silently appeared in the garden pavilion. That fleeting glimpse left even Lin Chen frozen in place. Pearls adorned her cascading hair, her coiled tresses towering like clouds. Her brows resembled distant autumn mountains veiled in mist, her limpid eyes glimmering like emerald waves. Vermilion lips as red as cherries parted to reveal teeth like freshly polished jade. The woman's snow-white gown flowed as she stood with tender grace, and when her world-toppling beauty blossomed into a faint smile, all other scenery seemed to pale in comparison. Lin Chen's heart could only express his immediate impression of this woman with one phrase: unparalleled elegance. Chapter 37, Treatment. Noticing the young man staring dumbfounded, the white-dressed woman smiled gracefully, her pearly white teeth glistening as she spoke.
So you're the famed miracle calculator who's been making waves in Wanling City recently, aren't you?
There was a hint of warning in her smile, jolting Lin Chen awake from his dazed admiration of the beauty before him.
Ahem, indeed. May I ask who you are, miss?
Lin Chen cleared his throat and asked with utmost seriousness.
Pot miss? Little one, do you have any idea how many generations my seniority surpasses yours?
The white-clad woman covered her mouth with a giggle, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower. Every woman's heart houses a young girl at its core. Being a maiden is determined by one's spirit, not age. If the heart stays young, the person does too.
If one resigns to accept their own aging, how could they still be a maiden?
Lin Chen's words caused the white-dressed woman to fall into rare contemplation for a moment.
She nodded approvingly and said, "You make a very valid point. I'll remember your words.
The reason I invited you here today is to help examine my condition."
Could the city lord be referring to the poison within your body?
Lin Chen wasn't foolish. Who else would appear here except the legendary city lord of Wanling City, who was said to be a celestial maiden descended from heaven?
Oh, you actually noticed?
The city lord glanced at Lin Chen in surprise, nodding as he said, I can see a bit of it. It's just that the problem is rather tricky. From the moment he saw her, Lin Chen activated his purple-gold eyes to observe black mist swirling between her brows, deeply entrenched in her body like a malignant parasite. Moreover, Lin Chen could sense within her a fluctuating energy similar to attribute orbs, though he couldn't yet determine exactly what it was.
It seems I've come to the right person. Master Fortune Teller, let's discuss this inside.
The female city lord invited Lin Chen into her chamber, where the elegant and refreshing fragrance of her boudoir lingered in the air, lifting the spirits and soothing the soul. This poison was left by one of my sworn enemies, and it has plagued me for decades, gnawing away at my cultivation day by day, bringing me constant agony.
If you can remove it, as for compensation,
the city lord explained carefully to Lin Chen the origin of the toxin in her body.
Lin Chen was visibly moved upon hearing it. This was no ordinary poison, untreatable by conventional antidotes.
It had penetrated deep into the very source of her battle energy and spread throughout her entire body. Over time, it would gradually erode the victim's essence until they died an agonizing, unbearable death. This eerie poison was condensed purely from the opponent's battle energy cultivation, completely incurable. Thus, it fell beyond the realm of alchemist solutions, more akin to a curse than actual venom. At this point, the toxin has deeply penetrated the female city lord's body. If not neutralized within a year, she might lose the ability to circulate her battle energy entirely, and within 2 years, her life would be in grave danger.
City Lord, this poison. My name is Bai Ruoyan. Aside from addressing me as City Lord, you may call me whatever you like. Then, Miss Ruoyan, the poison your enemy used is no ordinary one.
I can only say I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee a cure. Lin Chen spoke solemnly, but Bai Ruoyan shook her head.
No,
if you can't cure me, I'll have no choice but to kill you.
Bai Ruoyan's shocking words startled even Lin Chen. You ask for my help, and if I failed, you'd kill me? What kind of logic is that? This poison has seeped into every vein of my body and even my battle energy. To purge it, there must be no obstruction whatsoever.
Bai Ruoyan's words instantly made Lin Chen understand, to dispel the poison, there must be no barriers between them, not even clothing.
Female diviners are exceedingly rare in the wildlands.
As for male diviners, every one of them harbors ill intentions or boasts beyond their meager abilities while lacking true skill.
I've slain quite a number of such men.
Bai Ruoyan shook her head with a faint sigh, then turned to Lin Chen. You're the first fate calculator who recognized my poison condition at a glance.
Then I quit, City Lord Bai Ruoyan.
I'm a man who fears death. You'd better find someone else. That's it, farewell. To think that Lin Chen would stand up, clasp his fists and salute, turn around, and leave without another word. What a joke. Failure means death. What kind of assignment is this? Even if City Lord Bai Ruoyan were a celestial beauty descended from heaven, Lin Chen wouldn't dare take the risk even if there was a chance to gain something from it. Risking your life for romance is fine, but gambling it away for petty favors is sheer madness. Although Bai Ruoyan emitted aura fluctuations resembling characteristic runes, Lin Chen wasn't suicidal enough to stake his life on it.
Wait a minute.
Bai Ruoyan never expected him to turn hostile so abruptly and immediately blocked Lin Chen's path.
City Lord Bai Ruoyan, there's nothing to discuss. As a mere soul manifestation cultivator, how could I possibly guarantee expelling the toxins from your system?
If I fail, I'd be forfeiting my life, and I'm certainly not someone with nothing better to do. Lin Chen's resolute stance made Bai Ruoyan clench her pearly teeth tightly.
Fine, then tell me your conditions.
My terms are simple. I'll do everything in my power to help cleanse your poison, but you alone bear all the consequences.
Even if we fail, it won't be my responsibility. What's more, if we succeed, I demand double the original payment.
Lin Chen stood his ground, leaving Bai Ruoyan deep in thought. This young man before me might be my only chance now. The poison has spread throughout my body, and any further delay would mean a matter of life and death.
Alright, I agree to your terms, but when you're expelling the poison, don't worry, I'll cover my own eyes.
Lin Chen spent the day recuperating at the city lord's residence while simultaneously seeking the system's guidance for the first time regarding solutions to the current predicament.
He conducted numerous on-the-spot experiments until the following night. In a dimly lit secret chamber, the faint glow of lamplight illuminated by Ruoyan's jade-like fingers as she loosened the waist sash of her long gown upon the bed. Her rosy lips parted slightly as she clenched the hairpin between pearly teeth. With delicate hands, she effortlessly twisted and pinned up her cascading ebony tresses, revealing only a jade-like back of flawless alabaster skin and an exquisitely slender waist, a sight utterly impossible to resist. Lin Chen sat cross-legged behind her, his eyes covered with a black cloth. The faint, lavender-like fragrance lingered around his nose, and even the subtly alluring curves of her figure made his breathing grow rapid. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen forced himself to calm down. Miss Bai Ruoyan, I'm beginning now. If you dare peek, I won't forgive you. Bai Ruoyan's cheeks flushed crimson as she warned him, though her weakened state made it sound more like coquetry. The words alone made Lin Chen's bones turn to jelly. His fingertips lightly brushed against the delicate, fair-skinned shoulder, and the woman's erratic, trembling breaths nearly caused Lin Chen to lose his composure. Just the shoulder alone is already this silky smooth.
Lin Chen felt inwardly startled, his throat tightening with tension. Not daring to entertain further thoughts, Lin Chen focused solely on channeling his runic energy. The system informed Lin Chen that if Bai Ruoyan's body contained a characteristic rune, the host could use pure runic energy to potentially draw it out. Just as expected, the moment the runic energy was activated, wisps of smoke emerged from Bai Ruoyan's body, and the long-hidden toxins began to show signs of stirring.
It's working, we can slowly extract it now.
Lin Chen exerted force in his palm, pressing firmly onto the fair and delicate shoulders of the lady beneath him. His hand trailed downward along her snow-white, jade-like back as if sliding over smooth, congealed fat. The toxins within her body were gradually drawn out like a venomous serpent being lured forth. For Bai Ruoyan, this toxin extraction process brought both excruciating pain and an indescribable tinge of pleasure. Combined with the unbearably humiliating atmosphere, she found it impossible to fully restrain herself. Bai Ruoyan couldn't help but let out a few soft moans. Unlike ordinary women, her sounds nearly shattered Lin Chen's concentration, almost causing the flow of runic energy to break. My dear sister, please don't make another sound. Lin Chen bit his tongue and smiled bitterly. At this point, if he remained unresponsive, he truly wouldn't be a man anymore.
Chapter 38, A New Attribute Rune.
Hearing the reproach in Lin Chen's voice, Bai Ruoyan felt so ashamed she could barely face the world. Focusing his mind, Lin Chen once again guided the energy of the runes to gather in his palm. The toxins within his body seemed to be drawn to this runic energy, following its movement steadily toward the center of his palm. In an instant, Lin Chen was drenched in sweat, yet his entire focus sharpened as if grasping at some pivotal opportunity.
Come out.
Lin Chen pressed his palm down and then abruptly raised his hand, pulling away strands of dark blue mist that twisted like tadpole-shaped talismans. These were forcibly extracted from his body before coiling into a dark blue attribute orb, which Lin Chen then absorbed into his palm.
Host has acquired a special rune, Corrosion Rune Level 1.
Corrosion Rune has the effect of corroding the target's vitality, cultivation, and spirit when used in isolation, though its power is relatively weak. When attached to the host's attacks, it can imbue them with corrosive properties, significantly enhancing their potency. The moment the tadpole-shaped dark blue rune was pulled out, a system screen immediately popped up before Lin Chen's eyes. Overjoyed, he wildly waved his fists and laughed heartily. It worked, it worked.
It's actually real, a new special rune. A brand new attribute rune, the Corrosion Rune.
With 2 attribute runes in hand, Lin Chen was confident that even when facing an early-stage Earth Fiend realm expert, he wouldn't need to fear. The moment the toxin was extracted, Bai Ruoyan, who lay weakly on the bed, felt her entire body go numb with a tingling sensation as her delicate frame trembled slightly. Although her cultivation was profound and unfathomable, with the toxin spreading through her battle energy, she couldn't circulate even a wisp of it. Doing so would only cause the toxin to condense into an even more potent concentration. After the weakness subsided, she was met with a warm flow of qi and blood circulation. Bai Ruoyan clearly felt that her toxin had indeed diminished. It really worked! Bai Ruoyan turned excitedly to face Lin Chen, only to find his blindfold slipping onto the bed at the very moment he was marveling at his newly acquired rune. In the dimly lit room, their gazes locked. Through the faint glow, Lin Chen saw flawless collarbones curving elegantly, leading his eyes to the snowy peaks that now stood fully exposed before him. Suddenly, the atmosphere thickened with unspoken tension and allure. Ah! Bai Ruoyan immediately covered herself, her cheeks flushing crimson as she glared fiercely at Lin Chen. This really isn't my fault. You were the one who turned around. This black cloth just happened to come loose, Lin Chen said shamelessly, shrugging while picking up the black cloth and stealing another glance, muttering under his breath, "What a great figure. You shameless scoundrel." Bai Ruoyan flushed with embarrassment and anger, raising her delicate hand as vast and profound combat energy swirled around her. She was about to strike him down with a single palm, prompting Lin Chen to hastily retreat. Hey, what do you think you're doing? If you kill me, you'll be violating the contract. Besides, there's no one else who can cure your poison. If you think you're at a disadvantage, fine, I'll let you look at me in return, alright? Even Lin Chen couldn't discern Bai Ruoyan's cultivation level. If she were to strike him with a single palm strike, he'd undoubtedly be reduced to mincemeat. Bai Ruoyan spat lightly. Who wants to look at you? Hurry up and cover your eyes properly. Then, Bai Ruoyan turned around and pretended to be fiercely threatening again. If you dare to flirt with words or act like before, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Lin Chen chuckled inwardly. With my violet gold eyes, I saw everything just now. What do I have to fear? You might think you're winning, but this Lin fellow will never lose. Don't worry, City Lord Ruoyan. A gentleman like me is harder to find than a lantern in broad daylight. I'd never do anything improper. Lin Chen sat back down again, grinning as he spoke. Next, Lin Chen followed the same method as before, using only his own runic energy to slowly extract the toxins from Bai Ruoyan's body, converting them into his own corrosion runes. Where else could he find such a deal, both boosting his strength and getting to take advantage? During the subsequent extraction of the corrosion runes, Lin Chen deliberately applied a bit more force, making Bai Ruoyan melt weakly under his touch, only to then declare with righteous solemnity that it was necessary for the treatment. At last, the night passed. Lin Chen finally reached the limit of what he could extract. He had drawn out 1/4 of Bai Ruoyan's total toxins. Any further extraction would exceed his tolerance threshold. At that point, the toxins would no longer remain as attribute orbs stored in Lin Chen's system. Instead, they would truly transfer to Lin Chen himself. Given his current cultivation level and frail physique, even the slightest contamination would likely bring him unbearable suffering. Still, for at least the next few decades, Bai Ruoyan would be able to utilize a portion of her cultivation without worrying about the torment of the toxins, as her remaining power would suffice to suppress most of them. Phew, I'm exhausted. Lin Chen collapsed right onto the bed, panting heavily. Taking advantage of the situation all night had completely drained him. Bai Ruoyan tied up her long hair and floated eerily into the air, emanating a terrifying aura that distorted the surrounding space. This level of power far exceeded any Earth Fiend realm expert Lin Chen had ever encountered. The absence of any attribute orbs around Bai Ruoyan proved this point. Given Lin Chen's current cultivation level, he should have been able to spot 1 or 2 leftover attribute orbs even around Earth Fiend realm experts. Yet Bai Ruoyan had none around her. There was only one possible explanation. Her cultivation was overwhelmingly powerful. Congratulations, Miss Bai Ruoyan, he chuckled. Lin Chen was just about to sit up when the fair maiden's delicate, snowy foot immediately pressed against his chest, pinning him to the bed as she spoke with a playful smile. Little one, you sure had quite the time touching me last night, didn't you? The return of her cultivation seemed to instantly transform Bai Ruoyan back into the aloof immortal maiden of yore, and she immediately turned her ire upon Lin Chen. Pinned down without a hint of resistance, Lin Chen simply opted not to fight back, shamelessly admiring those slender, fair legs, even letting out a whistle before grinning carefreely. Only 1/4 of the toxins have been cleared. Killing me now would leave you with no one to remove the rest. Miss Bai Ruoyan, isn't that cutting off your nose to spite your face? Decades of time would be enough for me to find someone else to cleanse my poison, wouldn't it? My death isn't necessarily certain, but others might not be as genuinely dedicated to your detoxification as I am. What if they add special ingredients or betray you at a critical moment? That would be a devastating loss, wouldn't it? Their verbal duel raged on like crossed swords, yet Lin Chen held his ground without yielding. His composed and and unruffled demeanor even made Bai Ruoyan glance at him with newfound appraisal.
Hee, just teasing you, do you really think I'd kill you? I'd never be the type to break my word like that. Bai Ruoyan floated up like an immortal maiden amidst the clouds.
Unnoticed by Lin Chen, her smiling cheeks still bore a faint blush, like the lingering glow of sunset.
Chapter 39, Ambush.
Hee, sis, your acting skills could use some work. There wasn't a trace of killing intent in your eyes just now. Lin Chen sprang up from bed with the agility of a carp leaping from water, grinning mischievously.
Thanks for your help this time. As agreed, I owe you 2 favors now. I'll assist you with anything, as long as it's not something dishonorable.
Bai Ruoyan's response made Lin Chen deliberately rake his eyes over her figure with a roguish smile.
So you'll really help me with anything, eh?
Of course, she replied.
Who knows, that might even include those things you men always think about.
Bai Ruoyan wore a sardonic smile, her beautiful eyes glinting with perilous light. Having regained part of her cultivation, she was no longer the same woman who'd tolerated Lin Chen's teasing. When my cultivation advances further, I should be able to purge even more toxins. Who knows, maybe my dear sister will need my help again someday.
Lin Chen's answer brought a spark of joy to Bai Ruoyan. You mean you can still remove my toxins in the future?
If my cultivation improves further, it shouldn't be a problem.
In that case, take this star jade.
If you encounter any danger within the desolate lands, crush it, and I will come to your aid as quickly as possible.
Of course, any assistance will count towards the favor you owe me.
Bai Ruoyan handed Lin Chen a thumb-sized piece of star jade, which he casually accepted with a carefree smile.
No problem.
Though their time together had been short, Bai Ruoyan had deeply sensed the extraordinariness of this young man. No wonder he had stirred up such turmoil in 10,000 Spirit City.
Little brother Lin Chen, did your visit to 10,000 Spirit City perhaps bring you here for the invitation letter from the Tiangu Academy? An invitation from Tianga Academy? What's that? Lin Chen's utterly bewildered expression astonished Bai Ruoyan. How could there still be someone in this desolate land who hadn't heard of the Tianya Academy? You don't even know about Tianga Academy?
It's Lingzhou's oldest and most prestigious institution, maintaining independent branches across all 24 domains. Within Tianga Academy gather the most extraordinary geniuses from the entire wild domain. Only those holding invitation letters can participate in its entrance examinations. Bai Ruoyan flicked her jade-like fingers, and an invitation letter encased in a jade envelope materialized in her hand.
I thought you came for it, but I never expected you didn't even know about Tianga Academy? Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he asked in astonishment. Doesn't that mean the academy is full of formidable experts?
Far from just being a gathering of masters, within the Skysong Academy are assembled the top martial talents, selected 1 in 10 million from the over 10 billion people of the wildlands. To stand out here is to rise above hundreds of millions. Bai Ruoyan let out a soft laugh, as Lin Chen seemed to have realized his own ambition.
Miss Bai Ruoyan, I wonder if you could give me this invitation.
Hearing Lin Chen's request, Bai Ruoyan arched her crescent-like brows and smiled sweetly. I can give you the invitation, but you must count this as me repaying my debt to you. That'll do. Lin Chen eagerly snatched the invitation letter. The more powerful figures gathered in one place, the more attribute orbs he could collect. For his current level, Skysong Academy was undoubtedly the best choice. Seeing that she had returned a favor so quickly, Bai Ruoyan was in high spirits.
Lin Chen took the opportunity to ask her about matters related to Tianji Academy.
After chatting with Bai Ruoyan for a while, Lin Chen stayed behind in the city lord's residence to refine all the attribute orbs he had previously obtained, along with his many hidden cards. 3 days later, inside a secret chamber of the city lord's residence, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, opening his system to review his numerous attributes.
Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, 2nd level of the Ethereal Awakening Realm. Ultimate Strength, 39,200 Tiger Force. Vital Energy, 1.372 million points. Battle Essence, 554,000 points. Spiritual Power, 16,228 points. Cultivation Techniques Essence, 52,428 points. Cultivation Method, Chaos 5 Elements Art, 19%.
Mastered Techniques, 10,000 Thunder Sword Art, Heavenly Spirit Pill Refining Method, 8 Wastelands Profound Fire, True Water Origin Art, 19%. Soul Seizing Spear Manual, for Demon King Seals, Primordial Sacred Scripture, 3%.
Possessed Items, Manual 7 Stars Soul Seizing Spear, True Flame Purple Phoenix Wings, 5%.
Possessed Bloodline Energies, Azure Dragon Bloodline, 145 points. Purple Gold Pupil Bloodline, 10,000 points. Special Runes, Slow Rune Level 1, Corrosion Rune Level 1, Rune Energy 8,520 points. Elemental Energy Points, Fire 72,281, Earth 67,312, Wood 76,725, Metal 67,511, Water 82,448. Lin Chen abruptly opened his eyes as a pair of wings wreathed in billowing purple flames materialized behind him, each measuring 3 chi wide and over a zhang in length. With just a slight beat, the violet flaming phoenix wings stirred terrifying gales that roared through the chamber, raising the room's temperature by more than tenfold. With these true flame violet phoenix wings, my ability to escape danger has improved several times over compared to before. Lin Chen could currently unleash less than 6% of the heavenly flame purple phoenix wing's true power. Given his current level of body refining, attempting to activate it at full capacity would instantly drain all his vital essence. Putting away his true flame purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen left the secret chamber. He had accomplished everything he needed to do in 10,000 Spirit City. Now, it was time to set off for Tangu Academy. Pushing open the secret chamber's door, Lin Chen saw a group of people waiting in the corridor outside who had apparently been standing there for quite some time.
Little friend Lin Chen, you've finally come out.
The people waiting outside were none other than Shangguan Yunfan and his group, who had come personally to wait for Lin Chen, fearing that the city lord's mansion might harm him.
Everyone, I was just in seclusion here for a few days. The city lord treated me extremely well, no need to worry.
Lin Chen shrugged, then said to Shangguan Yunfan, Senior Yunfan, please bid farewell to Miss Shangguan Bihan for me.
You're leaving? Shangguan Yunfan was greatly astonished.
Lin Chen's kindness to their Shangguan family weighed as heavily as Mount Tai. How could he leave before they had properly repaid him?
That's right, I've received an invitation to Tiange Academy from the city lord, and I plan to go register.
Lin Chen smiled.
Shangguan Yunfan fell into thoughtful silence before nodding after a moment. In that case, I won't detain you, young friend. Tiange Academy's entrance examination will be held soon anyway. Delaying would be inappropriate. Please accept this small token of our Shangguan family's gratitude.
I hope you won't refuse, young friend. Shangguan Yunfan handed Lin Chen a high-quality spirit storage ring, its internal space alone several times larger than the one Lin Chen currently used.
Then many thanks, Senior Yunfan.
Lin Chen grabbed it in one swift motion, bid farewell to the members of the Shangguan family, and departed from the city lord's manor. Due to his reputation and influence in Myriad Spirit City, Lin Chen had to conceal his true appearance with a cloak whenever he ventured outside. Returning to the inn, Lin Chen led away the dragon horse and set off on the road leaving Wancheng. Nightfall, outside the city of 10,000 spirits. 100 miles away in the withered wood forest, Lin Chen galloped forward astride his flood dragon steed. Suddenly, a glint of violet gold light flashed through Lin Chen's pupils. As he was about to enter the withered wood's boundaries, he immediately reined in his mount and halted. Gentlemen, since you've been following me for so long, it's about time you showed yourselves.
Dismounting from his horse, Lin Chen faced the silent surroundings with a light chuckle.
With a slap to the horse's hindquarters, he sent the scaled steed whinnying in pain as it bolted straight into the withered forest. The night breeze was slightly cool. Lin Chen stood alone outside the withered forest. Moments later, a dark shadow slowly squirmed in the darkness, followed by one after another, numerous figures emerging.
Chapter 40, Twin Rune Strike. A solo battle against the Earth Fiend realm. Kid, wouldn't it have been better to stay put in the Shangguan family? Why insist on coming out looking for death? You're the first person I've seen who dares to walk the night after offending a diviner. I must say, your courage is commendable. Why waste words with this brat? He's caused such heavy losses to our Nangong family. If we don't cripple him today, I can't vent the hatred burning in this old man's heart. Lin Chen's expression grew serious as these people suddenly appeared. Earth Realm experts, and even Battle Soul Realm. Every single one of them was a top-tier master. The leader at the forefront was none other than Yan Jiwen from the 24-star calculation organization. Following behind were the elders of the Nangong clan, members of the Huangfu family, plus 2 Nether Realms realm experts personally invited by Yan Jiwen. In terms of sheer numbers, there were already over 20 people present, nearly half of them being Nether Realms realm experts. Lin Chen swiftly suppressed his solemnity and let out a mocking laugh. You all really think quite highly of me, don't you? 14 Earth Fiend realm experts and 11 War Soul realm 9th Heaven cultivators, all here to ambush one Spirit Connection realm practitioner? What is this, a skirmish, or are we declaring war? Upon the eastern city walls of 10,000 Spirit City, a graceful feminine figure in white robes fluttered like drifting cloud silk, reminiscent of a celestial maiden dancing among the clouds. That little fellow actually got ambushed by the Huangfu clan and Nangong aristocratic family factions. Let me observe first, it seems he hasn't yet decided to use that star jade fragment I left him. The ethereal voice of the white-robed beauty carried a trace of curiosity as it dissipated with the night breeze. Surrounded, Lin Chen felt no fear. Instead, a surge of eager excitement thrummed in his bones. Only through life and death battles at his limits could he grow stronger faster. You're a cunning little devil, versed in both the arts of calculation and treasure appraisal. Of course, I won't underestimate you. Yan Jiwen sneered coldly, nodding at his companions. In a flash, 7 warriors at the peak of the War Soul realm encircled Lin Chen completely. The other Earth Fiend realm experts wore expressions of pure amusement. No matter how strong a Spirit Communion realm cultivator might be, Could they possibly overturn the heavens? With 14 Earth Fiend Realm experts on their side, even 1,000 Spirit Communion Realm cultivators would spell certain death. Go easy on him, we want him alive. Missing an arm or leg won't matter. Yan Jiwen instructed the 7 men. With perfect understanding, they struck simultaneously. 7 serpents entanglement. Battle energy surged in all directions, with waves of radiant aura piercing through the void, transforming into a coiling, 50-foot serpent that slithered forward, sealing Lin Chen's every escape route. So what if you're at the 9th level of the War Spirit realm? Shatter for me. Lin Chen let out a thunderous roar as surging energy erupted from his entire body, fierce as a raging tiger. He suddenly struck out with his palm, his vast battle aura surging forth like a blazing meteor, scorching the barren wilderness. Battle Fire Demon King Seal. A scorching combat aura handprint flickered in Lin Chen's palm before blasting out alongside an incomparably violent force, fiercely slamming into the onrushing serpent of battle energy. Pure strength approaching 40,000 tiger power sent shockwaves through the surroundings. Boom, boom. Lin Chen smashed 2 battle chi pythons in rapid succession, leaving the remaining 7 to coil around him tightly, locking him in place immobile. It seems without resorting to my hidden cards, relying solely on battle chi cultivation and raw strength, my limit is holding my own against 2 9th-level battle soul warriors at most. Weighing his strength inwardly, Lin Chen began channeling the sinister energy concealed within his body, as looming phantom silhouettes of azure dragons threatened to tear through the air. Hey, this kid isn't as mysterious as you made him out to be, he's just got brute strength. Such brute strength is simply monstrous. To cultivate pure physical power and combat techniques capable of shattering a 9th-level battle soul realm attack while still in the spirit awakening realm, he's practically a human-shaped beast. No matter how freakish he is, after tonight he'll be nothing but a cripple. The elders of the Nangong family and members of the Huangfu clan sneered and mocked together. Huangfu Qingyu stepped forward first, letting out a maddened, sinister laugh. That girl I've got my eye on, how dare you mess with her, punk. Today, this young master will cripple you first. Hiss, hiss. At that very moment, an earth-shattering divine power tore through the heavens from within the 7-headed python, shattering the skies and sweeping across the battlefield like a tempest. Bang! A power that defied worldly understanding shattered 7 battle chi serpents as a 5-meter-long azure dragon's claw tore through the skies. Its pure physical force approached the staggering might of 100,000 tiger strength units. Not good. Xingyu, get back here now. The 9th-level War Soul Realm expert of the Huangfu family and the 2 Earth Fiend Realm warriors exclaimed in unison. The 2 Earth Fiend Realm fighters unleashed their movement techniques, rushing to save Huangfu Qingyu. Dragon Bloodline unleashed 50% power. Die for me. Lin Chen's aura surged to the heavens, ferocious as a dragon, his eyes brimming with overwhelming fury as he raised his azure dragon arm and smashed downward with wrath. 100,000 tiger units of pure strength is enough to sever rivers and shatter mountains. When the palm struck head-on, the torn airflow formed hurricane-like gales that surged out like 2 ferocious blades, creating obstacles for the 2 Earth Fiend Realm cultivators trying to advance. Lin Chen acted first, smashing Huangfu Qingyu into mincemeat with a single blow. Not even the numerous life-saving trump cards Huangfu Qingyu had kept in reserve could stop Lin Chen's instant killing strike. When Huangfu Qingyu died, he exploded into a scattering of attribute orbs, yet Lin Chen paid them no mind, turning his focus inward to his system instead. No, Xingyu! The 2 Earth Fiend Realm elders let out cries of grief as if bereaved, while the numerous powerful experts on the scene trembled in fear at the sight of the massive jade-like pillar that was the Azure Dragon Arm. This was a complete and utter monster. There's something wrong with this kid, everyone be careful. Just as the Nangong family elders cried out in horror, everything happened in the blink of an eye. By the time his opponent realized what was happening, Lin Chen's right hand was already poised, instantly unleashing a pale gray talisman. Slowing Rune Seal. Host activates Slowing Rune, consuming 1,500 points of runic energy. The descending slowing talisman sealed everyone on the battlefield. Their battle chi, physical bodies, and reactions all became incredibly sluggish in that instant. Dragon Bloodline unleashes 70% of its power. The power of the Azure Dragon Arm skyrocketed once more, instantly surpassing 150,000 tiger strength. Lin Chen struck with ruthless decisiveness. His Azure Dragon Arm swept across the land like a whirlwind, instantly crushing all 7 9th-level War Soul Realm warriors surrounding him into dust. Crushing the 7 War Soul Realm warriors, Lin Chen swung his revolving Azure Dragon Arm and swept down towards the 2 nearest Earth Fiend Realm opponents mid-air. Break! At the critical moment, almost all Earth Fiend Realm cultivators on the scene shattered the delay rune seals cast by Lin Chen. Lin Chen struck relentlessly, his Azure Dragon Arm piercing through the sky as it slammed down with devastating force. The 2 Earth Fiend Realm warriors had no time to activate their defensive combat techniques, they could only hastily materialize a solidified battle chi barrier clinging to their bodies for protection. Bang! The earth trembled and the mountains shook, with the quake resonating clearly for dozens of miles around. Lin Chen's palm strike pierced through the earth's veins, leaving behind two massive fissures stretching hundreds of meters. Yan Jiwen unleashed his lifebound artifact, shattering the seals. As he stared at the horrifying chasms before him, his pupils contracted sharply. What technique was that just now? Spatial confinement? No, it's not spatial confinement. He somehow cast some eerie secret technique that bypasses all our defenses and made our battle chi turn rigid and sluggish throughout our bodies. Chapter 41, Azure Dragon and Purple Phoenix reveal their divine powers. The Earthly Fiend realm experts from both families, far more experienced than the bloodthirsty sects of Blood Sun City, saw through Lin Chen's trump card at a glance. The Earthly Fiend realm is truly formidable. I exhausted 1,500 points of runic energy, yet could only seal them for less than a breath's time. Activating his Wind Thunder Fire step, Lin Chen's figure swiftly retreated. Don't let this brat escape. Let's attack together and cut off his retreat. The remaining 12 Earth Fiend realm experts who still had fighting capacity immediately formed their battle formations. They were no pushovers like the Blood Sect members who could be easily intimidated by Lin Chen. 4-star Heavenly Divination Array. The 4 Earth Fiend realm experts from the Nangong family swiftly formed hand seals, sending 4 beams of astral light shooting skyward. The radiant streaks connected across the heavens, lightning fast as they converged to lock onto Lin Chen. This combined attack from 4 second-level Earth Fiend realm cultivators possessed power sufficient to suppress even a mid-stage 4th-tier ferocious beast. Dragon Bloodline unleashes 90% of its power, suppressing the tearing pain shooting through his arm. Lin Chen's Azure Dragon arm suddenly surged with the force of 200,000 tigers. A murderous aura pierced the night sky as though an ancient Azure Dragon had descended upon the world. Against the howling wind, he unleashed a devastating claw strike capable of shattering stars. The Azure Dragon arm clashed violently with the starlight beams, forcibly shattering 2 streaks of radiant light into scattered fragments that filled the sky. The 4 elders of the Nangong family and Lin Chen simultaneously coughed up blood and were sent flying backwards. To possess the ancient Azure Dragon's bloodline power, this young one is truly a prodigy. However, it seems this is as far as he can go. The white-skirted silhouette standing atop Wanling City's walls was about to move when her graceful figure suddenly froze midair. This is, with his spiritual perception heightened to its peak, Lin Chen, who had been coughing up blood and retreating, faintly sensed the approaching crisis. A violet-gold radiance veiled his pupils as a hint of concealed killing intent flashed across the void. Flame-severing soul palm. 14th Wind Blade Sword Technique. The sword's gusts howled as hundreds of blade lights crisscrossed the void, filling the space around Lin Chen within a radius of dozens of zhang. Adding to the onslaught, a blazing giant palm of fire descended from the heavens, a joint attack from the Huangfu clan's disciple and Yan Jiwen. A shimmering violet flame surged into the sky as the Azure Dragon arm channeled its heaven-piercing might, shattering the colossal flaming palm pressing down from above. Lin Chen transformed into a blazing violet streak of light, fighting alone against the tide. Deafening sonic booms erupted all around as hundreds of sword slashes cleaved through empty air, none even grazing the hem of Lin Chen's robes. What incredible speed! How is this possible? How did he break through our sword formation? The members of the Huangfu family cried out in shock and disbelief. Their combined sword technique could never be breached by mere speed alone. Their swordplay intertwined like a net, to find its few flaws and openings required instantaneous judgment. Without extraordinary perception and reaction speed, escaping unscathed would be utterly impossible. At that very moment, a painful scream echoed through the withered grove. My battle aura! What in the world is this thing? It's corroding my battle aura. My arm's about to break. It hurts like hell. What the hell are these things? Those Earth Fiend realm warriors who had been struck by Lin Chen's Azure Dragon arm were wailing in agony, their bodies entangled by eerie wisps of dark mist that relentlessly corroded the vitality leaking from their wounds and the battle energy within their meridians. Watching the Earth Fiend realm experts rolling on the ground in pain and howling, the War Soul realm martial artists who had barely freed themselves from the deceleration runes felt their blood run cold. If they had been hit by that attack, even if they survived, they'd be permanently crippled. Above the crowd, a pair of majestic violet flame wings slowly flapped as Lin Chen strode through the air, his gleaming amethyst gold eyes scanning the battlefield with an imperious gaze. His body coursed with pure water element battle energy, continuously healing his wounds. Gradually, his complexion returned to its healthy flush, fully restored. Wings? What kind of treasure is this? And those eyes, they're the amethyst gold pupils of the Shangguan clan. His wounds are healing at an insane speed. That's a high-level recovery secret technique. Just who the hell is this kid? How can he have so many hidden cards up his sleeve? The Earth Fiend realm experts from both families simultaneously paled with shock. The foundations Lin Chen had revealed today far exceeded their wildest expectations. The duration of the corrosion runes won't last much longer. I must act quickly. If they regroup, I'll have no chance to defeat all the Earth Fiend cultivators. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he locked onto the 2 Earth Fiend cultivators he had already grievously wounded moments ago. The combined assault of multiple powerful adversaries was devastating. Unless there was a vast disparity in strength, the coordinated strength of 2 could far exceed the sum of their individual might. And now,
14 Earth Fiend cultivators were encircling him. If not for his unexpected ambush and decisive strikes, giving them time to recover would leave him with no chance of escape. The raging winds, thunder, and flames surged like a ferocious tiger. With a slight flap of the violet phoenix wings of true flame, a wave of purple firelight blasted toward the two Earth Fiend realm experts. The azure dragon arm soared through the sky and smashed down with unstoppable force. 200,000 units of tiger strength stampeded like 10,000 galloping steeds, compressing the air into a hurricane that immobilized the two men. In that split second, one of them was brutally crushed to death. With a twist of the azure dragon arm, numerous attribute orbs scattered about swiftly merged into Lin Chen's dragon claw, absorbed by him in an instant.
The violet phoenix wings shifted direction as Lin Chen lunged at the remaining Earth Fiend realm expert attempting to flee. His dragon claws tore through the man's body, splitting it into 4 or 5 pieces. 200,000 tiger strength in close combat could rival experts at the 4th or even 5th level of the Earth Fiend realm, yet these two were merely at the 2nd and 1st levels. Further hampered by the corrosive runes, they stood no chance against Lin Chan's azure dragon arm. This brat is trying to pick us off one by one, don't give him the chance to chase us down. Despite the agony inflicted by the corrosive runes, the numerous Earth Fiend realm experts mustered their battle chi, their auras terrifying as the spiritual energy within tens of miles began to stir restlessly. These guys are going all out against me. There's no way I can withstand the full assault of 12 Earth Fiend realm warriors at once, better take out at least one more. Killing intent fully revealed, Lin Chen turned his gaze towards Yen Jiwen, the first-level Earth Fiend realm cultivator shielded by the remaining combatants. So it seems you're the mastermind behind this operation, Master Yen. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Chen's lips as his purple phoenix wings unfurled with solemn might, transforming into a streak of flame that split the heavens. Look out! His target is Master Yen. Protect Elder Yen first. Both the Huangfu and Nangong clans prioritized protecting Elder Yen, seeking to curry favor with this diviner of the 24 stars. Get out of my way! The azure dragon arm swept across all directions, its force capable of splitting mountains, repelling 2 Earth Fiend realm experts from the Nangong family as Lin Chen's right arm thrust through the void. A pale gray talisman subdued the surrounding area, unleashing an awe-inspiring divine might that spanned ages, causing everyone's movements to abruptly freeze. Host activates level 1 slowdown talisman, consuming 1,500 points of talisman energy. Another slowdown talisman descended upon the battlefield. Yet, unlike before, its effect was far less miraculous under the wary vigilance of these formidable warriors. It barely restrained them for less than half a breath. But that was enough. In that fleeting moment of pause, Lin Chen's azure dragon arm surged forth like a raging dragon breaking free, tearing through the sky as it came crashing down upon the heads of the War Soul realm adversaries in Yanjiwen. Chapter 42, A Narrow Escape. Arriving at Sunset City. No, you can't kill me. If you do, the organization will hunt you down endlessly. Go to hell. Lin Chen struck down with his palm, shattering both the man and his arithmetician's fate tool in a single blow. Before the power of 200,000 tiger strength, all these battle soul realm cultivators could do was perish alongside him. Though Yen Jiwen was at the first layer of the Earth Fiend realm, having lived a pampered life as a diviner for many years, his combat experience paled in comparison to previous Earth Fiend realm experts, and thus, he died on the spot. He actually killed Master Yen. Damn it, don't let him escape. Otherwise, when the 24 stars diviners come knocking, we'll all be held accountable. The sound of rushing winds surrounded Lin Chen, and he immediately realized the remaining Earth Fiend realm experts had encircled him completely. He activated the azure dragon arm to sweep up all the fallen attribute orbs, not even bothering to check what he had gained, as the true flame purple phoenix wings grew slightly larger, propelling him forward at a tremendous speed. Lin Chen's entire body began to burn with purple flames as he soared into the air. He's trying to fly away directly. Don't give him the chance, knock him down. The ground shimmered with multiple streaks of battle aura, illuminating the entire night sky as the spiritual energy between heaven and earth grew turbulent. Massacre execution sword, soul-chasing slash, shadow fist of the true martial path, instant flash starfinger. The battle energy attacks that filled hundreds of yards of space blazed with terrifying might, their momentum soaring to the heavens, like primordial behemoths. They surged toward Lin Chen. The area covered was so vast that even pushing his true flame violet phoenix wings to their current maximum capability couldn't escape the combined attack range of all the Earth Fiend realm cultivators. With no other choice, Lin Chen gritted his teeth fiercely before whirling around to face them. The azure dragon arm was raised horizontally before him as the true flame purple phoenix wings beat furiously. A barrage of battle energy attacks pummeled the dragon arm like a storm of pear blossoms in full bloom. Bang bang bang! The frenzied battle chi attacks erupted against the azure dragon scales covering Lin Chen's arm. Gritting his teeth with all his might, he knew, if he couldn't withstand this onslaught, he'd perish right here on the spot. Blood sprayed wildly as flesh flew in all directions. Lin Chen's azure dragon arm was battered by countless battle chi strikes, on the verge of being severed entirely. At this critical moment, The true flame purple phoenix wings had already carried him over 2,000 meters into the sky. With the attacks weakened by distance, Lin Chen miraculously survived this concentrated barrage. A cyan flash streaked through the air as the mangled and bloodied azure dragon arm retracted into Lin Chen's body, leaving his left arm riddled with ghastly cracks. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Lin Chen drew sharp breaths while simultaneously deploying his true flame phoenix wings to soar higher into the distant void and circulating the true water restoration art to heal his left arm's grievous wounds. This time the azure dragon arm suffered too severe an injury. If I can't find a recovery method, I won't be able to use it for a while, otherwise it won't serve as my trump card but rather become a crippling weakness. Though Lin Chen's wounds gradually stabilized, the azure dragon rune patterns remained dim and lifeless. The true water origin art could fully heal Lin Chen's injuries, but only partially cure the dragon arm. The damage this time was far too severe. A complete recovery would require an extremely long period. With his battle chi brimming, Lin Chen directly activated the true flame purple phoenix wings to traverse the distance, vanishing into the horizon. The numerous Earth Fiend realm experts unable to take flight could only wallow in regret and frustration on the spot. As the two sides were still discussing countermeasures, a faint ripple emerged in the void. A snow-white figure descended upon the world, her form exquisitely graceful like a startled swan. Her white dress resembled clouds upon the horizon, pure and flawless, while her beautiful eyes shimmered with autumn waves as she gazed in the direction Lin Chen had departed. To face 14 Earth Fiend realm cultivators with only a soul perception realm cultivation, kill 3 counter-attackers, then retreat unscathed from all those at the War Soul realm, truly worthy of being the young man who could cure that bizarre toxin. Even if he were to enter Tangu Academy, he would likely stand at its pinnacle. The white-clad woman's lips curled into a crescent moon smile as she watched Lin Chen leave. Then, with subtle icy intent, she swept her gaze over the entire battlefield, hovering in midair. Could she be a heavenly Axis realm expert? May I ask who you are? The group of Earth Fiend realm cultivators were startled by the sudden apparition of this breathtaking beauty, their voices laced with caution and reverence as they inquired. You don't need to know the name of a dead man. The ethereal voice of the white-clad beauty carried a trace of chilling murderous intent, causing the surrounding space to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Chen had deliberately avoided using his true flame phoenix wings earlier, opting instead for the Jiao horse, precisely to conserve his energy in case of unexpected battles. Now, with no need to hold back, he soared through the skies at full speed, covering tens of thousands of miles a day like a shooting star streaking across the heavens. Fortunately, the space ring left by the Shangwan family contained a large quantity of recovery and healing elixirs, saving me the effort of refining them myself. Chewing on elixirs as he flew, Lin Chen simultaneously circulated the true water origin technique to mend his injuries. Let's just fly straight to our destination. The true flaming violet phoenix wings flapped, increasing his speed yet again. What was originally estimated to take 10 days to reach Sunset City, Lin Chen arrived in just 3. Situated at the border between the Desolate Domain and the Profound Domain, Sunset City in terms of sheer scale rivals even 10,000 Spirit City. However, due to the constant flow of merchant caravans coming and going, its bustling atmosphere outshines even that of 10,000 Spirit City. Beyond Sunset City lies the Heavenly Song Academy established in the Wildlands. After completing the city entry procedures, a wave of drowsiness and fatigue washed over him. I need to find a place to rest properly. With a slight activation of his violet gold eyes, Lin Chen could discern the most prosperous tavern. He arrived after a half-hour stroll. As Lin Chen stepped into the tavern intending to find a good room to rest, the sound of crashing pots and pans erupted from inside, followed by the chaotic noise of furniture being smashed that reached his ears. A trash-tier collateral branch of the Bai family, how dare you think about dining at Drunken Immortal Tower? Bah ha ha, maybe he still thinks his grandfather the family head isn't dead yet. Worthless mutt, get out. In 10 days, there'll be quite a show at your family. Worthless trash, ha ha ha, I won't let you insult my grandfather. A dozen youths lifted a flax-clad youth and tossed him outside the tavern like throwing out garbage. Lin Chen happened to be standing outside when the thrown youth came hurtling toward him. With a single hand, he caught the flax-clad boy. Thank you, big brother. After being caught and set down, the flax-clad boy politely thanked Lin Chen, then immediately glared furiously at the dozen or so young men inside the tavern. Heh, you're welcome. Lin Chen smiled casually and was about to enter the tavern when suddenly, he felt a strange throbbing sensation in his left arm. The blue dragon tattoo on his left arm pulsed with a faint glow, tugged by some mysterious energy and aura. The source of this tremor was none other than the youth before Lin Chen. What is this? Lin Chen inhaled sharply, his gaze towards the linen-robed youth filling with gravity. He immediately activated his amethyst gold eyes. Through the amethyst gold eyes, the very essence of heaven and earth transformed before him. Lin Chen saw through the youth's bones, internal organs, and blood. His physiology appeared completely normal except for the depths of his blood, where flowed faint traces of an extraordinarily well-concealed bloodline factor. Lin Chen summoned his full power,
decisively employing the supreme technique of the amethyst gold eyes, purple lightning manifestation. This time, the hidden bloodline factors lurking in his blood were completely exposed. As all the bloodline factors connected, they astonishingly formed an overbearing and ferocious azure dragon. The azure dragon coiled within the blood vessels throughout his body, seemingly sunk into deep slumber. Had Lin Chen not activated his violet gold eyes to observe carefully, no one could have detected that this youth possessed such extraordinary fortune.
A natural-born descendant of the ancient azure dragon bloodline?
Lin Chen's heart pounded with fear. This bloodline was far purer than his own. However, due to the young age of the bloodline bearer, there hasn't been any sign of this power awakening yet. Furthermore, the individual himself seems completely unaware of it, remaining nothing more than a mere chi refinement cultivator up to this very moment.
Chapter 43, Training the Azure Dragon Bloodline Holder.
While Lin Chen was observing the linen-clad youth, the latter immediately charged forward and started brawling with over a dozen young men. The surrounding crowd seemed accustomed to such scenes, barely sparing a second glance.
The linen-clad youth was utterly outmatched, instantly becoming the target of a group beating. Boom! A deafening explosion sent all dozen-plus young men flying backwards simultaneously, finally drawing the attention of onlookers.
Who dares touch this young master?
Ah, my leg is broken. Which bastard dared to break my leg?
The hemp-clothed boy stared at Lin Chen in shock before him. Lin Chen merely patted his shoulder, smiling like a big bad wolf who'd just spotted Little Red Riding Hood. Yet in the boy's eyes at this moment, this big brother who appeared around his own age seemed so towering and divine.
What is your name? My name is Bai Juanhao.
Thank you, brother, for helping me out. The linen-clad youth's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. As he was about to kneel, Lin Chen's toe intercepted his descending knee.
Do not kneel.
A man's pride is worth its weight in gold. From now on, no one can make you bow except your parents and those you truly cherish. Lin Chen's voice thundered like lightning, freezing the young man in his tracks. Those words seared themselves deep into his heart.
Bai Juanhao, right? My name is Lin Chen. Tell me this, do you want power?
The question struck straight into Bai Juanhao's soul.
Without a second's hesitation, he answered with iron conviction, yes, more than anything. Good, take me to where you live. We begin your special training right now.
At the mention of special training, Bai Juanhao perked up immediately.
Big brother Lin Chen, this way please.
Watching Lin Chen beat someone up and then leave with righteous confidence left the many young masters from prominent families in the crowd dumbfounded.
Just where did this lunatic come from? And how did he manage to fool that idiot Bai Juanhao so completely?
After the two had left, murmurs of surprise arose within the tavern.
Lin Chen? That name sounds familiar.
It seems that young man who single-handedly destroyed many evil sects in Blood Sun City recently is named Lin Chen. In the backyard of the Bai family, Lin Chen followed Bai Juanhao as they entered through the back door. Bai Juanhao's grandfather was once the head of the Bai family, but both his parents died early, and then his grandfather also passed away from illness, leaving Bai Juanhao all alone. Without talent or strength, Bai Juanhao became an outcast rejected by the Bai family. Inside the room, Lin Chen and Bai Juanhao sat facing each other. Juanhao, from now on, you must completely alter your cultivation methods. You shall switch from chi refinement to body tempering, allowing your physical training to drive your chi cultivation forward. Lin Chen's words left Bai Juanhao utterly bewildered.
This, brother Lin Chen, what do you mean? I struggled so hard to break through to the chi refinement realm, and now you're telling me to train my body like I'm still in the body tempering realm? Yes, I am an appraiser. I possess keen insight into objects, and the same goes for people. Within you flows the extraordinarily rare Azure Dragon bloodline, a sight unseen for ages. Lin Chen's earnest demeanor astonished Bai Juanhao. Azure Dragon bloodline? Yes, the Azure Dragon bloodline. But yours is currently in a dormant state and may never awaken.
To activate it, you'll need to employ extreme body refining methods. If you trust me, go fetch all the basic body refinement techniques and combat skills from your family now. Lin Chen abruptly changed his tone.
Of course, if you don't trust me, that's fine, I'll leave immediately.
But since fate has brought us together, here are 2 bottles of Chi Breaker pills. They'll be enough to help you break through to the 9th level of Chi condensation within 2 years. The choice is yours.
With a flicker from his spirit storage ring, Lin Chen left 2 bottles of elixirs behind as he rose to his feet. Staring at the 2 bottles of elixirs, Bai Juanhao gritted his teeth fiercely. He had long been alone in this world. Today, Lin Chen's helping hand was the last flicker of warmth he could feel in this cruel existence. Brother Lin Chen, I believe in you. I'll go find the body refinement technique right now.
Watching Bai Juanhao quickly trot out of the room, Lin Chen's eyelids suddenly grew heavy with drowsiness. Without ceremony, he sprawled across the living room floor and began snoring loudly. He had originally planned to rest, but suddenly encountered this situation. Calming down, he realized this was only the beginning. The Azure Dragon bloodline lay dormant within Bai Juanhao's body, and awakening it was no simple matter.
Lin Chen certainly couldn't kill Bai Juanhao outright to forcibly seize the bloodline.
This was akin to kindling for a fire currently residing within Bai Juanhao's body. If Lin Chen took this fuel by force, he couldn't ignite it himself. Only by helping Bai Juanhao light this fuel could he obtain the flames he desired.
Night fell, all things silent.
The sound of hurried footsteps woke Lin Chen. Bai Juanhao rushed into the room carrying a pile of body refining techniques and combat skills, placing them on the table with excitement. "Brother Lin Chen, I took all these body refining techniques and combat skills from my family's technique pavilion, but they're too low level, all below advanced yellow rank. I don't have permission to access anything at top tier yellow rank or higher yet." Bai Juanhao spoke apologetically to Lin Chen, who stretched lazily and yawned. "Perfect.
You couldn't handle high-level body refining techniques anyway.
Juanhao, go fetch a large vat, remember to fill it halfway with hot water." Bai Juanhao now trusted Lin Chen completely and carried out his every word without question. A short while later, a large vat filled halfway with hot water stood in Bai Juanhao's room, steam rising from its surface. Lin Chen retrieved several medicinal herbs from his spatial ring. With a swift hand seal, he channeled his spiritual energy to extract the most refined essence from the ingredients.
His fluid movements left Bai Juanhao utterly mesmerized.
"Brother Lin Chen, you're an alchemist," he exclaimed excitedly.
"Enough talk, strip and get in."
Infusing the essence energy of several medicinal herbs into the water barrel, the hot water turned a faint red hue. Lin Chen glared at him, and Bai Juanhao immediately fumbled to strip off his clothes before plunging into the barrel.
"Big brother Lin Chen, this water is scalding hot. It burns like fire."
Less than 10 breaths later, Bai Juanhao let out a pained howl.
Lin Chen simply pressed his head down. "Endure it. This is only the beginning.
What comes later will be 10 times more painful than this.
If you still want power, if you still want dignity, then endure it."
On the same night when Lin Chen was training Bai Juanhao, far away in another place, in the distant city of Wanling, the lights were dim, and the nightscape was utterly breathtaking. Two exquisitely graceful women, their faces concealed, had just entered Wanling City and were walking down the street.
Shocking news, shocking news.
Grandmaster Lin Chen, the divine strategist, forcefully annulled his marriage to the Shangwan family within 7 days of the engagement. Miss Shangwan Bihan has become a forsaken flower in her boudoir. According to inside sources, this move was solely to seize the Shangwan family's treasure appraisal and cultivation manual. Several vendors were hawking their wares on the street, drawing crowds of people. Even those two mysterious women with ethereal, fairy-like figures couldn't resist the pull.
After a moment, one of the women spoke first. "Sis, it's that Lin Chen again.
He's both a fortune teller and potentially an appraiser, even made a fortune teller from the 24-star calculations publicly perform a belly dance. Truly a remarkable man. It seems if we wish to meet him, we shouldn't waste any more time here.
Perhaps inquiring with the master of 10,000 Spirits City would be quicker."
Another woman chuckled lightly, her beautiful eyes turning toward the direction of the city lord's residence.
Chapter 44, The Azure Dragon Awakens. Late night, Bai family backyard.
This was Lin Chen's third day since arriving at the Bai family. A youth clad in archaic armor, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, relentlessly performed push-ups. With every push-up, his arms emitted bone-crackling sounds, his entire musculature teetering on the verge of snapping, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the brink of extinguishing at any moment. A cross-legged youth sat atop his waist and back, counting for him. 2158, 2159, 2160.
Lin Chen kept cheering for Bai Juanhao while activating his violet gold eyes to observe the state of his physical vitality.
The latent factors of the Azure Dragon bloodline within him began to stir faintly, yet they had not fully awakened. Normally, Bai Juanhao wouldn't enter his bloodline awakening period until after turning 18. However, Lin Chen's external intervention forcibly accelerated this process, triggering it prematurely.
It seems this still isn't pushing the limits enough.
Perhaps the bloodline's protective power only awakens when the host stands at death's very doorstep. Lin Chen constantly monitored the limits his body could endure while tempering his physique. For 3 days and 3 nights, Lin Chen had Bai Juanhao undergoing dual nourishment of medicine and food. The designated resting period was only 1 hour, while the remaining time was either spent soaking in medicinal baths or tempering his physical body, almost pushing Bai Juanhao to awaken his Azure Dragon bloodline at the fastest possible speed. At dawn the next day, just as Lin Chen was about to proceed with Bai Juanhao's next phase of training, the two of them heard a clamor of hurried footsteps from the backyard of the Bai family.
"Bai Juanhao, get your ass out here. How dare you hire thugs to break my young master's leg? Let's see who can protect you today. My third young master is bedridden, and you, the trash of the Bai family, dare to stay hidden? Get out here."
A group of people surged into the backyard. They were none other than the family members of those entitled young masters whom Lin Chen had crippled earlier. There were warriors at the War Soul Realm and Spirit Connection Realm, and even some of those notorious young masters from the heavens had made an appearance. Our Bai family is so vast, yet these people managed to barge in. It seems the stewards and butlers saw no need to offend them for my sake. Power, if only I had power, I wouldn't suffer such humiliation, nor fail to protect even grandfather's reputation. Bai Juanhao gasped laboriously, letting out an indignant growl of frustration. Then go confront them. Give those who've bullied and humiliated you these past days a beating they'll never forget. Leave the war soul realm and spirit channeling realm opponents to me. Remember, only you can seize your own strength and opportunities. If things get messy, your big brother here has your back. Lin Chen waved his hand decisively and strode forward. Watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, Bai Juanhao's utterly exhausted body somehow found renewed strength. He followed closely behind Lin Chen's footsteps. Uncle, it was this kid who beat us up a few days ago. A young playboy recognized Lin Chen and excitedly exclaimed to a middle-aged man with War Soul Realm cultivation standing beside him. So it was you, brat. At such a young age, you've already reached the spirit communication realm. Do you think having some talent gives you the right to look down on everyone? The War Soul Realm expert and several spirit communication realm martial artists stepped forward. Lin Chen stomped his foot and transformed into a blazing streak of wind and lightning, charging at them like a wildfire. What guts this kid has, attacking right away. Kill him. 3 War Soul Realm experts and 10 Spirit Awakening Realm fighters surrounded Lin Chen on the spot. After images flickered as Lin Chen's speed suddenly surged. In just a few blinks, all Spirit Awakening Realm fighters were sent flying. How is this kid so strong? The 3 Soul Warrior Realm cultivators were terrified. Had 10 Spirit Communication Realm experts really been repelled by him in the blink of an eye? Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry to finish off his opponents. Instead, he was observing Bai Juanhao. At this moment, Bai Juanhao, as Lin Chen had instructed, charged forward to fight against the 3 pampered disciples. But after exhausting himself through overnight training, he was already at the end of his rope, full of bravado but with little strength left. Soon, he was being beaten down in turns by the 3 fellow Qi Refinement Realm wastrel subordinates. Lin Chen flicked his finger, releasing a stream of pure water energy that dripped onto Bai Juanhao's forehead, restoring even more vitality to his body. It's big brother Lin Chen helping me. He wants me to defeat these people with my own strength. As if revitalized, Bai Juanhao charged forward again, engaging the 3 in fierce combat. You dared insult my grandfather, I'll beat you animals to death. Blood trickled from the corner of Bai Juanhao's mouth as he endured the blows, his right fist striking out furiously. The blood in his entire body seemed to ignite with burning intensity, emitting faint but ferocious dragon roars that could suppress the world. Roar! The savage, bloodthirsty dragon's roar bellowed from within Bai Juanhao's very being, so terrifying that it actually forced that pampered young master to stagger backward in fear. Even if I die today, I'll drag you all down with me. Bai Juanhao seemed to have ignited his fighting spirit, immediately following up with a second punch that channeled every ounce of his strength. His entire body seemed to be ablaze with burning blood, a faint but terrifying draconic roar rumbling deep within, shaking the very heavens. The force behind this punch was overwhelmingly domineering, unleashing thousands of pounds of sheer power. With a single strike, the young master's ribcage caved inward. Crack! Lin Chen clearly saw a pale cyan attribute orb the size of a chicken egg drop from within his right arm. Success? His azure dragon bloodline has awakened. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, his heart swelling with exhilaration. For so many days, he had been concocting elixirs and refining Bai Juanhao's physique through body tempering methods, constantly pushing his body to the very limits of its physiological endurance. This battle undoubtedly triggered Bai Juanhao's azure dragon bloodline to its fullest potential. Bai Juanhao's punch sent that arrogant young master flying with severe injuries, startling the Soul Battle Realm cultivators who turned their heads mid-fight. Lin Chen pursued relentlessly, unleashing 80% of his pure physical strength to completely suppress these 3 middle-aged men at the 6th level of Soul Battle Realm. What kind of insane elixir did this kid take? How did he suddenly become so powerful? The other 2 young masters recoiled in terror, but Bai Juanhao pursued them relentlessly. Beat the hell out of you bastards. His eyes were shrouded in an eerie pale blue, his aura fierce and savage as he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each strike conjuring a miniature whirlwind. One after another, pale cyan attribute orbs continuously tumbled down, a dazzling array. 5,000 tiger power, 5,500 tiger power, 6,000 tiger power. Bai Juanhao's aura surged relentlessly, his skin now faintly patterned with azure dragon scales, as if an ancient slumbering dragon had awakened. In an astonishingly short time, his pure physical strength broke through the 10,000 tiger force barrier like a hot knife through butter. The copious amount of elixirs and heavenly treasures Lin Chen had used on Bai Juanhao these past days now left residual energies that became the perfect fuel for tempering his physical body, allowing for seamless fusion with his awakening azure dragon bloodline. The 2 spoiled young masters were merely at the 9th level of Qi Refining Realm, no match for him at all. Relying solely on family-bestowed treasures,
they barely clung to survival under Bai Juanhao's onslaught.
Already reached 11,500 Tiger Force with no signs of stopping.
Let's test him against the War Soul realm then.
Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, unleashing sheer brute force. A single punch shattered the defenses of two Battle Soul realm warriors. Without hesitation, he casually scooped up the attribute orbs they dropped. He deliberately let a third-level Battle Soul realm guard escape, sending him to fight Bai Juanhao. These two brats are too strange. Protect the young master and retreat first. The Battle Soul realm expert rushed forward to shield the two young nobles. Bai Juanhao's momentum was like a demon god. Even a third-level Battle Soul realm expert felt the oppressive threat of life and death from his explosive punch.
8 trigrams palm. Roar!
Bai Juanhao countered with a palm strike, their clash sending shockwaves that fractured the ground in all directions, creating countless fissures. The third-level warrior soul cultivator stumbled back several steps, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this Bai family waste, a mere first-level chi refining cultivator, force him to retreat?
Chapter 45, Cousin Steals the Bride. Run! These two brats are too unnatural.
The other two War Soul realm warriors gathered by his side, helping their masters flee in disgrace. The frenzied Bai Juanhao was about to give chase when Lin Chen patted his shoulder, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into his mind to restore his consciousness.
Big brother Lin Chen, I.
Bai Juanhao looked at Lin Chen in confusion, who simply responded with a faint smile.
Congratulations, your Azure Dragon bloodline has awakened. Now begins your transformation. Big brother Lin Chen, I think I won. I actually won.
Just as Bai Juanhao was about to erupt in joy, before he could even cheer, his eyelids grew heavy and he fell unconscious. Lin Chen caught him, shaking his head with an amused smile. Then he picked up the faint cyan attribute orb scattered around as the system interface popped up. Host has acquired 10 points of Azure Dragon bloodline. Absorbing this attribute orb instantly healed the injuries of the Azure Dragon arm, and even faintly increased its strength by several degrees.
An exceptionally high-quality Azure Dragon bloodline. It seems there's a chance to fully awaken his bloodline before heading to Tangu Academy. My Azure Dragon arm could also advance to the next level.
Lin Chen was overjoyed and frantically gathered them all in the backyard. This time, Bai Juanhao had dropped 20 attribute orbs. Host has obtained 12 points of Azure Dragon bloodline, 9 points of Azure Dragon bloodline, 16 points of Azure Dragon bloodline, 15 points of Azure Dragon bloodline, 20 points of Azure Dragon bloodline.
These are all attribute orbs of the Azure Dragon bloodline. Lin Chen's Azure Dragon arm began transforming at an astonishing rate. The malevolent Azure Dragon chi lying dormant within his left arm grew increasingly powerful. Lin Chen had a premonition when he next unleashed the true might of his Azure Dragon arm. None below the 5th level of the Earth Fiend realm would stand as his equal. Late at night, in Bai Juanhao's room, his eyelids fluttered as he regained consciousness, finding himself soaking in a medicinal bath. Lin Chen was seated cross-legged on the bed before him, deep in cultivation. What exactly happened to me today?
Bai Juanhao seemed to perceive the changes within his body, examining himself with astonished curiosity. Bai Juanhao discovered an emerald dragon scale had manifested in his mindscape. Whenever his consciousness connected with this cyan scale, an inexhaustible surge of power would flood through him.
Awake now? I assume you're aware of what happened today.
Lin Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes and smiled at Bai Juanhao.
Brother Lin Chen, am I really a descendant of the Azure Dragon bloodline?
Bai Juanhao's eyes welled up with tears of joy, and still somewhat unable to believe it, he asked.
Why don't you try it yourself and find out?
Lin Chen chuckled carefreely as Bai Juanhao tremulously activated the green scale fragment in his mind.
Boom!
A powerful aura erupted from Bai Juanhao as its center. His pupils turned green with slit-like vertical patterns, dragon scales covering his body while his hand transformed into a draconic claw.
Another pale green attribute orb dropped out. Lin Chen stood up to pick it up, smiling at Bai Juanhao. How's it feel? So powerful, so strong. 10,000 tiger strength?
No, far more than that.
Ha ha ha.
Bai Juanhao threw his head back and laughed heartily, utterly exhilarated.
Juanhao, you probably think you've become quite powerful now, don't you?
Without warning, Lin Chen commented indifferently. Bai Juanhao immediately suppressed his swelling pride and exhilaration, replying with a face full of shame.
Big brother Lin Chen, I admit I got a bit carried away just now, but I'd never let arrogance take hold. After all, there's always someone better beyond the mountains, and heavens beyond the skies. Bai Juanhao clenched his fist with steely determination. That's the best mindset you could have. Your Azure Dragon bloodline is awakening. Now's the perfect time to fully master it. But your current attack pattern is too one-dimensional. Reserve it as a trump card. Exposing it recklessly against experts would let enemies exploit its weaknesses.
What you need now is to cultivate more body-refining combat techniques. Develop diversified attack methods. Use physical cultivation to channel your chi cultivation.
Lin Chen's admonition was engraved in Bai Juanhao's heart. The two rose late at night and returned to the backyard for cultivation. Fortunately, Bai Juanhao had long been scorned by the Bai family,
so no one disturbed their training in the courtyard.
Over the next 6 days, Lin Chen's only task was to train Bai Juanhao.
Each time Bai Juanhao gained better control over his Azure Dragon bloodline, it would drop attribute orbs of the Azure Dragon bloodline, an even greater boon for Lin Chen's Azure Dragon arm. Those spoiled young masters no longer came to harass Bai Juanhao and Lin Chen, as if it were the calm before the storm. It wasn't until high noon on the 10th day of Lin Chen's arrival at the Bai family that a servant clad in white pushed open the courtyard gates.
Young Master Juanhao is still alive and kicking.
I heard the Mo and Xiao families came to cause trouble here just a few days ago. The white-clad servant muttered to himself before shouting loudly,
Young Master Bai Juanhao, the elders summon you to the main hall at once.
After saying this, the servant turned and walked away without checking whether the person inside had heard him. Such an attitude clearly demonstrated just how low Bai Juanhao's status was within the family. The two men practicing in the courtyard stopped their training and exchanged glances.
Brother Lin Chen, it seems there's something the family needs me for.
It might be trouble caused by those troublemakers from days ago.
I'll go with you.
The grand hall of the Bai family, crimson carpets covered the floor, adorned with lanterns and festive decorations.
Today's Bai family was bustling with joy, hosting hundreds of banquet tables in a radiantly festive atmosphere.
Today is the joyous occasion of Meng Fei and my betrothal. Everyone must enjoy themselves to the fullest, no one leaves sober. In the grand hall of the Bai family, a tall and straight young man in brocade robes raised his cup with a booming laugh. The gathered guests raised their glasses in response, while a delicate and alluring woman nestled against the young man's chest, laughing so hard she trembled like a blossoming branch. In the main hall's foremost chamber, several white-haired elders of great virtue and prestige sat, with no one daring to take a seat beside them.
Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the engagement of my son Bai Xiaowei. I thank you all for your presence, and for those who have brought gifts, your generosity honors the Bai family.
In the main hall, a middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and an imposing aura spoke, instantly silencing the entire gathering. This was Bai Xiong, the current head of the Bai family. Just as everyone was listening attentively, the youth's shock and angry roar echoed lowly throughout the great hall.
Second uncle, cousin, what's going on here? Meng Fei, you. All heads turned as Bai Juanhao's figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall. Oh, so it's our nephew Juanhao.
I thought you'd fallen ill these past 2 days and was just about to send someone to fetch you.
Bai Xiong sneered contemptuously at the sight of Bai Juanhao's arrival. Juanhao, today is your cousin's engagement celebration with Meng Fei. Surely you'd give them your blessings too, right?
Many in the gathering cast mocking and scornful glances at Bai Juanhao. Had he not shown up today, it might have been better. His appearance only served to disgrace him further in Sunset City.
But isn't Sister Meng Fei my betrothed? How could today be my cousin's engagement day?
Bai Juanhao clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Bai Xiaowei and the petite Lu Mengfei nestled in his arms.
Bai Juanhao, have some shame, will you?
In your current state, how dare you aspire to something beyond your reach, like a toad lusting after swan flesh?
Take a good look at yourself. What about you could possibly match someone like me?
Only a rare genius like your cousin Xiaowei is worthy of being my destiny.
The most important thing in life is to know your place.
Lu Mengfei cast a disdainful glance at Bai Juanhao and curled her lips in contempt. The crowd burst into laughter. Today, Bai Juanhao had not only been publicly humiliated by the broken engagement but also lost his betrothed to his own cousin. In Sunset City hereafter, he might not even be able to hold his head up as a man.
Chapter 46, 10 Moves. Cousin, be sensible and get lost. Grandpa's been dead for years.
The family has wasted enough resources raising a good-for-nothing like you for over a decade. We've already shown more kindness than you deserve.
Stop making a fool of yourself here. Bai Xiaowei forced a cold smile.
Under normal circumstances, he'd have knocked this waste Bai Juanhao flat with one punch for daring to talk back. Today, out of respect for the guests and elders present, he'd restrained himself.
Could it be that all the elders have agreed to this as well?
Even if Bai Juanhao has lost all standing in the Bai family, you should at least show some respect for my late grandfather. Bai Juanhao's voice was hoarse from shouting as he angrily questioned the elders in the main hall.
Juanhao, we were actually planning to inform you about this matter today. Enough, Juanhao.
For your grandfather's sake, we'll give you some compensation. Leave now, this matter no longer concerns you. The two elders shook their heads with a faint sigh. Hearing this response, Bai Juanhao's eyes became bloodshot, his fingers clenched tightly into fists, like a beast on the verge of madness.
Ha 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 ha.
Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed long and loud at the sky.
What a load of compensation talk.
All these years, you've been using this so-called compensation to force me to back down step by step.
Compensate you my ass.
Bai Juanhao erupted in rage on the spot, his emotions spiraling out of control as he teetered on the brink of violent outburst. The thousands of guests were astonished. Just what kind of reckless courage had this kid swallowed today to dare defy an elder and spoil his cousin's grand occasion? It seems I'd been too lenient with this little beast. Bai Xiong gave a chilling smile, just about to personally suppress Bai Juanhao. The boy's rebuke rang out, drawing everyone's attention once again. Juanhao, what are you saying? Have you lost your ability to speak properly? This sudden reprimand snapped the nearly enraged Bai Juanhao back to sobriety. Lin Chen swaggered in and patted Bai Juanhao with profound meaning in his tone, causing Bai Juanhao to immediately become deferential and nod in apology. I'm sorry, Brother Lin. I lost control of myself just now. It won't happen again. Exactly. How could anyone speak to the elders like that on their cousin's wedding day? It's downright disrespectful to superiors. Who could have expected Lin Chen's response would leave everyone stunned? Can that little mouth of yours even speak properly? Ah, if you can talk, then keep it up. That sweet talk just now was like honey dripping from your lips. Big bro here demands you keep it up next time too. From now on, if anyone bullies you, you hit back. If they're fiercer than you, be 10 times fiercer than them. Bai Xiang's expression shifted unpredictably as he sized up Lin Chen. Kid, who the hell are you? Who I am is none of your damn business. All you need to know is that Bai Juanhao is under my protection today. Whatever's rightfully his to handle, let him handle it himself. It's not your place to interfere. Lin Chen's domineering aura overflowed, giving Bai Juanhao immense confidence. Turning to Lu Mengfei, Lin Chen smiled indifferently and said, You just said Juanhao wasn't good enough for you, right? In my eyes, you're not even qualified to be his maidservant. If you disagree, then prove it with your strength. Go on, tell everyone you don't need trash like her, make her apologize. Let's see who's truly unworthy of whom. With a pat on Bai Juanhao's back from Lin Chen boosting his courage, Bai Juanhao straightened his posture and waved his hand boldly. Sister Mengfei, no Miss Lu Mengfei. Today, I, Bai Juanhao, officially annul our engagement. From now on, we are no longer tied by any bond. You must apologize for your earlier disrespect. Bai Juanhao completely changed his usual demeanor, transforming into someone fierce and unyielding. Lu Mengfei clenched her silver teeth and was about to speak, when Bai Xiaowei stepped in front of her, offering a cold, insincere smile as he said, Cousin, you've got some nerve. Where did you find this wild man to back you up? Since you think you're not worthless, I'll give you a chance to prove it. If you can last 10 moves against me, I'll apologize to Mengfei on your behalf. What do you say? Bai Xiaowei's words drew either mocking laughter or pitying sighs from the entire crowd. Bai Xiaowei, the current heir of the Bai family and son of Bai Xiangba, had already reached the 8th level of the Soul Resonance realm before turning 24. With access to the Bai family's numerous secret techniques and accumulated resources, his strength was so formidable that even those at the 9th level of the Soul Resonance realm might not last more than a few dozen rounds against him. Such talent and power would qualify him as one of the most elite core disciples within any ancient sect. Even if Bai Juanhao had encountered some miraculous opportunity and suddenly gained newfound confidence, there was no way he could make such a drastic leap in strength overnight, let alone dare to challenge Bai Xiaowei while still at the Qi refining realm. Forget 10 moves. If Bai Xiaowei truly wished it, a single thought, a single strike, and Bai Juanhao would be dead without question. How about it? 10 moves, dare to take them on? Lin Chen retreated to Bai Juanhao's side, taunting him with a smirk. Recalling the hellish training he'd endured during this period, an unshakable determination surfaced on Bai Juanhao's face. 10 moves it is, then. The moment these words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in mocking laughter. Seems Bai Juanhao's got water in his brain. Such shameless arrogance. If not for the elders' pity these past years, no one would even collect his corpse when he dies. How dare he challenge Xiaowei cousin? Cousin Xiaowei could take his life with just one move. A few days ago I saw him hauling off a pile of trash-tier yellow-rank body tempering manuals from the Combat Arts Pavilion. Maybe the idiot stumbled upon some legendary technique and thinks he's hot stuff now. Ha ha ha. The Bai clan youths burst into renewed mockery. Bai Juanhao faced their taunts with detached calm. After all, these scornful jibes had haunted him for years. You old fogies witnessed it yourselves. This brat agreed to the duel. When my Xiaowei pulverizes him later, don't blame us. He's literally asking for death. Bai Xiong shrugged at the elder council with a venomous smirk. He'd been scheming how to deal with these two, never expecting Bai Juanhao to deliver himself to the slaughter like sacrificial lamb. Forget it. Since this boy chose his own path, then life and death shall be left to fate. The bald elder among the 3 elders shook his head and sighed, seemingly giving up on Bai Juanhao. Everyone, please wait a moment. Once this minor episode is over, we'll continue our celebration. Bai Xiaowei waved his hand grandly, and numerous attendants began clearing part of the banquet tables, opening up a spacious area spanning several dozen feet. Honestly, cousin, you're incredibly lucky. Today is my joyous occasion, and it's not fitting to shed blood, so you've just gotten yourself a second chance at life. Bai Xiaowei strode to the center of the clearing, eyebrows raised in a slight mocking arc as he shook his head with a derisive chuckle. Who's the one that narrowly escaped death? That remains to be seen. After gaining power, Bai Juanhao transformed completely, becoming sharp and domineering, somewhat reminiscent of Lin Chen's imposing aura.
Lin himself couldn't help feeling gratified. This little brother of mine has finally grown some backbone.
A good-for-nothing from the family, yet so quick with that mouth of yours.
Let's see if you can still run it after I'm done with you. Bai Xiaohui's face darkened instantly.
Today, this Bai Juanhao had repeatedly ruined his plans, and his temper was far from forgiving. Even if he couldn't kill him immediately, Bai Xiaohui had 10 different ways to make him wish he were dead. The crowd watched the scene unfold like spectators at a play. Some even poured their own drinks, thoroughly entertained as they watched Bai Xiaohui teach this brat a merciless lesson.
Wait.
Just as Bai Xiaohui revealed a cruel smile and approached Bai Juanhao, Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. This battle is unfair, extremely unfair. Lin Chen said with utter seriousness, his expression extraordinarily solemn. Chapter 47, What the hell is fair? Many in the audience were doubled over with laughter at Lin Chen's antics. Some were even close to tears from laughing so hard.
These two brats were the most arrogant ones earlier, and now they cry foul? What kind of clowns did they hire?
Talk about slapping their own faces.
Unfair? Ha ha ha, it is indeed a bit unfair. How about we change the rules?
If he can just withstand 2 moves from me, I'll apologize to Meng Fei on his behalf.
How's that?
Bai Xiaohui sneered contemptuously, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Chen.
No way.
Lin Chen shook his head solemnly.
Ha ha ha.
Cousin Xiaohui, it looks like Juanhao and the others are chickening out.
Why not go easy on them? Just 1 move should do.
The young members of the Bai family jeered and laughed. Bai Juanhao glanced at Lin Chen with confusion in his eyes.
Fine, I'll compromise once more. If he can withstand a single move from me, I'll admit defeat.
Bai Xiaohui flicked his fingernails impatiently. In his view, there was no difference between 1 move and 10 moves. No, everyone misunderstood me. What I meant was, this fight is far too unfair for Mr. Bai Xiaohui.
Extremely unfair. Little did they know, Lin Chen's response left the crowd utterly baffled. An 8th-level Tongling realm cultivator fighting a 1st-level Qi refining realm opponent, and now it's unfair to the Tongling realm fighter instead? Let's change the rules. If you can withstand 10 moves from Juanhao, we'll concede defeat.
Lin Chen sat with one leg crossed over the other, his beaming smile leaving every guest present utterly dumbfounded.
Did I hear that right? He actually said that if Bai Xiaohui can last 10 moves against that good-for-nothing Bai Juanhao, it'll count as Xiaohui's victory? I thought I misheard it too. Is this fucking backwards or something? Did he mistakenly think Bai Juanhao was the sole manifestation realm cultivator and Bai Xiaohui was the Qi refining realm? Even some senior experts who initially came just to watch the joke were now eyeing Lin Chen with shock and suspicion. Just how ignorant did one have to be to make such a demand? Did he plan to play some dirty trick? Looks to me like you're fucking insane.
Bai Xiaohui was seething with rage. He felt utterly humiliated by Lin Chen.
Don't be angry, Mr. Xiaohui. I'm actually looking out for you.
My little brother Juanhao here is a peerless genius, and I'm worried you might get hurt.
Lin Chen's deadpan expression made everyone speechless with exasperation. Big brother Lin Chen?
Bai Juanhao stared at Lin Chen in confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Lin Chen's actions.
What's wrong? No confidence? Didn't you say you'd take back everything you've lost?
Lin Chen smirked playfully before continuing. In this Bai family, there can only be one Bai Xiaohui or Bai Juanhao, isn't that right?
Confidence.
Bai Juanhao's battle spirit surged as he gave a fierce nod. Cousin Juanhao, I must say, you were done in by a madman. Bai Xiaohui rolled his neck with a chilling, ruthless smirk. Just as Bai Xiaohui was about to strike again, Lin Chen spoke up once more.
Wait a second. Damn it, will you ever stop?
Lin Chen wore a thoughtful expression before slowly shaking his head, then spoke again with utmost seriousness. I always emphasize fairness, and goddamn fairness in everything I do. And right now, I still think 10 moves would be unfair to Mr. Bai Xiaohui. Lin Chen's words practically drove everyone crazy. What the hell counts as fair in this situation? So I've decided to have Miss Lu Mingfei join us as well. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, catch the loot, to expose adultery, catch the pair. If we're fighting, we'll fight them both together.
Juanhao, are you confident? Yes, Bai Juanhao roared with boiling passion. The exchange between Lin Chen and Bai Juanhao left the entire venue in utter silence. A deathly silence. All the guests stared blankly at Lin Chen and Bai Juanhao.
Today, everyone present had their definition of fairness redefined and began questioning what the concept truly meant. Suddenly, a young man turned to the elderly man beside him and asked, "Senior, is this what fairness looks like? How the hell should I know what's fair? I've seen some shit in my time, but this takes the fucking cake. Then what the hell is fair?"
Ask him. Damn it, why the fuck are you asking me? What the fuck is fairness anyway?
Men, women, and children in the crowd all shouted at Lin Chen like madmen in unison.
Fair is letting this damned couple fight together.
Fair is saying that if this fucking pair can last 10 moves under Bai Juanhao's hands, Bai Juanhao loses.
Lin Chen's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the eardrums of everyone present. Damn it, I'll finish you off first.
Bai Xiaohui could endure no longer, his fury making his hair stand on end as he locked onto Lin Chen, poised to strike violently.
Enough, Xiaohui, don't lose your composure. Bai Xiang's thunderous roar instantly restrained Bai Xiaowei. Mengfei girl, you go up there too. As he said, it doesn't matter whose 10 moves count. Today I, your father, permit you Xiaowei to draw blood. No one can casually smear the Bai family's reputation. Unless this matter reaches a satisfactory conclusion today, neither of those two shall leave this hall alive. Bai Xiong was utterly enraged by Lin Chen. Those words were nothing short of a challenge to the entire Bai family. Murderous intent exposed, Bai Xiong said coldly to Lin Chen. If he dies at Xiaohui's hands, don't think he'll escape either. If Bai Juanhao fails, I'll die with him. Lin Chen exuded overwhelming dominance, standing toe-to-toe with Bai Xiong. Lu Mengfei approached Bai Xiaohui's side with cold indifference, her steps light as a breeze. Her talent was second only to Bai Xiaohui's. At just 22 years old, she had reached the 6th level of the Soul Resonance Realm. When the two joined forces, even mid-stage War Soul Realm experts couldn't gain an advantage against them. Mengfei, stay back. Leave this to me. Lu Mengfei had just arrived beside Bai Xiaohui when he casually uttered a phrase and eagerly surged toward Bai Juanhao. Pain soul-rending wind hand. Battle energy erupted wildly as a fierce gale arose. 5 fingers wreathed in eerie cyan wind blade shot straight for Bai Juanhao's heart. Bai Xiaohui revealed his murderous intent. His very first strike was this cruel, agonizing technique designed to make its victim wish for death. Everyone eagerly awaited to see whether this was reckless arrogance or a carefully orchestrated scheme. All would be revealed in the next breath. Boom! The explosion roared across the entire arena, sending a hurricane-like shockwave. Not daring to miss a single moment, all eyes strained forward in intense focus. What? All the Bai family elders, even experts above the battle soul realm, rose to their feet in unison. Their faces were filled with utter disbelief. Amidst the swirling dust, Bai Xiaohui stood before Bai Juanhao, his palm resting against Bai Juanhao's chest, where faint blue scale patterns flickered in and out of visibility. Bai Juanhao stood proudly at the center of the arena, not only unharmed, but Bai Xiaohui's attack hadn't even forced him to take a single step backward. Dusting off his shoulders, Bai Juanhao curled his lips into an overwhelmingly domineering grin brimming with arrogance. Cousin, you're not even trying. Lin Chen sat in his seat, pouring himself a drink in solitude. After taking a sip of fine wine, Lin Chen casually put on his handmade sunglasses and marveled, clicking his tongue in amazement. Who's showing off? It's so blinding. Chapter 48. The Azure Dragon emerges. At this moment, none could remain unaffected by shock. Bai Xiaohui's murderous strike, potent enough to stagger or even severely injure a War Soul Realm expert, hadn't even forced Bai Juanhao to retreat a single step. 100 Beast's Fist. Bai Juanhao raised his hand into a fist, executing the most fundamental body-refining fist technique. Dragon-like gusts howled like a tempest as Bai Juanhao's fist descended towards Bai Xiaohui's head. At that moment, the latter felt every hair on his body stand on end, as if plunged into an icy cellar. The power of this single punch already made him feel death's approach. Swish! Bai Xiaohui instinctively executed his movement technique at maximum speed, barely dodging the shockwave from Bai Juanhao's punch. Everyone could clearly hear the incredibly piercing sonic boom in the air when Bai Juanhao threw his punch, sharp as a blade's slash, devastating as a meteor's descent. Boom! Crash! The furious fist descended, its terrifying shockwave sending dust and rubble flying in all directions. The mere force of his fist strike caused the entire ground to crack into a spiderweb of terrifying fissures in all directions. The violent, overwhelming shockwaves of the punch radiated outward, overturning banquet tables that had already been moved hundreds of meters away. Countless delicacies scattered across the ground, splashing many attendees with greasy food scraps. What made countless onlookers twitch at their corners of their mouths was how Lin Chen, sitting at the foremost table, seemed to have foreseen this outcome in advance. He held an oil paper umbrella in his hand, wore a pair of black sunglasses, and held a wine glass, with the same flirtatious smile still lingering at the corner of his lips. The guests were all drenched in leftover food and grease, while he alone held up an umbrella. But everyone realized that what mattered more was Bai Juanhao. The sheer force of his fist swept through the battlefield like a tempest. Had that strike landed squarely, Bai Xiaohui would have been utterly annihilated. Bai Xiaohui, sent sprawling by the gust of fist wind, lay prone on the ground, cold sweat pouring down as his teeth chattered uncontrollably. A body-tempering warrior? Juanhao is the strongest body-tempering warrior. Among the 3 elders, one was roaring with uncontainable excitement. 15,000 tiger strength? No, more than that. Nearly 20,000 tiger strength. How is this possible? Where did this kid get such power? Bai Xiang's gaze fixed intently on Bai Juanhao, determined to see through all his secrets. Yet no matter how he probed, all he could perceive was the domineering aura of an azure dragon. Beyond that, he couldn't discern the limits of Bai Juanhao's strength at all. Get up, Bai Xiaohui, aren't you supposed to be a genius? Bai Juanhao's imposing aura surged violently, his murderous intent rolling like tidal waves as his thunderous roar resembled a dragon's bellow, shocking Lu Mengfei and Bai Xiaohui into stumbling backward. This sudden and dramatic reversal left Bai Xiaohui utterly bewildered. The prey and hunter had switched roles in an instant. How could he be this strong? Wasn't Bai Juanhao supposed to be trash? Xiaohui, I'm so scared. Lu Mengfei's face turned pale with terror as she trembled behind Bai Xiaohui's back. This was too terrifying. The current Bai Juanhao seemed like a true azure dragon incarnate, a heavenly god descended to earth. The mere aura of ferocity between his brows and faint draconic majesty was enough to overwhelm both men. Since you dare not strike, let me make the first move. Crack, snap. Bai Juanhao's fingers plunged into the ground as vast, savage brute force erupted through his palms. With his hands facing upward, he violently heaved. A massive dark shadow suddenly loomed before Lu Mengfei and Bai Xiaohui. Everyone gasped sharply, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Bai Juanhao had actually flipped up a floor slab dozens of feet wide. With an enraged punch, he propelled the rock slab forward using pure brute force, sending it hurtling toward the pair with devastating momentum. Damn bitch, activate your defensive combat technique now. Seeing such a fearsome display, Bai Xiaohui cursed loudly. Emerald Martial Light Shield, Celestial Water Azure Veil. 2 layers of battle chi barriers, one yielding softness, the other unyielding firmness, tightly shielded both men. The massive floor boulders collided like a tempest, shattering the 2 warriors' combat barrier upon impact. The ruthless and domineering shockwaves sent them flying backward, spitting blood. The colossal rocks disintegrated into a hail of scattered debris that rained down upon the scene. Everyone hastily activated their combat defenses in panic, while Lin Chen sat composed and undisturbed, letting out an impressed click of his tongue. These modern oil paper umbrellas are really well made. I should buy a few more next time. Yip. The sound of tearing wind swept through as Bai Juanhao erupted with brute force, achieving a speed rivaling top-tier movement techniques. In an instant, he stood before Bai Xiaohui. Bai Xiaohui's face paled in shock. Battle chi surged wildly, coalescing into a crimson palm imprint before he hastily struck out. Dark Eagle Force. Bai Juanhao's palm was like a hunting eagle, with cyan scale patterns suddenly appearing as his fingers hooked forward, offense and defense united as one. Lightning fast, it tore through the battle chi palm imprint and swiftly clamped onto Bai Xiaohui's wrist. Die for me. He gripped Bai Xiaohui's wrist in his palm, instantly exerting force with a spiral twist, shattering the bones in his arm. At the same time, Bai Juanhao viciously hooked backward like a whip, slamming Bai Xiaohui's entire body onto the ground as if swinging a lash. Boom! The floor shattered as Bai Xiaohui crashed heavily onto the ground, bones fracturing, eyes bulging wildly, vomiting blood in torrents. No, Xiaohui! Lu Mengfei let out a heart-wrenching scream. You backstabbing bitch, get lost! Bai Juanhao radiated murderous intent as he coldly turned and swung his palm toward Lu Mengfei. His fingers sliced through the air, tearing apart layers of turbulent currents. Snap! The force of the slap sent a gust of wind that ruthlessly struck Lu Mengfei's delicate face, showing no hint of mercy or chivalry. Blood splattered as her crimson lips spilled a few blood-stained silver teeth, and Lu Mengfei instantly fainted dead away. Fei! The Lu family members roared in grief and fury, suddenly standing up. Bai Juanhao paid no attention, his battle intent soaring as he lifted his leg to stomp on Bai Xiaohui's back. The sheer force of this stomp, delivered at such close range, was enough to crush Bai Xiaohui into paste. At this moment, the entire arena was engulfed in bloodthirsty killing intent. A phantom silhouette moved with blinding speed, sound yet to reach. The figure had already struck. It darted towards Bai Juanhao with unmatched velocity. Damn brat, still trying to take my son's life? Go die. It was the head of the Bai family, Bai Xiong, who made his move. Realizing his son's life was in danger, he no longer cared about saving face. Bai Xiong's clawed grip tore through the air toward Bai Juanhao, unleashing an apocalyptic surge of earth-fiend energy that collapsed the surrounding atmosphere in an instant. None of the guests had anticipated that Bai Xiong, a 5th-tier earth-fiend realm expert, would suddenly attack in public, disregarding seniority to strike with lethal intent against a junior. They could only watch helplessly as he lunged toward Bai Juanhao. Would this peerless genius, having just illuminated the world with his brilliance, fall like a shooting star before his time? As this thought flashed through everyone's minds, violent winds roared, silver robes billowed, violet flames erupted, and soaring wings unfurled. The silver-robed youth spread wings wreathed in violet flames, cutting through the air to stand before Bai Xiong. His sleeves tore apart, revealing arms now covered in the savage, sinister scales of a black dragon. It was Lin Chen. What? Bai Xiong was astonished. How could Lin Chen possibly keep up with his movement speed? Of course, a piece of trash like you wouldn't just sit around waiting to die. Lin Chen snorted coldly as he raised his azure dragon left arm and smashed forward. Every scale on the draconic limb spun with an unstoppable force capable of sweeping away mountains and rivers, colliding head-on with Bai Xiong. Chapter 49, Big brother Lin Chen is very disappointed. Bang!
The air currents collapsed, winds and clouds shifted violently. A mushroom cloud dozens of zheng tall rose above the Bai family's estate, the shockwave from the collision overturning all the wedding banquet tables on site. The two figures at the epicenter of the mushroom cloud landed and steadied themselves. Bai Xiang's expression turned grave. He had sensed the same aura from Lin Chen that he'd detected in Bai Juanhao earlier, only this aura was countless times more powerful than Juanhao's.
Could this brat have been the one who transmitted that power to the little bastard? Note Xiaohui's condition.
Bai Xiang didn't even have time to focus on Lin Chen before his expression changed dramatically with horror.
Ah, my leg, my leg. Bai Xiaohui's agonized screams echoed across the arena.
The residual shockwaves from Lin Chen and Bai Xiang's collision had flung him aside, causing Bai Juanhao to land squarely on his knee, crushing both bone and flesh beneath. The howling Bai Xiaohui, writhing in unbearable pain, had completely lost his former arrogance and defiance. All that remained were wretched screams of agony. Bai Xiang hurried over to examine the injuries, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. Bai Xiaohui's arm bone was shattered, and his right leg was completely crippled. Even if he recovered, he would remain half-disabled for life. Moreover, this battle would leave permanent psychological scars on him. His future in martial arts was essentially doomed. Seeing Bai Xiaohui's wretched state, everyone was filled with awe. Just dozens of breaths earlier, almost no one could have predicted this outcome. Bai Juanhao was the true prodigy of heaven. He had genuinely defeated Lu Mengfei and Bai Xiaohui, relying solely on his qi-refining realm cultivation. The two's talents were as different as fireflies to the bright moon before him. There was simply no comparison. Bai Juanhao was only 16, with endless possibilities ahead in his future. Yet, when everyone snapped back to reality, the glances they cast at Lin Chen sent even greater chills down their spines.
Did I see that right just now? That Bai Juanhao's elder brother actually exchanged a move with the Bai family head? He hid his strength so well. Even this old man didn't notice when he made his move. Didn't he have a pair of wings when he attacked just now? I saw it too. They seemed to be purple-colored. He and Bai Juanhao were about the same age, coming from an incredibly mysterious background, yet he personally drew out Bai Juanhao's potential, creating such a peerless genius. Even the many elders of the Bai family, experts at the Earth Fiend realm, had personally assessed Bai Juanhao as having the cultivation talent of an ordinary mortal, nothing more than a complete waste in the vast and prosperous Bai family. Yet this Lin Chen saw through it all. Earlier, he had even clashed with Bai Xiong, a 5th-level Earth Fiend realm expert, and emerged completely unscathed. Just imagine what this means.
If Bai Juanhao could be called a prodigy, then this Lin Chen was truly a monstrous existence beyond compare.
You two little bastards dared to cripple Xiaohui. Today I'll make sure you die here in the Bai family.
Bai Xiong was beside himself with rage, his eyes bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Lin Chen and Bai Juanhao, poised to erupt into violence.
No, Bai Xiong, you can't touch Juanhao now.
Two Bai family elders immediately shielded Bai Juanhao, speaking with composed indifference. Juanhao has already proven his strength with his own abilities. He is superior to Bai Xiao. Besides, in battle, fists and feet have no eyes. This was simply a matter of Xiaohui being defeated, nothing more.
You may leave now.
These two elders were both esteemed figures from the Bai family, holding senior positions with cultivation levels surpassing even Bai Xiong's. To them, Bai Juanhao was now an even more luminous star than Bai Xiaohui, someone capable of leading the Bai family to unprecedented heights. Protecting him like a priceless treasure was the least they could do. Bullshit, this kid's nothing but a brute who relies on sheer strength. In martial arts, cultivating battle chi is the true path. Body refinement is just a heretical branch, maybe even some life-draining trick passed down to the little bastard. How dare they call him a genius? Bai Xiong gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. This statement clearly shook the two elders as well. They had also detected an aura similar to Bai Juanhao's emanating from Lin Chen earlier. Ha ha ha, the Bai family head may be short on hair, but he's even shorter on insight. Tell me, when you look at Juanhao's vitality, does any part of him resemble someone who has overdrawn their lifespan? With just one casual remark, Lin Chen effortlessly dismissed all doubts. The crowd observed that Bai Juanhao's entire body radiated vibrant vitality, showing no signs of someone who had used a secret technique that drains one's lifespan.
Juanhao has been a hidden gem in your Bai family, because he is truly a bearer of the Azure Dragon bloodline.
Lin Chen's words sent waves through the crowd, leaving every experienced martial artist present staring at Bai Juanhao in astonishment.
Could he actually be a possessor of a special bloodline?
Throughout the ages, some descendants born from unions between powerful humans and beasts, or those who inherited the legacy of ancient mystical creatures through extraordinary encounters, obtained special bloodlines. From then on, their cultivation talents soared to unmatched heights, leaving thousands powerless against them. The Bai family was a prestigious human clan without any known connections to high-ranking beast races. Clearly, Bai Juanhao belonged to the latter category. Moreover, this special bloodline was none other than the most prized dragon lineage.
Azure Dragon Bloodline. Juanhao actually has the Azure Dragon Bloodline. A trembling elder clutched Bai Juanhao's arm tightly.
None of them were fools. During Bai Juanhao's earlier strike, the aura he revealed had been unmistakably identical to that of the noble dragon race.
Plop! The elder immediately knelt before Bai Juanhao.
Juanhao, on behalf of the Bai family and all who have wronged you, this old man offers you our sincerest apologies. From this day forward, the Bai family shall strive to meet any demand you may have. We hope you can let bygones be bygones.
To the crowd's astonishment, this elder actually offered a public apology to Bai Juanhao with utmost sincerity.
Every member of the Bai family realized a brilliant new star was rising among them,
and it would reach unprecedented heights in the entire history of their clan. All factions present were gripped by complex emotions.
From this day onward, the history of Sunset City would be rewritten. Elder Yu, please rise. These matters are no longer of any consequence to me. Bai Juanhao spoke impassively as he helped the elder to his feet. The elder gave a bitter laugh inwardly. It seemed dispelling the young man's resentment wouldn't be so easy after all.
A blue dragon bloodline descendant. To think this damned whelp would have such extraordinary fortune. Damn it all, my Xiao Hui. Bai Xiong's heart was engulfed in raging waves of shock. Though filled with boundless resentment, he knew with perfect clarity that eliminating Bai Juanhao today would be utterly impossible. A special bloodline wielder, and of the dragon lineage at that. To display such terrifying potential at such a young age meant his growth floor would be no less than the heavenly aura realm in the future. What a heavenly aura realm expert represented in the wilderness domain needed no explanation.
Taking Bai Xiaowei away, Bai Xiong left with gritted teeth, while the Lu family's hearts churned with turbulent emotions.
Damn it, a Azure Dragon bloodline wielder. Their Lu family had actually missed out on an Azure Dragon bloodline wielder.
Not only that, they'd even offended him. The future implications were simply unimaginable. In the hearts of 100 people, thoughts intersect in varied ways. Yet, as Lin Chen bent down to pick up the attribute orb from the ground, he suddenly turned around, his expression extremely solemn.
Juanhao, big brother is very angry.
Lin Chen's simple statement made everyone hold their breath.
Good heavens, what could this lord possibly be angry about now?
Chapter 50. A gathering of heroes, where winds and clouds converge. Even the three elders of the Bai family trembled in fear, their sweat pouring like rain. Here was a man who had unearthed the Azure Dragon bloodline and dared to challenge a peerless prodigy of the Earth Fiend realm. They could scarcely imagine the power and origins behind Lin Chen. If he were to become angered, elder brother, have I still fallen short in some way? Bai Juanhao, who regarded Lin Chen as his leader, lowered his head and asked in a timid, apologetic tone, his voice filled with deference.
I fucking told you to finish off that damned couple in 2 moves, and you took 7? You useless piece of shit. You've completely humiliated me. How the hell did I end up teaching such a goddamn moron? Are you trying to piss me to death?
Lin Chen's roaring curses nearly made everyone present spit out blood in shock. Bai Juanhao's performance in battle was decisive and ruthless, far exceeding the combat mentality expected for someone his age. From the perspective of the older generation experts, it was already flawless, yet this lord actually dared to call such a heaven-blessed prodigy a moron? This is downright unbearable. Yes, Juanhao has let down brother Lin Chen's expectations. I'll definitely redouble my efforts and do better in the future.
Bai Juanhao's attitude made quite a few people's lips twitch involuntarily. Nighttime, Bai family's back hills. The Bai family ordered the mountain to be sealed off, leaving only Lin Chen and Bai Juanhao on the back hills. Attack you with all my might? Big brother, what do you mean by this? Bai Juanhao and Lin Chen stood facing each other. Hearing Lin Chen's demand, Bai Juanhao asked hesitantly,
"Don't worry, with your strength, you can't really hurt me. Besides, I'm already preparing to leave this place." Lin Chen casually waved his hand. In reality, the Azure Dragon bloodline attribute orbs dropped by Bai Juanhao now contributed almost nothing to his improvement.
During this period, Lin Chen had obtained over 500 points of Azure Dragon bloodline attributes from Bai Juanhao's side.
Beyond this point, he had already hit a massive bottleneck, making further progress negligible. Since the bloodline attribute orbs dropped by Bai Juanhao no longer provided much enhancement for Lin Chen himself, they were becoming increasingly scarce. If Bai Juanhao's bloodline energy were to advance another 2 tiers, perhaps it could still aid Lin Chen's growth further. But that was impossible to achieve in a short time. It might take years, even a decade.
Lin Chen didn't have that much time to linger by Bai Juanhao's side.
Thus, it was time for Lin Chen to leave the Bai family. "Big brother, are you leaving?" Bai Juanhao was startled, his eyes filled with reluctance.
"Yes, I had matters to attend to originally. Meeting you was an accident, and now there isn't much time left for me.
Lin Chen smiled casually before speaking seriously.
Juanhao, there's still naivety lingering in your eyes, you're not ruthless enough. Haven't you ever wondered what my motives were for approaching you? If I were to try and kill you, what would you do? Bai Juanhao stiffened, his gaze hardening with resolve. Brother Lin Chen saw my potential and gave me a new lease on life. Had you not intervened, I might have died without anyone to bury me, let alone gain strength and dignity. If you want my life, I'd return it to you without hesitation. Lin Chen shook his head with a faint sigh at Juanhao's response. That's your naivety. The Azure Dragon bloodline is your own, its awakening was only a matter of time, not something I bestowed upon you. I'd rather hear you defy me in your answer. The road ahead you must walk alone. Whether you metamorphose depends entirely on yourself. Remember my words, be ruthless, trust no one but yourself. Attack with everything you've got. Show me the limits of your power. Under Lin Chen's tone that brooked no argument, Bai Juanhao took a deep breath. Then I beg Big Brother to instruct me. Boom! The domineering aura shook the mountains and forests. Bai Juanhao's azure dragon might send birds fleeing and beasts roaring across the entire back hill, all prostrating beneath the dragon's majesty.
Gathering momentum and concentrating power, Bai Juanhao's fist struck like a dragon, pure force piercing through the air currents with devastating force, creating countless tornadoes that uprooted towering trees wherever they passed. A trace of seriousness flashed across Lin Chen's expression. Stamping his tiger stance firmly, he crossed his palms to squarely block Bai Juanhao's full-powered punch, forced back 3 steps, each footprint sinking a foot deep into the ground. Your maximum strength is around 31,000 tiger units. When your Azure Dragon bloodline activates, it also enhances your defense. As long as you don't encounter 9th level War Soul Realm opponents, you're essentially invincible. But you still need to temper more body-refining combat techniques to accelerate your bloodline's growth. Lin Chen's evaluation was engraved in Bai Juanhao's heart, but by the time he processed it, Lin Chen was already walking toward the other side of the mountain.
Big bro, don't follow me. If fate allows, we'll meet again.
Lin Chen snapped the command, and Bai Juanhao stood frozen in place. Then, abruptly, he knelt in the direction Lin Chen had departed, tears glistening in his eyes, and cowed out heavily once.
Thank you, Brother Lin Chen, for giving me a new life. Juanhao swears he will never forget this debt even in death.
After leaving the White family's back mountain, Lin Chen donned his cloak, purchased a fine steed, and departed Sunset City under the cover of night. 5 days later, at high noon, the sun blazed overhead. Lin Chen galloped proudly along a highway as vast as the plains, riding atop his fiercely expensive Liajiao horse.
Boom rumble.
The earth shook as various bizarre and ferocious beast mounts appeared on the plains boulevard. Among them were towering blacketh rhinos, jewel-studded 5-colored deer, stealthy twin-headed azure spirit pythons, bone-chilling ice lizards, soaring 100-feather spirit cranes, and the domineering sky barbarian elephants. The owners of these mounts all hailed from intimidating regional powers, leaving Lin Chen utterly dazzled by the spectacle. Each of these factions had at least one young prodigy among them. Some stood with swords in hand, aloof and coldly arrogant.
Others wielded blades, their domineering aura unmistakable. Still others played the chin or painted, exuding leisurely refinement.
Some possessed beauty that would shame fish and fell geese. Their grace transcends the mundane. Others converse brilliantly, wisdom shining through their poised demeanor, their brows radiating the confidence of one who commands empires. These were the most elite geniuses, prodigies, and marvels meticulously selected from over 10 billion souls across the wasteland. Despite their youth, the weakest among them had reached the 9th level of the Spirit Awakening realm, while some had already attained warrior soul cultivation. Each stood peerless among hundreds of thousands, no, millions, as true dragons and phoenixes among humankind. They were all heading to Tangu Academy to register, and just the sheer spectacle alone filled Lin Chen with awe.
Damn, now that's what I call impressive. Lin Chen glanced at his own Liajiao horse and couldn't help but feel embarrassed.
Mounts from numerous powerful factions carried their respective prodigies toward an ancient city at the end of the Plains Road that was none other than Xiantian City under the jurisdiction of Tangu Academy. These are the top-tier geniuses, even though slightly inferior possess cultivation levels of 7 or 8 stars in the spirit manifestation realm, at least on par with Bai Xiaowei from the Bai family.
What an extraordinary gathering of talents.
Lin Chen sighed and was about to spur his horse forward to enter the ancient city sooner when he noticed scattered attribute orbs not far ahead, multicolored and gleaming brilliantly. Holy shit! Lin Chen looked around and saw that across the entire plain, wherever the powerful faction Savage Beast mounts had passed, they left behind a dazzling array of attribute orbs.
I'm about to hit the jackpot. Ha ha.
Lin Chen spurred his horse onward, galloping across the plain as he eagerly collected all kinds of attribute orbs.
Chapter 51. what a flamboyant guy. There were less than 2 days remaining until the Tangu Academy's entrance examination. Over these 2 days, Lin Chen waited day and night on the plain avenue for the arrival of various factions. Nearly every group that passed through left batches of attribute orbs in their wake. Simply by absorbing this wave of attribute orbs, Lin Chen's physical refinement level and battle chi cultivation advanced yet another tier. At dawn, Lin Chen sat cross-legged in a secluded corner of Plain Avenue and activated his system. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, 3rd level of Spiritual Awakening Realm. Peak Strength, 49,800 Tiger Forces. Chi Blood Energy, 2,341,000 units. Battle Essence, 614,000 points. Mental Power, 18,011 points. Martial Essence, 62,428 points. Cultivation Technique, 5 Elements Chaos Art, 20% Progress. Learn Techniques, Heavenly Spirit Alchemy Art, 8 Desolates Profound Fire, True Water Origin Art, 24%. For Demon King Seal, Primordial Sacred Scripture, 4%. Possessed Items, 7 Stars Soul Seizing Spear, True Flame Violet Phoenix Wings, 7%. Bloodline Energies, Azure Dragon Bloodline, 761 points. Purple Gold Pupil Bloodline, 10,000 points. Special Runes, Lethargy Rune LV.1, Corrosion Rune LV.1, Rune Energy, 6,500 points. Elemental Energy, Fire 142,281 points, Earth 128,871 points, Wood 131,125 points, Metal 135,331 points, Water 124,148 points. The attribute orbs Lin Chen collected over 2 days caused his chi and blood energy to surge dramatically, and his pure strength also increased by 10,000 tiger power. My pure strength is becoming harder to increase. Lin Chen noticed a problem. Previously, collecting about 50 points of chi and blood energy would increase his strength by 1 tiger power, but now it required 90 or even 100 points. The body refinement realm, much like the battle chi realm, becomes increasingly difficult to advance in as one progresses further. Most of the forces from the barren domain have already entered the profound sky city. It's time for me to go in as well. Lin Chen mounted his horse and rode into the city. Profound Sky City, a colossal city located within the jurisdiction of the Tangu Academy, its vast interior comparable to a small mountain range. At the entrance of Xintian City Square, the registration site for Tangu Academy's enrollment examination. After presenting his invitation along the way and having his identity verified, Lin Chen entered the Xintian Square. The square was lined with numerous arenas and large cages, inside which ferocious beasts were imprisoned. Candidates gathered here to draw their exam questions. Given the randomized selection and vast variety of topics, luck inevitably played a role in passing the test itself. Lin Chen squeezed into one of the 5 lottery channels and began queuing. The instructor announced each examinee's assigned test content through a dedicated channel. Xiaofeiyu, assigned trial challenge, defeat the Tier 3 ferocious beast, the Dark Jade Panther. Testing arena, number 176. Li Ji, assigned exam content, participate in a 10-person chaotic battle test, passing slots, 5, examination hall, number 100. Yu Guanqing, examination content drawn, retrieve the feathers of 2 third-tier silver feather wolves while under their coordinated attack. Examination grounds, number 51. Every examination challenge drawn along the way had been of exceptionally high caliber. Lin Chen instantly drew everyone's attention while standing in line. Nearly 99% of those who could participate in the assessment were at least at the 6th level of the ethereal realm. How could this kid only be at the 3rd level? I say, did this guy buy his invitation from somewhere? 3rd level of the Spirit Awakening realm? Probably not even a match for one of my bodyguards. Ha, looks like there's always some riffraff trying to sneak in wherever you go. What an insult to share the same examination zone with such third-rate trash. If it weren't for the academy instructors being present, I could crush him aside with a single move. Numerous young talents looked down on Lin Chen with disdain. Lin Chen's eyelid twitched. Damn it, why does this kind of self-important fool appear everywhere? Just as he was about to teach them a lesson, the examiner called Lin Chen's name. Exam candidate Lin Chen, please come forward to draw your test content. When it was Lin Chen's turn, he nonchalantly reached into the drawing box and pulled out a jade scroll. The bald proctor beside him immediately took it, unfolded it, and his expression subtly changed. The bald proctor glanced sideways at Lin Chen with a hint of disdain in his eyes before announcing, "Examinee Lin Chen has drawn the following test. Survive 10 rounds against instructor Li Ruolian without being defeated. The instructor is prohibited from using any combat techniques. Test location, number 233. The moment the bald mentor spoke, many faces in the crowd paled as they sharply inhaled. Battling a mentor? This was practically the most difficult test question imaginable. Every mentor at Tangu Academy possessed strength at or above the Earth Fiend realm. Even without using combat techniques, enduring 10 exchanges against such opponents would be exceedingly difficult even for those at the 9th level of the Battle Soul realm. Among the hundreds of thousands of examinees present,
those who had reached the 9th level of Battle Soul Realm could be counted on one hand.
Just need to last 10 rounds? That's way too easy.
Lin Chen chuckled lightly, casually taking the jade scroll before leaving under the astonished gazes of the crowd. These days, there sure are plenty of people who love to talk big.
Come on, let's go watch this guy. Ha! An ethereal realm cultivator calling it easy against an earth fiend realm expert. I really want to see what this kid's made of. Examination Hall 233. I'll remember it.
Amidst the bustling crowd, Lin Chen followed the markings on the jade scroll to locate the number 233 examination platform. Upon the platform stood an elegant woman with fair, slender legs, a willow-like waist adorned with a whip. She appeared to be around 30, her sapphire blue dress accentuating her graceful and alluring figure to perfection, while her breathtaking beauty, enough to make fish sink in Giselite, was always graced with a serene and refined smile. Her dignified demeanor and striking beauty captivated numerous examinees nearby, who paused to gaze at her in admiration and awe.
This is examination hall number 233.
Lin Chen strode forward and stepped onto the arena platform.
The observing candidates froze in astonishment at the sight. What kind of oddball is this? Only at the 3rd level of Tongling realm? Oh, so you're the examinee who drew my test question?
The beautiful woman standing on the platform examined Lin Chen with keen interest.
You must be instructor Li Ruolian, right? I'm examinee Lin.
Before Lin Chen could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up.
Several brilliant azure attribute orbs lay scattered across the ground near the beautiful woman, water element energy orbs of such exceptional quality that Lin Chen had never seen their like before. These water element attribute orbs were vital energy sources for Lin Chen's cultivation of the true water origin art, representing the rarest and most precious attributes he could obtain. Spotting the attribute orbs, Lin Chen instinctively moved forward, bending down to retrieve one right in front of Li Ruolian. You!
Li Ruolian flushed crimson with a mix of embarrassment and fury, clutching her long skirt as she retreated several steps, shooting Lin Chen an indignant glare.
Whoosh!
Witnessing this scene, the candidates outside the arena erupted in an uproar.
Scum! Pervert! How dare you try to peek under our mentor's skirt the moment you meet her? How perverted! How could someone like this be allowed to take the Sky Song Academy's entrance exam? Oh heavens!
In broad daylight, under these virtuous skies,
how could such a person exist? I at least turn off the lights when I do it. Lin Chen's act of collecting attribute orbs was coincidentally misinterpreted by the crowd as peeking under the female instructor's skirt. Host has obtained 18,000 points of water elemental energy.
Seeing the glowing screen popped up by the system, Lin Chen grinned like a blooming rose as he received nearly 20,000 points of water attribute energy.
He's actually smiling, and smiling so happily?
This is too much. Someone like him should have his exam qualifications revoked immediately.
Why is he wearing Pinru's clothes? He's such a show-off. Chapter 52, The 10-Move Test.
When Lin Chen flashed a grin, the surrounding examinees erupted in collective fury, vehemently condemning him. Those who had mocked Lin Chen's low cultivation level while queuing up, those who had come just to watch the spectacle, upon seeing Lin Chen's action, they all joined the chorus of denunciation. When Lin Chen regained his senses, he heard the surrounding condemnation targeted at him and couldn't help but wear a bewildered expression.
What the hell? When did I, Lin, become a perverted bastard?
This examinee, I don't know if your previous actions were meant to disrupt my subsequent assessment of you, but you have successfully angered me. Li Ruolian's cheeks still bore a faint blush, but her gaze was predominantly filled with rage and frosty disdain.
Teacher, it's a misunderstanding.
Lin Chen cried out that it was a misunderstanding, but Li Ruolian's fair face flushed crimson as she bit her pearly white teeth lightly. You were laughing so joyfully just now, that didn't seem like a misunderstanding at all.
Examinee, present your invitation. If everything checks out, we'll begin the assessment immediately. I don't want to look at you for a second longer.
Li Ruolian said coldly, making Lin Morin's heart ache with bitterness.
Damn it, I've gotten so used to picking up attribute orbs these past 2 days that I reacted instinctively. What a ridiculous blunder this turned out to be.
At the same moment Lin Chen handed the invitation letter to Li Ruolian to confirm his identity, the growing commotion attracted an increasing number of onlookers. For youths clad in white robes, each carrying a sword, were candidates who had previously ridiculed Lin Chen. While they were loudly denouncing Lin Chen, they suddenly spotted several familiar and revered figures amidst the bustling crowd.
It's the head curator clan, the Shangwan family. Even the legendary Miss Shangwan Bihan is here. This is a perfect opportunity. Cousin, haven't you always fancied Miss Shangwan Bihan? I didn't expect Miss Shangwan Bihan to come for Tianga Academy's entrance exam.
The handsome young man at the forefront perked up, stepping forward from the crowd to greet the approaching Shangwan family members with a courteous smile.
Greetings to the esteemed members of House Shangwon. I am Lingfeng of the Ling family from Manhwa City in the Desolate Territories. Oh, indeed.
Pleasantries to you, young Master Lingfeng.
However, Shangwon Bihan merely nodded at him politely, while Shangwon Yunfan and the other high-ranking family members didn't even spare him a glance. What kind of treatment is this? Being completely ignored seemed to inflict tremendous humiliation upon young Master Lingfeng. He stood frozen on the spot, his face flushing crimson with mortification. Isn't that the Shangwon family, the foremost treasure appraisal clan of the Barren region? Oh my god. Why did they come to this examination hall? It's Miss Bihan from the Shangwon family. I never thought I'd have the chance to see the goddess in person. The examinees gazed at the members of the Shangwon family with admiration in their eyes. Even the female candidates couldn't muster any dislike for Shangwon Bihan, only reverence. The weight carried by the Shangwon family held significant sway across the entire desolate region, surpassing the influence of most other factions. Shangwon Bihan approached the arena near the examination grounds.
Normally serene and elegant, this time she gathered her courage, her delicate cheeks flushed crimson as she waved her slender jade-like hand gently to cheer for the young man on the stage.
Go, young Master Lin Chen. The male examinees outside the examination arena felt as if struck by lightning upon witnessing this scene. Their long-admired goddess. She was actually cheering for this pervert on stage who had attempted to harass the examiner upon first meeting? Just what kind of monster is this transcendent realm freak? Many hot-blooded youths were already starting to lose their minds. Just as the crowd stood there in disbelief, their expressions frozen in shock, a dozen more people pushed their way through. At the head of them, a young man caught sight of Lin Chen on the examination platform, his face lighting up with wild joy. It's really Big Brother Lin Chen. Go, Big Brother Lin Chen.
The crowd turned their heads in unison. When they saw who had arrived, even the most progressive young talents couldn't help but inhale sharply. It's Bai Juanhao from Sunset City, the recently emerged Azure Dragon bloodline inheritor. Even the legendary Azure Dragon bloodline bearer has such close ties with him. Just who is this monster? Look, the director of Dark Horse Club, Lone Wolf King, has come too. Good heavens, how much influence must he have to get Lone Wolf King to attend? Everyone was on the verge of losing their minds. Just who the hell was this guy? Hearing the cheers from outside the arena, Lin Chen waved at Bai Juanhao and Shangwon Bihan with a grin. If you can last 10 moves against me, little one, I'll consider you passed. The first round of assessment officially begins now. Li Ruolian cast an icy glance at Lin Chen, twisting the whip at her waist, a crystal clear lash shimmering like blue ice. That kid's done for now. Mentor Ruolian is about to get serious. The assessment rules forbid the use of combat skills, but they don't prohibit the use of weapons. Lin Chen rubbed his nose and shook his head with a wry smile. Since he was already being seen as a pervert, he might as well play the part to the fullest. In front of hundreds of onlooking examinees, he uttered a shocking remark with a grin. Instructor Ruolian, your legs are truly exquisite. Li Ruolian was taken aback, barely able to react as the sound of tearing winds suddenly erupted. Lin Chen's figure shot forth like a meteor piercing through clouds, his steps blazing like fire, swift as wind and thunder, charging straight toward Li Ruolian with unstoppable force. With a single palm strike fueled by pure explosive power, Lin Chen aimed directly for Li Ruolian's ample chest. The moment the spectators recognized Lin Chen's move as a blatant attempt to cop a feel, all the examinees who saw his action glared at him with undisguised contempt.
He actually used such filthy moves against Mentor Ruolian. How cruel. You should have left it to me. The examinees all condemned Lin Chen, causing some of the female candidates to roll their eyes in exasperation. Shameless.
Witnessing Lin Chen's actions, Li Ruolian angrily snapped, once again confirming his character was utterly despicable. With a swift turn of her delicate hand, her slender jade-like fingers wreathed in deep blue battle energy clashed directly with Lin Chen. Boom! The energy wave exploded, the Earth Fiend Realm's second layer's battle force repelling Lin Chen more than 10 steps backward. His pure strength approached nearly 50,000 tiger powers. In a head-on confrontation, he could at most battle against a first-level ground fiend realm expert. However, Li Ruolian's extraordinary talent and her position as a mentor in the Tiange Academy Mentor Foundation and potential far surpassed the ground fiend realm opponents Lin Chen had previously fought. The sheer density of her combat aura alone was enough to repel Lin Chen. While delivering her palm strike, Li Ruolian simultaneously whipped out her coiled whip, sending it sweeping forth in a sudden motion. A beautiful azure arc of combat energy sliced through the air. Rip! The long whip tore through Lin Chen's figure, but it was merely an afterimage. The examinees outside the arena were stunned. Since when was this freak's movement speed so terrifyingly fast? As the airflow shifted abruptly, Li Ruolian sensed something amiss only for the young man's silhouette to appear eerily behind her. Before the whip could lash back, Lin Chen blocked Li Ruolian's snowy white wrist with one hand, halting the whip's momentum. Blocking the blue whip, Lin Chen struck toward her ample peaks. Li Ruolian was both shocked and furious. This little brat had the cheek to try taking advantage of her at every turn, and right in front of everyone too. How could she possibly let him get away with it? Water blue curtain. The crystalline blue whip spun through the air as 4 battle chi water screens rotated around Li Ruolian, erupting with re-shattering force. They slammed violently into Lin Shen's chest, sending him flying over a dozen meters away. The moment he sent Lin Shen flying, Li Ruolian inwardly cursed. This was bad. Chapter 53, the second round of assessment. Examine Vigilator Li Ruolian has violated regulations by using combat techniques. Examinee Lin Shen is declared the winner. The presiding elder outside the examination grounds announced loudly, sending the crowd into an uproar. A Spirit Connection Realm 3rd stage examinee actually forced Li Ruolian at the Earth Fiend Realm 2nd stage to resort to her combat technique. Thank you, Mentor Ruolian, for going easy on me. Lin Shen smiled and cupped his hands in salute. Why did you resort to such underhanded tactics just now? Li Ruolian frowned slightly with her dark eyebrows and snorted coldly. Underhanded? If I didn't resort to some tricks, how could a mere 3rd-level Tongling realm cultivator like me last 10 rounds against an instructor? As the saying goes, all's fair in war, and besides, I meant every word about admiring your legs, instructor. Lin Shen's roguish grin drew secret admiration from the hot-blooded youths present. To dare flirt with their instructor repeatedly, this guy's audacity was truly unmatched. Li Ruolian's face flushed with embarrassment and anger as she prepared to retort, but an elderly man with silver hair materialized like a ghost outside the examination ground. Stroking his beard, he chuckled softly. Ruolian, girl, this youngster's perception is sharp. He undermined you with psychological tactics, exploited his movement techniques to ambush you, then leveraged his body refining advantages to force close-quarters combat, preventing you from unleashing your whip techniques and cornering you into defensive maneuvers. Your loss was no accident. The white-haired elder leisurely walked to the edge of the arena, and Li Ruolian bowed gracefully, speaking with reverence. Vice Dean, since you've spoken, Ruolian need not say more. Vice Dean? Hearing this title, the youngsters present all looked at the white-haired elder with awe. This was a peak powerhouse who stood at the pinnacle of the barren wastes. Countless people could spend their whole lives without even getting the chance to meet him. Young man, you seem to still have plenty of fight left. This old man looks forward to your performance in the second round of the examination. The Vice Dean smiled meaningfully at Lin Shen. Senior, there's really nothing more to it. I'm just a guy with nothing going for him except good looks and a bit of brute strength. Lin Shen shrugged and spread his hands, while the Vice Dean shook his head with a chuckle before turning his gaze toward the 2 factions outside the arena. Quite a few familiar faces have shown up today. The Deputy Dean stroked his beard with a faint smile at the Shangguan and Bai families, who all bowed deferentially toward him as juniors would. And to all you young talents out there, give it your all. The doors of Tangu Academy are always open to those with talent and drive. This old man looks forward to seeing you in the second round of assessments. The Vice Dean came and went like a shadow, leaving behind only a light, careless laugh as he stepped into the air and departed. Contestant Lin Shen, you have advanced to the second round of assessments. Please take your invitation letter. The elder referee returned the invitation letter to Lin Shen, while Li Ruolian shot him a fierce glare before storming off. Congratulations, young friend Lin Shen. Shangguan Yunfan came forward with 2 family elders and Shangguan Bihan to offer their congratulations. Bihan is also applying for the academy entrance exam this year. We hope benefactor Lin can look out for her. A kindly yellow-robed elder said with a nod and a smile. Beside him, Shangguan Bihan lightly protested, second elder, Bihan wants to pass through her own abilities. How could we trouble young Master Lin Shen? The elders Shangguan Yunfan had brought this time were relatively open-minded types. They could understand Lin Shen's original stance. So far from bearing any resentment, they still felt grateful. Miss Bihan has already reached the 8th level of the ethereal realm. Who's helping whom isn't certain yet. Lin Shen said half-jokingly. So the Shangguan family knows big brother Lin Shen too. Bai Juanhao also came jogging over with a group of elders, happily congratulating Lin Shen. Oh, is this young brother the newly emerged Azure Dragon bloodline successor from the Bai family? Shangguan Yunfan's advanced purple golai technique saw through Bai Juanhao at a glance as he asked with a mix of seriousness and friendliness in his smile. You honor me too much. This humble junior Juanhao pays respects to all elders and sister Shangguan Bihan. Having received Lin Shen's teachings well, Bai Juanhao clasped his hands in salute without arrogance or servility. I never expected Master Lin Shen would also participate in the Heavenly Song Academy's examination. What a fortunate coincidence. While congratulating Lin Shen, the elders of the Baijia family sought to establish friendly ties with the Shangguan family. Both families recognized each other's potential and stature, fostering a consistently warm atmosphere. Witnessing the venerable ancient clans of Sunset City and the foremost treasure appraisal family of the desolate region treating Lin Shen with such courtesy, even reverence, the examinees who had previously mocked Lin Shen now tucked their tails between their legs, silently slipping away. Shangguan Bihan and Bai Juanhao's exams were considerably easier compared to Lin Shen's. Lin Shen had passed and was now waiting for the second round of assessments. Unable to resist boredom, Lin spent his downtime circling the entire examination grounds, gathering all the scattered attribute orbs. He collected numerous elemental orbs of the 5 phases, boosting his raw strength to 53,000 Tiger Forces. By afternoon, all candidates had completed their examinations. Out of 155,000 young talents hailing from various regions of the desolate lands, less than 80,000 remained after just one day of eliminations. Half the competitors were eliminated in one stroke. Everyone, what follows is the Academy's second round of assessment, which will also be the final trial, announced the Vice Dean as he materialized 100 zhang above the Xiantian Plaza, stroking his beard with a smile. This year still brings quite a few promising youngsters, slightly better than previous sessions. Listen well, all of you, the second assessment requires you to enter the Tianlong mountain range from Xiantian Plaza in half an hour. Within the mountains, you must gather the Academy-exclusive dragon tendon grass within 7 days. Candidates who collect more than 5 stalks and ultimately reach the Valley of Endings will have their surplus dragon tendon grass converted into academic credits. Those who meet these requirements will pass the second assessment and officially become outer court disciples. On the journey ahead, examinees are permitted to attack one another and seize each other's dragon vine grass, but maliciously taking lives is strictly forbidden. The assessment will be monitored throughout by 100 mentors and elders. Anyone found deliberately attempting to kill will be disqualified. The mountain range may also harbor powerful savage beasts. If you encounter danger beyond your capabilities, you may voluntarily forfeit your eligibility and will be escorted to safety under the protection of the elders or mentors. To avoid overcrowding before the assessment, the Xiantian Plaza has 8 entrances divided into 4 examination zones: east, west, south, and north, leading into the Heavenly Dragon Mountain Range. Each zone is allocated an equal number of examinees. Everyone, please confirm the examination zone specified on your invitation letter. With that announcement concluded, the Vice Dean departed with the wind, carefree as drifting clouds and wild cranes, embodying the grace of an immortal. Hearing that this year's assessment format differed entirely from previous ones, the crowd in the plaza buzzed with discussion. Some of the young talents had already begun forming alliances, pledging to assist one another during the examination. Young Master Lin Chen, Bai Han is in the western district of the examination hall. I wonder if we might go together. Shangwan Bihan struck up a conversation with Lin Chen, who flipped through his invitation letter and casually waved it. I'm in the eastern district. It seems fate hasn't brought us together yet. Lin Chen's remark about fate not yet aligning made Shangwan Bihan blush crimson, and she hurriedly tried to explain herself. I'm in the southern district. Looks like I can't team up with brother Lin Chen either. Beside him, Bai Juanhao shook his head helplessly. The Bai family members couldn't help feeling regretful, for they had personally witnessed Lin Chen's terrifying strength that seemed to have no bottom. Boom! The colossal gates rose, and at the far end of the Xiantian Plaza, 8 towering doors, each 100 zhang high, swung open simultaneously, unleashing a tempest of primordial chaos. All examinees must depart within half an hour. Those who fail to set out by the deadline will be considered as forfeiting their qualification. The Vice Dean's voice echoed once more across the plaza. No sooner had his words faded than a swordlight flashed past the giant gate. The foremost geniuses had already taken the lead. Chapter 54. Trial Objective, Dragon Tendon Grass. Not to be outdone, the multitude of young talents immediately gave chase, and within moments, a flood of examinees began pouring through the 8 colossal gates. Let's meet again at the Valley of End. Lin Chen waved to Shangwan Bihan and Bai Juanhao before leaping forward, becoming the first to enter the eastern entrance of the Dragon Ridge Mountains. With a thunderous roar, 10,000 prodigies unleashed their movement techniques in unison, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Activating his violet gold eyes, Lin Chen perceived the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the surrounding terrain, instantly pinpointing potential locations where rare treasures might be hidden amidst the vast mountain ranges. Leaving the mainstream crowd behind, Lin Chen swiftly propelled himself forward with practiced footwork, his figure flickering through continuous leaps. After the candidates who passed the first round of examinations departed, the accompanying servants and family members gradually left the square, their hearts filled with poignant reflections and quiet anticipation. The Vice Dean reclined in a pavilion nestled in the southern grounds when suddenly, for the first time, his perpetually unperturbed expression darkened with rare solemnity. 2 graceful figures glided through the air like ripples upon emerald waters, descending soundlessly into the Vice Dean's courtyard pavilion. Never imagined our remote Sky Song branch would receive such distinguished guests. My apologies for not greeting you properly. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting our Sky Song Academy? The Deputy Dean rose and gave a solemn bow with clasped fists. We've come for someone. From between 2 graceful silhouettes, the green-robed figure spoke impassively. Upon hearing this, the Deputy Dean's eyes flashed with a glint of cunning. Late at night, eastern region of the Sky Dragon Mountain Range, a silver-glowing herb about the size of a finger, resembling a root fungus, grew beneath a towering tree and was uprooted moments later. Lin Chen plucked the dragon tendon grass, narrowing his eyes slightly. This efficiency is too low. I've only found 2 stalks of dragon tendon grass so far. I need to find an elevated position where my purple gold pupils can be fully utilized. Suddenly, Lin Chen brought the dragon tendon grass to his nose and took a deep sniff, his face filled with rapture.
How incredibly fragrant!
If this dragon tendon grass were to be prepared by a barbecue prince like me, it would absolutely be top-tier ingredients. The Heavenly Dragon Mountain Range is said to be formed from the remains of an ancient dragon's corpse.
This place, nurtured and tempered by dragon blood, produces many unique medicinal herbs. Dragon's tendon grass is one such herb, renowned for its calming and tranquilizing effects.
When used in large quantities for concocting elixirs, it can also nourish spiritual energy, making it a truly exceptional medicinal ingredient.
This thing might be tempting, but Lin Chen couldn't bring himself to eat it now. His exam results depended on it.
Putting away the dragon tendon grass, Lin Chen continued onward, focusing his search on elevated hills and cliffs, ideal vantage points for utilizing his violet gold eyes.
15 minutes later, Lin Chen arrived atop a mountain peak towering hundreds of meters high. He gazed into the distance, fully activating his violet gold eyes.
The entire world's scenery transformed before his vision. Purple lightning crackled across his sight, spiritual energy condensed into mist, and faint traces of the great Tao's essence subtly revealed themselves to Lin Chen. Threads of silver mist rose into the void, their positions precisely marking where dragon tendon grass grew. Directly northwest, an unyielding silver vortex hovered in the sky, spanning a full 30 meters in diameter.
Lin Chen's gaze instantly locked onto the whirlwind's exact location. So many? Could these all be dragon tendon grass?
With wind thunder fire steps activated, Lin Chen dashed swiftly toward the location of the silver vortex. After about an hour, Lin Chen arrived at the site of the silver vortex, a dilapidated valley in utter ruins. Lying prone atop a withered ancient tree, Lin Chen observed the valley suffused with baleful energy and overgrown with dead grass.
Clearly, a fearsome beast lurked within.
Just by sensing with his spiritual power, Lin Chen discovered a giant serpent coiled among the vast withered grass, its rank already reaching the 4th tier. Within the massive nest woven from withered grass, Lin Chen spotted over 100 stalks of dragon tendon grass piled together. Most importantly, hovering above the stacked dragon tendon grass was a silver treasure chest.
So it really is dragon tendon grass.
Hidden among the trees, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He scattered ample amounts of concealing powder over himself to mask his aura, then cautiously approached the depths of the nest. Step by step, 10 paces, then 100. Lin Chen's amethyst gold eyes continuously observed the colossal serpent beneath the withered grass. It seemed to still be in a state of slumber and cultivation, its internal energy surging and circulating without any sign of waking. Upon reaching the nest, Lin Chen opened his spirit storage ring and swiftly collected all the dragon tendon grass before extending a hand to grasp the silver treasure chest hovering in midair.
Host has opened the ancient bronze treasure chest, obtained. Roar!
The system's light screen had just popped up, and Lin Chen hadn't even had time to glance at it when a roar tore through the night sky.
Oh no, that big guy woke up.
Lin Chen's scalp tingled with terror. Without a second thought, he instantly spread his true flame purple phoenix wings, transforming into a streak of purple fire streaking across the night sky as he fled toward the horizon.
Boom!
The earth shook and mountains trembled as a colossal creature dozens of zhang tall emerged. Standing on 3 legs, with horns on its head and a massive tail sweeping through the air, it smashed its nest to splinters. Had Lin Chen been even a moment slower, this behemoth would have crushed him into paste. It's a dire serpent about to evolve into a horned dragon. Lin Chen gasped in shock. This enormous beast appeared to be at the early 4th rank, but its combat prowess was on par with even 5th-level Earth Fiend realm cultivators.
The frenzied demon python's bloodthirsty, savage eyes locked onto Lin Chen in midair.
Its massive serpentine body surged upward, shattering the surrounding ground as it madly lunged toward him.
Holy shit!
At Heavenly Dragon Mountain Range, Mystic Convergence River, several examinee teams had set up camp here, numbering over 200 people in total. Nighttime was the peak period for savage beasts to roam, so they all planned to act during daylight hours.
Bang!
Suddenly, a meteor-like streak shot across the horizon before crashing into the Tongxian River, sending towering splashes skyward and startling the resting examinees into instant alertness.
What's happening? What was that? Was there a savage beast attack? Or did the opposing team ambush us?
The examinees immediately went on high alert, only to see a drenched figure stagger up from the riverside, panting like an ox.
Hundreds of examinees stared at him in stunned silence. Damn it, that giant freak's gone crazy.
Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He hadn't expected the horned demon serpent to deny him even the chance to take flight, lunging at him directly. Roar! The horned demon serpent rampaged forward, shattering mountains and splitting boulders, crashing through the cliffs of Tongxian River, severing its currents, and appearing abruptly before all the examinees. The emergence of this unrivaled predator turned the faces of every examinee as pale as paper. A 4th-order savage beast? The 3-legged horned python, that's a horned devil python on the verge of transforming into a horned dragon. It's rivaling experts at the 5th level of Earth Fiend realm or above.
Some well-informed examinees gasped in shock, staring wide-eyed at Lin Chen.
Just what background did this guy have to provoke such a sovereign-level beast? Dozens of miles away in a dense forest, several instructors emerged, gazing in astonishment toward the direction of Tongshan River. What's the deal with this young man who suddenly appeared? How did he provoke this huge beast? What should we do? Should we step in now? With their current strength, these youngsters might be completely wiped out if they face the siege serpent.
Let's intervene. Wait, hold on, take another good look.
Within the mystic river, the siege serpent let out a long roar, its twin claws slashing through the air as it charged fiercely toward Lin Chen.
Since I can't escape for now, the only option is to fight.
Lin Chen took a deep breath and activated the Azure Dragon tattoo on his left arm.
Chapter 55, Grilled Gluten. Azure Dragon Bloodline Unleash.
The rolling killing aura condensed into a cyan glow enveloping Lin Chen's left arm, instantly forming a massive azure dragon limb spanning over a dozen meters. Its emanated momentum churned the very winds and clouds into chaotic turbulence. Lin Chen surged forward with explosive steps, charging head-on as his dragon arm suddenly lashed out in a devastating strike that collapsed air currents, smashing through all opposition with sheer brute force. The horned demon serpent was caught completely off guard by Lin Chen's fierce counterattack, barely managing to raise its claw to meet his strike in a direct collision.
Boom!
The wind howled, and furious waves surged. The collision between the man and the python was like a meteor crashing to earth, unleashing a violent hurricane that obliterated everything, sending over 200 examinees flying hundreds of meters away. Squeak! The demon python let out a piercing shriek as it was struck down into the profound river by the azure dragon arm. With a single move, he knocked down the demon python, causing several attribute orbs to drop.
Lin Chen swiftly picked them up before hastily darting away with nimble footwork.
Witnessing this scene, numerous examinees gulped down their saliva, staring blankly in the direction Lin Chen had departed.
Who exactly is he? He actually defeated a grade 4 python demon with a single move?
Several instructors standing dozens of miles away from the examinees were equally stunned.
200,000?
No, over 230,000 tiger strength units. This kid actually unleashed pure physical force exceeding 230,000 tiger strength units in an instant. I can sense the domineering aura of the dragon race emanating from him. What a monstrous genius this lad is. The few mentors and elders let out a sigh of admiration, but then their expressions suddenly changed. Oh no, that demonic python has become even more savage after being knocked over.
Make your move, or those little ones won't survive.
Who would have thought such a dark horse would emerge on just the first day of the assessment?
Shortly after Tong Xuanhe left, Lin Chen heard violent tremors erupting behind him as several overwhelming battle auras soared to the heavens, thoroughly suppressing the giant devil python.
It must have been those instructors and elders who intervened, Lin Chen thought to himself. He sprinted all the way, covering over 100 miles before finding an open grassy area where he sat down on the ground.
Lin Chen opened his system interface. He hadn't yet opened the silver treasure chest obtained earlier from the python serpent's lair.
Host opened the pale silver treasure chest, obtained 2,000 premium dragon tendon grass bundles. Holy shit! Lin Chen jumped in fright. It had taken him tremendous effort just to snatch 100 bundles of dragon tendon grass, yet this chest yielded 2,000 bundles in one go?
Ha ha ha, this evaluation is completely settled now.
It seems I can freely scour the heavenly dragon mountain range for opportunities to grow stronger. Lin Chen laughed heartily with joy when suddenly, his stomach emitted a series of ferocious growls. He froze momentarily as weariness crept through his body. Now that he thought about it, he'd been collecting attribute orbs continuously ever since before entering Xiantian City without having a proper meal.
Battle Chi can stave off hunger, but it can't satisfy my appetite.
Lin Chen licked his lips, about to search the surroundings for prey, hoping to hunt some fierce beasts to fill his belly. Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the dragon tendon grass in his hand, and a mischievous grin crept onto his face. Late night, occasional low growls roared through the mountain range.
3 instructors stood atop a griffin, surveying the surroundings for hundreds of miles.
At that moment, an enticing aroma of spicy fragrance wafted over, whetting the appetite, accompanied by a refreshing scent that cleansed the mind.
How fragrant! What is that smell?
TSK, this old man has tasted delicacies from 100 cities across the wasteland, but never caught a whiff of a treasure as fragrant as this.
Over there, let's go check it out. The 3 mentors couldn't suppress their curiosity and flew toward the source of the fragrance.
As they approached the source, the boy's deep and magnetic voice reached their ears.
Sweet and fragrant, have you tasted it yet?
Ever tasted that fiery sensation? Have you ever heard the singing of the handsome Lin Chen? The real grilled gluten skewers, they're absolutely amazing. On the vast grassland, a youth in a silver robe set up a wire grill rack, skillfully holding over a dozen skewers of chewy gluten strips. With practiced ease, he sprinkled seasoning, brushed on oil, and flipped them all in one fluid motion.
Oh my goodness! What kind of delicacy is this? Young people these days actually have this kind of culinary skill. Should we go down and ask him for some to satisfy our cravings? Wait, that's strange. Why does the stuff on those barbecue skewers give me such a familiar feeling? The three instructors were astonished while examining the skewers in Lin Chen's hands with even greater curiosity. Upon closer inspection, they were nearly scared out of their wits. The skewered delicacy in the young man's hand turned out to be dragon tendon grass, the rare heavenly treasure unique to their heavenly dragon mountain range. Is this youngster actually grilling dragon tendon grass? Damn! No wonder this thing smells so damn good, it's dragon tendon grass. It's only been the first day of the assessment. How did he manage to gather so many frostvine grass? The issue isn't that. With so many dragon tendon herbs, imagine how many spirit-enhancing pills we could refine. The three instructors were utterly terrified, their lips twitching uncontrollably. What kind of freak is this? He actually took the medicinal herbs needed for the assessment and grilled them. While the three instructors were heartbroken, Lin Chen had already finished grilling. He grabbed a skewer of roasted dragon tendon and stuffed it into his mouth. As he chewed, an aromatic fragrance burst forth, with spicy notes swirling through the air. Combined with the unique marrow-cleansing and spirit-nourishing properties of the dragon tendon grass, the tender yet slightly spicy aroma wafted for dozens of miles. It was simply unparalleled by any gourmet dish. The three instructors were practically drooling. Damn, this was way too tempting. The rich, savory sauce enveloped the crispy yet tender dragon tendon, brimming with chewiness. With the first bite, it combined with the surge of spiritual energy that enhanced the senses, flooding taste and aroma, a divine flavor that sent both tongue and mind soaring to the heavens. Feels good. Lin Chen marveled as he devoured the skewer in 3 swift bites, leaving the instructors torn between heartache and envy. What a waste of treasures. Should we go down and stop him? But the assessment rules prohibit us from interfering with the candidate's dragon tendon grass. While the three instructors hesitated, Lin Chen had already devoured over a dozen grilled dragon tendons. Just as the instructors were shaking their heads helplessly, thinking Lin Chen's farce would finally come to an end, suddenly, Lin Chen pulled out nearly 100 more dragon tendon grasses from his storage ring, shocking the three instructors into stupefied silence on their griffin mounts. If the previous dozen or so dragon tendon grasses had been just a farce, then these nearly 100 dragon tendon grasses were no joke. He's at it again, stringing up dragon sinew grass, and now he's going to roast and eat them. What in the blazes kind of examinee is this? Go report to old Baldy right now. 100 stalks of dragon sinew grass is no laughing matter. The moment the three instructors departed, a group of shadowy figures emerged in the woods about 10 li away from Lin Chen. This fragrance carries the scent of dragon sinew grass, and an enormous quantity at that. Among the examinee teams emerging from the jungle, the leading youth in purple robes nodded in affirmation. Chapter 56, I do love grilled gluten. Hey, brother Tangfeng, isn't that kid holding dragon tendon grass? Dozens of examinees immediately noticed Lin Chen's location and situation. Hiss, so many dragon tendon grasses. There must be nearly 100 portions. Wait, brother Tangfeng, that kid is the freak who repelled the horned python with a single move at Tongshan River earlier. Some sharp-eyed examinees immediately recognized Lin Chen's identity, exclaiming in astonishment. So it's him, no wonder he's found so many dragon vine grass. Everyone, hold your positions for now. Li Zhang, go notify the other 2 examinee teams, and also summoning Xiaoqiu and Master Sunflower nearby. We'll move together and seize all his dragon vine grass. At the eastern district of Celestial Dragon Mountain Range, within a stretch of withered forest, a cold-faced youth stood with his spear planted firmly behind him. 2 young talents appeared before him as fleeting shadows, cupping their fists respectfully. Young Masterine Xiaoqiu, our brother Tangfeng urgently wishes to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Collaboration? In the eastern district of the mountain range, by the lakeside, a charming young master clad in sunflower-patterned robes admired his own reflection in the water with delicate orchid-shaped fingers, lost in narcissistic delight. Beside him, 2 examinees stood waiting, their restless postures betraying their unease. A moment later, the enchantingly handsome young master revealed a faint smile, letting out a light, playful chuckle. Over 100 dragon tendon grasses? Repelling a 4th-rank savage beast? Fascinating. Swish! With a flick of his orchid-like fingers, the alluring young master vanished like a ghost from his original spot. As for Lin Chen, he had long been aware of 3 candidate teams lying in ambush around him, encircling him completely, the full 100 people, each with cultivation no lower than the 7th level of the spiritual awakening realm. Since you wish to wait, then I'll wait with you. Let's take it slow and play. Lin Chen picked up 10 skewers of spicy grilled dragon tendon and dug in heartily. From the moment they began monitoring Lin Chen, all the candidate teams were utterly shocked. This guy was actually roasting such crucial medicinal herbs, none other than dragon vine, the key ingredient for passing the assessment. If it weren't for their fear of Lin Chen's strength,
They would have rushed in to loot everything at once. He's actually grilling dragon tendon grass, oh my god.
What kind of madman is this?
These are valuable medicinal herbs that can be exchanged for academic credits.
Damn it all, he's already eaten over 20 skewers. He's polished off all 4 portions meant for those who pass the trial. Let's just charge right up there.
That move he used to repel the serpent demon might have been his last resort. There's no guarantee he can pull it off again now.
With every skewer Lin Chen devoured, the hidden team felt another pang of heartache.
By the time he had polished off over 60 skewers, someone among them was nearly at their breaking point. The soul storage ring flashed as Lin Chen pulled out another 100 strands of draconic tendon grass, completely stupefying all the examinee teams.
Where the hell did he even get so much draconic tendon grass? Are we taking the same examination? He probably picks dragon tendon grass like wildflowers on the roadside.
They weren't lying to this young master, you really do have an abundance of dragon tendon grass.
Leaves fell in profusion, the night wind bleak and desolate.
100 paces away from Lin Chen, a voluptuous young master stood leaning on his sword, studying Lin Chen with keen interest. When his gaze fell upon the dragon tendon grass placed beside the grill, a greedy glint flashed in his eyes. It's one of the top 10 rising swordsmen of the Barren Wastes, young Master Sunflower. The examinees' morale soared as they began revealing their true forms one after another.
I'll take 30 bundles of this kid's dragon tendon grass.
The hurricane raged as the young man stood tall, marching forward with a spear on his back. His cultivation level matched that of the Sunflower Prince, a 5th-rank Battle Soul Realm Master.
In Xiaoqiu, I didn't expect you to come as well. The Sunflower young master chuckled softly, a trace of wariness flashing through his eyes. Thank you both for coming.
Regarding the dragon tendon grass owned by this young man today, I hope you'll honor me by sharing it equally with our friends here. Tang Feng led the remaining examinee team out slowly, then clasped his fists with a smile.
Tang Feng of the Blood Drip Trio, huh? Very well, I'll humor you for now. Let's detain this brat first before we talk.
The two exchanged a glance among the young talents present. Only Tang Feng possessed the qualifications to stand as their equal.
These 3 prodigies ranked among the absolute pinnacle of the entire desolate domain.
So-called talents like Bai Xiaowei weren't even worthy of tying their shoes in comparison.
I was just wondering if you all have figured out your arrangements.
I happen to be full and itching for some exercise, thought you'd keep crouching there till dawn. Lin Chen slowly gathered all the dragon tendon grass, then curled his finger at the 3 leaders with a playful, mocking chuckle. You knew we were lying in wait for you, yet you dared to stay so calm.
Seeking death.
Tang Feng let out a chilling laugh, striking first as his solidified blood-red battle energy condensed into claw-like palms that lashed toward Lin Chen in a surprise attack. Battle Soul Realm. When battle energy within the body transforms into battle soul crystals, achieving its first materialization, resulting in an explosive surge in combat power. Force him to reveal his trump card. With Tang Feng's icy shout, nearly 100 young elites activated their battle techniques, their combined momentum so overwhelming it shook the heavens and earth, churning the winds and clouds across dozens of miles.
Frost Condensation Sword Technique, Soul Annihilation Spear. Yin Xiaoqiu and Sunflower Prince unleashed their 2 ultimate techniques simultaneously.
Sword Radiance and Spear Brilliance coiled like dragons as they shot toward Lin Chen. The ground cracked beneath them, mountains shattered, and forests were obliterated, all in the span of a single breath. Such a complex barrage of attacks was no less formidable than the might of a 4th-rank ferocious beast emerging, perhaps even surpassing it.
I've been waiting for you to make your move. Today, you've picked the wrong fight.
Lin Chen's left arm shimmered with the azure dragon tattoo as his draconic arm erupted like a divine serpent, sweeping across all directions and crushing every battle aura attack that came within 100 yards of him. The azure dragon arm's power reached 200,000 tiger strength, crushing all attacks entirely. The azure dragon arm flipped midair and slammed down furiously, sending Tang Feng, Sunflower Young Master, and Yin Xiaoqiu, who stood at the forefront, flying backward violently.
Isn't this supposed to be his ultimate killing move? How can he still wield it so effortlessly?
Tang Feng, coughing blood as he staggered back, wore an expression of sheer terror. By now, Lin Chen had already retracted his azure dragon arm and gripped the 7-star soul-snatching spear, transforming into a streak of wind, thunder, and blazing light as he charged into the crowd of young elite examinees. Storm of soul-stealing spears. Pinpoint spear glints erupted like a torrential pear blossom rain, the single technique sending dozens flying. Several were grievously wounded by Lin Chen's spear radiance, knocked unconscious in the first exchange before they even hit the ground.
Silver severing void blade. A dozen young elites swung their swords in unison, forming an encircling blade array.
Frosty silver sword radiance flickered like drifting snowflakes, sealing all escape routes for Lin Chen.
Flame Demon King Seal.
Palm Force erupted violently, unleashing a battle chi handprint carrying 50,000 tiger strength that smashed forward. With a single palm strike, it shattered the sword formation's might, sending over a dozen young elites flying backwards with blood spurting from their mouths.
In terms of pure strength alone, Lin Chen could already hold his own against a first-level Earth Fiend realm opponent.
Combined with his peak green tier combat techniques, he became nearly invincible amid the battlefield, an unstoppable force among the masses. These examinees may have outstanding innate talents, but none exceeded the second level of the War Soul realm, and most couldn't even withstand a single move from Lin Chen's hand. Over 100 examinees were sent flying across the sky by Lin Chen alone. Countless attribute orbs rained down madly, piling up on the ground in a dazzling array of colors, forming a spectacular sight.
Chapter 57, The True Dragon Mountain.
Frenzied Demon Spear. A dim crimson streak tore through the air, moving with lightning speed like rolling thunder. It instantly cleaved through a 1,000-year-old towering ancient tree in its path. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, his fingers twisted as the Soul Reaper spear reversed trajectory midair, thrusting forward with a piercing strike.
Clang! The clash of two spears sent sparks flying as Yin Xiuqiu's spear point met the soul-severing spear in midair.
Though Lin Chen's combat aura cultivation paled in comparison to Yin Xiuqiu's, his sheer physical strength allowed him to repel the expert with brute force alone.
Triple Solar Flame Blade Technique.
No sooner had Yin Xiuqiu been repelled than Tang Feng and the Solar Flame Prince closed in from both sides, their attack trajectories forming a deadly pincer movement. The air blossomed with phantom sunflower shadows, each illusion concealing 100 lethal intents as countless sword energies twisted and annihilated themselves in midair.
Death's Soul Reaping.
Lin Chen hurled the 7-star soul-snatching spear with one hand, transforming it into a streaking meteor that pierced through the sky full of sunflower sword energies, exploding into a shower of starlight.
10-strand Blood Hand.
Tang Feng launched a surprise attack from Lin Chen's left side, his 5 fingers twisting into blade-like edges as vast demonic killing intent surged forth, striking directly for Lin Chen's heart.
I'll strand your damn head.
His left fist descended like a mountain-shattering hammer, swinging horizontally. With a slight activation of his Azure Dragon bloodline, Lin Chen's left arm strength skyrocketed to 90,000 Tiger Force. It suddenly smashed towards Tang Feng's handblade.
Boom! Crack! The sound of shattering bones was spine-chilling.
Tang Feng tumbled to the ground like a kite with its string cut.
Ah, my hand!
Tang Feng clutched his twisted, deformed arm, rolling on the ground in agony. Lin Chen landed, and the entire area was filled with wails of pain. Numerous young elites lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move. Yin Xiuqiu and the Sunflower Prince, having been repelled by Lin Chen, instantly fled, vanishing without a trace. The 3 top prodigies of the Barren Domain and Sunflower Prince, Yin Xiuqiu, and Tang Feng ended up wounded, fleeing, and crippled. Moreover, he single-handedly took on over 100 examinees. Such combat prowess left all who witnessed it utterly terrified and panic-stricken.
This Lin Chen was simply monstrously powerful.
Lin Chen swept his gaze across the crowd with undisguised arrogance.
Not a single examinee dared meet his piercing stare, their hearts trembling with dread. Would this demon actually slaughter them all right here? Though the assessment rules forbid killing, who could predict what this guy would do using common sense? He's the kind of monster who'd even grill and eat dragon tendon grass as barbecue.
Lin Chen simply bent down to pick up the numerous attribute orbs, completely ignoring the examinees lying unconscious on the ground.
Host obtained 185 points of mental energy.
Host obtained 7,985 points of cultivation essence. Host obtained 12,576 points of battle chi essence. Host obtained green tier supreme battle skill, Heavenly Seal Sword Art. A large number of attribute orbs were absorbed into Lin Chen's body, along with a series of dropped treasure chests.
These attribute orbs fell from the examinees.
Most of them were battle chi essence and cultivation technique spirits, which was one of the main reasons Lin Chen chose to fight them. The attribute orbs dropped by slain beasts were mostly composed of the 5 elements or vital energy, with fewer cultivation technique spirits and battle chi essence. However, Lin Chen's mysterious mental cultivation technique, the primordial sacred scripture, required a large number of cultivation technique spirits to advance to higher levels. Moreover, his cultivation realm required vast amounts of combat essence, and the emergence of these examinees perfectly filled the void in his training. These examinees' cultivation levels all surpassed Lin Chen's, and their cultivation techniques were no less impressive. The attribute orbs of combat essence they dropped were extraordinary, with exceptionally high numerical values. Host has obtained a total of 116,000 cultivation essence, 240,000 points of combat essence, 25,400 points of metal energy, 29,800 points of wood energy, 34,100 points of water energy, 27,700 points of fire energy, and 23,100 points of earth energy. Host absorbs all combat essence, advancing to the 4th level of the ethereal spirit realm, then to the 5th level of the ethereal spirit realm.
The numerous examinees lying on the ground stared wide-eyed at Lin Chen as he bent over and fumbled wildly at thin air. Had he truly broken through to the 5th level of the spirit awakening realm in one breath? He absorbed all the attribute orbs, pushing the true water origin restoration technique to greater heights. His cultivation soared right through 2 consecutive breakthroughs. Lin Chen patted the dust off his clothes with satisfaction, about to leave, when he caught Tang Feng's venomous, hate-filled glare. It seems you're quite unwilling to accept this. Though I owe my breakthrough to you,
that claw strike of yours earlier was clearly aimed at taking my life. Lin Chen walked up to him with a smile and said.
Tang Feng laughed with maniacal ferocity. Kid, don't get cocky. Murder isn't allowed during these trials. My cousin and elder sister are both in the inner court of Tiange Academy, powerful figures of great renown. If you hand over all the dragon tendon grass now, I might let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, once you enter the academy, I'll have 100 ways to make you suffer. Oh, 100 ways to make me suffer?
Lin Chen feigned fright before revealing a chilling smirk.
You probably don't realize I have 100 ways to cripple you right now. Crack!
The sound of snapping bones echoed once more, with Tang Feng's agonized screams reverberating across a dozen miles.
Until Lin Chen departed, all the examinees stood frozen in terror, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. At dawn, a dozen mentors and elders arrived astride griffins from the sky, witnessing the countless examinees sprawled across the ground and the startling battle scars left behind, all exchanging stunned glances. The bald elder leading the group stepped through the air and landed on the ground. His aged eyes narrowed slightly as if glimpsing the fierce intensity of the battle that had taken place here moments before. After a while, the bald elder clicked his tongue in amazement.
To single-handedly counterkill over 100 examinees, and even duel 3 exceptionally talented youths alone while achieving an overwhelming victory, quite extraordinary, truly extraordinary. On the second day of the assessment, Lin Chen set out toward the central region of the Heavenly Dragon Mountains. He had already gathered the dragon tendon grass required for the trial. His true targets were the countless rare treasures scattered across these mountains. He intended to thoroughly sweep through them to stockpile materials for future pill refining. With his purple gold eyes technique, finding these treasures was as easy as taking things from a bag. In just 2 days, he had already collected numerous high-grade herbs from the eastern and southern districts, storing them all in his spirit-gathering ring. While everyone else was still scrambling to gather dragon tendon grass, he had already made himself rich beyond measure. On the fourth morning, just as Lin Chen was planning to head to the western region of the mountain range to gather herbs, he observed a majestic dragon aura rising from the heart of the Tianlong mountain range, coiling in the 9 heavens, lingering without dispersing.
What is this?
Startled, Lin Chen activated his violet gold eyes, only to find that he couldn't see through whatever was concealed within the dragon aura.
Could it be the birth of some extraordinary worldly treasure? I must go and see.
Lin Chen then headed towards the central region of the Heavenly Dragon Mountain Range. At noon, in the heart of the Heavenly Dragon Mountain Range, a towering peak soared into the heavens like a crouching tiger or coiling dragon, dominating the landscape between earth and sky. The mountain was extraordinarily steep, with near-vertical cliffs offering only a handful of precarious footholds.
Its summit pierced through the clouds, vanishing beyond sight into the firmament.
Moreover, adjacent to this imposing mountain stood a majestic, smaller volcano, emanating waves of scorching fire attribute energy from within its depths. At the foot of the steep mountain peak, a large crowd had gathered, with most people staying outside the base, watching in awe. Standing before the mountain base were several dozen figures, men and women, all participants in this assessment. Their presence was extraordinary, their bearing rivaled dragons and phoenixes, lofty and dignified, their brows radiating arrogant confidence and disdain. These dozens of individuals essentially comprised the most elite martial prodigies from all 4 examination districts of the Heavenly Dragon Mountain Range east, west, north, and south.
Chapter 58. Heroes ascend the true Dragon Mountain.
Among the group at the mountain's base, aside from the rather peculiar Bai Juanhao, even the lowest cultivation level present was the 5th layer of the War Soul realm. None of them exceeded 25 years of age, each was a celestial genius that could only emerge once among tens of millions of people. At this moment, this batch of heaven's favored children all gazed upon the extraordinary mountain before them with solemn reverence. This is True Dragon Mountain, legendary for its height of 88,000 meters, with over 9,600 steps. The higher one ascends its staircase, the greater recognition they receive from the true dragon's approbation. A young noble in white robes fanned himself with a smile, his eyes blazing with intense fighting spirit.
Lin Zihao, what's the matter? Can't hold yourself back?
Behind the white-robed noble, a maiden in translucent green gauze covered her mouth with a light chuckle. Her brows carried an arrogance that looked down upon the crowd.
Hee hee, it's only natural we'd want to give it a try.
They say no one has ever reached this mountain's summit. The highest recorded climb only reached the 3,781st step. That's still nearly 2/3 short of the more than 9,600 steps needed. The higher you climb, the stronger the dragon's might emanating from Dragon Mountain becomes. Only those who can withstand this draconic pressure may receive the true dragon baptism. Those are the true geniuses. The gathered prodigies exchanged glances, their fighting spirit stirring with restless anticipation. Those who can stand here are the most elite martial arts prodigies of the barren territory. None of them yield to another, but since they cannot fight one by one to determine supremacy, the competition at this true Dragon Mountain will rank this generation's top geniuses. Whoever ascends the most steps will become the top-ranked freshman of Sky Song Academy. Whoosh! Sword-light crisscrossed the air as a young man in red robes, carrying a sword on his back, leapt swiftly and landed steadily on the 10th-tier stone platform.
It's the top sword prodigy of Manhwa City in the Barren Domain, the Solar Flame Swordsman, Xiao Yu. The observing examinees beyond the many prodigies exclaimed in amazement. Xiao Yu sprinted with effortless grace, leaping from the 10th stone platform in a continuous flurry of bounds, ascending over 100 steps in a single breath. 12 The rewards from the Dragon Gate were the most generous so far. Xiao Yu could clearly feel the spiritual energy from the blood crystal chi-slaying sword rushing into the meridians throughout his body. His cultivation continued to climb rapidly, showing no signs of slowing down. 12 The Dragon Gate's rewards proved the most bountiful yet. Xiao Yu distinctly sensed the spiritual energy from the blood crystal chi-slaying sword surging through his meridians, fueling an unrelenting ascent in his cultivation with no hint of stagnation. 13 Yet just as Xiao Yu was about to celebrate his victory here, his expression suddenly changed. He felt an indescribable, terrifying pressure descending upon him from above the stairs. Just then, 13 Yet just as Xiao Yu prepared to revel in his triumph, his countenance abruptly darkened. An unfathomable, dread-laden pressure crashed down upon him from the stairway's zenith. At that very moment, "Let's go too!" Several prodigies clenched their fists eagerly, itching for action. They leaped onto the stone platform of True Dragon Mountain in unison, following closely behind Xiao Yu. All the prodigies of the wild domain leaped onto the stone platform. Dragons vied and phoenixes followed, charging together toward the True Dragon Mountain. This scene drew increasingly more examinees to stop nearby, witnessing a contest that belonged solely to the heaven-favored geniuses of the wasteland. 30 miles outside Jinlong Mountain, atop a cliff, two beauties, one in green and one in purple, wore veils that concealed their true appearance. Seeing the prodigies already beginning their assault on Jinlong Mountain, the green-clad woman mischievously grinned and said, "Hee, sister, do you think if we went over, we'd reach the summit right away?" The purple-clad woman smiled gracefully. "Xinger, don't be impudent. All things possess spirit and vitality. We must regard anything that has endured the passage of time with equal respect, for each holds the heritage that has brought it this far, never to be underestimated. Tisk, how can those mediocre fellows compare to me and my sister? Oh please, just let Xinger go play for a bit, alright?" The green-robed girl clung to the purple-clad woman's jade-like arm, acting spoiled. The latter tapped her snow-white forehead with slender fingers and admonished her in a slightly stern tone. "Xinger, don't be naughty. We absolutely must not reveal our identities during this outing. It's already a great concession that the Vice Dean allowed us to visit this place." The purple-clad woman's warning made the green-clad maiden stick out her little pink tongue obediently, not daring to bring it up again. "I wonder if that Lin Chen will show up. My sister and I came here specifically for him. If he doesn't appear, I'll personally beat him until he comes to see my sister." The purple-robed woman could only shake her head helplessly at the playful antics of the green-clad maiden. At True Dragon Mountain, 2 hours had passed since the ascent began. The young geniuses climbing the mountain started hitting their limits, with some already pausing at the 1,000-step stone platform, panting like oxen and drenched in sweat. Some had already ascended to the 2,000th step. Though not yet reaching their limits, they too began to show signs of exhaustion, their strength faltering. Dragons might surge down like tidal waves. With each step up the stone platform, an awe-inspiring draconic pressure would emerge, permeating every pore, invading flesh, spirit, and even combat aura. Under such draconic suppression, even maintaining clear rationality became exceptionally difficult, let alone taking action. Many prodigies who had reached their limits could only sit cross-legged on the spot, using the scouring dragon energy to help temper their combat aura, making it more condensed and breaking through existing bottlenecks with newfound ease. This opportunity only comes once. If one attempts to climb the True Dragon Mountain a second time, the Dragon Chi's tempering effect on battle chi would be almost negligible. Xiao Yu from Manhwa City has already reached the 3,500th step. The Crown Prince of Longyang Empire, the Azure Dragon Prince, is merely 10 steps behind Xiao Yu. Lady Ling from the Ice King Palace is also among those stepping above the 3,400th tier. The candidates outside Jinlong Mountain were electrified with excitement. The highest historical record was 3,781 steps, but this time, 3 top-tier prodigies had actually ascended beyond the 3,000-step platform. Perhaps a new milestone would be set. As all eyes focused on those 3 figures at the pinnacle, a phantom-like sword light suddenly flashed like lightning, weaving through multiple turns in an instant to outright surpass the highly anticipated trio. "Who is that?" The candidates gasped in shock, and even the observing mentors couldn't conceal their astonishment. The dragon's might beyond the 3,500 step was already terrifying enough. How could anyone still muster the energy to move with such blistering speed? There stood a man in emerald green robes, a 3-foot sword hanging at his waist, his eyes shining like stars. He gazed down upon everyone from above, exuding an unparalleled sharpness and murderous aura from head to toe, so intense it pricked the eyes and filled onlookers with terror.
His sword remained sheathed, yet its peerless edge was already palpable.
If drawn, would it not stir the heavens and earth? I remember now.
It's Lu Jianqing from the drunken immortal sword manor, the unparalleled genius who emerged just half a year ago. They say he bears the bloodline of a sword king, a true prodigy of destiny. The two young examinees seemed to recall something at the same time, exclaiming in unison with shock.
Bloodline of the Sword King?
Hearing this title, all the examinees could only gaze up at Lu Jianqing in the sky, not daring to harbor even the slightest unreasonable thought. Lu Jianqing's aura erupted like 10,000 swords unleashed simultaneously. Even a single strand of his hair radiated the keen sharpness of a blade's edge. Against opponents of the same battle soul realm, he likely wouldn't even need to draw his sword. A mere lift of his hand could execute world-shocking swordplay that killed without trace or shadow.
A bunch of ants. I am the one destined to reign supreme over this desolate land.
Lu Jianqing looked down disdainfully at Xiao Yu and the Sanglong crown prince beside him before leaping into the air once more, landing on an even higher stone platform.
How dare you speak to this crown prince with such insolence? Once we descend from this true dragon mountain, I'll make sure you pay dearly for your disrespect, you bastard.
The Sanglong crown prince roared in furious frustration, while Xiao Yu wore an expression of solemn gravity.
Having reached the 3,570th step, they were already struggling immensely. Who could have imagined Lu Jianqing still had energy to spare?
In the end, Xiao Yu stopped at the 3,605th step, failing to break the record. The Sanglong crown prince fell even further behind by 15 steps, left with no choice but to sit cross-legged on the stone platform, seizing every moment to meditate and recuperate. Lu Jianqing sprinted upwards with unstoppable momentum, witnessed by all the examinees and mentors, as he ascended to the 3,951st step, over 100 steps beyond the previous record, stunning everyone present. It seems the Barren Lands are about to give birth to another supreme martial artist in recent years.
This old man believes this young lad has no need to linger in the outer academy anymore. He should be directly admitted to the inner academy. Only those seasoned veterans in the inner academy will be able to keep him in check. Many mentors and elders nodded in approval, showing great optimism toward Lu Jianqing.
This boy's talent merely earns him a place in the desolate territory at best. The so-called ultimate experts you speak of are nothing but slightly more robust ants in certain people's eyes. At this moment, the deputy dean seated high above the clouds spoke unexpectedly, causing many instructors to gaze at him in astonishment. The deputy dean's profound eyes were fixed on the distant cliff as he murmured quietly, "A true figure capable of standing at the pinnacle of heaven and earth, one destined to become the ultimate powerhouse, has already graced our academy with their presence."
Upon hearing these words from the deputy dean, all the instructors fell silent with expressions of fright and uncertainty. Chapter 59, Eat Shit, You. Lu Jianqing's emergence crushed all opposition, leaving no room for doubt. Just as every onlooker thought the clashes among this year's prodigious freshmen had reached their conclusion, a ghostly figure of a youth emerged from beneath the mountain.
A mountain, huh? I thought some treasure had appeared.
The silver-robed youth shook his head and sighed in disappointment, leaving the examinees puzzled. Who was this guy? When did he get so close? Isn't that the pervert who tried to assault Mentor Li Ruolian? Holy crap, it really is him.
Pervert, get out.
Don't you dare tarnish the sacred grounds of True Dragon Mountain. Get out, get out.
Before Lin Chen could even comprehend the situation, the examinees outside Jinlong Mountain unanimously scorned him, shouting for him to leave, leaving him utterly baffled.
Wow, is being handsome so envy-inducing these days? The green-clad young maiden standing on the cliff outside Jinlong Mountain gasped in astonishment. Sis, it's him, he actually came.
The woman in purple smiled gracefully and nodded.
The left arm fatally bears the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, with a solid foundation in body refinement and cultivation at the soul manifestation realm, exactly as described in the intelligence provided by the city lord of 10,000 Spirit City. There's no mistake about it.
The teams of examinees who had been instantly annihilated by Lin Chen were now staring at him in terror. How had this demon managed to track them down here? The bald elder overseeing the entire assessment flashed a shrewd gleam in his eyes.
So it's this kid, the monstrous genius who single-handedly fought 3 prodigies. Oh, so they actually don't want me approaching here and want me to scram? If you won't let me ascend, then I'll just force my way up.
Lin Chen chuckled darkly, leapt into the air with a flick of his toes, executed several mid-air turns, and landed steadily on the 30th step stone platform. The moment he set foot on the stone platform of True Dragon Mountain, draconic might swept over him like an all-pervasive hurricane.
Lin Chen felt an invisible pressure bearing down upon his head. Roar!
The moment this oppressive aura emerged, the Azure Dragon tattoo on Lin Chen's left arm let out a low roar, forming a swirling vortex that astonishingly absorbed all the dragon's might into his Azure Dragon arm.
Lin Chen felt the pressure instantly ease.
As he absorbed the dragon's might,
he sensed his azure dragon arm awakening a vague fragment of memory. This dragon's might actually gives my azure dragon arm a sublimating sensation. Licking his lips, Lin Chen was overjoyed. He never expected such a fortuitous encounter on these precipitous mountain peaks. Boom! This time Lin Chen exerted himself in earnest, his feet suddenly erupting with terrifying power. With the agility of his movement technique, he instantly rushed up the 500-step stone platform. Darting through with lightning-fast turns and direction changes, his speed left even many instructors astonished. The azure dragon arm unleashed a vortex-like suction force, devouring all the dragon's majesty and aura. Lin Chen advanced with unstoppable momentum, reaching the 1000th step in just 10 breaths, placing him among the first ranks of the Wasteland Realm's prodigies. 5th level of the Soul Awakening Realm? What the hell is up with this kid? The 5 prodigies stationed at the 1000th stone platform gaped in astonishment as Lin Chen's figure flashed past them with lightning speed, charging toward higher platforms. Old Baldy, what kind of monster is this kid? Some instructors mounted on griffins gasped in shock, while the bald elder hovering midair chuckled eerily. There's nothing strange about this. This lad could single-handedly challenge hundreds of examinees and defeat 3 of the Wasteland's top prodigies. If he didn't possess this kind of speed, we'd actually be underestimating him. Upon hearing Elder Tu's reply, some mentors who were seeing Lin Chen for the first time showed expressions of disbelief. How could someone at the 5th level of the Soul Communication Realm single-handedly challenge hundreds of examinees? Lin Chen pressed forward with unstoppable momentum, charging all the way to the 2000th stone platform. Bai Juanhao was positioned at the 2405th step. He was the youngest prodigy among those who had ascended the true Dragon Mountain. Bai Juanhao sat cross-legged in deep meditation, completely focused. Clearly, even as a bearer of the Azure Dragon bloodline, he had encountered some extraordinary opportunity here. Lin Chen merely chuckled at this before accelerating again. His speed didn't falter even as he reached the 3000th stone platform. He's reached the 3200th step. His potential is terrifying. Proctor Li Ruolian's delicate eyes trembled slightly as her jade-like hand instinctively covered her cherry lips. Any prodigy capable of ascending beyond the 3000th step possessed unimaginable potential and combat prowess. Even Li Ruolian herself couldn't confidently claim victory against such individuals. Didn't this mean Lin Chen could have easily passed her assessment from the very beginning, without even resorting to those underhanded tricks? This kid has more tricks up his sleeve than meets the eye, hiding his capabilities so well. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had already surpassed the Tsanglong Crown Prince of the Dragon Sun Empire in Xiaoyu, who held second place. Only upon reaching the 3700th stone step did his speed begin to slow gradually. At this point, the dragon's might had subtly reached the limit of what the Azure Dragon arm could withstand. Lin Chen now had to rely on his own physical body, battle energy cultivation, and even mental strength to resist the excess dragon's might that could no longer be neutralized by the Azure Dragon arm. He's surpassed Xiaoyu. Could he possibly break Lu Jianqing's record? The examinees held their breath, their eyes fixed unblinking on the number of stone steps Lin Chen had leapt over, silently counting each one in their hearts. Are you kidding me? I've already decided to start from this true Dragon Mountain, looking down upon all the proud talents of the wastelands. How could I let some brat ruin my plans? At the 3951st stone platform, Lu Jianqing opened his eyes, sharp, domineering, his sword chi bristling in aura fiercely unleashed. As Lin Chen approached the 3942nd stone platform, Lu Jianqing pointed like a sword mustering the scant battle chi he could still mobilize. With a flick of his 2 fingers, a pale cyan sword gleam tore through the void, straight toward Lin Chen. To sneak attack like that? Lu Jianqing is truly despicable. What a petty and narrow-minded bastard. When Lu Jianqing struck, the same thought crossed the minds of both the examinees and mentors. Though there was no explicit rule forbidding combat on True Dragon Mountain, launching a sneak attack was undoubtedly a despicable and underhanded act. Daring to ambush your brother Chen? I wasn't bothering you, but you came looking for death. Lin Chen activated his violet gold pupils, his toes barely skimming the sheer cliff like a dragonfly touching water as he scaled the walls effortlessly. With 3 or 4 nimble steps, he twisted midair to evade the piercing azure sword flashes with effortless grace. Heh, can't hit me, how frustrating. As Lin Chen brushed past Lu Jianqing, he even flipped him the middle finger. In the end, Lin Chen landed on a stone platform 1 tier higher than Lu Jianqing's, effortlessly showing off some moonwalk moves and surpassing Lu Jianqing by a full 6 tiers. Lin Chen now stood directly above Lu Jianqing, the distance between them no more than 3 meters. Damn, this kid has more tricks up his sleeve than I thought. How can he still move like that under such overwhelming dragon pressure? Grinding his teeth in fury, Lu Jianqing could only sit back down cross-legged, seething with resentment. But Lin Chen had never played by the rules. Standing right above Lu Jianqing's head,
he flashed an innocent, childlike grin. After just ambushing this handsome gentleman, you actually have the nerve to sit back down and cultivate so calmly.
Such shameless audacity is truly admirable, truly admirable.
With a beaming smile, Lin Chen retrieved a pair of masks and specially made gloves from his spirit storage ring. After putting on gloves and a mask, Lin Chen withdrew a greenish-brown bottled item from his low-tier spirit storage ring under the gaze of many bewildered eyes. The low-level spirit storage ring obtained from the divine martial sect was Lin Chen's treasure trove, specifically housing some jaw-dropping supreme-grade items.
Seeing the object in his hand, Lu Jianqing's heart filled with an ominous premonition.
When the lid of that greenish-brown bottle was opened, a terrifying stench surged through the air like a storm, forcing even the lion eagles reserved for the instructors and elders to retreat repeatedly. Even the spirit cranes perched thousands of meters high in the sky were frightened into turning and flying far away.
So foul. That's high-tier green frenzy bear dung in his hand. He actually carries around a bottle of shit with him?
Lin Chen examined the bottled contents in his hand with great satisfaction, carefully explaining.
1982 vintage green frenzy bear droppings, the essence excreted by omnivorous fierce beasts.
Look at this color, this moisture level, this texture, it's practically top-grade treasure.
A chill ran down Lu Jianqing's spine. Could this brat possibly be planning to?
After finishing his introduction, Lin Chen hurled the bottle of treasure in his hand straight at Lu Jianqing.
Eat shit, you bastard. Chapter 60, calm your fucking tits. Holy shit.
A whole bottle of blue rage bear feces came crashing down, instantly provoking a torrent of curses from Lu Jianqing. Positioned at the 3951st step, he had already reached his limit. Circulating combat energy and moving even an inch was excruciatingly difficult. When Lin Chen dumped the feces, he had no chance to dodge it.
Bam! An entire bottle of green berserker bear dung bloomed directly above Lu Jianqing's head, drenching him completely.
A terrifying stench enveloped the skies. When the examinees and mentors used their battle chi to clearly see what had happened above, they all burst into uncontrollable laughter.
Ha ha ha,
this Lu Jianqing actually got drenched head to toe in shit, what a legend.
Absolute devil. From now on, you can provoke anyone, just never mess with this Lin Chen. This feeling is simply incredible.
Lu Jianqing must be caught between a rock and a hard place. If he retreats from up there, he'll miss the dragon prestige baptism from True Dragon Mountain for the rest of his life.
Serves him right. Who told him to ambush others? What a despicable scoundrel.
Beyond the True Dragon Mountain, on the cliff's edge, a green-robed maiden laughed so hard her delicate frame trembled like blossoming branches in the wind.
Sister, this Lin Chen is really so bad. Haha.
Based on the forces and people he's helped along the way, he shouldn't be an utterly evil person, but he's definitely the type of youth who always repays grievances.
If anything, blame the one who provoked him first. The violet-clad woman pursed her lips in amusement.
Though this man's cultivation wasn't particularly high, his way of doing things was truly one of a kind. As the crowd roared in exhilaration, Lu Jianqing's eyes bulged with rage, glaring at Lin Chen with a hatred so intense it seemed like staring at his father's murderer. Yet before his hatred and fury could fully erupt, that Lin fellow was already holding another torch in his hand. They say that long-stored beast dung is prone to catching fire and even exploding, so all you kiddos should be extra careful when playing with fire and explosions are art. At the moment Lin Chen threw down the torch, he swiftly turned and dashed toward the higher stone platform.
Damn it, that bastard.
Lu Jianqing immediately turned and leaped downhill, but he was still a step too slow. The moment the torch touched his hair, it burst into violent flames.
Bang!
The bear dung dumped on Lu Jianqing erupted into violent flames, exploding in an instant.
Hurry, run, blown to shit. Lu Jianqing was blown to shit.
At the moment Lu Jianqing exploded, the examinees at the foot of Jinlan Mountain scattered in terror, activating their battle chi defenses. The falling stars blooming across the sky plunged relentlessly toward the mountain's base below.
The explosion nearly implicated the innocent bystanders, almost harming some of the geniuses on Jinlang Mountain.
Fortunately, they managed to deploy their defenses just in time, otherwise, they would have met the same fate as Lu Jianqing. Even the mentors hastily retreated, nearly getting splashed by the exploding fireworks blooming in the sky. That kid really has some nerve. Doesn't he fear offending Lu Jianqing? What a prodigy, truly a remarkable talent. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen spurred his steed forward, charging all the way to the 4100th step of the stone platform, where the dragon's aura began to intensify its obstruction against him. Witnessing this scene, the bald elder and the vice dean, who were observing from afar, exchanged puzzled glances, both filled with bewilderment.
This isn't right.
Logically speaking, the deterrent force of the dragon's aura formed above the 4000th step should be immensely powerful. Even if these youngsters had reached the 9th level of the Zhanpa realm, they shouldn't be able to advance an inch. Yet, the dragon's aura's effect on this kid seems unnaturally minimal. Watching Lin Chen charge past the 4200th step, even the vice dean and bald elder were utterly baffled. By the time he reached the 4270th step, Lin Chen had nearly reached his limit. The draconic pressure at this altitude was enough to suppress both his physical strength and mental energy completely, with even the Azure Dragon arm unable to bear the burden. If he activated the True Flame Phoenix wings, perhaps he could advance a bit further. At this moment, the relentless torrent of draconic pressure pouring into him was being absorbed by the Azure Dragon arm hidden deep within the Azure Dragon's bloodline. A dormant consciousness began awakening, gradually unlocking a brand new power. Boom! In less than 15 minutes, the green dragon tattoo on Lin Chen's left arm pulsed with a restless energy. The dormant green dragon blood within him awakened a new stream of memories, flooding into his consciousness like an unstoppable tide.
Divine ability, Green Dragon's Soul-Rending Claw.
Gather draconic energy to unleash a devastating dragon breath attack on a massive scale. After use, the user enters a weakened state with strength reduced by 40 to 50%.
As Lin Chen assimilated these memories, ecstasy exploded across his face.
System congratulations host. Host's Azure Dragon bloodline has awakened a new Dragon Clan divine ability through the tempering of ancient dragon might. A light screen popped up from the system. Lin Chen suppressed his excitement. This divine ability secret art wasn't a combat skill, and he still needed to thoroughly cultivate and master it before being able to use it. Lin Chen activated his violet gold eyes and discovered that this true dragon mountain seemed to conceal a faint yet tremendously powerful spiritual fluctuation.
Why does this dragon might feel somewhat similar to an aura I've sensed before? Just what could it be?
Suddenly, Lin Chen noticed something peculiar as he calmed his mind. The draconic aura he was tempering into his Azure Dragon arm bore a striking resemblance to fluctuations of certain psychic energies.
This spiritual fluctuation, it felt oddly familiar, as if he'd encountered a similar energy signature before? I remember now, it's Dragon Vine Grass.
Lin Chen slapped his thigh, enlightenment flashing in his eyes. The celestial dragon mountain range itself was formed from an ancient true dragon's remains. Both the Dragon Vine Grass and True Dragon Mountain shared the same lineage.
Their connection was utterly inseparable.
However, due to the rarity of dragon tendon grass, no one would ever use it recklessly, treating it only as a precious medicinal herb. Naturally, no one had discovered this secret. But this convention did not apply to Lin Chen, an anomaly in every sense. 4,270 steps, this boy far surpasses Lu Jianqing in talent.
A prodigious talent indeed, shattering the Academy's millennium-old records. With this performance, he'll surely be directly admitted to the Inner Academy, won't he?
The instructors and elders marveled incessantly, while the examinees watched with a mix of envy and barely concealed resentment.
If someone at mere 5th level Tongling realm could earn special admission to the Inner Academy, didn't that imply the rest of them couldn't even measure up to 5th level Tongling cultivators? This was no small blow for geniuses who had been universally recognized since childhood. Let's go. Staring longer won't change our fortunes.
We're still missing one dragon tendon herb, better focus on passing the assessment first. Just as some dejected sighs were leaving and the crowd was about to disperse, another candidate suddenly exclaimed,
"Look, what's that Lin Chen doing now?"
Everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Chen perched high above the clouds, seated cross-legged on a stone platform where he had set up charcoal and a wire mesh grill. He'd actually started lighting a fire. On two nearby stone platforms of different tiers, an array of seasonings and large batches of dragon vine grass were neatly arranged. With practiced ease, he skewered all the dragon vine grass onto bamboo sticks, lit the fire, applied oil, and sprinkled spices. Channeling his battle chi to intensify the flames, the fire roared, and in the blink of an eye, the dragon vine grass was perfectly grilled.
I love eating grilled gluten skewers.
Lin Chen hummed a little tune as he stuffed 2 grilled dragon tendon skewers into his mouth.
What is he doing? He's actually grilling dragon tendon grass on the True Dragon Mountain? Damn his ancestors. Is he deliberately showing off or what? So many dragon tendon grasses. My goodness, he's actually roasting them over the fire spit. Damn it. What a waste. Such a terrible waste.
I still need one more dragon tendon grass to pass the assessment.
He's roasting and eating the dragon tendon grass? That's just fucking insane.
The examinees who hadn't yet collected enough dragon tendon grass gritted their teeth in fury at this sight. Nearly choking with rage, Lin Chen's actions almost made them spit blood in indignation.
Some alchemy department elders and instructors practically lost their minds on the spot. Quick, stop him now. That kid's gone mad, he must be insane.
That's dragon tendon grass we're talking about. The entire Heavenly Dragon Mountain range only produces a few thousand plants a year,
and he just gulped down over a dozen of them in mere moments. We can't interfere with how examinees use the dragon tendon grass. Calm down, Elder Xing, calm down. Calm down? Go fuck yourself. Chapter 61, Lava Flow Grilled Tendons.
Just as the pharmacy department elders and instructors were about to erupt and charge forward, the vice dean spoke with a low, authoritative voice. According to examination rules, no one may interfere with how candidates use or obtain dragon tendon grass,
unless you no longer wish to remain at our academy?
At these words, the elders and mentors of the alchemy department gnashed their teeth and sighed deeply in frustration. Lying down, sitting up, sideways, Lin Chen devoured the roasted dragon vine grass on the stone platform in every conceivable position, his blissful indulgence stoking such fury in the examinees that they nearly combusted, while the elders' hearts bled with every bite.
Damn it! Over 100 stalks of dragon vine grass, gone as mere snacks for this brat. What extravagance! What waste!
A single stalk of dragon vine grass could serve as the main ingredient for a third-tier spiritual pill, while 5 stalks were essential for refining a 4th-tier spiritual elixir. That's over 100 plants gone, essentially consuming the primary medicinal ingredients for over 100 third-tier mental energy pills.
For any top-tier force in the wildlands, this would constitute a loss of utmost significance.
The 3 mentors who had previously seen Lin Chen roast over 100 dragon tendon grasses a few days ago watched the alchemy department elders heartbroken over the current situation and secretly snickered. You old folks always put on such airs. If you knew this kid had roasted over 100 skewers a few days ago, you'd probably die of anger.
Sister, what is he doing? The green-robed girl standing at the cliff outside Jinlong Mountain asked curiously.
Seems like he's eating some rare natural treasure. Probably one of the medicinal herbs required for this assessment. That's why they're so worked up. The purple-robed woman smiled with amusement. This person was truly unique and unpredictable in his ways.
At Mount Jinlong,
Lin Chen, who had devoured hundreds of skewers of roasted dragon tendons in one go, discovered the oppressive dragon might emanating from True Dragon Mountain had weakened slightly against him.
Sure enough, it works.
The dragon vine herb truly shares the same origin as the True Dragon Mountain. My guess was right after all. While everyone was still distressed and furious, Lin Chen soared into the air and began charging toward even higher positions on the True Dragon Mountain. 4,270 steps, 4,350 steps, 4,495 steps, 4,761 steps.
His staggering speed left everyone utterly dumbfounded. He actually reached the 4,800th step platform.
The bald elder, treading upon the void, spoke with a slight tremble in his voice. 4,800 step stone platform. Could this child's potential truly stand unrivaled across the entire barren domain? The candidates who had been furious moments ago now stared dumbfounded at Lin Chen, who seemed to be floating above the clouds. How had this guy suddenly sprung back to life and dashed up another 500 stone steps?
I got it. It's the dragon tendon grass.
Dragon tendon grass can resist the dragon's might of True Dragon Mountain, allowing this kid to move swiftly across the stone platform. The knowledgeable vice dean immediately clapped his hands in admiration, suddenly enlightened. Recalling Lin Chen's behavior from the past few days, Old Bald smacked his forehead in realization. No wonder this kid could charge up to the 4,800th stone platform. He'd been consuming vast amounts of dragon tendon grass. Standing firmly on the 4,801st stone platform, Lin Chen wiped his sweat.
Reached my limit again. Guess I'll have to roast another batch of dragon tendon grass. What a hassle. Maybe I should just eat it all at once and make one final push.
Lin Chen was just about to set up the grill again when the ground suddenly trembled violently.
Boom! Boom!
The earth roared as a force capable of transforming the terrain erupted from the mountain peak adjacent to the Jinlong Mountain.
Oh no, the volcano is about to erupt.
The bald elder narrowed his eyes and flashed to the side of the void-shifting mentors.
Elder Bald, should we suppress the volcanic eruption? There are still so many examinees nearby.
A mentor suggested, but the bald elder shook his head.
Suppressing the eruption while preventing volcanic rebound from endangering the examinees would require too many hands. It's not advisable to act now.
Join forces to deploy combat chi defenses and evacuate the examinees to a safe distance.
That examinee on True Dragon Mountain?
True Dragon Mountain has the protection of draconic majesty, and these youngsters are no ordinary folk. The volcanic eruption's force won't affect them much, no need to worry. Old Baldy waved his hand dismissively as he began issuing orders to his subordinates. Standing atop the stone platform of True Dragon Mountain, Lin Chen gazed down at the volcanic crater several miles beyond the mountain's borders. Fierce and violent fire energy was churning violently, gathering strength for an imminent eruption.
So it's a volcanic eruption, huh? Wait a minute, volcanic eruption. I've got a bold idea. Lin Chen abruptly had a brilliant idea and couldn't help but clap his hands in excitement.
On the other side, the instructors and elders descended to the ground in an orderly manner, positioning themselves in front of the numerous examinees before unfolding a bowl-shaped combat chi barrier that enveloped everyone.
The examinees, upon hearing the mentor's announcement that the volcano beside Dragon Mountain was about to erupt, gradually began to disperse and retreat to a safer distance. Young Master Lin Chen. Among the crowd of candidates, Shangwan Bihan gazed worriedly at Lin Chen atop the True Dragon Mountain. The volcanic eruption's force was concentrated at higher altitudes. It was inevitable that Lin Chen would be affected. The winds abruptly shifted, the scorching air temperature soaring vertically upward as billows of smoke rolled forth, a blazing heat wave sweeping across a 100-mile radius. Suddenly, one of the candidates cried out in terrified alarm, "Look! What's Lin Chen doing again?" Everyone froze, and when they looked in Lin Chen's direction again, they all gasped in shock. They saw Lin Chen holding a silver skewer dozens of meters long, skewering countless strands of dragon tendon grass together and suspending them right above the volcanic crater. Forget about the examinees, even the elders and bald elder twitched their lips violently at the sight of no less than 1,000 portions of dragon tendon grass. Seeing him suspend the dragon tendon grass in midair, all the mentors and elders were instantly stunned. A terrifying and insane conjecture simultaneously arose in their minds. 1,000 portions of dragon tendon grass. That would be equivalent to the passing quota for 200 examinees. Completely unfazed, Lin Chen held a 100-meter-long silver skewer, threaded all 1,000 portions neatly, then enveloped both skewer and herbs with wood element battle chi and water element battle chi respectively, preventing them from charring under extreme heat later. Witnessing this scene, the examinees were struck by a chilling realization that made their scalps tingle. He placed over 1,000 strands of dragon tendon grass atop the volcanic crater. No, don't do it! Many examinees even burst into tears on the spot, their hearts feeling as if sliced by countless blades. How great it would be to sell these dragon sinew grass to them. That golden key to passing the Tenga Academy's entrance exam, the very first step toward the pinnacle of martial arts. How many prodigies stumble at this very first step, never even getting the chance to spread their wings and soar? Damn it! Over 1,000 dragon tendon grasses. I can't stand it anymore. If I let this brat waste anymore, I'll go mad for sure. Several alchemy department elders could no longer restrain themselves and were about to take flight on griffins to snatch Lin Chen's dragon tendon grass. Boom! Kaboom! The earth-shaking explosion sent tremors through the mountains, frightening flocks of griffins into retreat. A towering column of flame erupted from the volcano's crater like a blazing sun, scattering countless streams of molten lava in its devastating descent. The moment the volcano erupted, every single dragon tendon grass was instantly set ablaze. This was a sight nobody would ever forget for eternity. At the instant of the volcanic eruption, Lin Chen held 4 or 5 seasoning bottles in one hand and tossed them into the air. Struck by the first wave of scorching heat, the jade bottles exploded violently. A skyful of seasonings rained down upon those gigantic roasted dragon tendons, sizzling upon contact. Then, swept by the volcanic eruption's shockwave, the spicy aromatic winds from the roasted dragon tendon grass engulfed the entire outer region of True Dragon Mountain. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The youth gripped the stone ledge with one hand, standing sideways thousands of feet in the air, flipping a silver skewer over the volcanic crater as he grilled dragon tendon grass. Volcanic lava grill roasted tendon skewers, done. Chapter 62, It's That Man. Among the examinees, someone couldn't help but start applauding. First we had Master Ling plucking east winds with power lines, now Master Lin toasting gluten over volcanic flames. So outrageous, utterly outrageous. Smells amazing. At the cliffside beyond True Dragon Mountain, the maiden in cyan robes twitched her delicate nose slightly as she caught the drifting aroma of pungent spices, her beautiful eyes lighting up with brilliant excitement. The purity of spiritual energy blended within this aroma is precisely what makes it so mouth-wateringly irresistible. The woman in purple smiled elegantly, her delicate hands summoning faint violet combat energy that shimmered protectively around herself and the young girl beside her. After several spins through the air, Lin Chen withdrew his steel skewer. The extraordinary fragrance proved unbearable. He immediately fell upon the meal with ravenous delight. All present stood dumbstruck, staring at Lin Chen's barbaric display of gluttony. Gulp! The instructors at the foot of Jinlong Mountain trembled, swallowing hard several times with difficulty. Roasting with dragon sinew grass as fuel and using a volcanic crater as the grill, who in all of history could be the second person to do such a thing? In this mortal world, apart from this Lin Chen, there probably truly isn't a second person who could pull off such an act that defies all conventions since ancient times. The alchemy department's mentors and elders stood utterly crestfallen, their faces deathly pale. The value of these thousands of dragon tendon grasses was no less than that of a green-grade alchemy manual. In this world, there actually exists such a miraculous man. Shangwan Bihan lightly covered her crimson lips with both hands, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliant astonishment. He's still advancing forward. Some examinees noticed that Lin Chen kept charging upwards past them, filling them with shock and awe. 5,000, 5,200, 5,500 steps. Lin Chen carried his extra-long grilled gluten skewers, munching on them as he climbed the mountain road. Eventually, he vanished from everyone's sight altogether. Even when they channeled combat chi to enhance their vision, his figure remained impossible to trace. He has ascended past the 6,000th step. Even the deputy dean's face was filled with solemnity.
drawing in cold breaths word by word. At an altitude of 20,000 zhang above True Dragon Mountain, a youthful figure leaped and flashed through the air, landing steadily on the stone platform. Lin Chen carried 1,000 servings of roasted dragon tendons, singing triumphantly as he charged unstoppably all the way to the 8,000th step of the stone platform. There must be some treasure at the mountain peak. Could it be another attribute rune? Excited and exhilarated, Lin Chen devoured several skewers of roasted dragon tendon, causing another fraction of the dragon's deterrent to dissipate as he dashed toward the summit at full speed. By the time he reached the 9,500th step of the stone platform, Lin Chen had finished all his roasted dragon tendon. With a satisfied belch, his gaze suddenly sharpened. True flame phoenix wings emerge. Hiss! A pair of wings blazing with rolling purple flames unfurled across the sky. Lin Chen leaped into the air, streaking like a meteor through the heavens, ascending over 9,600 stone steps in one breath to summit the peak. The summit of True Dragon Mountain was a steep sloping incline. Here, the majestic dragon's aura billowed powerfully, saturated with an intense spiritual resonance that conveyed the will of a mighty dragon, supreme and absolute. Its lingering might still palpable. The dragon's majesty here was so overpowering that even the vice principal and bald elder dared not rashly test its power, yet Lin Chen stepped onto this ground without the slightest pressure. Lin Chen stood battle ready, but when he activated his purple gold pupils, he detected an energy akin to life fluctuations atop the mountain peak. However, this energy was so feeble and minuscule that it could almost be disregarded. As he walked to the other side of the peak's slope, a white luminous orb suspended in midair caught Lin Chen's eye. Beside the orb, a banner was unfurled. That imperceptibly faint life fluctuation emanated precisely from within the white luminous orb. What the hell is this thing? Lin Chen frowned, verifying repeatedly that the glowing sphere didn't appear to be a living creature and posed no threat to him. He cautiously approached and placed his hand on the white luminous orb. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A sound of flowing energy reached his ears as the white orb unexpectedly fused into his body through his left arm. Boom! Crack crack! A surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into Lin Chen's body like a dragon returning to the sea. His mental power erupted with the sound of an eggshell cracking. Upon breaking through this barrier, waves of spiritual energy several times stronger than before surged forth. Host has obtained 20,000 points of spiritual energy. Mental cultivation realm has broken through to the spirit realm. My spiritual force has advanced to the spirit realm. Lin Chen was thrilled. Could this white orb actually be condensed spiritual energy? When Lin Chen picked up a large number of mental attribute orbs at the treasure appraisal conference in Wanling City, his spiritual power was already nearing the spirit realm. Now, with the help of the spiritual energy within this white light cluster, he had finally stepped into the spirit realm in terms of spiritual power. Suddenly, an overwhelming pain tore through Lin Chen's entire body, radiating from his dantian. He collapsed to the ground instantly. Ack! So painful! What is this? Lin Chen hurriedly mobilized his battle chi to inspect his internal state. Inside his dantian, apart from the boundless chi, a pale white ring had begun to gradually form. After the ring formed, Lin Chen's pain gradually subsided, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Upon closer inspection of the white ring, Lin Chen discovered that when he activated his Azure Dragon bloodline, the bloodline energy actually converged into the white ring. The Azure Dragon bloodline only filled 1/10 of the white ring before ceasing all reaction. This ring has formed some kind of connection with my Azure Dragon bloodline. Apart from that, Lin Chen found no other issues. Lin Chen inquired with the system, but even the system knew nothing about the white ring in his dantian. This left him utterly perplexed. The white ring in his dantian could neither be driven away nor destroyed. He had no idea whether it was a blessing or a curse. Perhaps when his Azure Dragon bloodline grew powerful enough to fully fill it, he might finally uncover the true nature of this object. Damn it, having such an inexplicable thing clinging inside my body really makes me uncomfortable all over. Lin Chen stood up and slightly released his spiritual power. The range he could perceive had expanded many times over compared to before. Breaking through to the soul realm with my spiritual power is indeed no small gain. Retracting his spiritual perception, Lin Chen stepped forward. When he lifted that banner, astonishment flashed in his eyes. It turns out, it was that man. At the foot of the True Dragon Mountain, after ensuring the examinees' positions and safety were secure, Bald Elder and the Vice Dean exchanged a glance. That kid's been up there for so long without coming down, could something have happened to him? Don't worry, this little fellow has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. If anything happens up there, it'll surely cause quite a stir. Let's wait and see. The history of this heavenly dragon mountain range is too ancient, there's no guarantee this kid would even. While the two were still discussing, a blurry figure came darting down from the True Dragon Mountain. Everyone fixed their eyes on it. It was Lin Chen. You brave lad,
you actually made it to the summit of True Dragon Mountain. Are you alright? The Vice Dean immediately sized up Lin Chen, noticing the young man's vigorous spirit and radiant demeanor, hardly resembling someone in any sort of trouble. Candidate Lin Chen greets the Vice Dean and Elder Bald. Lin Chen neither cowered nor boasted, holding his banner with a respectful fist and palm salute. Numerous mentors and elders gathered around, while the candidates craned their necks in eager anticipation, fixing their expectant gazes upon Lin Chen. Little one, since you're unharmed, could you tell this old man what lies atop the True Dragon Mountain peak? The bald man stared straight at Lin Chen, stroking his chin as he inquired. Lin Chen, don't worry, anything you obtain up there is your own opportunity. We won't take it from you. If you feel telling us might invite unnecessary trouble, you have every right to refuse. The Vice Dean smiled gently, giving Lin Chen an easy way out. Lin Chen shook his head, smiled casually, then handed over the banner. Shrugging, he said, "There's only this one banner here, nothing else apart from this." The Vice Dean took the banner and unfolded it, drawing everyone's gaze. Engraved on the banner were 4 dashingly written lines of verse, accompanied by a brief note. The Vice Dean, instructors, elders, and the candidates who first saw the banner all read it aloud in unison. Handsome beyond the heaven's shores, I stand atop the summit as the peak. Millions admire my grace through ages, alone I reign, seeking one worthy foe. Signed, Million Lone Champion. Those seeking to inherit my unparalleled handsomeness, inquire within the contact, 4795111424. The expressions of everyone shifted from astonishment to sheer awe. Handsome beyond the heaven's shores, I stand atop the summit as the peak. I am the heavens, I am the peak, I am the highest. How domineering this senior is. But what does this millions admire my handsomeness for generations, standing alone seeking one defeat mean? Could it be that the owner of this banner has become so handsome that no one can rival him? Nonsense. What do you know? Someone capable of reaching Jinlong Mountain's summit would never boast about mere handsomeness. There must be deeper meaning hidden within this banner. All examinees and instructors were filled with shock and awe. Even Tangu Academy had never fully unraveled Jinlong Mountain's mysteries, yet today someone had managed to place such a miraculous banner atop it. At this moment, another examinee voiced their doubt. This elder said he still has an inheritance? And what does the string of numbers 4759111424 mean afterwards? Don't overthink it. Such profound existence is beyond what mere mortals like us could possibly comprehend. Suddenly, Lin Chen cleared his throat in an exaggeratedly serious manner, drawing everyone's attention towards him. At this moment, our Mr. Lin gazed skyward at a perfect 45-degree angle, speaking with melancholic profundity. It is said that in this world, there exists a rare few who are devastatingly handsome, unparalleled under heaven. Only such individuals can find an ancient divine beast penguin and unlock this secret. The examinees asked eagerly and in unison, then how can one find that ancient divine beast penguin? I don't know either. Lin Chen suddenly shook his head with profound melancholy, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Lin Morin let out a deep sigh. Because I'm not handsome enough. Chapter 63, Miss, may I touch you? Lin Chen had just finished sighing when suddenly he sensed a familiar yet strange ripple of energy. He suddenly froze, turned his head, and activated his purple-gold pupils to peer 100 miles into the distance. Amidst the mountain range ravaged by volcanic lava, atop a cliff dozens of miles from True Dragon Mountain, 2 ethereally beautiful figures came into Lin Chen's sight. Among the 2 graceful figures, the beauty clad in purple concealed an immense energy within her delicate form, a force Lin Chen recognized all too well, attribute runes. At this moment, the 2 women had already begun turning to leave. Their movement techniques could truly be described as divine and unfathomable, elusive as ghosts. By the time Lin Chen blinked, they were already 1,000 meters away. If not for his high-level violet gold eyes, he wouldn't even have been able to catch a glimpse of their silhouettes. Fair ladies, please stay. This concerned the attribute runes, a matter of utmost importance. Lin Chen couldn't afford to care that this was happening in full public view. With a single stride, he leapt into the air, the true flame purple phoenix wings unfolding as he soared across the sky, transforming into a swift purple meteor streaking toward the 2 women. My goodness, did Lin Chen just fly away? He can actually fly. What level of cultivation has he reached? Phoenix wings? How does this brat possess something like that? That's not right, that direction is. All the examinees and instructors exclaimed in shock, with only the Vice Dean's expression changing dramatically. Everyone listen up. No one is to approach the direction or area where Lin Chen is, dismiss this instant. The Vice Dean's sudden shout terrified the examinees, leaving them trembling with fear. What's going on, old Xiao? Bald Elder was completely baffled by the Vice Dean's actions and questioned him. This kid has some unknown capability, he seems to have sensed the presence of those 2. The Vice Dean said with grave seriousness. Bald Elder seemed to connect this with those certain powers he mentioned earlier, his expression abruptly changing. You mean those 2 girls from over there? Old Bald lowered his voice to an almost inaudible whisper,
terrified that a third party might overhear. The vice principal gave a grim nod. He too had been thoroughly shaken by Lin Chen's actions. The implication was clear enough. Old Bald immediately understood what needed to be done. He began evacuating all examinees on the spot. Along with instructors and elders, no one was permitted to remain. Meanwhile, the vice principal remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen's condition. Lin Chen caught up to the two mysterious women who had been observing from the cliff earlier. Although their movement techniques were swift, they seemed constrained by their cultivation level and never left the range of Lin Chen's violet gold eyes perception. With the true flame purple phoenix wings pushed to their utmost speed, Lin Chen reached their vicinity in just a dozen breaths. "Ha, sister, that Lin Chen actually noticed us and is catching up." The blue-clad young woman turned back in surprise. The purple-robed beauty's graceful figure paused as her movement technique ceased, and the two women came to a stop by a small stream. Boom! With a flap of his true flame purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen halted and landed before the two women. Gazing excitedly at the purple-robed maiden, his first words were shockingly blunt. "Miss, may I touch you?" The two women had thought he came chasing after them for something important, never expecting him to suddenly blurt out such shamelessly flirtatious and inappropriate words. "Shameless rake, how dare you flirt with my sister? We initially thought you were remarkable, but it turns out you're just another lowlife." The veiled maiden in green glared furiously at Lin Chen, her face cold as frost as she snapped harshly. "Hey now, little miss, this is a misunderstanding. I've undergone strict professional training. I don't casually harass women, as a rule." Lin Chen quickly waved his hands in denial, sneaking a glance at the violet-robed woman. Her flawlessly exquisite figure and ethereal, unworldly aura made her seem like a celestial fairy descended to the mortal realm, genuinely stunning him into instinctively adding, "Unless I can't help it." The blue-clad maiden face-bombed, battle chi swirling as she prepared to teach Lin Chen a lesson, but the violet-robed woman raised a hand to stop her, taking a slow step forward instead. "In just 2 short months, you advanced from the chi-refining realm to the spirit-connecting realm, wounded a sect master at the battle soul realm, single-handedly eradicated the entire blood sect, saved an appraiser family of the barren lands, turned the tide at the treasure appraisal convention, and even personally created a descendant with azure dragon bloodline. Your actions are eccentric and extraordinary. Along this journey, there should have been no small number of women who crossed paths with you or were drawn to you. So why utter such frivolous words, Mr. Lin Chen? I hope you can give this one a reasonable explanation. I can pretend your earlier remark was never spoken." The purple-clad woman casually recounted Lin Chen's various deeds, startling him into retreating several steps with a terrified expression. "Wow, fairy maiden, though my handsome looks are known throughout the world, you don't have to go this far to stalk me. Being a stalker isn't a good hobby at all. You're making me glance over my shoulder 3 times whenever I go to the bathroom at night. Pa, have you no shame? How could my sister ever fall for a mundane fool like you? Even audacity should have its limits." The azure-robed girl stomped her feet in frustration at Lin Chen's provocation, while the violet-clad maiden remained composed, smiling gracefully as if utterly unperturbed. "You truly are intriguing, but you still haven't answered my earlier question." Lin Chen froze momentarily before shrugging shamelessly, his lips curling into a rogue's grin. "I'm just a man with simple pleasures. When I see a beautiful woman, I can't resist wanting to touch her, fairy maiden. Won't you consider it? Anywhere is fine, even just your hair. I swear on my honor, just one touch. You can name your reward, because yours truly, Lin, happens to be an alchemist." Lin Chen revealed his identity, causing the violet-clad woman to narrow her beautiful eyes slightly. "You're actually an alchemist? Fine. I want a 7th-grade pill. If you can produce one, I'll consider your terms." Holy shit! Lin Chen's eyelids twitched violently. A 7th-grade pill? Even selling him off to a brothel wouldn't cover a 10,000th of its value. Just what kind of legendary figures were these two ladies? This might be a bit difficult for a 7th-rank pill. It'd be no problem if I could do it on credit though. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, while the purple-clad woman's lips curved into a rare, mischievous smile. "So there's no talking this out? The fairy's demands are a bit too much. Whether there's room for negotiation or not, I'm definitely getting my hands on her today." Lin Chen's expression turned serious since the other party had no intention of negotiation. If soft tactics didn't work, then he'd have to resort to force. A real man ought to be flexible when needed, and unwavering when required. This woman carried the fluctuations of a signature rune, and it was far more powerful than the previous 2 encounters. It must be an exceptionally potent signature rune. Lin Chen only needed to channel the rune's energy the instant he made contact with her body, and he would have a chance to seize it. "You're begging for a beating." The green-clad young woman's tone grew colder as she cracked her knuckles. "Wrong. This handsome devil here lacks 5 elements to grope, and specializes in groping beauties," Lin Chen declared righteously while thumping his chest. "You?" Watching the rarely flustered green-clad girl's predicament, the purple-robed woman covered her mouth with a light laugh before speaking again. "Sure,
I'll give you 100 rounds.
With your strength, if you can land a touch on me, then I'll let you touch me.
Amidst the graceful, ethereal laughter, there now lingered a serene confidence capable of calming storms and an unhurried mastery over all beneath the heavens.
Lin Chen stared into the violet-robed woman's pupils, and instantly his own eyes narrowed sharply.
Chapter 64, Lin Chen versus the mysterious woman.
Oh, since the lady is giving me this chance, then I promise I won't touch any important areas. Lin Chen rubbed the tip of his nose intently, his expression gradually turning serious.
This fairy-like woman is incredibly strong.
This almost instinctively and inherently told Lin Chen this truth. Most importantly, she was merely at the War Soul realm, yet didn't drop a single attribute orb, proving there existed a terrifying gulf between her and him.
Xinger, step back.
The violet-robed woman waved her hand with an ethereal grace, and the maiden in green obediently nodded before casting a mocking glance at Lin Chen. No one understood better than he just how formidable his sister truly was.
The direction beneath Jinlong Mountain. That kid's actually going to fight those two?
The vice principal strode through the air, his pupils trembled as he witnessed this heart-stopping scene. If any harm came to them, it wasn't something his branch of the Tangu Academy established in the Wildlands could bear to compare with.
After Bald Elder finished evacuating all the examinees and instructors, he too arrived by the vice principal's side.
Before he could speak, a deafening explosion erupted in the distance. Lin Chen had made the first move.
Bang! Boom!
The ground shattered, shockwaves exploded, violet flames surged skyward, sweeping across with overwhelming force. Lin Chen had no intention of holding back this time. With the true flame violet phoenix wings augmenting his movement techniques, his speed had increased by untold multiples compared to before. Amidst the swirling violet flames and scorching air, a young man's pale hand suddenly shot forward, aiming straight for the purple-robed woman's chest.
Shameless!
The girl in green bit her pearly teeth in anger, while the woman in purple remained unperturbed. Lin Chen planned to replicate the strategy he had used against Li Ruolian, first unsettling his opponent's state of mind, then striking with a hidden card.
Let's go!
The purple-clad woman flicked her jade-green fingers lightly, sending a transparent surge of battle energy rippling through the air.
Whoosh! Bang!
The surrounding space shattered instantly under the shockwave of battle energy, its ferocious force sending Lin Chen, who had been charging at high speed, flying backward.
Such formidable battle energy,
but it's still within my expectations. Lin Chen twisted his body midair, and as the true flame phoenix wings flapped, his entire being transformed into streaks of light and afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the woman. Lin Chen struck as swiftly as lightning, his fingers blurring with faint afterimages as he lunged toward the purple-clad woman's waist-length hair.
Left, right, right.
The purple-clad woman shifted her steps gracefully, her figure as swift and unpredictable as a startled swan. Her perfectly slender waist, so delicate it could be gently encircled, dodged every one of Lin Chen's attacks in an instant.
What?
Unable to believe his eyes, Lin Chen activated the purple lightning emerges realm of his violet gold pupil technique, pushing his mental energy to its absolute limit.
With both abilities amplified, he could now perfectly track even the dancing trajectories of the violet-clad woman's fluttering strands of hair.
Lin Chen's palm swung diagonally, yet the purple-clad woman seemed to anticipate his move once more, leaping like a fish through a dragon's gate, graceful and transcendent as she pivoted midair above his head.
With Lin Chen's strike landing on empty air, those slender jade fingers seized the collar of his robes from behind.
The violet-robed maiden spun gracefully through the air and with a deft flick of her wrist, sent Lin Chen crashing thunderously onto the ground. The earth fractured beneath the impact, shockwaves whipping up cyclones in all directions. Lin Chen's blood and chi churned violently from the tremor, his face frozen in disbelief.
This wasn't his own anticipation failing, it was his every move being perfectly counter-predicted by his opponent, systematically dismantled one by one. Could her psychic power actually surpass mine? Or does she possess an appraisal technique superior to my purple gold eyes? Should I activate the deceleration rune now?
Lin Chen's mind raced with countless possibilities, yet ultimately he refused to believe the impossibility, clenching his teeth in defiance.
As long as I have enough strength and speed, even if you can predict my moves, it won't matter. Azure Dragon Bloodline Release.
The slowing rune was Lin Chen's only trump card. Since his opponent was no ordinary foe, if he failed the first time, there would be no second chance.
Lin Chen decided to hold back for now. Roar!
A dragon's roar that shook the ages tore through the heavens as the ferocious and savage Azure Dragon arm manifested. This time, Lin Chen decisively unleashed 80% of his power, 400,000 tiger strength. This rogue's strength is truly formidable, even stronger than any mortal my sister and I have encountered before. The green-clad maiden silently commented from the side.
Phoenix wings with dragon arms, what a peculiar combination. How can a mortal's body withstand these two completely opposing forces?
The purple-robed woman gasped in surprise as Lin Chen's Azure Dragon arm suddenly came crashing toward her. The explosive force of 400,000 tiger strength surged through the Azure Dragon arm, obliterating all obstacles in its path, capable of severing rivers and overturning seas.
A devastating gale swept up the stream's waters, scattering them across the sky.
The purple-robed woman remained expressionless, her veiled, beautiful eyes gleaming with a noble radiance that surpassed all others.
Chaotic dance of 100 flowers.
Her jade hands swept horizontally forward, sending countless flower shadows swirling wildly like fleeting glimmers. Dancing upon Lin Chen's massive azure dragon arm, the terrifying rotational force sent both him and his draconic limbs spiraling skyward.
What kind of joke is this?
I've already unleashed 80% of my bloodline power, how can she still deflect all my strength? Lin Chen, spinning violently midair, began to feel dizzy from the rapid motion, a trace of terror rising in his heart. The force behind his previous palm strike had reached the level of the late-stage Earth Fiend realm.
Even a 7th or 8th tier Earth Fiend realm expert wouldn't have been able to block it so effortlessly.
Fueled by unwillingness, Lin Chen flapped his true flame purple phoenix wings, transforming into a blur as he wildly swung his azure dragon arms in all directions, raining chaotic strikes down upon the purple-robed woman below.
Boom, boom, boom.
The azure dragon arm shattered the earth veins, collapsing everything in all directions.
The sight left the Vice Dean and Baldy utterly horrified.
They were astonished by Lin Chen's strength. With merely a spirit connection realm cultivation, he could unleash destructive power surpassing even ordinary Earth Fiend realm experts.
Simultaneously, they feared even more that Lin Chen might harm the violet-robed woman. If that esteemed young mistress were harmed, the entire academy would face catastrophe.
Yet, under the relentless attacks of the azure dragon arm, the purple-clad girl remained untouched. With graceful lotus steps, she dodged all attacks, a transparent fighting spirit surrounding her, deflecting all the flying stones. The azure dragon arm struck wildly as Lin Chen fully deployed his mental energy to track his opponent's movements. After dozens of blows, signs of mental exhaustion and physical fatigue began to emerge.
At his current body refining level, he still couldn't sustain the azure dragon arm at full power for too long.
Wait, time out. Gasping for breath, Lin Chen withdrew both his azure dragon arm and violet phoenix wings of true flame, landing heavily on the ground where he simply sat down, calling for an abrupt pause.
Hey, that's not how you're supposed to do it.
The maiden in green robes stepped between the purple-clad woman and Lin Chen, her delicate eyes narrowing at him.
Let it be, Xinger. Leave him be. We've already gone 75 rounds, taking a break midway won't hurt.
After all, it's true that my cultivation surpasses his. Being too harsh would only be unfair to him. The purple-clad woman gently drew the green-robed maiden aside. Though the younger girl seemed about to protest, seeing her elder sister's resolve, she obediently retreated.
If things keep going like this, I might not even land a single hit on her. How can I possibly touch her? Should I bet it all and unleash the full power of the deceleration rune and the azure dragon bloodline?
Lin Chen shook his head in frustration.
His opponent's strength was unfathomable, even the battle aura they emanated was on a completely different plane of existence.
At the same battle soul realm, the difference between the warriors Lin Chen had previously encountered and this woman was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. Even with the slow rune activated, he wasn't entirely confident he could close the distance on his opponent.
Chapter 65, Ning Qingsuan.
Judging by how effortlessly she moved earlier, even if I go all out with the azure dragon arm's full power, I probably still won't be able to break her defense and land a hit.
What should I do? Whether it's spiritual energy or battle chi, I'm no match for her.
Unless I master the draconic abilities I obtained from the true Dragon Mountain, I won't even be able to breach her defenses. Lin Chen shook his head dejectedly and pulled out a few remaining skewers of roasted dragon tendons from his spatial ring, biting into them somewhat angrily as if venting his frustration.
The dragon tendon grass could replenish expended spiritual energy more quickly than pills could take effect. That is,
the blue-clad girl's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Chen take out the roasted dragon tendon, and even the purple-robed woman cast a curious glance his way. The gazes of the two women suddenly sparked an idea in Lin Chen's mind. The plan was settled. Lin Chen wolfed down the grilled dragon tendon in a few bites, clapped his hands, and stood up with a laugh.
Come on, I'm fully rested this time. There are still over 20 rounds left, and I will land a hit on you.
You can't do it. You are outstanding, but only within this desolate land. The purple-clad woman stood with transcendent grace, her beautiful eyes glimmering like autumn waters beneath the veil, gazing calmly at Lin Chen.
Then let's give it a try.
With a sweep of his true flame phoenix wings, Lin Chen pushed his speed to its utmost limit. The azure dragon tattoo on his left arm shone as his dragon arm shot forth like lightning, crashing through the air. In the end, it's just brute force after all.
It seems I overestimated you.
The purple-robed woman shook her head slightly, her jade-like fingers lightly tapping as a transparent surge of battle chi erupted with pressure capable of suppressing the ages, instantly crushing Lin Chen's azure dragon arm. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of slicing wind erupted as a phantom-like streak shot toward the purple-robed woman like lightning. With just a slight sweep of her spiritual sense, she couldn't help but freeze momentarily. What was flying toward her turned out to be a skewer of grilled dragon tendon, which she had taken a slight interest in earlier? At the very moment her consciousness froze for an instant, a pale gray talisman materialized out of thin air. The talisman emanated an aura that could repel ghosts and deities alike, wielding the world-suppressing power to seal demons and subdue monsters. Host activates level 1 slow rune, consuming 3,000 rune energy points. Lin Chen pushed the level 1 characteristic rune to its absolute limit this time, unleashing the maximum runic energy it could withstand to forcibly stall the purple-robed woman. At that very moment, Lin Chen's speed surged another fraction as he retracted his azure dragon arm in a flash, lunging towards the purple-robed woman. At the critical moment, the violet-clad woman trembled slightly, instantly shattering the deceleration rune effect that could restrain even an Earth Fiend realm late-stage cultivator. Just as Lin Chen's fingertips were about to touch her, she instantly transformed into an afterimage and vanished from the spot. In the next instant, the violet-clad woman's graceful figure appeared 1,000 meters away, her long hair cascading like a waterfall as she smiled elegantly. I truly underestimated you. You must have used the same secret technique when you annihilated the blood sect that day. That's not right, sister. He still managed to touch you. The young girl in green clothes suddenly cried out in shock from the side. Lin Chen, who had fallen to the ground missing his target, revealed a faint smile. He raised his hand. When he opened his palm, a strand of pale purple hair lay there, soft and silky. Host has acquired a level 1 trait rune, Charging Rune. Charging Rune consumes a large amount of rune energy to empower the host, enhancing the host's combat skill potency by 110% to 200%. When the system's glowing screen popped up, Lin Chen's body shuddered. This trait rune was far more direct in its effects than the slow and corrosion runes. It directly doubled the attack power of his combat skills. However, the surprises didn't end there. The strand of purple-haired woman's hair in Lin Chen's hand condensed into a purple glowing attribute orb, which automatically merged into his body. Crack! A shattering sound of breaking through constraints echoed within Lin Chen's body. His combat chi realm had advanced yet again. Host has obtained 186,000 points of combat chi essence, automatically advanced to the 6th level of the Spirit Awakening realm. What terrifying numbers! Just a single attribute orb fallen from a few strands of hair gave me over 180,000 combat chi essence, countless times more powerful than what those so-called genius examinees possessed before. Lin Chen stared at the purple-clad woman in awe. This was the first time he had ever lacked confidence in defeating someone his own age. There was an absolute difference in strength between the two. Never thought you'd still manage to find me. You actually used food to distract me. That's hardly a clever trick. The purple-clad beauty waved her fair, jade-like hand, and the grilled dragon tendon Lin Chen had thrown earlier was still in her grasp. The method doesn't matter if it's high or low, as long as it works. Since the young lady seems interested in it, why not give it a try? Lin Chen grinned, stood up, and dusted off his hands. The woman in purple hesitated briefly, then turned slightly to the side and lifted her veil a little. The scenery beneath the veil left Lin Chen utterly entranced. Her lips were like cherry blossoms, crimson and delicate, pearly teeth parted lightly as she chewed the roasted dragon tendon grass with grace. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Immortals truly were immortals. Even when eating something as simple as roasted wheat gluten, she could appear so breathtakingly beautiful. Its texture is unique, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, fragrant and succulent. This is truly distinctive cuisine. It's my first time tasting something with such a bold and intense character. After savoring it carefully, the purple-clad woman showered praises endlessly, while the green-robed maiden instinctively gulped in anticipation. Thanks for the compliment. Noticing the green-clad maiden's reaction, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows teasingly. What, you want some too? Come here, let big brother touch you, and I'll share. Ugh, pervert, trying to take liberties with this young lady? You're asking for a beating. Wow, little ancestor, how could you start hitting me? Damn, now you're kicking too, that's going too far. The green-clad maiden wasn't as easygoing as her purple-robed companion. Her strength was equally unfathomable, and she immediately unleashed a barrage of punches and hammer blows on Lin Chen. Unable to withstand more than a few moves, Lin Chen had no choice but to obediently surrender his grilled gluten skewers to save his sorry hide. Oof, at least you know what's good for you. I'll let slide your attempt to flirt with my sister this time. The thoroughly satisfied green-clad maiden skipped cheerfully back to the purple-robed woman's side. Chinger, it's getting late. We should go now. The purple-robed woman smiled helplessly as the green-clad girl said reluctantly, No, sister, how about we take this Lin Chen back with us to cook such delicious food for us every day? Hearing this conversation, Lin Chen broke out in a cold sweat. What exactly is this green-robed girl's background, to speak so boldly about taking me away, completely ignoring my own will, treating me like a pet? Chinger, if you keep causing trouble, big sister will send you home early. The purple-clad woman's tone grew stern, and the green-robed girl immediately shrank back to her side, acting coquettishly. So tell me, fairy ladies, who exactly are you two? What are your names? Lin Chen asked curiously. You don't need to know. If you can surpass the Tian Gang realm's cultivation,
you'll naturally learn our identities. However, we likely won't have another chance to meet in this lifetime. You can't be sure of that. Tell me your name and see if I can find you a second time. No comment. I'll trade you the recipe for grilled gluten sticks. I'll tell you, my sister's name is Ning Qing Shen, and mine is Ning Qing Shui. The method for making grilled gluten sticks unexpectedly sparked the green-robed girl's enthusiasm, and she eagerly answered first. The purple-robed woman sighed helplessly. At this rate, who knew how much more this girl would let Lin Chen pry out of her? With that thought, she lightly rose into the air, grasping the green-robed maiden as she rode the wind away. Lin Chen gazed at the retreating figures of the two women, murmuring to himself, Ning Qing Shen, was it? I'll remember her. Chapter 66, the evaluation concludes. After the two women left, Lin Chen retracted his true flame violet phoenix wings. Upon breaking through to the spiritual realm's mental strength, he had faintly sensed two pairs of eyes locked onto him during the previous battle. Must be the higher-ups from the academy, probably the vice dean. Since I've obtained this new trait rune, revealing some of my hidden cards doesn't matter much. Time to find a secluded place to train this newly acquired Dragon Clan technique. Lin Chen activated his movement technique and vanished into the tattered bamboo grove. Watching the entire battle between Lin Chen and the purple-clad woman from start to finish, Elderbald and the Vice Academy principal exchanged glances, clicking their tongues in amazement. To think that little fellow dared to cross swords with those two girls. Could he also be from that place? Judging by his essence, he likely doesn't possess that bloodline or temperament. Yet, this kid's strength is truly terrifying. Just within our desolate domain alone, he could already be called a peerless genius unparalleled in history. Even across all 24 domains, he'd undoubtedly rank among the very best. If this kid enters the academy, things are going to get lively this year. Neither Elderbald nor the Vice Dean pursued further investigation regarding the events atop True Dragon Peak. After seeing that utterly baffling banner, both concluded that whatever treasure had once existed there must have already been taken by the banner's owner. With less than half of the trial period remaining, the remaining 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Valley of End, before the two ancient stone pillars, mentors and examinees had all gathered here. The assessment was about to conclude. Today would reveal the results. Some examinees whispered among themselves, attempting to purchase extra dragon tendon grass from others based on family backgrounds. The mentors ignored such exchanges, tacitly permitting them. Yet few examinees had managed to find more than 5 stalks of dragon tendon grass. Therefore, most of the trades involving dragon tendon grass involved candidates who had only found 1 or 2 stalks during the assessment. They chose to sell them to those in need rather than returning empty-handed, effectively withdrawing from the assessment. Now begins the verification of dragon tendon grass. Please line up in order. Any candidates who fail to reach the Valley of Conclusion before sunset today will also be deemed to have failed the assessment. The mentors and elders formed rows, working in pairs to verify the dragon tendon grass. Xia Danyang, 5 stalks of dragon tendon grass. Assessment passed. Reward, 50 credit points and 1 outer courtyard student jade token. Lang Ming, 6 dragon tendon grasses. Assessment passed. Reward, 60 academic credits and 1 outer courtyard student jade token. Those who passed the assessment each received a student jade token. After binding it with a drop of blood, they were all ushered behind the 2 stone pillars. After passing through the stone pillars, those examinees would vanish like ripples on water. They didn't truly disappear, rather. What lay behind those pillars was a colossal formation. By stepping through it, one would arrive at the legendary Sky Song Academy that countless souls yearn to enter. By afternoon, barely 8,000 examinees had truly passed the assessment, a mere tenth of the nearly 80,000 who initially participated. Bai Juanhao and Shangguan Bihan stood among the crowd, peering anxiously as Lin Chen's figure still hadn't appeared, making them both rather nervous. Shrouded in dusk, the evaluation results were about to be finalized. Is there no one else? Then this examination is officially concluded. There's still me. Just as the mentor was about to announce the results, a silver-robed youth descended from the sky. So it's actually you, brat. A group of elders and mentors gnashed their teeth in fury when they saw the newcomer was Lin Chen. This damned kid had devoured over 1,000 stalks of dragon tendon grass. He'd caused massive losses for the Academy's alchemy department. Seeing Lin Chen arrive, Bai Juanhao and Shangguan Bihan breathed a sigh of relief. Kid, hand over all the remaining dragon tendon grass on you to compensate for your previous losses, or don't blame us elders for being unkind to you. Several alchemy department elders whispered threats to Lin Chen, causing his eyebrows to rise sharply. Well now, daring to threaten me, Lin Chen? Lin Chen, wouldn't mind playing along with you lot. Those dejected examinees who had failed the assessment gnashed their teeth with hatred upon seeing Lin Chen. They blamed Lin Chen for their own failure, convinced it was because he had taken away part of the dragon tendon grass from True Dragon Mountain. In truth, Lin Chen's dragon tendon grass had been obtained from a treasure chest he found, much like the attribute orbs, and had nothing to do with them at all. The mediocre will always find excuses for their own shortcomings. Seeing the alchemy department mentors and elders eyeing Lin Chen with predatory gazes,
the eliminated examinees gloated at him with schadenfreude, lingering at the scene to watch. Some of the proud talents who had ascended the true Dragon Mountain remained at the scene, watching Lin Chen with amusement in their eyes. Among them, Lu Jianqing glared at Lin Chen as if he wanted to slaughter him on the spot.
Candidate Lin Chen, please submit the exact number of dragon tendon grass you've collected.
The instructor from the alchemy department spoke indifferently. Little did they know, Lin scratched his head sheepishly and flashed a mischievous grin. Thankfully after days of hard searching, I've finally gathered enough dragon tendon grass for the assessment. Lin Chen rummaged through his clothes, struggling to produce 5 measly stalks of dragon tendon grass, which he placed before the instructors and elders. The corners of their mouths twitched violently. Just 5 damn stalks? He'd devoured over 1,000 before. He should have hundreds left on him at the very least. You little brat, you dare mess with us. The elders glared furiously as Lin Chen retreated in fear, his frightened appearance making him look exactly like a child who had done wrong. Elders, I really don't have any more. This is all the dragon tendon grass I have on me. Who'd believe that nonsense? Not just the elders, even the eliminated candidates rolled their eyes. You roasted over 1,000, and now claim to have only 5? Daring to play tricks on this old man? I'll beat you first, then search your body thoroughly. 2 elders stepped forward as Lin Chen hastily shouted. Hey, what are you trying to do? Is this how Tiangu Academy bullies its guests? Don't come any closer, or I'll call for help. Seeing Lin Chenwei's flawless acting, bald old man and the vice dean couldn't help but laugh. They knew full well this kid's strength meant he had nothing to fear from ordinary elders or instructors. All right, young Lin Chen, bald old man interjected with a conciliatory chuckle. According to exam regulations, you'll need to hand over all the dragon vine grass. The academy will purchase it from you with academic credits, which can be exchanged for any resources you need within the institution. If any dragon vine grass is found hidden, your exam qualification will be immediately revoked. Lin Chen simply spread his hands in response as bald old man stepped forward to mediate. But I really don't have any more. If you don't believe me, I can open my storage rings for you to see. Lin Chen removed his spiritual imprint and handed over his only 2 storage rings. Even bald elder was stunned. Could this kid truly only have 5 left? An alchemy department elder nearby rushed forward, took his storage rings, and immediately opened them, releasing everything inside. There lay scattered before him an assortment of pill bottles, medicinal herbs, along with some barbecue seasonings and various odd items, plus a few books. The covers of these books were utterly shameless, offensive to the eye. Titles like My Widowed Sister-in-Law, 88 Hidden Positions, What to Do When It Lasts Too Long, The Solo King's Novel Collection, and the correct placement of Pinru's wardrobe made men swallow hard and women blush crimson. Truly no dragon tendon grass left. Several alchemy department elders looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, only to see him flash them a mischievous grin. Their hearts immediately clenched. This is bad. This kid is probably about to screw them over. Chapter 67. Have you come to your senses? Truly nothing left. It seems this lad must have used up all his dragon tendon grass in preparing to ascend the true Dragon Mountain. The bald elder seemed lost in thought for a moment, then with a casual wave of his hand, retrieved all of Lin Chen's belongings from his spirit storage ring and returned them to him. I told you I wasn't lying. Lin Chen shrugged with an utterly serious expression. The elder alchemy instructor's faces visibly twitched at the sight. That sly fox of a kid was winking at them earlier. He's definitely hiding somewhere. Lin Chen picked up the treasure chest and attribute orbs. All the items found inside the chest could be stored within the system's built-in storage space. So the elders simply couldn't figure out where Lin Chen could possibly be hiding the dragon tendon grass. Enough now. You old fellows should stop giving him such a hard time. Look at him, what an honest young man. He's even shown you his storage ring. What more do you want? Elder Bald was dead serious as he sternly criticized the leading pharmaceutical department elders. When they heard the words honest young man, the eliminated candidates nearly fainted on the spot. Nearby, Lu Jianqing was practically grinding his teeth to dust in fury. That guy who poured shit on his head, they're calling him an honest young man? Damn it all. You little bastard, once you enter the academy, crushing you will be as easy as squashing maggots for us old folks. The group of alchemy department elders left in anger, while Elder Baldy personally presented Lin Chen with his identity jade token. Examinee Lin Chen has demonstrated outstanding performance in the assessment and is hereby designated as an inner courtyard student. When Elder Baldy announced the result, everyone wore expressions that said, as expected. Lin Chen was utterly bewildered as he was assigned to stand among the other 7 individuals, each one, like him, exceptionally promoted to the Inner Academy as prodigious talents of the highest caliber. Congratulations on entering the Inner Sect, young Master Lin Chen. I knew Big Brother would make it into the Inner Sect. Bai Juanhao and Shangguan Bihan approached, their faces beaming with joy as they congratulated Lin Chen. You should strive hard too. With your potential, entering the inner court is just a matter of time. Lin Chen smiled and nodded at the two. Among this group, it was still too early for these two to enter the inner court at their age. Though their potential was strong,
it hadn't fully erupted yet.
Young Master Lin Chen, you must be extra cautious when entering the inner courtyard. Bihan has observed those elders.
Shangwan Bihan wanted to voice her worries, but Lin Chen simply whistled unconcernedly. Don't worry about me, Miss Shangwan Bihan. You've known me for so long, when have you ever seen me lose out?
Lin Chen's teasing yet confident tone made Shangwan Bihan cover her mouth with a chuckle, her enchanting charm blossoming as if recalling every detail of their first encounter, her cheeks flushing crimson. This enrollment assessment, where each participant harbored their own motives, has officially come to an end. Bai Juanhao and Shangwan Bihan were taken away by their mentors, reluctantly bidding farewell to Lin Chen despite their reluctance to part ways.
The 8 selected inner court students were mounted on hippogriffs, embarking on a long-distance flight.
To prevent Lu Jianqing and Lin Chen from coming to blows, the two were each assigned to ride on separate griffin eagles. The bald elder briefly explained Inner Academy's situation to Lin Chen.
First was academic credits, the universal currency throughout the academy, even exchanged among elders and instructors.
These could purchase elixirs, cultivation techniques, medicinal herbs, specialized training grounds, open lectures, or personalized mentor guidance. Outer Academy primarily focused on open lectures and training, complemented by group cultivation, with relatively straightforward means of earning credits. But Inner Academy's competition proved exceptionally fierce. Tasks for earning credits and their complexity/danger level were elevated countless times beyond the Outer Academy standards.
Moreover, not every Outer Academy student can advance to become an Inner Academy student.
Only a handful of students are admitted to the Inner Academy each year, all of them exceptional talents.
Some students spend 5 uneventful years in the Outer Academy before leaving without ever advancing.
While the Outer Academy boasts over 90,000 students, the Inner Academy has fewer than 10,000. Every Inner Academy student possesses at least a War Soul Realm 3rd stage cultivation, and each is extraordinary, chosen elites among already gifted geniuses. The top-ranking Inner Academy students commonly reach the Earth Fiend realm.
Remarkably, some young instructors were once Inner Academy students themselves, transitioning to teaching roles while continuing their cultivation within the academy. So that's how it is. Academic points have so many wonderful uses. There are even special cultivation grounds available.
Lin Chen was filled with amazement, looking forward to this academy trip, wondering what kind of attribute orbs he might pick up this time.
Boom!
Through the clouds, the griffin carried Lin Chen and his companions into an entirely new world. It was already nighttime, but piercing through the clouds revealed a world awash with radiant light. The sky was illuminated by 2 dazzling orbs resembling suns, turning night into day across the mountainous landscape dotted with towering pavilions. Each peak radiated a distinct spiritual energy signature. At the heart of these mountains sprawled an ancient city of staggering scale.
2 suns? Wait, no, these are artificial suns?
Holy shit, what insane craftsmanship! Lin Chen gulped. Now he finally understood why Sky Song Academy was renowned as the gathering place for the realm's most formidable talents. In such an environment and with such heritage, even a pig could cultivate something extraordinary.
Let alone the 1 in a million, no 1 in 10 million geniuses.
Little ones, your identity jade tokens indicate which class you belong to.
Now it's up to you to familiarize yourselves with the Inner Academy. Remember, private fights are forbidden within the academy. Coincidentally, today is the academy assembly where everyone gathers, so first go find your respective classes.
With a wave of his hand, Baldy sent Lin Chen and the others down to the academy below. Lin Chen and the group were transported to the central square of the city, where tens of thousands of Inner Academy students had already gathered.
Each class was clearly marked with registration plaques.
Holy crap! Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he surveyed the dazzling array of attribute orbs scattered across the entire square. Most of these Inner Academy students were stronger than him, yet the power gap wasn't overwhelming, which meant every single one of them had dropped at least a few attribute orbs nearby. The collective accumulation from tens of thousands of students far surpassed what he'd scavenged outside Xiantian City that time. First, calm down. Nobody's competing with me for these orbs. I'll wait until the crowd disperses, then scoop them all up in one go. Lin Chen took a deep breath to calm himself, then opened his identity jade token.
It displayed, Student Lin Chen Inner Academy Class 66 Academic Credits, 5. Class 66 of the Inner Academy.
As Lin Chen scanned his surroundings, he immediately spotted the designation Class 66 marked at one edge of the plaza. Strangely enough, Class 66 had only 23 students, fewer than half the number in other classes. What's more eerie was that within a kilometer radius, there wasn't a living soul in sight.
It was as if they had been deliberately isolated.
Lin Chen silently walked to the last row of Class 66 and stood in place. As Lin Chen approached and stood there, the red-clad girl at the back row turned her mischievous, sparkling eyes toward him. Her eyebrows were like faint crescent moons, her short hair soft and delicate, with beautiful eyes that shone like stars, radiating cheerful sunlight. The girl smiled sweetly and extended her snow-white, slender hand toward Lin Chen in a friendly gesture for a handshake.
Oh, so you're the new transfer student? Yes, I am Lin Chen. May I ask your name?
Lin Chen returned a friendly smile and shook her hand.
My name is Yu Lin. Pleased to meet you.
She smiled brightly, her palm soft and warm against his, and Lin Chen drew back the moment they touched.
Something's here.
Puzzled, Lin Chen withdrew his hand and noticed a transparent ring-shaped covering adhering to his palm. Judging by its appearance, it bore a striking resemblance to the D*Rex condoms Lin Chen had bought back on Earth.
Someone was taken aback. Handing out a set upon first meeting? What on earth does she want in broad daylight? I'm a man of principles, damn it.
The male students nearby looked utterly horrified when they saw Lin Chen daring to shake hands with this little demon.
Does this guy not know her infamous reputation as the prank queen of Tangu Academy? Miss, if you ever change your mind, you can come find me anytime,
Lin Chen said with dead seriousness, placing deliberate emphasis on the word change.
Chapter 68, The Beautiful Head Teacher.
Lin Chen was about to put his hands back in his pockets when he suddenly realized they were stuck.
His palms remained completely sealed shut. Damn it, I've been scammed.
Just as Lin Chen cursed himself for being deceived, over a dozen figures appeared on the platform at the head of the square.
Those seated on the dais were all senior elders and experienced mentors of the academy.
From among the dozen or so figures, an elderly man with unibrow stepped forward, his aged face turning with eyes as sharp as a hawk's.
After all the students had assembled, the unibrow elder.
2 days ago, due to the recruitment of new students requiring many elders and mentors to leave campus, an extremely disgraceful incident occurred in the outer academy. Mentor Suing was sexually assaulted. Both Mentor Su and her husband were knocked unconscious by mysterious assailants, after which Mentor Su was abducted to the Qingyue forest beyond the outer academy. When other mentors found her, her clothes were in disarray, and a large portion of Qingyue forest had been burned.
Through our investigation, we've ruled out outsiders as perpetrators. The culprit is highly likely hiding within our inner academy. The one-browed elder's words sent shockwaves through the crowd.
All the inner academy students present began examining those around them with surprise and suspicion. Instructor Su and her husband are both at the second level of Earth Fiend realm. There aren't many in the inner academy who could knock them both unconscious and set the fire.
Zhan Yu from class 66. What were you doing between noon and afternoon the day before yesterday? Elder Mei's sharp gaze swept toward class 66.
Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly. What was this situation? The moment names were called, it had to be class 66? Nearly 10,000 students also turned their eyes toward class 66, pointing and murmuring as if the culprit were hiding among them.
I was in seclusion training in the inner sect at the time. Elder Gu can vouch for me.
A burly youth from Inner Academy Class 66 with a tiger's back and bear's waist raised his hand timidly and spoke hesitantly in a muffled voice.
And our instructor Lang knows this too.
Although my movement techniques and strength are among the top in the Inner Academy,
I'm still a virgin. How could I possibly harass Instructor Su?
The male students around the burly youth were desperately holding back laughter. Some even had tears welling up in their eyes. Lin Chen found himself breaking out in a sweat. This guy was a bit too straightforward. Elder Mei swept his gaze over the tall, long-legged woman behind him, her skin as white as snow, her demeanor cold and alluring. The icy beauty nodded slightly before Elder Mei continued his questioning.
Ying Liang of Class 66, what exactly were you doing at the time?
At the front of Class 66 stood a striking young man in white robes, exceptionally handsome, a true dragon among men. When called upon, he stepped forward without hesitation, his voice steady and composed. Elder, I was practicing combat skills in the training grounds at that time.
Though I may be domineering, Mentor Zhou can vouch for my character. When it comes to matters between men and women, I've never forced anyone against their will.
The white-robed youth shrugged and spread his hands. I prefer to be passive. The surrounding crowd desperately stifled their laughter.
Class 66, Gu Chunfeng. And you?
Elder Mei turned his gaze once more to a young man in red robes. The crimson-robed youth was devilishly handsome, a faint bloodthirsty smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he let out an arrogant, icy laugh.
What are you looking at me for?
If I had made a move, the one getting molested would have been Instructor Su's husband. As soon as these words were spoken, the male students of Class 66 silently took a few steps back.
Lin Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Just what the hell kind of class did I get myself into? It seems this matter isn't making substantial progress for now. To protect Instructor Su's reputation, we've decided to post this as a level 4 mission on the quest board.
Any examinee who can uncover the mastermind behind this or provide related evidence will receive the mission rewards.
The one-browed elder's words sent a ripple of astonishment through many students present. A level 4 mission?
I've heard the Academy's highest level missions are only grade 6, the rewards must be incredibly generous. Lin Chen stroked his chin, his eyes lighting up.
Next, the Academy's elders took the stage to announce modifications to the special cultivation grounds and the schedule for public lectures over the next month. The Academy Assembly was held monthly to announce such arrangements and important reports. As the assembly concluded, the students dispersed in groups, buzzing with chatter. Moments later, numerous bystanders noticed a silver-robed youth repeatedly bending over in the square, frantically picking up and groping at things on the ground.
What's this kid doing? Haven't seen him before, must be a transfer student? Don't go near him, he's from class 66. Holy crap, got placed in that class 66 right after transferring? Absolute madman, better stay far away.
Upon hearing that Lin Chen was from class 66, numerous inner academy students treated him like the plague, hurriedly putting distance between themselves and him. Host obtained 611 points of psychic energy, 9,442 points of fire attribute energy, 12,488 points of battle chi essence, 9,724 points of cultivation technique spirit, 29,974 points of vital energy. Ignoring all the surrounding gossip completely, Lin Chen madly gathered attribute orbs along his path, wild with joy.
What on earth is he doing?
The mischievous girl Yulin eyed Lin Chen curiously, clearly amused by her earlier prank on him. Crack! Just as Lin Chen finished gathering the attribute orbs, a tremendous breaking sound erupted from within his body as he shattered his current limitations. Host has advanced to the 7th level of the spirit communication realm. The system screen popped up, but before Lin Chen could even look at it, a pair of smooth, snow-white rounded long legs appeared before his eyes, the faint fragrance of a woman reaching his nose. Lin Chen raised his head, a slender waist wrapped in a black miniskirt, and the ample peaks that seemed ready to burst the seams of her blouse made Brother Lin gasp instinctively.
What a fearsome sight! Hearing this, even Lin beside him couldn't help but turn pale with shock.
The coldly beautiful woman in the black dress standing before Lin Chen instantly turned frosty-faced, her jade-like hand ghostly fast as she seized Lin Chen's forearm. Swish! As the jade-like hand touched Lin Chen's arm, frost spread instantly, and the bone-chilling cold combat chi froze his entire right arm. When the cold chi dissipated, Lin Chen's right arm remained frozen, but his left arm emitted an eerie blue glow as it encircled the slender waist of the cold, alluring woman. Despite having one arm sealed by the icy combat chi, Lin Chen still spoke with a smile on his face.
Beautiful sister, isn't it a bit unreasonable to attack right off the bat?
Some of the inner sect disciples who hadn't yet left stared in stunned silence. How dare this brat flirt with Cold Moon Chi, Deputy Hallmaster of the Punishment Hall?
Was he ignorant or just reckless?
So this is your trump card, is it? The cold and aloof beauty said indifferently. She glared at Lin Chen, her cold and beautiful face stern as she rebuked him sharply.
Mind your manners, call her mentor Lang Yuechi. The class you're in, class 66, is under my supervision.
It turns out to be the homeroom teacher. Lin Chen suddenly understood, with such a gorgeous homeroom teacher right from the start, who could possibly resist?
Put away your filthy hands already. Lang Yuechi's expression was icy cold, but Lin Chen merely smirked playfully.
That'll have to wait until you undo my seal, mentor.
Watching Lin Chen and Lang Yuechi lock horns without yielding an inch,
Lin pursed her adorable cherry lips, clicking her tongue in amazement. He's not even afraid of the frost demoness.
Truly worthy of joining our class, another monster indeed.
Lang Yuechi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She had merely wanted to test whether this boy possessed the qualifications to enter her class, but unexpectedly, his first move had restrained her completely.
Chapter 69, The Class of Freaks, Class 66.
The power concealed in his left arm carries the aura of dragonkind. If I forcefully suppress him, he might counterattack in desperation.
Interesting. Lang Yuechi unfrozen the frost battle chi on Lin Chen's right arm. How long are you planning to keep holding me? Not particularly amused, Lang Yuechi said coolly.
Lin Chen gave an embarrassed laugh and shrugged.
Can't blame the student, you were the one who struck first, mentor.
Lin Chen swiftly retracted his left arm, reigning in the imposing aura of the azure dragon arm as he reverted to his harmless smiling facade.
You barely qualify as a promising seedling.
In 8 days, I'll hold a specialized masterclass in the classroom. Be late at your own peril. Lang Yuechi shot Lin Chen a cold glare before striding away on her tall, curvaceous snow-white legs. In the direction she departed, every inner courtyard student immediately stepped aside, not daring to meet her gaze.
Lin Chen, you're amazing.
You're the first person who hugged that she-devil and came out unscathed. Lin came bouncing over, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity as she scrutinized Lin Chen from head to toe, seemingly brimming with interest in him. I didn't actually hug her. I was just being cautious. Besides, I have no intention of playing along with your games. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, decisively ignoring Lin as he strode away. Don't leave, you're the only one who's willing to talk with me. Lin glided forward on lotus-like steps to keep pace with Lin Chen, who maintained a constant 3-meter distance between them. Seeing this girl persistently following him, Lin Chen casually asked,
"Why do all the other students run away when they see us? You really don't know about class 66?
Lin exclaimed in surprise, then leaned closer to Lin Chen with a bewitching smile. whispering softly. Class 66 is the anomaly of the entire inner academy. Only students deemed to be the most troublesome and eccentric in the college can enter this class, but they also possess the most exceptional talents. They're called the class of genius freaks. Lin Chen's lips twitched at Yu Linlin's explanation. So, according to the vice dean and Old Baldy, he was deemed the most troublesome type. Put. A cluster of crimson dust ignited by Lin Chen's fiery battle chi erupted in midair, rebounding onto Yu Linlin's delicate frame. Her expression froze. When had her secretly used 100 blossom dust been discovered? The dust would cause unbearable itching, making it one of her favorite treasures for pranking others without a trace. Yet, the antidote was nearly non-existent. Once afflicted, only a special medicinal soap could lift the torment. Classmate Yu Linlin, I told you, I don't have time to play around with you. Go ahead and keep scratching like a kitten. Lin Chen chuckled lightly and immediately activated his movement technique, effortlessly shaking off Yu Linlin. The girl froze for a moment, stamping her delicate foot in anger, her pearly white teeth lightly biting her lip. Just as she was about to chase after Lin Chen, a tingling numbness spread through her slender body, flushing her fair cheeks with furious scarlet. Humph, Lin Chen, I won't forget you. Sooner or later, I'll find a way to mess with you. Eek, so ticklish. Lin Chen headed straight to the academy's mission hall. A vast array of tasks were listed on the bulletin board, each clearly marked with specific difficulty levels and rewards. Some of the more hazardous missions were designated as team assignments. Lin Chen located the previously announced academy-wide mission available to all students. Investigate Instructor Su's case in Qingyue Forest. Level 4 mission, reward, 30,000 academic credits. Not wasting a moment, Lin Chen placed his identity jade token on the mission board to accept the task before departing swiftly. A quarter of an hour later, Qingyue Forest. Lin Chen located Qingyue Forest using the academy's map. He wasn't acting recklessly, he had a certain degree of confidence in uncovering the truth behind this incident. Manifest violet lightning. Activating his amethyst golden eyes, Lin Chen witnessed the world transform before him. In the charred half of Qingyue Forest, the air still lingered with the remnants of ash and fiery energy. Several figures flickered amidst the verdant woods of moonlit forest, fellow Inner Academy students also investigating the area. Lin Chen paid them no mind, focusing intently on tracing clues that might prove useful to himself. Lin Chen, having cultivated to the 4th level of violet gold eyes, possessed insight that surpassed all treasure appraisers in the barren domain. If even he couldn't find any traces in the Blue Moon Forest, then the hope of solving the entire case would be extremely slim. What's this? In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Chen found himself beneath a charred 1,000-year-old tree. His amethyst gold eyes detected faint traces of scattered ashes. The signs of burning here lasted longer than anywhere else. This is the origin point of the fire. The perpetrator started the blaze right here. But what's strange is there are no traces of battle aura left behind. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Generally speaking, this kind of arson meant to ignite the entire Qingyue forest must have been committed by a fire-type battle energy user. Yet, he hadn't noticed any traces of fire-type battle energy being used here. Could the reason for the arson be to cover something up? But what exactly is being hidden? Lin Chen continued his search. Within the scorched periphery, which was also the central area of Qingyue Forest, he made another startling discovery. There are actually traces of ice-type battle energy in this area. Under the raging fire, even a Heavenly Gang realm expert would struggle to detect the residual ice-type battle energy, yet under Lin Chen's violet gold eyes, everything was laid bare. This trail of ice-type battle energy extends all the way toward the outskirts of the Blue Moon Forest. Moreover, the footprints left by this ice-type battle energy are exceedingly delicate and light. They don't seem to belong to a male. Lin Chen activated his movement technique and followed the trail of ice-type battle energy toward its source. The end of the ice element battle energy trail leads to a frost valley, a special cultivation ground owned by the academy. Only by paying academic credits can one enter to train there. For students cultivating water or ice element battle energy, it provides remarkably rapid progress. There are too many students training ice element battle energy in this valley. Even if I go inside, my current violet gold eyes won't be able to distinguish them all clearly. Lin Chen frowned. This lead had now gone cold. Just as he was about to deactivate his violet gold eyes and sit down to rest, suddenly, his vision brightened. He pushed aside a piece of charred deadwood on the ground, and amidst the ashes, a pendant glowing with bright light emerged. Lin Chen picked it up. It was a blue crystal earring, a hexagonal refraction crystal of exquisite craftsmanship. No mistake, this earring carries that person's battle aura. It belongs to the original culprit from that time. His eyes flashed with sharp intensity as the corners of Lin Chen's lips curled into a faint, confident smile. This result is truly astonishing. The next day, shocking news spread throughout the Inner Academy. The institution was convening a second academy-wide assembly. These assemblies were typically held no more than once a month. Having two in quick succession was unprecedented in history. The inner courtyard, White Jade Plaza.
Over 8,000 students gathered at the White Jade Plaza, though some were absent due to outbound missions or cultivation retreats. Elder Ime from before, along with the bald elder in charge of examinations and the vice dean, were all present in person. A dozen or so mentors and senior elders stood on the platform with equally puzzled expressions, and positioned directly before them all was none other than Lin Chen.
Many thanks to our vice dean for convening this second emergency faculty meeting.
Regarding the case of Instructor Su, I have already found the true culprit. Standing at the podium facing the entire academy, Lin Chen smiled with unshakable confidence, his words sending shockwaves through the crowd.
Chapter 70, The Scene of a Crash? What nonsense is this?
Even the exalted Heaven's Pride Realm Grand Elder personally intervened and failed to capture the culprit.
Where did this wild brat spring from? Hey, isn't this kid the new student from class 66? Could he really be from that infamous class 66 of prodigies? Is what this kid's saying actually true? Countless voices of doubt, gossip, and disdain rose from the audience below.
The students of class 66 also cast curious glances. As this new student had only just arrived yesterday, they hadn't yet grasped what kind of person he truly was. As members of the genius class, they were equally curious about what unique potential and abilities Lin Chen possessed to be assigned to class 66.
Are you guys serious? Entrusting such an important matter to this kid to convene an academy meeting? If he fails to uncover the culprit, won't this turn into a complete farce?
On the podium, Elder Ime spoke gravely via mental transmission to the vice dean and bald elder.
Relax, you old ghost Ime. Let me tell you, when it comes to this kid, you'll never fully figure him out. Just trust him.
He's the unprecedented young man who reached the summit of the true Dragon Mountain. The bald old man grinned strangely, while the one-browed elder turned to look at Lin Chen's retreating figure with astonishment, his aged eyes flickering with shock. Could this young man truly have reached the summit of that mysterious true Dragon Mountain? Today, allow me, the renowned detective Lin, to reconstruct the exact circumstances of the crime scene for everyone. Lin Chen casually donned his homemade sunglasses and spoke with effortless charm. First, regarding the arson, every event has its cause and motive. When the fire was discovered, it had already reached its most ferocious intensity. Yet, Instructor Su inside the Green Moon Forest remained completely unharmed by the flames. This proves the fire was set for reasons beyond destroying evidence. Lin Chen adjusted his sunglasses and continued speaking. Secondly, although Mentor Suing was found with disheveled clothing, there was no direct evidence of sexual assault by a male.
Out of consideration for Mentor Su's psychological state, I won't elaborate on the details here.
We only need to understand that no one could prove any male had assaulted Mentor Su at that time. At this point, Lin Chen glanced in a certain direction, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Let's return to the most fundamental and perplexing aspect of this problem. Who could possibly knock out 2 Earth Fiend Realm instructors and abduct one?
We must reconsider our original assumptions. What if this person is female? If so, how many female students in the entire academy would even possess such capability?
Lin Chen truly lived up to his reputation of never speaking without shocking others to death. These words left both the inner courtyard students and elders utterly astonished and incredulous.
A female student harassing a female mentor? This uniquely bold speculation was something no one had ever dared to imagine before. Could it be?
Class 60 CXSU Lin's eyes shone brighter, as if she had suddenly connected the dots to a certain person or event. Anyone can spout nonsense, but you've been talking for so long and it's all just your personal speculation.
Do you have any evidence or clues to back up your claims?
Seems to me you're just full of hot air, trying to cheat your way to credits. The 2 white-haired elders leaned on their canes, their icy gazes fixed on Lin Chen as they sneered.
Don't be in such a hurry. You 2 elders from the alchemy department. So what if I ate over 1,000 dragon tendon grasses? It's not that big a deal.
Why so quick to give me the cold shoulder? Lin Chen cast a disdainful glance at the 2 elders, whose faces turned red with anger as they prepared to argue.
Enough. No more nonsense.
Student Lin Chen, present your concrete evidence and leads at once. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for dealing with you according to the rules.
You'd be the first to dare convene an academy meeting without authorization.
Elder Ime flicked his sleeve and spoke with mild displeasure. The 2 elders from the alchemy department gave Lin Chen a scornful look before retreating to the side. Since I dare stand on this stage, I will reveal the truth to everyone.
Returning to the previous topic, just how many female students in our academy could knock out 2 Earth Fiend Realm instructors and abduct Instructor Su?
Lin Chen's reminder made the students instinctively realize the number of female students in the inner academy capable of this deed wouldn't exceed 5.
Suddenly, the expressions of some female students shifted slightly. No need to keep guessing among those few candidates. Let me give you all a definitive clue.
At this moment, Lin Chen spread open his palm, revealing an exquisitely crafted hexagonal blue crystal earring balanced on his fingertips.
Every student present could clearly see the earring's design with just a slight surge of battle energy. I happen to be a treasure appraiser.
This item was retrieved from the crime scene using my appraisal techniques, and I can confirm it was left by the original culprit. Lin Chen's gaze abruptly locked onto a particular woman in the crowd. Wait,
Isn't that Senior Su Lan's earring? The moment the blue earring appeared, all students simultaneously turned their gaze toward a particular classroom direction, their eyes settling upon a beauty dressed in light blue robes. Her arched brows were like snow, her exquisite eyes resembled jade, her figure delicate yet curvaceous, her skin lustrous as congealed fat, presenting a breathtaking view of soft fullness. Her aura was tranquil and composed, like a lotus emerging from water or blossoming magnolia flowers, ethereal and elegant. Her snow-white neck was as elegant as a swan's, and the delicate tips of her ears bore a blue earring strikingly similar to the one Lin Chen wore on his hand. I heard that Senior Su Lan's Lan sect has a rule of recruiting all kinds of beautiful women. I remember now, there were always rumors going around. Some junior girls said Senior Su Lan had a habit of favoring beautiful young women. I remember too apparently, Senior Su Lan often persuaded junior girls not to date boyfriends and not to trust men. Whispers of shock and surprise rose and fell in waves. Even the instructors and elders couldn't help but hold their breath. This senior's cultivation is at the third level of the Earth Fiend realm, and her strength is one of the few capable of knocking out 2 instructors. As for the arson, it was meant to cover up the traces of ice attribute battle chi she left at the scene. After all, it would have been extremely dangerous if the Heaven's Might Realm elders had discovered the residual chi, wouldn't you agree? Lin Chen adjusted his sunglasses and abruptly pointed at Su Lan. There's only one truth. Senior Su Lan, you're the culprit. Lin Chen was thrilled. On just his second day in the Inner Academy, he'd already earned 30,000 merit points. Under the gaze of the crowd, Senior Su Lan remained unruffled, a graceful smile curling on her lips. Your reasoning and analysis are nearly flawless, my junior. Impressive. Truly impressive. However, have you perhaps overlooked something? My earrings are 5-pointed refracting blue crystal, not 6-pointed. Senior Su Lan gently removed her earring, and upon careful comparison, everyone noticed that while the 2 earrings were 90% similar, Su Lan's was a pentagonal blue crystal, whereas Lin Chen had produced a hexagonal blue crystal. So the culprit wasn't Senior Su Lan? After taking a closer look, Lin Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Holy shit, no way. How could someone as smooth as me, Brother Chen, actually screw something up? Chapter 71, Taking on the entire class single-handedly. That can't be right. I already confirmed beforehand the battle aura attributes and characteristics match the earrings owner perfectly. How could this be wrong? Did she swap the earrings on the spot? But there'd be no reason for that. Anyone who knows her well would recognize what her earrings look like, not to mention all the mentors and elders present here. Lin Chen's mind raced through countless possibilities when suddenly, the mischievous giggle of a playful maiden rang out. I know who the owner of this earring is. Everyone turned to look. The person who had spoken was also from class 66. It's you, Lin Lin. If I remember correctly, Senior Su Lan should have a twin sister, Su Lan. She also wears these refractive blue crystal earrings, but the elder sisters are pentagonal while the younger sisters hexagonal. Am I right? Senior Su Lan. Yu Linlin gazed with a smile at the slender figure behind Su Lan, speaking unhurriedly. Su Lan's expression changed as the beauty behind her was about to leave. I remembered too. The earrings Su Lan is wearing are exactly the same as Senior Su Lan's twin sisters. As the female student spoke, several mentors outside the arena instantly surrounded the 2 women. The woman behind Su Lan bore a striking 90% resemblance to her, clenching her pearly teeth and glaring angrily at Lin Chen. So it's not the elder sister after all, but the younger one. Seeing that both sisters were at the Earth Fiend realm, Lin Chen suddenly understood everything. Su Lan, as an elder, I ask you, where were you when the incident occurred? Why was your earring found at the scene? Elder Eyebrow questioned with utmost severity. Under his piercing gaze, Su Lan appeared flustered and rushed, struggling to voice her defense. No, Elder Eyebrow, it wasn't me. How do you explain these earrings? The material is identical to what your sister wears. Elder Ime, please don't blame Lanner. I'm the true culprit in this matter. At this critical moment, Su Lan stepped forward and declared with unwavering determination. Gasps rippled through the crowd. At these words, the expressions of all the inner sect students became incredibly vivid. They were both shocked and astonished. It turns out it really was the handiwork of those 2 sisters. Female students kidnapping a female instructor. If news of this spread, the entire inner sect would be implicated. Most importantly, many gazed at Lin Chen on the stage with awe. Just what kind of background does this kid have? He's only been in the inner sect for 1 day. Yet he's already solved a rank 4 mission that even the elders couldn't handle. That kid actually figured out who the culprit was in just 1 day. Truly worthy of being a transfer student to the Inner Academy, and someone capable of joining the prodigious Class 66 absolute freak of nature. All the students of Class 66 cast varying looks at Lin Chen, some astonished, some admiring, some disdainful, others curious, creating quite a spectacle. Students Su Lan and Su Ran, you stand accused of endangering a mentor's safety.
The Lan clan you founded is hereby dissolved, effective immediately, no exceptions.
As for your individual charges, those will be determined at a later date.
Until the official punishment is issued, if either of you dares step even a foot outside the academy, not even the forces backing you will be enough to save you.
Elder Ime sternly announced the verdict. Su Ran's face turned pale with shock, while Su Lan remained expressionless, though the glance she threw Lin Chen carried a hint of resentment and unwillingness.
This little beauty is still glaring at me.
If she hadn't gotten herself into this mess, none of this would have happened.
Lin Chen was about to roll his eyes when Elder Ime approached, making a solemn announcement.
Today, we specially thank student Lin Chen for uncovering the true culprit behind this case for the Inner Academy. Special rewards, 10,000 academic points, plus mission rewards, totaling 50,000 academic points.
Such a young lad who reached the summit of True Dragon Mountain during the Academy entrance exam, his future potential is truly limitless.
Elder Ime's rare benevolent smile left all Inner Courtyard students utterly dumbfounded. This kid actually reached the summit of True Dragon Mountain during the entrance examination? Due to the Inner Courtyard students' arrogance and the information lockdown, none had bothered to inquire about the entrance examination details. After all, those were matters concerning Outer Courtyard students, and very few candidates ever earned exceptional promotions to the Inner Courtyard anyway. In an instant, countless scorching gazes shot toward Lin Chen, each brimming with fighting spirit, disdain, and endless skepticism. Damn, this old coot has made me the target of everyone's arrows.
Fine then, if anyone comes at me, I'll take them down one by one. Lin Chen sneered inwardly, while outwardly maintaining a cheerful grin. Senior, don't take it to heart, just a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning.
What's MT Long anyway? I'd climb it while eating tofu skins and singing tunes. No big deal? Hearing these words, the mentors and elders in the square all twitched at the corners of their mouths uncontrollably. Note, since the original text provided is incomplete or consists solely of an ellipsis, I'm unable to provide a meaningful translation. Please provide the complete passage for accurate translation while adhering to the specified rules.
On the way to the martial arts pavilion, a bamboo-lined path.
You actually managed to reach the summit of the True Dragon Mountain. How did you do it?
Yu Linlin skipped along behind Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked.
I just told you, I ate my gluten sticks and sang my way up. Lin Chen replied absent-mindedly while checking the 50,050 academic points in his identity jade token. Then how exactly did you get up there? What was the reason? What things did you find up there?
Yu Linlin, like an inquisitive child, bombarded Lin Chen with endless questions.
Maybe it's because I'm handsome.
Casually responding, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura emerging around him. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and stowed away his identity jade token. Suddenly, a dozen figures emerged around the forest path from both directions.
So you're Lin Chen?
A mere 7th-tier spirit attunement cultivator like you has no right to summit the True Dragon Mountain.
Gu Chenfeng, this brat is my prey. Stay out of this. Go screw yourself.
I'll be the first to teach this punk how to behave.
These people were actually all the proud elites from class 66.
If any of you classmates want my autograph, please line up properly. Lin Chen casually smiled with effortless ease.
Quit running your mouth, kid. The arena's less than 3 miles from here. Dare to pick any one of us for a match.
I'll see for myself whether you've really got what it takes to summit True Dragon Mountain.
The blood-robed youth Gu Chunfeng chuckled coldly. Class 66 has always been at odds with each other, unruly and embroiled in fierce internal conflicts.
But now comes Lin Chen, who scaled the summit of True Dragon Mountain. They've all set their sights on him.
No problem at all.
Not just one, you can all come at me together if you want.
What?
The prodigies of Class 66 were enraged. How dare this freshman trying to defy the heavens? Not to mention a freshman, even any student in the academy wouldn't dare boast about single-handedly taking on all 66 of their class present here.
Good boy, got guts. Come on, let's settle this at the arena.
The two sides were on the verge of a clash, while Yu Linlin clapped her little hands in sheer delight.
Another good show coming up. The arena of Tianga Academy was built within a mountain valley. Hundreds of students practiced and sparred here daily.
Among the strong, battles and duels against each other were also one of the fastest paths to break through constraints. The Inner Academy was filled with countless experts, and none would refuse such a training environment. However, the Academy arena today presented a bizarre scene. It made all the students currently in the arena stop what they were doing.
In the center of the arena, atop a massive fighting platform, an unprecedented scene was unfolding.
Class 66, notoriously known as the Prodigy class, had never stood united, its members perpetually at odds, refusing to acknowledge each other's superiority. Yet today, they found themselves assembled together on the same battlefield, facing a single opponent.
Newborn Lin Chen, Chapter 72, Big Bro, is there anything you can't do?
Hey,
what kind of lineup is this?
The madman Gu Chunfeng from Class 66, the ice art swordsman Xiao Sanqing, and even the twin blade fiend brothers are all taking the stage.
Isn't this new student the same Lin Chen who solved Instructor Su's case before? That guy's no ordinary fellow.
I just asked the transfer student in our class, and rumor has it he not only reached the summit of True Dragon Mountain alone, but also single-handedly took on over 100 examinees, and right before everyone's eyes, he roasted more than 1,000 strands of dragon tendon grass as snacks.
Holy shit, over 1,000 stalks of dragon tendon grass?
That's gotta be worth over 100,000 credits. Many senior students who had been sparring in the arena spontaneously gathered around. Class 66 was already a highly controversial group, let alone most of its seniors ganging up on a single freshman.
Come at me all together, don't mind me, I'm pretty easygoing.
Lin Chen spread his hands with a smile, utterly calm and unruffled.
Bunch of useless trash, get out of my way. If I don't wipe out this brat today, my mind won't be at peace.
Standing at the front row, Gu Chenfeng's face twisted in rage, veins bulging across his forehead. His foot suddenly stomped the ground violently. Crimson lightning arcs surged across his entire body as multiple blood-red bolts streaked explosively across the terrain.
Corrosion runes, demon subjugation earth seal.
Raising his palm overhead, his earth-based battle chi swirling with the aura of elemental runes, Lin Chen fiercely slammed it onto the arena floor.
A profound earth-turning seal followed the pure force of 50,000 tiger strength, shaking the entire arena and instantly engulfing the bloody lightning.
With a single earth-overturning seal technique, Lin Chen sent all 15 fighters on the arena platform flying into the void. He sped forward swiftly, singling out Gu Chenfeng as the first target.
/P. Seeking death. Gu Chenfeng let out a disdainful sneer as he flipped through the void.
With lightning speed, he drew forth a crimson battle spear, its shaft like a raging dragon emerging from the sea, its momentum fierce and unrelenting. In the blink of an eye, he thrust into the air, unleashing a blood-red brilliance that spanned several zhang.
My heaven-devouring blood spear, how could it be so weak?
The moment Gu Chenfeng struck, he sensed something was wrong. He discovered his battle energy was severely constrained, with a mysterious force eroding it from within, drastically reducing the power of his combat skills. The remaining students of Class 66 found themselves in the same predicament as Gu Chenfeng, their faces filled with shock and confusion as they quickly distanced themselves from Lin Chen. With starlight flickering and the Soul Reaper spear in hand, Lin Chen whirled its tip midair. The spear's afterimage spun like a massive windmill before crashing down, shattering the lethal blood-red glow with a deafening impact. Like splitting bamboo with unstoppable force, his spear shattered Gu Chenfeng's attack. Lin Chen's weapon moved like a roaming dragon, flicking upward midair to send Gu Chenfeng's blood spear flying. While desperately expelling the energy corroding his battle chi, Gu Chenfeng clenched his teeth and formed a fist like a celestial star, hurling it outward in furious retaliation. You're the first to get knocked out. The soul-stealing spear swept through the air, its 50,000 tiger force striking Gu Chenfeng with full impact, causing over a dozen dazzling attribute orbs to burst forth. The moment those attribute orbs flew out, Gu Chenfeng's entire body spun mid-air before being hurled off the arena. The senior disciples watching from outside collectively held their breath, their eyes wide with shock. With Gu Chenfeng's extraordinary strength at the first level of the earthly fiend realm, aside from a few exceptionally powerful senior students at the same realm who could suppress him, no one had ever managed to force him to retreat within just a few moves like this freshman did. SHRRRK. Lin Chen had barely landed when the sound of tearing wind ripped through the air. A yellow-robed young man with a cold expression suddenly drew his sword. He was the first genius to shatter the corrosive talisman energy Lin Chen had implanted within their bodies.
Stellar sword rain.
The young man drew his sword, sending ripples of sword energy as dazzling starlight scattered chaotically through the air. Each gleam of starlight was a razor-sharp sword intent, instantly forming over 100 lethal strikes. The trajectories of these sword energies were utterly unpredictable, demonstrating sword techniques that had reached the pinnacle of freedom and mastery. These prodigies from Class 66 were all monstrous geniuses. Even their most casual sword techniques had already attained the level of perfection. Lin Chen activated his purple gold eyes. The seemingly sharp and impenetrable sword chi filling the sky actually concealed hidden flaws. At his spirit realm level mental power, these extremely swift sword energies appeared at least a dozen times slower to him. Swordplay? I can do that too. Storing his spear away, Lin Chen drew a dark cyan sword, its blade alive with flames that crackled like thunder and lightning infused with fiery might, arcs of electricity dancing across its edge. Slowing rune 10,000 thunders, 1,000-blade sword. A single sword transforms into 1,000 blades. Lin Chen's strikes are swift as lightning. Onlookers barely glimpse countless thunder lines flashing across the sky as the shower of starlight sword energy scatters like fireworks. My swordsmanship has slowed down. What's happening? The yellow-robed youth's expression shifts dramatically. His swordsmanship relies on speed for victory, where swiftness itself is power. But the moment Lin Chen made his move, his starfall sword rain slowed down by dozens of times, as if frozen in place. There was no time to catch his breath. Lightning bolts struck as the azure sword blade slashed toward the yellow-robed youth's head. He raised his sword and fought, the two blades clashing wildly amidst explosions of starlight and thunderflame. close quarters combat was Lin Chen's greatest strength. In an instant, he thrust 7 sword strikes targeting the yellow-robed youth's neck, eyes, heart, and dantian, all lethal points. The yellow-robed youth clenched his teeth to resist, barely managing to block his lethal 7 sword strikes.
You're the second one.
Lin Chen took a swift step and pivoted, his sword sweeping across mountains and rivers for miles, before delivering a furious slash onto the opponent's blade.
The overwhelming force sent the yellow-robed youth flying with a single strike.
A dark red axe blade, carrying the momentum to split mountains apart, came chopping down toward Lin Chen from behind. The sword is sheathed, Lin Chen whirls around with a fierce gleam in his eyes. The inky double-sided axe that suddenly appeared in his hand becomes a blur, slicing through rivers and mountains, clashing head-on with the crimson axe blade, triggering a 100-meter explosion of shockwaves.
Unstoppable, Lin Chen swings the inky double-sided axe relentlessly, hammering down on the ambusher with overwhelming force. The tiger-eyed young man, blasted dozens of steps back out of the arena, stares in utter disbelief. Could Lin Chen's raw strength actually surpass his own? Ghost-severing slash, great nether exorcism finger, judgment king-slaying saber. Like blossoming flowers scattered across the heavens, combat techniques erupted in the space surrounding Lin Chen. He put away his hammer and swiftly drew his battle saber. With the weapon now in hand, Lin Chen's murderous aura surged wildly. The remaining members of Class 66 all recovered within the corrosion runes and swarmed forward, surrounding Lin Chen from all sides. The mere concurrent activation of combat techniques unleashed an energy storm hundreds of feet high that engulfed the entire arena. Half a quarter hour later, the storm dispersed. Only a handful of individuals remained standing on the platform. The veteran students from the inner academy who witnessed the outcome felt their scalps tingle with shock. What a joke! An upperclassman from the inner academy watched with shock and awe.
Up to this point, Lin Chen had employed various combat techniques, swordsmanship, blade arts, spear play, axe mastery, each one used to decisively defeat every present student of Class 66. In other words, within their own areas of expertise, Lin Chen had thoroughly bested every single one of them utterly and without question. Class 66 may not have been the strongest class overall, but within their respective fields, they were undoubtedly the most promising talents with the highest potential.
Lin Chen single-handedly took down every single one of them. Just what kind of insane feat was that? Only 2 figures remained standing on the arena stage. One was Lin Chen. The other was the notoriously timid Qin Xiaofeng from Class 66, the one who hadn't dared make a move this entire time. Streams of gentle water-type battle qi, like shimmering bubbles, flowed through Lin Chen's entire body, aiding in his recovery. With measured steps, he approached Qin Xiaofeng, whose knees trembled weakly. The young man's teeth chattered as he forced out his words with great difficulty. "Big bro, before I admit defeat, can I ask you something?"
Seeing him so timid, Lin Chen shook his head with a faint smile.
"Ask away. Is there anything in this world you can't do?"
Qin Xiaofeng's question drew an exceedingly smug smile from Lin Chen's lips.
"Anything that can be used to show off, I probably know how to do it." Chapter 73, I'm a man who values fairness.
Outside the arena, Yun Linlin, who wasn't participating in the battle, lightly covered her red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly.
Even for someone as worldly wise as her, this was a first.
Lin Chen had single-handedly defeated 15 students from Class 66 in their respective specialized fields.
Didn't this mean he possessed talent that encompassed all the genius's specialties from that freakish class? This is utterly terrifying. This simply isn't human talent. Just how old is he?
Lin's shock also reflected the thoughts of the other senior students. They witnessed the meteoric rise of a prodigy like no other before. On the arena stage,
I surrender.
With those words, Qin Xiaofeng conceded defeat, his will to fight utterly shattered. If it weren't for certain people in his class forcing him to come, he would never have participated in this kind of battle.
Qin Xiaofeng's figure trembled, vanishing from his original position in an instant.
This uncanny movement technique even surprised Lin Chen slightly, making him glance sideways. This person's movement skills were probably something even he could only surpass by employing his true flame purple phoenix wings. As for combat skill reserves, Lin Chen had no worries whatsoever. The techniques dropped by the numerous examinees he defeated during the academy entrance exams were all exceptional choices. For Lin Chen now, nothing but Scientier combat skills could pique his interest anymore. Host acquired 30,054 points of battle chi essence, 41,000 points of chi blood energy, 12,041 points of fire element energy, 15,412 points of technique spirit, 2 ancient bronze treasure chests. Lin Chen picked up the attribute orbs scattered across the arena platform. Each orb's numerical values surpassed anything he'd seen before. Host opened 2 ancient bronze treasure chests, obtaining 6,000 points of rune energy and 8,000 points of mental power respectively. The host has obtained a total of 440,000 points of battle chi essence, 558,000 points of chi blood energy, 281,000 points of cultivation technique essence, 11,000 points of mental power, 76,000 points of metal element energy, 69,000 points of wood element energy, 70,000 points of water element energy, 71,000 points of fire element energy, and 59,000 points of earth element energy.
The host has advanced to the 8th level of the Spirit Awakening realm. This harvest far exceeded Lin Chen's expectations,
especially the massive amount of 5 element energy points obtained, which elevated his primordial 5 spirit art by 1 or 2 tiers, causing his battle chi prowess to skyrocket. The true water origin reversion technique ceased its operation, and Lin Chen's injuries were completely healed.
Having single-handedly taken on Class 66, Lin Chen hadn't emerged entirely unscathed.
On the contrary, he felt every member of Class 66 was exceptionally strong. However, their fatal flaw was glaringly obvious. What seemed like a fierce melee just now was actually every member of Class 66 fighting alone, utterly disorganized, without the slightest semblance of coordination.
Forget teamwork, there were even moments when they hindered each other.
Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering in his heart. If those 15 people could unite as a single team, the difficulty of the battle would increase tenfold.
These young prodigies are truly terrifying. Spectacular, absolutely spectacular. Fighting against 15 students from Class 66 single-handedly, this year's freshmen are indeed outrageously bold.
At that moment, a round of applause echoed from outside the venue. 7 students draped in luxurious robes stood atop a vantage point looking down at Lin Chen. At their forefront was a figure adorned with 3 violet golden streaks across his chest, exuding an air of noble extravagance.
It's actually Song Qinghong. What formidable mental pressure. His spiritual power must have already stepped into the divine soul realm, right? Spirit realm? That means you can represent the academy in the alchemy grand competition of the wastelands.
The surrounding inner courtyard students marveled at the handsome young man leading the 7, exchanging murmurs of admiration. Although Lin Chen had never seen the attire of these 7 individuals before, he was not unfamiliar with it. They were all students from the alchemy department.
Lin Chen, right? Don't think a bit of talent makes you invincible.
Since you dared to offend my master, today you'll learn that this is Tenga Academy, where countless people are stronger than you. Even if you're a tiger, you must crouch here. If you're a dragon, you'll still have to coil. The leading handsome young man looked down disdainfully at Lin Chen, flicked his fingernails casually, and spoke in an utterly indifferent tone. His hair was parted down the middle with bangs, his face pale, exuding a distinctly androgynous charm.
Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh internally upon seeing him for the first time.
That hairstyle, that aura, another talented individual skilled in singing, dancing, and playing basketball. Whoever can go up and knock this damn freshman to the ground, making him crawl out of the arena, Song Qinghong, will refine 10 top-tier 3rd-grade pills or 2 low-tier 4th-grade pills for them, with the herbs provided by me. As soon as Song Qinghong uttered these words, the entire inner academy erupted in an uproar. 10 top-tier 3rd-grade medicinal pills or 2 low-grade 4th-grade pills.
Moreover, the alchemist is providing the ingredients themselves. Such extravagance could truly rival a nation's wealth.
Commissioning an alchemist to refine specific pills already demands a steep price, let alone supplying them with sufficient ingredients. Song Qinghong's terms left no one in the room unmoved.
Daring to ask for a 4th-grade pill. Does that mean Song Qinghong's mental power has already reached the spiritual realm?
A trace of astonishment flickered through Yu Linlin's beautiful eyes. Seeing Yu Linlin's gaze upon him, Song Qinghong immediately revealed an expression of infatuation mixed with confidence. The young woman curled her rosy lips in response and turned her head away. The 15 injured students from Class 66 sat on the rest bench, eyeing Lin Chen and the alchemy department students with astonishment and uncertainty.
How did this guy manage to provoke the alchemy department? They were the most troublesome faction in the inner academy. Oh, those old geezers from the alchemy department dispatched their lackeys to mess with me so quickly? Fine then. If they want to stir up trouble, let's turn the world upside down. Brother Chen here welcomes it with open arms.
A mischievous grin curled at the corners of Lin Chen's lips. Facing the restless crowd of inner academy students, he took a bold step forward and declared,
"Life and death mean nothing to me, that's my philosophy.
If you're not convinced, bring it on, that's my artistic expression. Since the alchemy department seniors want to play, today Lin Chen will accompany you all the way. If any senior here still refuses to yield, I'll beat you until you submit."
Standing with arms crossed, Lin Chen's provocative and domineering declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. A philosophy that treats life and death lightly, an artistic expression of settling disputes with fists. Interesting, very interesting. Freshman Lin Chen, I'll take you on. Fascinating. Freshman Lin Chen is far fiercer than I was when I first entered the academy. Since everyone asked, let's all go together and wear him down with successive battles. Battle by attrition is our specialty. How could Class 47 possibly miss out? Boom, boom, boom. With menacing momentum, streaks of afterimages descended from the spectator stands. A careful count revealed over 100 charging figures. Over 100 inner court students, each a top-tier prodigy at the War Spirit Realm Peak or Earth Fiend Realm.
Forming a squad of this caliber would be enough to sweep through any second-rate faction across the wastelands. Ha ha ha. Freshman Lin Chen, 80% of our entire class is here. Even if we fight you in turns, we'll wear you down to death. Hope you don't turn into a coward later on. Several inner court disciples couldn't help but throw their heads back in raucous laughter, while Lin Chen sighed and shook his head.
No, I'm a man who values fairness. Everyone was stunned. This kid was wilder than anyone else just moments ago. Why is he suddenly talking about fairness? Oh, scared now? What kind of fairness do you want?
Song Qinghong sneered mockingly, calling out to Lin Chen from a distance.
Fighting one after another is too troublesome. For everyone's convenience, why don't you all come at me together?
All the inner court students who had stepped forward instantly stood frozen like wooden chickens.
Chapter 74. Beat them all to cripples. Come at him all together? Is this bastard serious?
Song Qinghong's smile gradually froze, becoming unnervingly erratic. Many thought they must have misheard. They were nothing like the chaotic Class 66, with dozens joining forces simultaneously. Even the top inner courtyard students couldn't predict the outcome if facing them.
Not only are you arrogant, you've completely lost your mind. Damn, what kind of trash are you, daring to challenge our whole class alone?
That mouth of yours sure talks big, freshman.
Hope you can still keep up that arrogance later. The seniors leaped into action, instantly flooding the stage with over 40 people.
Lin Chen froze for a moment, then shook his head in disbelief.
Why only 40-some people? Are you from 2 classes? Then let both classes come up together. The entire arena instantly fell silent.
Everyone stared incredulously at Lin Chen standing on the fighting platform.
Taking on 2 inner court classes solo? Are you fucking insane?
The students in the inner academy are geniuses among geniuses, and the combined number of people from the 2 classes present totals over 100. To single-handedly take on all of them at once, throughout the entire inner academy, no one could possibly achieve such a feat. Even the proud prodigies of Class 66 couldn't help but wear slightly changed expressions. This was no longer a matter of arrogance, it was pure delusion.
This is interesting. Let's see how you plan to take on 2 entire inner academy classes by yourself.
Song Qinghong laughed in extreme anger and boldly waved his hand. If you take him down, I'll double the previous reward. Song Qinghong, with his immense wealth, further roused the students' excitement with just a wave of his hand. 2 figures hidden in the shadows of the arena quietly emerged, keeping watch over the entire venue.
Those old geezers in the alchemy department are really going overboard, aren't they? And Lin Chen planning to take on 2 entire classes by himself? Is he out of his mind? Forget it, let's be ready to strike at any moment. Elder Baldy ordered us to give this kid some special treatment.
The 2 whispered to each other before slipping into the shadows. Swish, swish, swish. All at once, everyone leaped onto the dueling platform. Students from both classes, along with over a dozen upperclassmen from other divisions, surged forward in pursuit. Since you're asking for death today, don't blame us seniors for being ruthless. A dozen senior students took the lead, eager to claim merit for themselves. In the span of a single breath, they encircled Lin Chen, closing the distance between them to less than 1,000 meters. Those veteran students who didn't get a chance to step onto the stage were filled with bitter regret.
100 seasoned students against 1 freshman, wasn't this as easy as taking candy from a baby?
As long as you step onto the stage, the worst you'll get is a share of third-grade pills. Seniors, are you all prepared?
If not, you'd better prepare some more.
Don't blame me later for catching you off guard.
Lin Chen's relaxed and casual laughter left everyone equally amused and exasperated. Who exactly was bullying whom here? This is bad, so bad. I finally found some young masters willing to play with me, and now they're going to be defeated here?
Yu Linlin immediately covered her eyes, as if unwilling to watch Lin Chen being beaten to a pulp. Just as everyone was eagerly anticipating, the 15 members of Class 66 were the first to reveal expressions of shock.
Azure Dragon Bloodline 100% power unleash.
With a sudden furious roar from Lin Chen, his arm became sheathed in azure light, and in that instant, a draconic arm materialized in midair.
Boom!
A violent draconic breath erupted as if an ancient dragon had awoken, its majesty reigning supreme over all.
Deceleration Rune, Corrosion Rune. 1 azure, 1 white.
2 runes that had shaken the ages shot through the air. Their undulating aura enveloped the entire arena. The movements of over 100 veteran students froze momentarily. Along with the 2 talismans flashing in the void, a phoenix's cry pierced the heavens. A scorching wave swept through the entire arena like a raging typhoon. Everyone barely caught a glimpse of a violet blaze tearing through the sky, followed by explosive shockwaves reverberating in all directions.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The ferocious and massive azure dragon arm flailed wildly, smashing the entire arena to pieces in an instant. Lin Chen charged alone into the crowd of inner court students, sweeping through them like a hurricane. By the time everyone registered what was happening, dozens of senior students had been sent flying like shooting stars, crashing into the spectator stands. Lin Chen's slow runes only delayed them for a fraction of a breath. All the seniors broke free from the special runes restraints. But by then, it was already too late. Lin Chen had already charged into the midst of all the senior disciples, placing every one of them within the attack range of his Azure Dragon Arm. With a sweeping motion of the Azure Dragon Arm, power surged like mountains and rivers, forceful enough to split rivers. Just one swing sent over a dozen senior disciples flying right off the battling platform. At tenfold bloodline power, the strength in Lin Chen's left arm now reached an astonishing 520,000 tiger units. Such raw power, especially in close combat, could make even a 9th-level Earth Fiend Realm expert wary, let alone these senior disciples, who were merely at the early stages of the Earth Fiend Realm or stuck at the 9th level of the Combat Soul Realm. With such formidable pure power combined with the speed of the True Flame Purple Phoenix wings, Lin Chen could effortlessly close the distance in battle.
Damn, this brat is a demon. Retreat now.
Witnessing Lin Chen's awe-inspiring and ferocious Azure Dragon Arm, some senior students panicked, desperately activating their movement techniques, wishing their parents had given them 2 extra legs. As the Azure Dragon claws sunk into the arena, Lin Chen suddenly raised his arm. The power within the Azure Dragon Arm surged like 10,000 stampeding horses, flipping half of the massive arena platform. Lin Chen thrust out a palm like the hand of a demon god, forcefully slamming the uprooted arena floor toward the fleeing senior students.
Bang! Boom!
The arena floor plowed through over a dozen seniors, crushing them violently against the spectator stands as shattered stone debris exploded in all directions.
Playing the pig to eat the tiger.
This kid hid his strength so deep, we've all been fooled. Lin Chen lashed out with another backhanded palm strike. The veteran students' battle aura defenses crumbled like blocks of tofu, shattering instantly. The air currents collapsed, exploding into mushroom clouds of shockwaves. With 520,000 tiger strength unleashing devastating force, the last 40-plus opponents were sent flying chaotically through the air. Their battle aura attacks bombarded Lin Chen's Azure Dragon Arm, but the indestructible defense of the dragon scales made them truly understand the meaning of despair. The remaining members joined forces, yet they couldn't even breach the defense of the dragon scales.
Scram!
With a single palm strike that could sever the Milky Way, he sent over 40 people flying through the air in just 3 or 4 blows, utterly incapable of resistance or counterattack. The sky seemed to rain down a multicolored meteor shower, a downpour only Lin Chen himself could see, for those vibrant lights falling to the ground were all attribute orbs. In less than 10 breaths after the battle began, the entire arena was filled with mournful howls and a sky stained with blood. Unlike the fight against Class 66, Lin Chen showed some mercy to his own classmates, merely pushing them back. But against these guys, Lin Chen held nothing back, crippling those who deserved to be crippled, injuring those who deserved to be injured, with zero restraint.
Some would even need months of bed rest to recover their life-threatening injuries.
Therefore, the attribute orbs they dropped had even higher values than those previously dropped by Class 66.
Chapter 75, Breaking Through to the War Soul Realm. Instant kill?
A single freshman challenging 2 entire classes, 128 senior students, and it ended with the freshman instantly wiping them all out.
It's terrifying. I've never seen someone so brutal and frightening in the inner courtyard.
The seasoned students gulped repeatedly, their teeth chattering in fear as they sucked in cold breaths. Even the 16 arrogant members of Class 66 were now completely convinced Lin Chen had utterly subdued them with absolute strength.
Is this guy really a freshman this year?
He was hiding so much of his strength just now when fighting us. For the first time, Gu Chunfeng, who had always been unruly and fearless, showed a flicker of dread. If Lin Chen had used his Azure Dragon Arm just now, there would be no doubt, all 15 members of Class 66 would have been carried out of this arena on stretchers today. Facing the remaining 700 senior disciples, Lin Chen took a mighty step forward, his roar shaking the heavens.
Who else dares to challenge me? Step right up.
With just a single remark, standing at the pinnacle of the most prestigious academy in the desolate lands, no one dared to challenge Lin Chen.
Even the 2 elders hiding in the shadows were utterly dumbfounded.
No wonder this kid managed to catch even Elder Bald's attention. The old man specifically instructed us to look after this student. With talent like his, he might just carve out a new horizon for their desolate lands someday.
Without a doubt.
Even if young Lin Chen were placed in the Spirit Province's main academy across the 24 domains, he would still secure a place for himself.
Gazing at Lin Chen's retreating figure, Yulinlin's beautiful eyes shimmered with amazement. This wild kid is actually so strong? Song Qinghang's expression darkened, and a trace of lingering fear flickered in his eyes. And you, do you yield or not?
Lin Chen raised an eyebrow as Song Qinghang retreated several steps, sneering with false bravado. We are noble alchemists, existing on a plane far above mere mortals like you. Such brutish fighting is beneath our station. Song Qinghang puffed out his chest with an air of superiority. Lin Chen, however, snapped his fingers. Since you think so highly of yourself, let's shut you up along with those old relics behind you in the way of an alchemist.
How about that?
Lin Chen smirked coldly, and Song Qinghang stiffened in shock. Not only Song Qinghang froze, but even class 66 and the vast majority of the senior students stood dumbfounded where they were.
Is he also?
Yulinlin covered her ruby lips in disbelief, her gaze burning with fervor and anticipation.
Let's settle this with a pill-refining duel.
The loser must fulfill one demand of the victor and pay 50,000 academic points.
Well, do you dare accept?
Lin Chen waved his hand imperiously, staking his entire fortune of 50,000 points with just one sentence.
So you're an alchemist too? Interesting, very interesting. Ha ha ha.
I began learning alchemy hand seals at the age of 8, became an official alchemist at 14, a second-rank alchemist at 17, and by the time I entered Tangu Academy at 20, I was already a third-rank alchemist.
Kid, what qualifications do you have to compare with me? Since you're eager to give me your credits, I won't stand on ceremony. Song Qinghong laughed wildly at the heavens. Alchemy?
Among all the students at Tangu Academy, apart from some senior elders, not a single one could match his skills. Since you're so confident, tomorrow at noon, right here in this arena, we'll each prepare our academic points and settle our duel once and for all.
Good.
I'll personally teach you a lesson on behalf of my master. I'll make you see clearly who truly rules this academy and controls its lifeblood.
Those who dare offend the alchemy department will never rise through the ranks.
The bet was swiftly agreed upon, drawing sharp intakes of breath from the senior students. At Tangu Academy, credit resources were exceptionally precious, with even top-tier green-rank combat techniques priced between 4,000 to 7,000 credits. Yet these two wagered 50,000 credits at once. Such stakes marked nothing short of a grand gamble.
He's mastered all kinds of combat techniques, and he can also refine medicine? Is this guy even human? This has to be fake.
The students of Class 66 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with the horrified realization of having encountered a monster.
Tomorrow's going to be a great show.
Song Qinghang versus the new student Lin Chen in a medicine refining competition.
Song Qinghang probably gave Lin Chen trouble because of that dragon tendon grass incident during the entrance exam.
What?
Eat dragon tendon grass?
A single stalk of this stuff is worth over 100 academy credits.
Who in their right mind would just eat it straight?
You wouldn't believe it, this kid actually eats dragon tendon grass like it's rice. Rumor has it he roasted over 1,000 stalks of the stuff.
Are you crazy? Over 1,000 plants?
The senior students chattered animatedly, some already leaving the arena to await tomorrow's spectacle. Those senior students who were beaten half to death by Lin Chen could only leave with the support and arrangements of the elders managing the arena. With a cold sneer, Song Qinghong turned away, his sleeves fluttering as he departed with the pharmacy seniors by his side.
However, what happened next left everyone utterly baffled.
Lin Chen began bending over randomly on the martial platform, picking up massive amounts of attribute orbs and even several treasure chests floating in midair. Host obtained 15,000 points of battle chi essence, 11,000 points of cultivation technique spirits, 39,000 points of blood chi energy, 947 points of mental power, and fire elemental energy.
Host obtained an ancient bronze treasure chest. Opening the chest yielded 7,500 points of rune energy.
Host opened a crystal treasure chest and obtained 150,000 points of water elemental energy. Host opened a fine silver treasure chest and obtained 4th tier pill formula Sky Soul Violet Purple Elixir. Host has obtained a total of 900,000 points of battle chi essence, 771,000 points of vitality energy, 387,000 points of technique spirit, 16,000 points of mental power, 98,000 points of metal energy, 99,000 points of wood energy, 80,000 points of water energy, 81,000 points of fire energy, and 91,000 points of earth energy. Host has advanced to the 9th level of the Soul Awakening realm and is absorbing a vast amount of battle chi essence.
Boom!
Lin Chen's battle chi erupted like a shower of celestial flowers, blooming around him and forming 5 battle chi lotuses, each corresponding to one of the 5 elemental energies: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth.
The entire arena was instantly engulfed in howling winds as tempests raged.
Battle chi resonates with spirits, taking form and condensing essence. This is the sign of him breaking through to the War Soul realm. Yulinlin gasped in astonishment, staring incredulously at the 5 blossoming battle chi lotuses swirling around Lin Chen. The 5 battle chi lotuses erupted with an abyssal suction force, drawing in all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the arena, forming a massive funnel-shaped vortex.
His battle energy actually possesses 5 different attributes simultaneously. Such dense and powerful battle energy, what level of cultivation technique is this Lin Chen practicing? Gu Qinfeng's eyes flashed with shock. Although his own breakthrough to the War Soul realm had been quite impressive, compared to Lin Chen's display, it was like comparing a candle to the sun. That can't be right.
When he fought us, he was only at the 8th level of the Tongling realm. How could he already be advancing to the War Soul realm in such a short time? In less than 15 minutes, Lin Chen's 5 lotus flowers were spinning vividly in midair, materializing into solid forms, radiant and resplendent, before being absorbed into his dantian. At this moment, the chi floating in Lin Chen's dantian had completely condensed into a crystalline prism-like refractive crystal. So this is the battle soul realm, where battle chi becomes tangible and can be solidified for combat. Lin Chen assessed his battle chi cultivation and discovered it had grown at least tenfold in strength compared to before.